No, no, 1,000 times no. My husband of 34 years has cancer. Never would I ever get married again. I'm sorry to hear that, Bumba. As a woman, I would not. No way. It's taken me more than 20 years to train my husband. 52, time is running out. Yeah, so look, we got some jokes in the chat, but honestly, like, it really was weird to me when I saw that. Like, Thomas Massey, his wife dies. I haven't looked it up. I don't care. We still don't, I don't think we know how she died. It was very quick, very sudden, very mysterious. And then 16 months later, he's got this really young, pretty, new wife. And I thought, hey, you know what that looks like? It looks like, if you don't want to go with, like, no, I'm not going with the nefarious intent, right? It looks like you probably weren't in a happy relationship. Maybe his like wife died and he was like, oh, that silver lining. I don't know. It's just weird. It's weird to me, right? And again, want to reiterate, we're not saying that Thomas Massey murdered his wife so he could be a whoremonger. I'm saying it's weird either way. And what it does is it does bring into question character. Character matters, right? Not if you're Trump, but if you're Massey, it should. Character matters because Massey's the man who keeps on running around talking about how righteous he is. All right, release the Epstein files. Holier than thou. It's always thou doth protest too much. Okay, and the information that we're gonna watch in that clip, I think that when you see it, you'll be like, yeah, she's not lying. And look, yes, is it timed properly? Is it timed politically? Yep. Is it probably true? Based on what I just saw, probably true. So it's a little strange, and we'll get to it. All right. So yeah, like, I mean, dude, just straight up, like, who goes through this transformation? Like, those are two different people. Thomas, and like, we can have the frickin' Ian Carrolls of the world be like, that's a lizard person. Oh, that's a lizard person. But I'm just saying. TDS Tuesday. All right. Let's do the daily breakdown, though, because the daily breakdown's fun. It's actually what I like about the only thing I think I like doing on the internet now. is going back to the basics, right, of just reading the damn news. All right, so live updates. CBS News, Iran vows to fight on. Trump says Iran vows to fight on as Trump says ceasefire is on life support. Okay, so same story as yesterday. We're skipping it, right? It's the same story. It's the same story over and over and over again. We covered it. We've covered it again. We've covered it again. Let me know when something happens. Next up, New York Times. We probably won't be able to read this. We will not. Starmer defies calls to resign. Yeah, I don't really follow European politics, but there was a new party, Labour Party, or I don't know. Like, he just lost, so good. He sucks. I don't care. Next up, this one's good. This one's good. All right. Pete Hegseth is testifying in Congress right now. Is he? Let's go see if there's a live stream for that. All right. That's a good little segue. Maybe we should watch a couple of minutes. Okay. This one's what, 3 minutes 36 seconds. Manufacturing. Flip the Pentagon. Yeah, it looks like there's already a few clips, so that's probably going to be spicy. All right, let's go to the top. We'll watch the first one, and then if you guys don't turn this off at all, I'll find you, and I'll give you a wet willy if you turn this off. But let's listen to a little bit of Pete.
Pace unseen in generations, transforming the defense industrial base from the broken, slow-moving systems of the past. We have flipped the Pentagon acquisition process from a bureaucratic model to a business model, decisively moving from an acquisition environment paralyzed by bureaucratic red tape into an outcomes-driven organization focused on delivering the most for taxpayer dollars. And Mr. Chairman, you're right, it's a war of attrition against the Pentagon bureaucracy every single day, and we intend to win. Over the past year, through historic multi-year procurement agreements, smart business deals, we have sent ambiguous demand signals to our industry partners to build more and build faster. The result has been a surge, a revitalization of our great American factories, and massive reinvestment in the skilled American workers who serve as the industrial muscle behind our warriors. Let me briefly provide.
Yeah. So, all right. You know what? The reason why I'm going to turn that off is because it's like Pete is just like, there's a lot. Trump has made some really good picks. He's made some really bad picks. But I would say Marco Rubio and Pete Hegseth are two of his absolute best picks in either administration. They are both just absolutely crushing it and destroying it. And it's just, it's really good to see because, you know, the irony is like Marco Rubio, he was pretty well accepted as a pick, but Pete Hegseth was one of those ones where I think that people were like, oh, he's a Fox News host. He's a Fox News host, you know? And seeing how Trump's genius in thinking, okay, yeah, sure, he's a Fox News host. He's not a career military politician, essentially, because a lot of those generals are politicians. And he's a Bronze Star recipient. He's a war hero, combat veteran, not just somebody who's, you know, rose up through the ranks. I think that was very smart and very strategic. And Pete just also, because he's a Fox News host, he's used to being in front of a camera. He's used to talking. He's very well, it's a word I'm looking for, polished. He's very well polished. So all in all, I think that Pete Hegseth just continues to crush it, and I want to see him keep crushing it. I want to see him and Marco Rubio keep doing what they're doing. All right. RFK, I believe, is also a great pick. Tulsi, verdict's out. I'm not against Tulsi. I'm not anti-Tulsi. I'm just verdict's out. She was a little too Democrat for me not too long ago. RFK seemed always like a Kennedy Democrat, which I would say is why RFK fits better, if that makes sense. But Tulsi Gabbard was Tulsi Gabbard, the Democrat, not long ago. So we'll see. Hopefully, I hope she does well. Look, I'm not one of those people that roots for the plane to crash. And actually, I know people who actually know Tulsi personally, and they say she's great. And I trust those people, so we'll see. Okay. All right, yeah, back to this. Okay. Thank you for the ADD break in the chat, right? Usually I get mad when you guys distract me with ADD, but I wanted to check in on that real quick. All right. Sorry, one of Eric Swalwell's girlfriends got caught. Southern California mayor resigns and will plead guilty to acting as an agent for the Chinese government. All right, like, guys, how insane is it that there is a large group, I would say like a big chunk of the Democrat Party in Congress, the Democrat leadership, who was like, Donald Trump's a foreign agent, Donald Trump's a Putin puppet, Donald Trump. And you have Eric Swalwell, who banged a Chinese spy. You had Dianne Feinstein, who had a Chinese spy as a driver. And now you have a South California mayor who literally just is pleading guilty to being a Chinese spy. How many times have I told you the fucking problem isn't Russia? Is Russia bad? Sure. They're not the problem. Give a shit what Putin's doing. Putin's not. How many Americans has Putin killed? Honest question, right? Because fentanyl has killed millions. Okay, and that only comes from one place. Okay, that only comes from one. They only make fentanyl one place. All right? Like, I'm telling you, like, China, get your ass out of the freaking Putin bad, orange man bad, and start saying, Donald Trump, don't trust Xi Jinping. China is asshole. That's where we should have our attention. All right, let's read this. All right, a Southern California mayor has agreed to plead guilty to acting as an illegal agent for the Chinese government and has resigned from her position. Eileen Wang, should have been a tell, the mayor of Arcadia was charged in April with one count of acting in the United States as an illegal agent of a foreign government. She was accused of doing the bidding of Chinese officials, such as sharing articles favorable to Beijing, without prior notification to the U.S. government as required by law. So such as sharing articles, okay? 58-year-old was elected in 2022. City manager said in a release, no finances or staff were involved. We'll see. This investigation concerns individual conduct and the charges for the conduct that ceased after Ms. Wang was sworn into office. Federal officials said she's agreed to plead guilty, which comes with a maximum sentence of 10 years in federal prison. Should be life. I'm being serious. It should be life in prison. Yes. All she did was share a post. Life. Hold on. Life in prison. Life in prison. Period. Because what did I just tell you? Hundreds of thousands of Americans have been killed by the poison that China sends over our border. China did COVID. I mean, we talked about this before. Was it intentional? Was it unintentional? Doesn't matter. They did COVID. They are an authoritarian communist regime that hates America. If you are an American official and you do anything on their behalf, life in prison. Okay? Yep, some people in the chat are saying what I'm not. There is a punishment for treason in this country, and it's not life in prison. I'm being nice. All right? You understand? Long drop, sudden stop is also an option. I think if it was just sharing some articles, life in prison. If you do some other stuff, yeah. Here's your cigarette and blindfold. She apologizes, and she is sorry for the mistakes. She is sorry for the mistake. That was super racist. I don't care. Sorry. Me so sorry. For the mistakes she made in her personal life, her attorney said her love and devotion for the Arcadia community and China have not changed. Okay. According to her plea agreement, Wang and Colleen Yaoning Mike, that's better. Now I know why you get that nickname. Yaoning Sun worked on behalf of do you guys hold on? Hey, do you guys chat? Let's do it. Let's find out. Okay. Because I think that I'm not sure if my position is too extreme, but I don't think it is. Do you think that we should have a law in America, federally, like across all 50 states, that requires natural born citizenship? I'm not saying that I don't know if this woman was born in America. I'm saying separately. Do you think that we should have natural born citizenship for government officials? I think we should. Right? I think we should. I think that there should be natural born citizenship as a requirement. There's a reason why natural born citizenship is a requirement for the President of the United States. They did not do that by accident. They were like, yeah. So why is it that we have a standard for the highest office and not the lower offices? It's not controversial to say, if you were born in a different country, I don't care if you came here when you were 3 years old, I'm sorry, the risk does not outweigh the reward of having you in office. You can work for, maybe? I don't know. Actually, I don't know about that either. Now, elected officials. Elected officials, no. Okay? Staff, whatever. If you really want to be involved in politics, fine. But elected officials born in America, that should be the rule. Looks like the chat agrees with me. No Muslims. Yeah, no, and I don't think you should be able to be. I had this conversation the other day with somebody because you know, these people that are making this, like, there's a lot of racism, like, on the right, like, I mean, and I don't want to sound like a snowflake liberal. Look, I'm pretty racist. I just did the so sorry. I think you should be. I think that stereotypes exist for a reason. I think that you should be racially acknowledged. I think that you should understand different racial demographics and cultures and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But black, look, we talked about this the other day. If you want to say every single entire Muslim on the planet is a problem because in their ideology, it does not align with America. Perfectly reasonable, rational statement, in my opinion, right? It is, because, and it's not, I don't hate them. I don't hate Muslims. I'm saying it is perfectly reasonable and rational to say that people who practice an ideology that is antithetical to Western values, that maybe we should have a ban on that. But black isn't an ideology; it's a skin color, right? So people have a problem with the culture of black people, and then they go, "Yeah, but it's the same thing you say about Muslims." I go, "No, because I don't say it about Arabs. I don't say it about Arabs. I don't think that all Middle Eastern people or Arab people or any kind of person that was born a certain way is a problem, right? But I think that all Muslims are, and I'm not saying, it's in the intro, the peaceful majority are irrelevant. They're irrelevant. All right. So yeah, let's see here. The peace reports. I want to see what happened. All right. Wang has also communicated with John Chen. What the hell? Why? So many names, who also pleaded guilty to being an agent for the Chinese government. If only there were signs. if only there were signs. Hold on, we got to find this out now. Let's see here. What's her name? Eileen Wang. Okay, Eileen Wang. We're gonna find this out right now. Was Eileen Wang born in China? All right. Based on available reports, boom, there you go. If only there were signs. Based on available reports, Eileen Wang said she moved to Southern California from China 30 years ago. Wow. This isn't a Chinese American. This is a Chinese person who we let into America, and for the past 30 years has been in America, presumably working for China. That's why you have a birthright requirement for elected officials. That's the reason. This went on for upwards of 30 years. Maybe she came here and she didn't, maybe it was only the past couple of years where she was like, you know what? Okay, yeah. Yeah, all right. I got a timeshare to sell you. Yeah, I'd like to talk to you about your car's extended warranty. Freaking think that. All right. I think that they should do everything in their power to lock her up for as long as humanly possible. So, all right. Oh my God. Oh my God. Are we really still doing this? Are we really still doing this? Nonprofit sues the federal government over plans to paint the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool blue. Frickin' ballroom, Lincoln Memorial. Every time Trump does something, they're like, no, you can't. Why? I don't like you. This is perfect TDS Tuesday story. This could have been the story for the day. Let's find out what their reasoning is. They like bird shit and trash? Because that's what was filled with in the old reflecting pool. A nonprofit is suing the National Park Service, the Department of Interior, and Interior Secretary Doug Burgum over the decision to resurface the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool and to paint the pool's basin blue. I hate it here. I'm going to try not to be negative because Funmud called me out earlier. The suit was filed Monday, which was what, yesterday? Yeah, yesterday. I love how they wait till it's already, they're already doing it. Stop it. All right, what do you want me to do? You want me to put the bird shit back? Like, what is this? What are you doing? What are we doing? Suit was filed Monday in the U.S. District Court of Columbia by Cultural Landscape Foundation, the Cultural Landscape Foundation, an education and advocacy organization. In the suit, they're asking a federal judge to halt the project, saying that Trump administration failed to have the project reviewed federally as dictated by the National Historic Preservation Act. I really hate, look, do I hate these people? Yes. I hate to admit that. I was just about to say, no, I don't hate him. No, I hate him. I hate you. I hate you. People are so fucking weird. It's just so weird. It's weird, man. It's a friggin' pool. It's a pool that they're just painting. They're painting They're painting a pool, dude. You woke up in the morning. Some asshole woke up in the friggin' morning. And they went, you know what? I'm going to file this lawsuit. Just, right, fucking Trump painted pool blue. That's illegal. I'm not upset, right? It's funny. It's funny. It's funny to watch people freak out, all right? Trump painted a pool blue. Get him. You go get him. That son of a bitch. Stupid. He's painting the pool blue. Ma! Did you see what this orange asshole's doing now? He's painting a freaking pool blue. Well, why is he painting the pool blue? Well, no, because he's a dictator, obviously. He's a dictator. Yeah, that's exactly what dictators do. They paint pools blue. Why would you? I bet you know who else painted a pool blue? Hitler. I bet you Hitler's pool, I looked it up. Hitler resurfaced his pool in 1937, and guess what color he painted the bottom of it? Blue. Yep, that's right. That's right. This is clearly, we have to stop him. We have to stop him from painting the He scooped out that bird shit was historical. He just threw away years and years of historical bird shit. Those bottle caps and cigarettes and everything that he cleaned out of that was history. He should have painted it gold. T. Mitchell, gold it is. He should have. Just to fuck with them. He should have. He should have just been like, you know what? Screw you. Enjoy your gold pool. Make this shit look like the Taj Mahal. That's the only reason you shouldn't do it. the hell is going on? Like, literally, guys, think about this. Like, seriously, marinate in this, okay? There was a human being with a law degree that walked into a clerk's office and filed this shit. That's how bad their TDS is. They were like, yeah, you know what? We got this one. Oh my goodness. All right. Enough of that. All right. This is actually an important story. I mean, we've had some fun. We've had some fun with the timeline cleanse. That was some comedy. Supreme Court hands Alabama major boost in redistricting fight. Alabama legislators are hoping to boost the GOP in November's midterm elections in the wake of last month's Supreme Court decision. The Supreme Court's conservative majority on Monday handed Alabama officials a major win in their effort to redraw the state's congressional map in favor of Republicans in light of the decision last month to weaken the Voting Rights Act. Monday's ruling could deliver an additional seat to the GOP in the midterm elections. You know, guys, really quick, this is kind of related. It's kind of related, right? It's not going to look related, but it is. All right. Like, there's this weird, not that one. There's this weird phenomenon going on. By the way, Chud the Builder, I know that you just were scrolling past and you keep seeing his freaking mugshot. He was arrested. Here you go. Okay. Look, there's this weird, I don't know why, but I'm trying to think of the word message. There's this weird messaging coming out of Polymarket and Kalshi where they're like, which party will win the House? Okay. And the Democrats are still 74%, right? The Democrats are favored 74% to win the House. Right now, can Democrats win the House? Yeah, 100%. They can, right? We should fight like we're losing. But with this redistricting fight, right? The House, the Republicans are picking up roughly 8. It's projected around like 8 seats, a net gain of 8 seats, 8 more than they have now. And they're the majority now. Why are Democrats favored so much? If this was 60-40, I would say maybe 50-50 would be better. And if Republicans were favored, it would make more sense. So why are we hearing this? What, like, oh, Kalshi, Polymarket, right? These are not polls. These are not based on data. These are, based on data. They're not based on actual measure. Like, it's sentiment, okay? Like, Democrats are like, we're going to win. Honestly, if I were you, this isn't financial advice. I'm just saying I may or may not. I may or may not have put $500 on Republicans right here. My own video just convinced me to do this, okay? Like, I may or may not have dropped $500 to win 1760 because I'm looking at this redistricting fight and I'm like, we're destroying them. We're gonna be pulling 14-ish seats. I think California, they picked up like 5 with their maps, and then I think they picked up 2 or 1 in Utah maybe, which also could be overturned because of that judge, banging the guy who wanted her to do it. Either way, I think that we have a net gain of so many seats that I don't see why people are saying that. Right. So it's a weird thing. And like I said, that's why I said it's kind of related to this story. It's just weird. And I wanted to address it because I think that a lot of people are using Kalshi and Polymarket to report on sentiment or make they are prediction markets. But look, the Kalshi odds for the House is 10 million. Okay, the Virginia redistricting maps were 64 million, right? And they threw that money away. So the way the betting markets work is the volume. Let's say the volume is 10 million, right? If the volume's 10 million, then in order to control, or in order to sway it, let's say like 10%, you need 1 million ish, more. It's a little bit more complicated with the math, but you don't need, you can sway the vote by just betting on yourself. And then you can just dump your money right before the election and you'd get a lot of it back if you timed it properly. Does that make sense? So you could, if you wanted to, theoretically, if you wanted to create a messaging campaign where you wanted to create sentiment based on a lie, right? Fake sentiment, which is what Democrats are famous for. Remember how they said Hillary Clinton was like destroying Trump, Biden? And you know why Trump always polls so poorly? It's because they create fake sentiment. I think that's what's going on. I think they figured out an easy way to create fake sentiment. So fight like you're losing, and get out into the midterms. But with this redistricting battle that we've been talking about, that's scary for the Dems. Very scary. Okay. And I just realized I got very animated and threw my paper, but I need it. So I'll be right back. Okay. All right. Now, let's talk about Massey. Because, first of all, I don't like him. I don't like him, and not even a little bit. And when I threw my paper, here we go. Found it. All right, let's take a look at this this clip here. So first of all, we have the the synopsis. Cynthia West, a Florida school board candidate, claims to have been in a serious romantic relationship with Congressman Thomas Massey shortly after his first wife died. She says she has proof he offered her a $60,000 bribe for her silence, and she fears retaliation from social media followers, burner accounts, and his network of supporters. Quote, he's got his nasty nasties. And she also fears it will ruin her chance of running for the school board. But she basically hasn't signed the NDA yet. So according to this woman, Thomas Massey is giving her $60,000 to sign an NDA that they weren't in a sexual relationship. Now, if he was in a sexual relationship after his wife died, maybe there's nothing wrong with that. I don't understand why, but you'll find out in a minute. Okay, so we're going to play the longer version. See, I stopped it at 15 minutes. Okay, I got some times here, right? 4 minutes and 30 seconds. I'm going to play this in 2 times speed because I want to make sure we get everything. So let's go to 406 and start this.
Some time ago, is that right?
Yes.
And that was at that time you said you'd been referred to me. How were you referred to?
Oh, we have a mutual friend.
How do we have a mutual friend?
Oh, through political circles.
So are you somewhat involved in politics?
Yeah, I have been. Yeah.
All right. Let me ask you this.
Okay.
Are you working with any candidates in Kentucky in any race?
No.
Are you in any way affiliated with any political organizations that are actively engaged in any races in Kentucky?
No.
Are you being paid by anybody to be here?
No.
Okay. So that's just a little. According to the interview, she signed a sworn testimony agreement for this interview. Basically, I don't know if that necessarily means under oath. It just means, yeah, I promise that what I'm telling you is true. 9 minutes here is where my next clip is. Let's start a little bit before that. Okay.
So this wasn't just a long distance relationship. I mean, you actually visited with him in Washington, D.C.?
Yes.
And you visited with him in Kentucky where?
At his home.
When was this?
I mean, it started Labor Day week.
And you mentioned that he took you on trips. Where'd you go on trips?
We visited a friend of mine in Savannah, Georgia, and then we went to South Africa.
Was South Africa
Okay. So he's in a relationship with this woman, according to her, Massey, taking trips. This should be all be verifiable. That's why I'm putting this part in there, right? Like, if this woman's lying, he's gonna be able to debunk it pretty easily, right? Let's see. I think there might have been a little more.
I would say political.
I need to ask, you're a single mom.
Yeah.
How were you able to take trips?
Well, I mean, it was when I didn't have my kids and wasn't working, and then he was,
Did you have shared custody?
yeah, it was 50-50 with my custody, half on, half off. And
Okay. So Thomas Massey was paying for these trips. Next up, I think this one is the really shocking one.
he,
Leave? I mean, did you agree to just get up and leave? Or
I was very scared, but it was kind of like my
Okay.
work schedule and my schedule with my kids. And it was intensifying so quickly. He said, we either ratchet up or we ratchet off. And because my schedule didn't align with his, that meant that I needed to leave my job, which terrified me. And that's when I got the promise ring and everything. And so yeah, there was a lot of intense pressure to move to that next level.
did he want you to come to D.C.?
Yes, he did. He wanted me to go to wherever he was.
All right. Did you tell him you just couldn't get up and leave? Or I mean, did you agree to just get up and leave? Or
I was very scared, but it was kind of like that was my ultimatum, right? And this was my fairy tale, so I thought, right? And so I didn't have a job, but then he texted me and he got a job for me at another congressional office that would have allowed me to, work that schedule to be with.
Okay, this is the one where I wanted to. So Thomas Massey allegedly, according to her, got into a relationship with her, started DMing with her on X because she was liking his posts. This is right after his wife dies, right? Starts, swooning her and then says, yeah, I want you to move up to DC. And then says he's going to get her a job. This is the part where I think this is very telling of Thomas Massey. And you'll see why in a minute.
With him.
he got you a job?
Yeah.
At a congressional office?
Yeah.
So that you could be in D.C.? Mm-hmm. Had you applied for a job?
No.
How did you learn that you suddenly had a job?
Well, he texted me the details, so he kind of arranged it with another member of Congress,
Who was the job with?
Victoria Sparks.
For those of you guys that are like, why aren't you playing this at regular speed? It's because it's 8:48. Here, I'll drop it down to 1.5 because I know it's a little fast. I have a lot to get to. That's why.
Is that the congresswoman from Indiana?
Indiana, yeah.
How does she know Victoria Sparks?
Well, they're colleagues and friends.
So he says he got her a job at Victoria Sparks' office.
You told me that they were close friends, and I looked this up because I did not know her, was not familiar with her. I think I read that during the last vote for the Speaker of the House, Thomas Massey only got one vote as Speaker of the House, and that came from Victoria Sparks. They have to be pretty close for her to do that.
Yes.
Would you say?
Yes, they are.
So he had a very close friend in Congress give you a job so you could be in Washington, D.C. with him.
Yes.
Okay, so so Thomas Massey, according to her, right, allegedly, Thomas Massey moved his side piece to Washington and got her a job, which she may or may not have been qualified for, in his friend's congressional office. So, like, this is why I think this should bother everybody, right? Thomas Massey was one of the few people who was like, oh wait, maybe I don't have the shit. I thought I had the damn it. I thought I had the thing queued up. Regardless, he was one of those people that was like, oh, the slush fund that Congress people used to pay off their sexual harassment claims. He's like, I'm the one that voted to release all that, right? Well, here's the thing. If you had a side piece or if you had hush money that you were to pay out and you paid it out of your own personal money, there would never be any record of it. So Thomas Massey is, if this is true, if this story is true, that this woman is saying, and I don't think she's lying, because there's a lot of detail in it, then he paid her $60,000 out of his own personal money to shut her up for his sexual deviancy, which we're going to find out about in a second. And it's like, that is the disqualifying part, right? If that is the part where people should have a very, very big problem with this, right? Not that he was a consenting adult having a relationship with another woman. It's that he is now running around saying, these people, these congressmen who have paid off their mistresses, et cetera, we need full transparency, because Epstein is the transparency person in Congress. He's the only transparent person in Congress. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, he's paying hush money to a mistress after his wife died. And let's see what let's play this for a couple more seconds.
Did you know much about her before you took that job?
Well, shortly before I took it, I had someone from another congressional office that I knew that sent me a worst bosses on the Hill. I
Sent you a what?
An article about how she's the worst boss on the Hill. Thomas assured me that it would be okay, but yeah, she has kind of a history.
Well, how did it work out for you working for her?
Not very well. I ended up getting fired, so there was that.
Here you go.
Well, how long did you work for?
It was 6 weeks.
All right, this part's coming up.
Well, during that period of time, how did you perceive your relationship with Thomas Massey was going?
Well, I ended up breaking off the relationship shortly after I started working for her and after trying to be in DC with him and work for her.
Why?
Well, he wanted me to engage in behavior that I wasn't comfortable.
Okay. Thomas Massey wanted this woman to, according to her, allegedly, let's be professional here. According to this woman, the reason why she broke up with Thomas Massey was because he wanted her to engage in behavior she was not comfortable with. By Thomas Massey's own standards, like, he's disqualified from office, right? Because of all of the, virtue signaling that he has done. I think that this is a disqualifying factor now, right? Just based on optics alone. So, wonder if he's going to hold himself to the standard he holds Donald Trump to, holds everyone on the Epstein files to. We'll see. I doubt it, but we'll see. Let's play a little bit more.
So I couldn't stay in that relationship.
Well, what did he say did you tell him you weren't comfortable?
Yeah, I did.
Did you object?
Yes, I did.
How did he react?
He'd get angry.
How did he treat you?
I would say emotionally abusive.
What'd you do?
Well, at that point, I broke up with him.
Did he ever make any contact with you after you broke up with him in an attempt to either rekindle the relationship or apologize?
Oh, no. Not for that.
Then what happened after you broke up with him?
Well,
Did you keep working in D.C.?
I did. And it was bad. And, I had to go to ethics, and I ended up getting fired.
How'd you find out you were fired?
Oh, a text message.
Was there any kind of allegation that you had engaged in misconduct? Any reason given for you being fired?
No, I hadn't done anything wrong.
How did Victoria Sparks?
Okay, so again, according to her, this is the timeline, right? This is all alleged, but Thomas Massey meets this chick because she's commenting on his posts on X. He starts talking to her through DMs. This is right after his wife dies. The relationship moves very quickly. He gets her a job in his friend Victoria Sparks' office, the only woman who voted for him to be Speaker of the House. She breaks up with him because he is asking her to do things she's not comfortable with. You can use your imagination for that. And right after she breaks up with him, she gets fired from Victoria Sparks' office through text message. That's basically what I'm getting from this. Now, I haven't watched the last 8 minutes, but I will after this show's over. It's just we're running out of time. I wanted to get to, this Massey sexual harassment. I don't know why it wasn't on there because I know nope, you got to spell it right. Okay. Yeah, the $17 million sexual slush fund. Thomas Massie and MTG are leading the charge for Congress to release the names of current and former members on a secret list who have spent $17 million of taxpayer money to settle sexual harassment claims. Thomas Massie, in his own post when he was on Carl Higbie, only 65 of us voted to release the names of congressmen who used taxpayer-funded sexual harassment slush fund to settle claims. Now, again, if you don't use the slush fund and you pay them out of your pocket, there's no record of it. Now, am I saying that the slush fund, am I saying that there should be a slush fund? No. What I am saying is everybody who used the slush fund knew they were using the slush fund, and there was a record of them using the slush fund. So would the slush fund's purpose potentially be to just settle claims of crazy people where there's absolutely no evidence? Possibly. That's a big possibility. Maybe the reason why so many congressmen voted against the slush fund, and I'm not saying that this is not me making excuses or saying that they didn't do anything wrong, but I'm saying maybe they were like, okay, there's a lot of the reason why we have the slush fund is because these people are now famous, they're public officials, they're public figures, and women be crazy. And men maybe, but people be crazy. And they might just come out and be like, I don't know, Mike Johnson sexually assaulted me or harassed me or whatever. And maybe there's no evidence for it. And maybe they're like, well, I'm going to go to the media. I'm going to tell the media unless you give me money. And they maybe that's why they just pay them off, because it's just less of a headache. Maybe. Doesn't matter. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it should exist. I'm saying maybe. But if you just pay those women out of your own pocket because you're rich, because make a lot of money as a congressman, apparently, you might just be able to just cut them a $60,000 check and have them sign an NDA. And then you may be able to just jump right up on your soapbox and say everybody else is doing the thing that you actually did. Is that possible? I think it's possible. I think Massie should be disqualified for stuff like this. Okay, Massie voted against building the wall, funding ICE, the Save America Act, no tax on tips, Israel's right to exist, repealing Obamacare, sanctions on North Korea, and strikes against Iran. I think that's why he should be disqualified. But if I was Massie would think Massie should be disqualified for this. So, is Massie going to hold Massie to his standards or mine? Because if he's holding himself to either, he should resign. And I guess we'll see how it goes 1 week from today. I know what I would do if I lived in Kentucky's 4th District. I would vote for Ed Galrain, because Ed Galrain is a Navy SEAL, Army Ranger, 5th generation farmer who does not want the job, does not need the job, and just decided to take it because Trump asked him to. I think that's a better motivator than, I make a lot of money in Congress. He does. Thomas Massie does. All right. 9 o'clock. You know what that means. It is time for Sean Farish with Ungoverned. I'm off to work. Fun stuff. But I will see you tomorrow for Woke Wednesday. And maybe we'll play the last 7 minutes of that if I decide it's worth it. If not, we'll figure something out. All right. We'll see you tomorrow. Peace.
A partially valid, a half-truth, if you will, is being pushed.
I can't wait to find out all sorts of new and exciting things I didn't know about myself.
So you just hate Jews, bro?
Yeah, you're just an anti-Semite. Congratulations.
You're
Go
not
join.
What would you say?
Exactly.
Well, that's different. It's not different. It's the same thing.
Yeah, it's
that just we are the only society on earth who has the obligation to self-destruct, to blame ourselves for every problem that has ever existed, and we just think of ourselves as the worst human beings who are responsible for every bad.
How many Muslims are trying to stop Boko Haram? How many Muslims were confronting ISIS? How many Muslims, the extremists always win. So the peaceful majority, of which I know many, they're irrelevant.
Tuesday to the Ungovernables, the Captain's Crew, the LFA family, McGroy Nation. We are coming to you live from the deep red state of Tennessee on rumble.com/Elevate TV. Welcome to Ungovern. Happy primary day if you live in West Virginia. A lot of state offices are in their primary cycle right now. Follow Chris Rose, our good friend Chris Rose, at Chris Rose WV on X to get your voting guide, where you should vote for, so that West Virginia has a MAGA representation in their state legislature and not these squishy rhinos. There's apparently a very big battle underway in the state of West Virginia. So if you live in West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home. Country road. There it is. She didn't break out the Creed that time.
I was getting close.
What's funny is when Brennan starts singing songs, eventually Scott Stapp just comes out. Yeah. She'll be like that. Mountain Mama, take me home.
Every single time.
Country road. Just like, whoa. Yeah, the Creed came out. We going, with arms wide open. Every time. Toby Keith sounds like Creed. Bob Marley sounds like Creed. Jason Mraz sounds like Creed.
No matter
anybody.
What I'm singing.
Doesn't matter who it is. Like Kenny Chesney. I'll sit right here. Have another beer, Mexico. And it's like, whoa. When did Kenny Chesney when?
It's because Creed's got some soul. And I gotta add a little soul every time I'm getting.
It is true.
Getting going.
It is true. It is. All right, JC Warlock with the spelling of "with arms wide open" in the chat. He has gone in there. All right. If you live in West Virginia, make sure you get out and vote today. Primary cycle. It's very important to participate in your primaries. That's where the iron really does sharpen the iron, because once your candidate wins the primary, especially if you're in a Republican district, I'd be honest, they don't have to run that hard, right? They know that they're likely going to win, and they're the Republican. They're not going to elect the Democrat, et cetera, et cetera. So the primaries are very important. I always encourage people to participate in their primaries. So if you live in West Virginia, please participate. I believe that is today. Please participate in your primaries today. And if you need help when it comes to, figuring out who to vote for, at Chris Rose WV, and you could see the candidates who he has endorsed. And for those of you maybe new to the show, don't know the Chris Rose story, we had him on a show 2023, and he won a race for state senate in West Virginia. So he's a part of the state legislature. His family spent generations in the coal mine. He himself was a coal miner and decided to run for state senate. His opponent, who he defeated in the primary, dropped $1.2 million on him. Chris Rose raised, I believe, $84,000 tops. It was him and a couple of volunteers. They knocked on tens of thousands of doors throughout the entire primary cycle, and he won his primary by upwards of 20 points. Might have even been upwards of 30 points in the primary. So he won that primary going away. He won it by so much and made his opponent, his Republican opponent in the primary, burn through so much money that the following day, the Democrat candidate that was going to run in that Senate district called him and said, I'm not doing this anymore, because they didn't want to waste the money. So, that's one of the stories. That's why if you ever hear me say you can win elections using the Chris Rose method, that's the Chris Rose method. Hard work, burn through pairs of your shoes, walk all over your district, all over where your constituents are, knock on doors. We did something similar. We didn't knock on that many doors for Kenneth Barrett for sheriff here in Rutherford County, but we were a part of that. It's fun to experience that. That's where elections are won. That is where elections are won. They are won on the ground. They are won on the stoops. They are won on doorsteps. They are won in living rooms. They are won, on front porches. They are not. It's not to say that mailers and radio ads and social media ads, are pointless. They're a good supplement. But the real change and the real impact is made in the trenches. So there you go. Follow the Chris Rose method at Chris Rose WV. He's a state senator in West Virginia, and he's got his voting guide out. So if you live in West Virginia, get out, participate in your primary, and if you need help figuring out who to vote for, check out Chris Rose's voter guide. Of course, do your own research. We don't just blindly trust anybody, and I'm sure Chris would tell you the same thing. It's a voting guide. It's not a mandate. Do your own research as well. But today is primary day in West Virginia. And I like to be, in the know about where these primaries are taking place. Next week is May 19th. It is primary day in Kentucky, specifically Kentucky's 4th congressional district. Thomas Massey, Ed Galrain. Some very interesting allegations have now floated and have been released online about Thomas Massey. And I say allegations because that's all they are right now. I do not change my opinion or change the way I want the system to work based on who the defendant is or who the accused is, okay? So whether it's James Comey, Tyler Robinson, Thomas Massey, Donald Trump, Jeff Clark, a January 6th defendant, whoever it is, you are innocent until proven guilty in our system, whether I like you or not, right? So we're going to go through these Massey allegations because I'll tell you what, they're serious, but the timing makes me go, but she appears to have receipts, but it doesn't look like there's anything illegal, but did they use taxpayer money in this whole thing? Then we have the right to know. And it's all about holding Thomas Massey to the standards that he wants to hold everybody else to. So we'll get into that in a second. The big story today, which I'm very excited about, the great Chase Bowes, who we're going to get back on very soon once a lot of these other maps are redrawn to have another, midterm projection and update, is very excited about. Not Creed, Leonard Skinner, Sweet Home Alabama. Because I'm as free as a bird now. Jeez. That's like, there used to be like an internet trend of sports or any moment set to the music of Titanic. Do you remember that trend?
No.
It was okay. So it was a big sports thing. You're not into, you're not on sports
I'm not a
internet.
sporty gal.
So like, for example, it could be any sports play, just like a mundane home run, and it was just like it would be like Mark Teixeira hits a home run set to Titanic, and you see him hit the whole ball, and it's like, you're here, right? This is Celine Dion, and it was so stupid. So there should be a new internet trend of Scott Stapp sings any song. Twinkle, twinkle, little star.
I could do it for him.
Yeah, do it.
Me in my shower.
Yeah. Oh.
Singing Creed.
I get a free concert every night. So when I'm in here show prep in the showers, I hear everything.
And it switches like that. I can be singing like...
She'd be singing any song, and next thing you know, it's
a totally different song.
And the trend is basically like by the end of the song, it's Scott Stapp. So you can start off with like Toby Keith, and it's, how do you like me now? And she's doing the whole thing. And then all of a sudden, Scott Stapp comes up, not that I'm on my way.
I do have song ADHD.
Yeah. So Bad Moon says we call it creeding everything. I like that. This is a good trend. I think we should do like what happened?
I bumped the wire. I hope
Oh.
I didn't mess anything up.
No, you're good. Everything's good. We have this board is, come on. This is not a problem. You hear a hoo-yah? All right. So we're going to have some. Hoo-yah! That's good. Scott Stapp on the steps of the Capitol. Went down to the rich man's house and they took back what they stole from us. This is what democracy looks like. Scott Stapp, not an unseasoned boiled chicken breast. Matter of fact, lots of seasoning. That gritty voice. All right. And we all know, I would be remiss if I forgot to say this, but we all know that Scott Stapp basically ripped off Eddie Vedder, right? From Pearl Jam. I mean, Eddie Vedder did it first. Ray Charles may have done it even Georgia, but look, Eddie Vedder did it first. We know that. When I first heard Creed, I was like, is that Pearl Jam? No, it's Creed. All right. Let's get back on track. What is the phrase? Regroup, reorient, resume the mission, right? Regroup, reorient, resume the mission. Okay.
Who said that? We got to give them credit.
I forget.
I don't remember.
That
was fun. Whoever it was. Thank you.
Speak up. All right. Quick word from our friends at OFP Farms, and then we'll jump right into redistricting. Huge redistricting win in Alabama. That's right. Alabama. Oh, sweet home Alabama. Little Creed. All right, folks. OFP Farms now is the perfect time to stock up on your favorite OFP Farms tallow and goat milk skincare products and save while you do it. Enjoy 10% off your entire order with the exclusive code Shawn. That's my name, SHAWN. Don't spell it wrong. I haven't made this threat in a while because the Supreme Court overturned tariffs. So we're going to do it a different way. If you use the code Shawn, SEAN, I will hunt you down and charge you a 15% tariff. So you won't even save money on OFP Farms anymore. OFPFarms.com, promo code Shawn, SHAWN. Get yourself some farm-crafted, amazing products. They make them in small batches, maintaining quality. That's most important, quality. Simple ingredients that your skin understands. Nothing complex. You put the magnesium on. Brennan loves the magnesium. This stuff works so well. Nourishing skincare from OFP Farms right into your home. Thousands of 5-star reviews and customer service that truly cares. You can feel confident shopping with OFP Farms. Sound off in the chat. Do you love OFP Farms? I do.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're great.
I can't sleep without putting the magnesium on. Like, it's become a thing.
I have not been able to use any other lip balm besides this. I don't use Crap Stick. Crap Stick's owned by Pfizer, right? We don't do that.
Nope.
Brendan told me in 2023, get rid of your chapstick. I said, but it works so well. She said, but it's owned by Pfizer. It is? Yeah, read the thing. Little tiny fine print. Pfizer. Goodbye. Right out the window. And OFP Farms has been our go-to lip balm ever since. So it's OFPFarms.com, promo code Shawn, SHAWN, OFPFarms.com, promo code Shawn. Here's a little visual reminder. Screenshot it. Look at that. Happy cows, happy goats. Come on. There it is. OFPFarms.com, promo code SHAWN, OFPFarms.com, promo code SHAWN. USN Vet 0811 says, almost came close to losing my coffee there. Is this, are we liking the creedifying of everything right now? I think that might be a fun thing to start doing, you know?
Yeah,
creedifying everything. We can start creedifying everything. Yeah. All right, here we go.
Underrated.
Let's see what we have here. Okay. Let's get into this redistricting. It's a serious story here. Redistricting wars continuing. The Supreme Court is allowing Alabama. Roll Tide! They're allowing Alabama. They are allowing Alabama. That's a tough one to say. Allowing Alabama.
That is
allowing Alabama.
Allowing Alabama.
That's not that hard. It was just hard for a second. Allowing Alabama. All right. The lawnmower just petered out. Supreme Court allows Alabama to move forward with 2023 congressional maps. I lost her. She's out. That's it. She's out. There it is.
Okay,
regroup, reorient. Reorganize, resume the mission. Yeah. Supreme Court allows Alabama to move forward with 2023 congressional maps. So here's why when we found out about the Supreme Court Voting Rights Act decision, we started blowing the air horns, right? Because the reason why we started having a party about it is because of what I'm about to read to you here regarding Alabama and what happened to them in 2023. The Supreme Court has granted a request from Alabama Republican leaders to lift a block on the state using a congressional map adopted by the state legislature in 2023.
This comes after the court ruled in late April that a Louisiana map that was ordered to be made with the second black majority district was an unconstitutional racial gerrymander. The unsigned order vacates a U.S. District Court ruling on the matter and hands the case back to the U.S. Court of Appeals for the 11th Circuit for further consideration in light of the Louisiana decision. Here's what happened in Alabama. In Alabama in 2023, their map that was adopted by the state legislature had only one majority black district. A federal court ruled that the map had violated Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. So this is what was happening in these southern states. They would draw these maps, it would go to court, and the court would say, there's not enough racial representation on this map. You have to draw another majority-minority district, i.e. racially gerrymander, so that there's better representation of, minority voters. And we know what this was all about. This was the same way these judges like to get in the way of the Trump agenda. These judges, these judicial activists acting on behalf of the Democrat Party were trying to steal seats in red states. That is why the Supreme Court Voting Rights Act ruling, while it didn't get rid of Section 2, it essentially made Section 2 all basically worthless. Okay? So in 2023, Alabama adopted a map and a judge said, no, there's not enough minority representation on it. They cited Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. This has happened in southern states for decades. Decades. It has essentially forced these states to give Democrats seats because that's the way these minorities generally vote. And again, it's not about minority representation. It's about Democrats trying to worm their way into power through whatever opening they can create. Democrat Representative Shamari Figures was elected in that district. Monday's ruling removes that injunction that required Alabama to use the court-imposed map. In the Alabama order, the court's 3 liberal justices argued the state's case was not affected by the Louisiana ruling because there was a constitutional finding of intentional discrimination. It's independent of the legal issues discussed in the Louisiana case. Vacatur is thus inappropriate and will cause only confusion as Alabamans begin to vote in the election scheduled for next week. Kay Ivey, the governor of Alabama, signed into law a measure on Friday that authorizes a special election for lawmakers whose district boundaries will be changed as a result of reverting to the older map. Ivey said, with this special session successfully behind us, Alabama now stands ready to quickly act should the courts issue favorable rulings in our ongoing redistricting cases. So this is going to net the Republican Party nationally a seat in Alabama. You got a seat in Tennessee. You've got a seat in Louisiana. I think you're going to get something out of Mississippi as well, and you're going to get something out of South Carolina as well. You're looking at now the redistricting fight tilting in the direction of the Republican Party come the midterms. But that doesn't matter. What matters this election cycle, starting with primaries and going all the way through the general? Participation matters. Engagement matters. Campaigning matters. Many hands make light work. You see Candace Owens going after Nick Shirley? She said that one of Nick Shirley's videos was fake from when he visited a favela in, I think it was Brazil. Why is Candace Owens doing that? Because she doesn't do real work. He does real work, Nick Shirley. Dude almost got kidnapped in Cuba. He blew the lid off the fraud scandal in Minnesota. She's jealous. Real work yields real results. BS yields more BS. If we want to win these midterms, we can't just say, oh, well, look, we've been given these seats. You have not won those seats yet. You still have to win a couple of elections, right? Primaries and general elections. Get out and participate. Period. If we take the too big to rig mindset into the 2026 midterm cycle, we'll win. We have a great chance with how redistricting has gone in Texas, Tennessee, Louisiana, Alabama, soon to be Mississippi, soon to be South Carolina. The reversal of the 10-1 maps in Virginia, Florida. Forgot all about Florida. Florida drawing us more seats. We have the potential here to be able to hold on to the House. It's there. If we get out and do the real work. Speaking of Virginia, the Democrats, we mentioned this yesterday. Remember this story yesterday? The Democrats wanted to get rid of the entire Virginia Supreme Court and lower the minimum forced retirement age. I'm sorry, the maximum forced retirement age to 54 years old. That's lower than the retirement age in the country. Why are they doing that? Because they want to get rid of all the justices, all of them, and replace them with justices that will just rule in their favor. I'm sorry. What happened to no kings? What happened to, Trump's behaving like a tyrant. He's consolidating power. Isn't that kind of what you're doing? If you fire your entire Supreme Court? Well, we said yesterday that while this is a very revealing proposition from Virginia Democrats, that wasn't likely to pass. And you're now seeing that it's most likely dead in the water. New York Times reported that Democrats in Virginia would amend the state constitution to force all sitting judges on its state Supreme Court to retire after losing a 4-3 decision on another botched attempt to amend the state constitution. Turns out that this was a bridge too far even for Democrats, who have begun to wonder about the backlash coming from its scummy tactics in gerrymandering the state. As one Democrat operative told the Virginia Scope yesterday, the idea amounted to nothing more than schizo-hopium. The Democrat said the following, quote, "Everyone has to have a strong stomach right now. This is a complete disaster waiting to happen if people are timid." Subramniam told the New York Times. "We have Republican states ignoring their constitutions and interrupting early voting and ignoring their Supreme Courts altogether." That's not what's happening, by the way. "We know based on that, Republicans would explore every single option to move this forward." Several Virginia Democrat operatives immediately pushed back against the idea of drastically changing how their Commonwealth operates. Quote, "This is schizo-hopium," one Democrat operative told the Virginia Scope. Another operative pointed out that removing all 7 justices would mean they are firing the first female black chief justice. Can't do that! You can't do that! They boxed themselves into the corner there. So this idea, this proposal from the Democrats in Virginia of, well, yeah, you're going to rule against us? Well, we're just going to fire all of you. Yeah, no, that's not going to happen. What's important is they considered it. What's important to realize is that they considered actually doing this. This is what you are fighting against. And if there weren't some somewhat sane Democrats in Virginia, make no mistake, they would have done it. Listen to Hakeem Jeffries talking about that. Dalasto! Listen to Dalasto. Everyone loves that, by the way.
It's good.
I refer to him as just Dalasto online now. Dollasto.
Yeah.
And people are like, what is...
If you want to make it real thug, instead of S, do the $sign.
Oh, yeah, but you know what? On X, though, when you put a $sign before letters, it brings up a stock ticker now.
Oh, that's
it's called a cash tag.
That would be funny.
Dalasto! Here's Hakeem Jeffries essentially talking about this whole plan with the Virginia courts.
In a period of time, we do have these structural problems that need to be addressed. We've got to, for instance, make sure we pass the John Robert Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act so we can end the era of voter suppression in the United States of America once and for all. We have to end Citizens United, dramatically reform our campaign finance laws to stop the ability of these deep-pocketed special interests to intervene. And we are going to have to explore massive judicial reform, state by state and at the federal level, and everything should be on the table.
Everything's on the table, state by state, massive judicial reform. Whoa, 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 whoa. I thought when Republicans call for judicial reform. Oh my gosh, you're targeting judges. You're subverting the rule of law. You're not abiding by court decisions, right? We talk about impeaching Boasberg. Oh, it's an attack on our institutions. Now you got Hakeem Jeffries, and Ron DeSantis does this much better than I do. We got to look at judicial reform in all states and at every level. Maximum warfare. Where is that DeSantis clip? Here it is.
Our message to Florida Republicans is F around and find out.
He's like, we're going to do maximum warfare against Republicans. Florida Republicans, you F around, you going to find out.
Dollar store. There he is. Dollar store Obama. Maximum warfare, judicial reform state by state, at every level. Okay. So they're allowed to talk like that. We're not allowed to talk like that. Okay. Rules for thee, not for me. That's what it breaks down to. All right, we're going to take a quick break, and then I'm going to call a little bit of an audible here because I do want to get into these Thomas Massie accusations. Folks, they're accusations. I'm not saying I believe them. I'm not saying I don't believe them. I'm saying they're accusations. And if we learned anything from Brett Kavanaugh, Clarence Thomas, Trevor Bauer, we don't believe all women. We also don't believe no women. What do we believe? We believe evidence. If somebody's going to make a claim, I need to see evidence of their claim before I start to wonder or start to believe what they're saying is real. That's how I operate. I am a harsh skeptic on a lot of things. You tell me it's raining and I look out the window and it's not raining, you're going to lose credibility with me. Well, it's raining where I am. Well, yeah, you're halfway across the country. It's not raining where I am. Okay, so I'm going to play these allegations in a second. It's a clip from a woman's interview. Nasty allegations, do not get me wrong. And then we're going to go through the couple of nuances here with these Massie allegations. I don't like Thomas Massie at all. Not one bit. I believe he's a fraud. I believe he's a rhino, like literally a Republican in name only. He runs as a Republican, but he's really a libertarian. And like one of those neo-libertarians, too. He's not a Ron Paul libertarian. He's like one of these neo-pro-Islam libertarians. It's very weird. And I think he's a hypocrite. And we should hold him to the standards that he wants to hold others to. But I'm not just going to do, because I've seen this already online. Someone said, as I said, I'm not going to just say Massie is guilty because I don't like Massie. Someone said that's very disappointing to see from you. No. That's disappointing to see from you. That you want me to pervert the way the system works and say, oh, well, if I don't like him, he's guilty until proven innocent. That's not the way it works here. Okay? Well, you don't want to play politics. You're right. I don't want to play politics with sexual assault allegations. I'd like to utilize the system that we have the way it was designed to be utilized and not weaponize it against anybody, whether I like them or not. That said, these are serious allegations. There appears to be some convincing evidence, so we're going to get to that in a second and go through the nuances of what may or may not have happened and what that means for Thomas Massie, whose primary is in 7 days. Before we do that, let's get to a word from our friends at Silent. SLNT.com. SLNT.com/Sean. Let's face it, guys and gals, your phone is a tracking device. Between government agencies, big tech, corporate data brokers, even those crazy cyber criminals, they work hard. If those cyber criminals would work hard doing something productive, they'd actually make more money, and they wouldn't go to jail. They're all fighting for a piece of your digital footprint, and the worst part about it is they don't ask. They just take your data. They're supposed to ask. They don't. They just take it. That is why Silent exists. Silent makes Faraday gear that blocks all wireless signals, including cellular, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GPS, RFID, and near-field communications. No signal means no tracking, no remote access, and no breadcrumbs. It's the same technology trusted by special operations teams around the world, used to block signals, avoid surveillance, and secure communications wherever the mission leads. And right now, it is available to you. So you could protect your family, you could secure your digital footprint, and you could protect your freedom. Just drop your phone in a Silent Faraday sleeve and it's off the grid, completely silent and invisible to the outside world. From their backpacks to their sleeves to their crossbody, Silent's patented technology gives you total control of your privacy. Just visit slnt.com/Sean to save 15% and get free shipping on qualifying orders. That is slnt.com/SHAWN. Protect your rights, secure your data, and stay one step ahead. Silent.com, slnt.com. Silence the chaos. Go silent today. slnt.com/SHAWN.
I have to interrupt the program.
Uh-oh.
We have a sighting.
A sighting?
Is better than Bigfoot because it's even less seen than Bigfoot. Matthias is in the chat.
Oh my gosh! We have rare. We got to go like full nature documentary. If you take a look at his natural habitat, Matthias is in the chat. He's here. Nice to see you. All right. We have air horns and all sorts of stuff. And I got a new board. He said, Matthias, you haven't been here in a while.
Who do you think you are?
Who do you think you are? Tucker Carlson on the board. All right. Let's move right into Thomas Massie and these allegations. Okay. So here's where I stand on these allegations. Okay. First of all, this is a short clip. There's a longer interview. I have not been able to watch the whole thing yet. Others have. But here's where I stand on, and it's not just these allegations, guys. I want you to understand something. It's not just these allegations that, this is how I feel. Anytime I see accusations of sexual assault, especially aimed at a politician, Republican, Democrat, or a public figure or a celebrity, I immediately put on my skeptic glasses and I go, we've seen this before. That's not to say that I don't believe them. That's to say that I am skeptical and I want to see evidence before I make any sort of judgment or have any sort of opinion. And I think that's what we should all do. These are serious allegations, but we've seen serious allegations levied at people who we do like. Donald Trump, E. Jean Carroll. We say, oh my gosh, this is crazy. This is all political. I'm not saying that this woman is lying, who's accusing Thomas Massie of some pretty weird stuff. But I'm also saying we don't know if she's telling the truth. I don't like Thomas Massie, but the timing of this, seeing as how we're a week away from his primary, seems a little fishy. But the woman appears to have receipts, Cynthia West. And the receipts that she has gives these allegations a lot more weight than many of the allegations that Thomas Massie throws around about the administration, all protecting pedophiles. So, I say, in the spirit of transparency, which apparently Thomas Massie says he's all about, release the Massie files. Because people with nothing to hide
stuff.
Exactly. And what I find very interesting,
what?
I can't do this because I'm blocked by Thomas Massie, proudly. But if you mention the name Cynthia West in Thomas Massie's replies, he is hiding those replies. People with nothing to hide.
Hide stuff. Hide stuff.
Yeah, I am waiting for Scott to say, people with nothing to hide stuff. Those of you who don't know, we are creedifying everything right now.
Yep.
So I'm going to play for you these allegations. Again, they're very serious. Although I don't know if anything here is illegal, certainly unethical. And you could argue immoral. I don't know if there was any law breaking here, but this doesn't matter. Let's play this clip, these allegations against Thomas Massie.
You're saying that you were offered $60,000 only if you remain silent about all this?
Yes.
Do you have any documents to demonstrate that?
Yeah. I mean, it's right here.
Have you had further contact with Thomas Massey other than what you've described?
No, we haven't. We don't communicate anymore.
Don't you think that today's testimony might cost you the $60,000?
Oh, I know it will, but I mean, I've spent so much time fighting for transparency, and justice and accountability that if I did this, then I would call into question my own integrity. I wouldn't be able to sit with that, so I can't do it.
Other than the fact that this settlement is conditioned upon you keeping silent, do you have any concerns that there might be any other recriminations taken against you or retaliatory acts taken against you?
Oh, absolutely.
For what you're doing here today?
Yes. I mean, I know about, he's got his Massey's Nasties and his whole gray ops. Then they've got, all these burner phones and accounts and not to mention his following, right? I know what the future holds for me or could hold for me, but it goes back to that integrity piece.
Well, I mean, on top of being a mom, you're a candidate for the school board, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm running for school board.
I mean, don't you think that this might even have some negative impact on your school board race?
Yeah, but if I'm trying to make a difference there and I want accountability and integrity, I have to walk the walk,
How long have you been considering making this public?
Oh, too long.
Why now?
I'm going to have to sign that. I mean, it's at that point where I have to make that choice. And I can't do it.
All right, so what exactly happened here? Apparently that woman, Cynthia West, who is now in Florida, who is running for school board, alleges, and I say alleges because I don't know, and I'm not just going to believe something about someone who I don't like because it makes them look bad. I'm also not saying it's BS. I'm saying we're at the we don't know phase. We're at the evidence collection phase, and we're going to review the evidence, and then we're going to make a decision and an opinion, okay? That's the way we should do it. Someone I don't like, there's an allegation against them. Oh, wow, they're guilty? No. I will never do that, ever. Cynthia West alleges that about 2 months after Thomas Massey's wife died, he DM'd her and wound up getting her a congressional staffer job in Washington, D.C. The allegation is that Massey then pressured her to be involved in some questionable sexual behavior, some deviant behavior. Cynthia West rejected, those advances. When she rejected those advances, allegedly, Massey had her fired. Then bribed her and threatened her not to file a complaint. The complaint was filed in fall of 2025. The same time when Thomas Massey remarried to a different staffer 20 years younger than him. Fine, whatever. The question I have is that $60,000 payment, which, again, happens all the time, hush money, whatever. Is that a part of that congressional slush fund that pays off sexual abuse victims? And if it is, then we, the taxpayer, have every right to know about what happened here because that's our money that she's being offered. Now, I would like to know where the presumed next governor of South Carolina is right now on these Massey allegations, Nancy Mace. Because while I have a lot of respect for Nancy Mace, she has an issue, and one of her major issues is sexual abuse. She was abused at one time in her life. It's awful. She talks about it all the time. And clearly, it makes her very emotional, the trauma that she suffered. There have been a lot of conversations. There's been a lot of chatter on Capitol Hill about that congressional slush fund that, these accusers come forward and they settle, and Congress has this money, which again is our money, and they pay off these victims and they sign the NDAs and they keep them quiet. Mace has talked about it. Thomas Massie has talked about it, especially regarding Epstein and other untoward behaviors by members of Congress. Where are the people who grandstanded about Epstein, grandstanded about paying off sexual abuse victims in light of these accusations? Now, I want to be clear. I don't know if anything Thomas Massie allegedly did in this situation is even illegal. That's not the point. The point is this guy, since around now of last year, for about a year, has been making his entire case to voters why he should stay in Congress about the Epstein files and sexual assault and sexual abuse victims. Meanwhile, he knew there was an active complaint filed against him for these alleged behaviors that Cynthia West says Thomas Massie displayed and the advances that he allegedly made toward her. Now, I hear all the time from Massie's people, he's the last honorable man in Congress. Again, I don't know if these allegations are true, but if they are, that doesn't seem very honorable. Now, what I'm not going to do is I'm not just going to convict him off of a 2-minute clip. I would like to see the evidence. I would like to see the complaint. I would like to see whether or not she was being offered money from the Congressional Slush Fund. And if she was, then every last file about Thomas Massie and these allegations, whether they're true or not, this is how we treated the Epstein files, should be released tomorrow. Tomorrow. If you're all about transparency, Thomas Massie, and you're all about the correct use of taxpayer money, right, and government waste and government abuse, and some of your colleagues like Nancy Mace and others in the House have talked at length about the Congressional Slush Fund that is used to settle accusations and claims of sexual misconduct, which appear to be plentiful in Washington, D.C. If you're all about transparency surrounding those issues, then you should have absolutely no problem releasing all of the information surrounding Cynthia West. And by the way, I don't care who it is that's been accessing this slush fund. All of that information should be made public. We, the taxpayer, should know how our money is being used, especially if you're forcing women to sign NDAs and keeping them quiet regarding claims, allegations of sexual abuse. This is not a tough ask. You wanted maximum transparency with Epstein? You made that the entire focal point of your messaging for the last year plus? Ain't no fun when the rabbit's got the gun. We deserve transparency on this case as well. Fair is fair.
I'm seeing in the chat that she said that he paid with his own money.
Okay, if he paid with his own money...
She said in the interview that he paid out of his own pocket. They're saying.
Okay. If he paid with his own money, then we could demand the transparency, but we don't actually have the right to know. Now, Kentucky Ford has the right to know. If this was the Congressional Slush Fund, we'd have every right to know. Mm-hmm. If it's his own money, then it's his own money. Hey, I'd like to know more. And in the spirit of transparency, maybe we will know more. But I'm not going to sit down and just convict this guy because I don't like him. I'm also not going to write off the allegations because other allegations have been false, because there's also been allegations that have been true. But if we learned anything from Clarence Thomas, if we learned anything from Donald Trump, if we learned anything from Brett Kavanaugh, if we learned anything from Trevor Bauer, it is not that we believe all women. It's also that we don't say we believe no women. We believe evidence. And we let the evidence form our opinion. These are serious allegations. I don't think anything illegal was done here. However, kind of creepy. Far from honorable if what is being alleged by Cynthia West is true. All right, quick break. Let's get to a word from our friends over at Cove Pure.
The best.
We love us some Cove Pure. All right, Cove Pure unit is the best. I happen to like it. And one more thing on the Massey situation. His accounts and his office has not even acknowledged this. I think something looking at it from 30,000 feet, where do I lean? Is it something or is it nothing? If it was nothing, he would have said, this is nothing. Right. This is false. We've been dealing with this. She's out for money. This is a typical tactic used to take down political opponents. He would have blamed Israel by now. He would have blamed Ed Galrain by now. He would have blamed AIPAC by now. He hasn't done any of that. They have completely ignored this story as if it's not happening, which leads me to believe there's there. Does that mean everything Cynthia West is saying is true? It does not. Does that mean there could be smoke and therefore there could be fire? It does mean there could be smoke and therefore there could be fire. If these allegations were false and defamatory and slanderous, you think Thomas Massey's office would come out and say, oh, these allegations are completely and totally false. I mean, even Eric Swalwell tried to do that. Massey here and his office, they're posting about everything else. They are hiding replies of people who mention Cynthia West, and they are not saying a word about this situation, which from 30,000 feet, right, looking at it, I don't like Thomas Massey, but I'm going to remove that bias and base what I'm about to say on the behavior of Massey. It looks like there's some substance to the allegations. It doesn't look like criminal activity, and it doesn't look, especially if what she's saying is true, that he paid her with her own money, it doesn't look like he accessed that congressional slush fund, but he still tried to pay her to keep her quiet, allegedly, in the wake of these accusations. And I would like to see more about it in the spirit of full transparency, something that Thomas Massey has been talking about for the last 12 plus months. Release the Massey files, right? Maximum transparency, right? I think so. All right. Cove Pure, COVEPURE.com/Sean, CovePure.com. We love Cove Pure. This thing is awesome. Sits on our counter. It's quiet. The water comes out, tastes good. We're getting close to, summer when the lake turns over and the algae blooms. Ugh, not going to be a problem here anymore. There we go. Look, you may have seen this. Researchers have been documenting male fish developing female characteristics in rivers all across the United States. It comes from birth control pills that wastewater treatment plants can't fully filter out, and it's in the same water that runs into your home. No, thank you. That is why we use Cove Pure to purify our water. So here's how this actually works. When people take medication, their bodies don't absorb all of it. The rest of it gets flushed. It goes through the wastewater treatment, and those plants were never built to catch pharmaceutical compounds. So estrone, for example, from birth control pills, antibiotics, antidepressants, they just come right back out of your system, into your wastewater, through the plant, and right back to your tap. Your standard pitcher filter from the store isn't going to cut it here. These compounds are too small, too persistent. You need something that can filter things out at a molecular level. And that is exactly what Cove Pure does. Their clear wave reverse osmosis technology is certified to remove up to 99.9% of contaminants, estrone, fluoride, PFAs, lead, arsenic. Basically anything that isn't water gets filtered out. Brennan loves the hot water feature. She uses it multiple times a day for her tea. You don't have to boil water. You press the hot button on there. It comes out at 212 degrees instantly. How cool is that?
Bada bing, bada boom.
Bada bing, bada boom. I happen to love the fact that it displays what's being taken out. You know, TDS. I think that's funny. I love that too. I love this whole unit, and the water comes out, tastes really, really good. And it puts the calcium and the magnesium back into the water, so you're not drinking any empty water.
That's right.
Those fish did not have a choice about what was in their water, but you do. So go to covepure.com/Sean, and right now you can get $250 off of your Cove Pure unit. COVEPURE.com/SHAWN. CovePure.com/SHAWN for $250 off. Okay. Folks, hit that thumbs up button. I haven't asked the last couple of days. I've just gotten tired of doing that. If you're going to hit it, you're going to hit it. If not, not. You know, it
They
is
already
what it is.
know that they're supposed to, whether you're going to or not.
You know, you're gonna. All right. Yesterday we talked a little bit about the Iran war. I am admittedly getting impatient with this whole situation, mainly for political reasons. I want to see the regime crumble. I want to see them lose their nuclear program. Now we hear from Donald Trump this morning, oh, the Iranians are going to, they're going to hand over the nuclear dust. We've heard this before. It's not that Trump is lying. Iran is lying. We know that, okay? I believe the team in place at the White House, this administration, is the team best equipped to deal with this situation in Iran. I just want to see it wrapped up. We were told 4 to 6 weeks, and we've gone well beyond that. We're getting close to Memorial Day. Gas is still expensive. And whether or not you want to say, oh, I'm willing to bite the bullet, I'm willing to eat the short-term pain for long-term gain, that's fine. I am too. But you have to understand the way politics works in this country. Gas prices go up, and the first thing people do is blame the president. Period. That's just how it works. So we want to limit the political damage from gas prices going up. And Donald Trump has proposed, as I said yesterday, and he formally proposed it. Looks like Josh Hawley's going to take it up in the Senate, suspending the gas tax. Let me give you a little bit of, another angle to suspending the gas tax. That may work very well in the favor of Republicans. The first, I'm going to play this clip of Trump talking about suspending the federal gas tax.
I'm going to reduce until let me tell you, as soon as this is over with Iran, as soon as it's over, you're going to see gasoline and oil drop like a rock. Going to be dropping down like a rock. I mean, already, look, just on the basis of, things have happened. When it first came about, 20% of the oil came out of Hormuz. That's a lot. But, with time, it's like they go into Texas, they go into Louisiana, they go into Alaska, a lot of Alaska. Alaska's, sort of, it seems like very far away from Asia, but it's actually a relatively short trip by comparison to other locations they have to go to get oil. And they go into Alaska. In fact, our big problem is we're building bigger docking, to fill up.
Docking. Gosh, he's such a New Yorker. Here's the hidden value of suspending the gas tax. It's going to be a quick lesson for a lot of people who don't understand how taxes work. We understand paying taxes, right? Okay. What happens when you suspend the gas tax? If there's no tax on the sale of gasoline, and that tax isn't passed on to the consumer at the pump, what happens to the price of gas?
It goes down.
It goes down. So what is the lesson that we can learn? When you suspend taxes, things become more affordable. Now, that is something that the Democrats don't want people to know. Because their whole platform is, if you pay more in taxes, everything is free. It's going to be very interesting to see, because this is going to have to be passed by Congress, the suspension of the gas tax. It's going to be very interesting to see who votes against making gasoline more affordable. And the conversation that I want to have is not about the war. It's not about gas. It's about, you're going to suspend a tax and it is going to make a product more affordable. That is something Democrats don't want people to know. taxing things passes that cost, that burden onto you. Democrats want you to believe that if you pay more in taxes, everything is free. But how can everything be free if you're paying the government more money? That's the conversation that I want to have. Watch. The gas tax gets suspended. Gas becomes more affordable. And the lesson we can all learn is less taxes and everything becomes more affordable. More taxes and everything becomes less affordable. And then we direct our moderate friends to go, and who is the party of high taxes? The Democrats. Therefore, they are not the party of affordability. That's the conversation that we need to have. All right. Quick word from our friends at goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Here you go.
I'm sure by now you've heard that silver went up 160% last year, 2025. I bought this silver for $22 an ounce. It's now worth almost $100. And we and experts think that silver is going to get up to about $200 an ounce. Palladium and platinum were stuck at $900 an ounce for like over a year, or in that area. Now they're up over $2,000. Gold is approaching $5,000 an ounce. If you have ever thought about putting some or all of your retirement or nest egg or savings or just buying bullion in precious metals, now's the time to do it. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. That's goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Go leave your name, your email, and your phone number. Schedule a time to talk to the folks over at Golden Crest Metals. Get your free gold guide today, and make sure you tune in on Saturdays at 1 p.m. for the Crest Report, where we dive deep into precious metals, why they're doing what they're doing, and where we expect them to go. It is like insider trading. Nancy Pelosi knows about that. We don't. It's just inside information. It's not even really that. It's called knowledge. Get yours today and get a part of gold, silver, palladium, and platinum and diversify your portfolio today. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA.
That is goldencrestmetals.com/LFA, goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. I want to bring up one more bizarre story out of California. The mayor of Acadia, California, has been busted for acting as an illegal agent of China. You look at it, China. All bad things come from China. This mayor busted Eileen Wang. That's funny. The mayor of the city of Arcadia I could have said Wong, but I didn't. I said Wang because I'm a child.
Yeah.
The mayor of the city of Arcadia has just been charged with acting as a foreign agent for China. She was posting information on a supposed news website that was basically regime-approved propaganda from the Chinese Communist Party. Interesting. You had Swalwell, Fang Fang. There's questions around, Joe Biden and Hunter and Chinese influence. Now the mayor of Arcadia, California, busted for being an illegal agent of China. I'm just, all I hear about is Israel, the Jews. Where's my Jews button? That's the rooster, not the Jews. That's the Jews. There we go. Got it. What about China? What about China? All right. And by the way, Bob the comedian looking at it, see state gases average over 30 cents. State gas taxes average over 30 cents. States should suspend, especially red states, should suspend their gas taxes as well to prove the point that I just made before. Less taxes, more affordable. All right. Thank you so much for watching and listening. Subscribe to us anywhere you get your podcasts, Apple Podcasts or Spotify. Search Ungoverned. Hit the subscribe button. It's totally free. You don't have to do anything. Make sure that if you're listening on audio, you come to rumble.com/LFA TV and you hit that follow button as well. The thumbs up button before we go. Jeremy Herrell coming up next here on rumble.com/LFA TV, live from America for the next couple of hours. As President Trump says, we will never give up, we will never give in, and we will never ever surrender. And if all else fails, we will just become ungovernable. Thank you. God bless you. God bless this one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We'll see you back here tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern Time, rumble.com/LFA TV. Until then, have a great rest of your Tuesday. Jeremy Herrell up next, and thank you for your attention to this matter.
everybody. Welcome. It is Tuesday, May 12th. Year of our Lord 2026. It is 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and you are locked and loaded as always right here on rumble.com/LFATV. It is live from America, and we're live from the Hawkeye State of Iowa. I am your ever so humble, God-loving host of the show, Jeremy Herrell. And please let me introduce to you, if you don't know him, but I'm sure a lot of you do, Mr. Damn Skippy, wearing that Marine, or is it a Damn Skippy hat today, or is it the Marines hat? It's the Damn Skippy hat. Producer Eli, everyone.
It's Marine Monday yesterday, today's Damn Skippy Tuesday. I don't know what's wrong with that. But anyway, what's going on, LFA TV family and Patriots? Hit that Rumble button, hit that share button. We got a lot of news to get to. We always have a lot of news to get to, a lot of work to get to, so let's get to it.
Let's get to it. 47 Michelle is in the building. Fun Mom is here. Keith Day, Bad Moon, Gene. We've got Joe Bo, Fun Mom, Jay Cubs fan, GR Messick, and Rita in the building. Terry Sue, Liz Ellis is here. Great Guy Gary is in the building. C. Ward. Bumble Patriot. I love that introduction. Thank you so much. Logan is here. Big shout out to Dylan Fillion. Hart. What is that? Is that another Iowan? Is that a fellow Iowan? Who is that? Heartland Gal. Hello from Des Moines, Iowa. And it's not Des Moines, ladies and gentlemen, just like it's not Illinois. It's Des Moines in Illinois. I went to Illinois. I took a trip to Des Moines. No S. Sherry. How you doing, Sherry? And Dave, good to see you. Must ask you a question is in the building. Deb Pollen is here. TD Hodges. Dana Quebb. From my former state of New Hampshire. It is a New Hampshire. Definitely isn't like Old Hampshire, I'll tell you that. We've got Sean in the building. How are you? And one more here. Let's give it to, DJP. Also from New Hampshire. Good morning, everybody. Yes, there is no ticker in the bottom of the show. Figured I would say that before anybody else said, hey, where's the ticker today? What are the topics today? Don't worry. We'll get those up. Actually, it was a very busy morning for me. And as I'm sitting here right now, my wife is currently speaking with the police. So we'll get into all of that and the eventful morning that we had here today and the eventful days we always have as God-fearing, Trump-supporting, red, white, and blue, make America great again patriots, huh? I mean, does it ever stop from losing friends and family to getting death threats to having people show up at your house? What's next? What's next? Are they going to try to Charlie Kirk all of us? Well, if they had it their way, they would. If they had it their way, they would kill every single one of us. And you know what I say to that? It's a good time to be alive. I got my bulletproof vest sitting right over there. I got protection out there and in here. And every time somebody does this, I feel a little bit more pep in my step, Eli. Now, Eli, you've been my friend for how long? How many times have we dealt with something like this? How many times have I told you another crazy person calling the house, lights on, slashing tires, loosening lug nuts, threat, you know what I mean? It's just like, it's a shame, isn't it? What we have to deal with to have freedom of speech. But I guess everybody will be held accountable for what they say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, hopefully the cops are able to do something about this big mouth little scumbag, but I think most of them are all talk. Not all of them, as we've come to see in the recent few months, but I think this little a-hole's just got to stick up his butt.
Yeah, it sounds like that to me. Let me show you guys the thumbnail that producer Eli made this morning. I think it's fitting for the times. Here it is right here. Herrell's under attack. Eli, you even got my beautiful truck in there. I want to give a big shout out to Trump Fan 20, $50 for the slush fund and $50 for Eli. Thank you so very much. We appreciate you. God bless. Herrell's under attack. Now, if you'll see the guy in the white truck, obviously trying to run me down, waving a gun out the window. Now, that is not an actual depiction of what happened. There was no gun from what I understand. But again, you're dealing with some crazy people here. Cat352, $50 donation says, armor of God, breastplate of righteousness, every single day. It is what it is. Gene from Eastern Iowa, right in my neighborhood. Keith says, get his number so we can call him. Well, as you guys are sharing awareness, remember what even just the LFA family members have went through. Sean, how many times was Sean swatted where he could have easily died? Remember when Hernando RC was doing stuff with us? How many times could he have died? Kevin Smith had to go outside of a MAGA gala one night and smack the hell out of a groiper. Ben Berkwam has had his head split wide open, as well as I think Will and myself. All because we support making America great again. They're sick people, and they want us all dead. Now, as we're going to start today's show, I want to highlight some other sick people. Eli, remember back when we were kids and you had like Jay Leno, Johnny Carson, Conan O'Brien before he was a, super woke Hollywood kind of individual. You had some really good talk shows. What do you got now? Jimmy Kimmel, Jimmy Fallon, Seth Meyers, Stephen Colbert. You know what I mean? What's the other guy's name? I don't know. There's 4 or 5 of them. And every single one of them might as well just be liberal women.
Yeah. I think Jon Stewart's another one you forgot. And they're not even really, I guess you could call them talk show hosts, but they're definitely not comedians. They're not. They're just propaganda pushing scumbags. That's, they say, oh, Trump sucks. And a light comes on that says applause and laugh. And Trump sucks.
Yeah, and you are right about that sign. I mean, how many times have we been in like, I remember doing reality TV stuff when, back in the 2015 era, 2013, 2014 era. And I remember, Eli, when I went to X Factor, when I was doing music and I went to X Factor, like I remember they herd us like cattle all day long. They tell you, they hold up signs to say, applause here, scream here, look like you're mad here, look up at this green screen, pretend Simon Cowell is on it, yell at him and scream at him. Everything is an act. Everything is fake. Nothing is real. Well, Eli, Strike Force 5. Do you remember hearing about that? Do you remember hearing when the writers were on strike and the talk show hosts were on strike and they were working together to try to save the world? Well, they reunited like a bunch of losers. Watch this.
Kimmel, can you please explain to the people who don't know what Strike Force 5 was, and how it got together?
Strike Force 5 is...
Good luck. So gay.
Good luck. It is and always will be a group of 5 individuals who went on strike along with their writers, who were paying their writers, and who then really, really wanted to stop paying their staff. And so they did a podcast that paid a tiny little portion of that, and we did 12 episodes.
Here we are.
It was very successful. People seem to really love it.
We sold T-shirts.
So gay.
What I like about this photo,
Strike Force 5.
I like about this photo is that it was in the summertime when we started, and we're all, if you put this back up there, is that Jimmy and me and Seth have got tans, and Oliver somehow got paler.
Yeah, that's right. I reject the concept of summer.
Yes.
I think it's a state of mind.
Yeah.
Right.
You're going to say something?
You
went to a room to match your skin color.
Yes, yes.
We all had to. We'll do another episode tonight after the show, right?
We're going to do an emergency episode of Strike Force.
That's right.
Oh, just what the world needed, Eli. Just what the world needed. Eli, back in when basketball was good, there was the Fab Five, okay? And I think all of them came out of the University of Michigan, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong on that. But there was the Fab Five. And I think Jalen Rose was one of them. I can't remember who they all were. But either way, these guys could be called the Fag Five, to be honest with you. The world really needs you guys to band together for another podcast episode of Strike Force 5. These people and The View, they get millions of viewers, albeit less than they ever had before. But if you want to know why our country is crazy, why we have death threats, why people come to your home and threaten you and your family, it's because of these people right here. And the fact that they have their licenses, or their stations have FCC licenses, and they're in every home in America.
Those numbers are padded too. They don't get nearly as much as they want you to think that they get, because that's what keeps them on the air. It's almost like buying votes or something like, lobbyist type thing of crap. But yeah, did you guys save the world the first time? Oh, you didn't?
Yeah.
No, but now you got to come back and do some comedic bullshit that also doesn't matter.
Yeah. You know what I think, Eli? These guys all got together and did this too during COVID. And it's very weird that now that the hantavirus, by the way, every time somebody says it, I laugh my ass off. Every time somebody says something about the hantavirus, I just laugh my ass off, as if the world is going to do this again. But it just is awfully weird that they're starting to talk about this again, as if they're all going to be locked down and they're all going to be willingly back in their houses doing their shows from their living room. What a stupid time that was. And if these losers want to go back to that, go for it. Ain't happening around me anywhere. I don't care.
Yeah, absolutely. All this planned crap. My buddy sent me a picture too. He goes, "Oh, it's interesting. Moderna stock just took a big spike at the beginning of this election year."
Funny, huh? Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, the podcast, Live from America with Jeremy Herrell. You get Rise Up and you get Live from America. Anywhere you get your podcast, Spotify, iTunes, Apple Music, Podbean, Pandora. All you have to do is look up Live from America with Jeremy Herrell, and you get the podcast. You get a 2-for-1, absolutely free, wherever you listen to your audio podcast. Get yours today at Live from America with Jeremy Herrell. And also, do not forget about our wonderful and beautiful website, lfatv.us. I love that because United States, US, and us, right? lfatv.us. Big shout out to Joe, who does our website, and a big shout out to producer Frankie and producer Eli for all the visuals, all the production, all of the technical stuff that we've had to learn and go through. As you see, there's where you can watch your latest shows. There was Rise Up from this morning. There was Misfit Patriot from this morning, and all of yesterday's shows as well. Your short clips and more right there at lfatv.us. Make sure you shop at our store, and also, if you want to become a one-time or a monthly donor, that is where you can do that as well. You can also donate right here in the Rumble Rant section. And the sponsor of this morning's show is Done with Debt. I'm done with debt. I am done with the fear-mongering. I am done with allowing liberals to say and do whatever they want. It's either I'm going to get physically involved or we're going to get legally involved one way or another. I am done with people running all over me. And if that's the way you feel too, and if you're one of these people where you feel like you're being held down because you were put and forced into massive credit card debt during the first COVID, more credit card debt under Joe Biden destroying everything under the sun, where eggs went up to like $5 to $8 a dozen, well, ladies and gentlemen, Done with Debt is for you. They will clear a path to get you out of debt. So let's say your debt that you have, that you rung up, might take the next 3 years to pay off. They're going to figure out a way to do it in the next 6 months. And they're going to negotiate to where you don't go into debt trying to get out of debt. That's how they work. They specialize in resolving your debt. 888-322-1054, or to go to donewithdebt.com, fill out that questionnaire on the right side, speak with a trained debt professional today, and help them help you. Okay? Bumblebee says, I wonder when they'll put up the next CNN death ticker. Absolutely. That's probably going to happen. There are now 2 dead from the hantavirus. There are now 4 dead from the hantavirus. 5, 6, 7, who gives a crap? People live, people die. It's all part of life. And if it's a virus, you can't stop it. You got to let it run its course. Nobody gives a sugar honey iced tea about the hantavirus. Let's go to the Lord in prayer. Please join me in saying the Lord's Prayer, and then we'll get to the top story of the day. My family under attack once again. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen. The first batch of Americans have arrived with the hantavirus. So far, they are secluded and they are secure away from everyone else so as to keep the spread down. 15 days to slow the spread. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let me take you back in time, if I may. All right? About a month ago, maybe a little bit longer, I went to go get my hair cut at the barber, like a man does. And as I walked out of my house, I noticed that right at the edge of my driveway, pulling out into the road that is in my cul-de-sac, was a man in a truck inching by my house, flipping me off. As I walked to my driver's side of my truck, opened the door to get in, I look and I'm going, and instantly I knew that it was because I am who I am. That because I drive around this truck, because I have this podcast, because I'm open about my love for America and my support for the president, anytime somebody's flipping me off and I'm near that truck or with this hat on or with this shirt, people recognize it, I expect to be flipped off. So as I'm looking at him like, wow, you're an adult, right? He stops as I get into my truck. I thought he was just driving by. I thought he was in the cul-de-sac and he was driving by and he's just flipping me off. Apparently, he came specifically to that small cul-de-sac to harass me. I didn't know that at the time. But as I get into my truck, I hear him back there screaming. Now, at this point, he's not directly behind my truck, but if I were to back out, I would have hit the rear end of his truck. Okay? And he's screaming. And I just ear muffs for a minute if there's any kids in the building. He's screaming obscenities at me. You pussy, you want to fight? You pedophile, you slob, you coward, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, so I roll down my windows and I back up enough for him. At this point, he's pulled enough forward where I can see him out my window. And I just say, this is exactly what I said, verbatim. Oh, what's the matter, sweetheart? What's the matter? Are you triggered? That's okay, girl. It's all right, sweetheart. It's okay. It's all right, little sweetheart, little girl. It's okay to get mad. It's all right, but don't get too bad. Don't get too mad, honey. All right? Now, at this point, he's like, you want to go? You want to go? And I was like, I do. I want to go. So can you please, move forward, honey? It's all right, sweetheart. I know you're mad. I know your panties in a wad. Change your tampon, maybe. Those are the things that I was saying to him. At this point, he had inched far enough out of the back of the driveway to where I could back out of the driveway. Now, at this point, I back out, and I am directly behind him. And he is screaming out of his window back at me, and this is what he says to me. Now, I probably told you guys this story, but he's screaming out of the window going, meet me down at the park. I'm laughing, right? I'm laughing. He's like, meet me at the park if you want to settle this. And I'm thinking to myself, is that under the slide or is that over by the teeter-totters? And is it after school? Is it during recess? What shall we do? Now, at this moment, because of this truck, I've had this so much, it's not even like angering me really anymore. So anyway, he says, come on, meet me at the park, coward. Drives across the street. I turn left and I go get my hair cut because I had an appointment. Whatever. But he's screaming all these obscenities. He's going to fight me. He's going to beat me up. Blah, 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 blah. All this stuff. So I didn't realize at that moment, because why would I know? How would I know? But I get tons of threats to fight, to die, to be killed constantly on social media, right? So I didn't think anything of it, but this guy had already messaged me on Instagram before, talking about how I'm an idiot, I'm a pedophile because I love Trump and all this stuff. And I say, and I just probably responded back the way I always respond back. What's the matter, sweetheart? Don't get your panties in a wad. Same thing I said to him there. Probably called him a coward, right? Same old shit, different day. And then I get here today, and I realize this guy lives in my neighborhood, because this is the message that I got today. Just came across your little message. I must have messaged him back on Instagram, which I did. I went back and looked, and I just basically called him a keyboard coward, right? I must have struck a nerve that you had to type in all caps. Clearly, he doesn't know I type in all caps right here in this live chat. He says, I'll meet you wherever and whenever, you pussy. I tried getting you to follow me down to Hollowview Park, where I could have straightened you the F out, fatso. Hey, come on now. I've lost almost like 30 pounds, man. I'm looking good right now. Anyway. Instead, you took off north on Devil's Glen through a 25-mile-an-hour school zone doing what? 45? Then ran a stale yellow at Middle and DG to get away from me. The barber shop is right across that road he's talking about. I literally went across the road, pulled up in the barber shop. He says, you can even bring your bitch wife. Ooh, shouldn't have said that one. You shouldn't have said that one, because my wife wants to shoot somebody in the head more than I do. She's kind of crazy. You can bring your bitch wife to record me stomping your effing teeth out. I'm not a social media guy. I'm an old school in your face mano a mano type. Well, I can respect that because that's kind of how I am. Right? I don't need followers. I'll be sure to check my messages to see if you have the stones to back up your big effing mouth. Regards, stupid. Don't even know what that means. I'm sure to eventually come across you in the neighborhood. And I'm always ready to hand out a beatdown. I've left the scene in ambulances and in the back of squad cars. What a coincidence. Me too. And I'm not afraid of leaving either way. Don't call me out. You'll regret it. So, at this moment, I realized I didn't even get angry. Like, Eli, you know me. You've known me my whole life. I've got a serious anger problem. Right? And I didn't even get angry. I didn't feel my stomach getting all hot. I didn't feel the need to go find this guy. I literally chronicled everything, called Sabrina, showed her this stuff, and then I drove home real quick. This is after Rise Up. So after Rise Up, before Live from America, I shot home real quick because I don't live too far from the studio. And as soon as I got home, my wife said, here he is, here's where he lives. I said, how'd you find that? And she said, well, if he's calling it Hollowview Park and he's talking about these roads here back in his cul-de-sac as if he knows them, he clearly lives in the area. And I said, yeah, I kind of thought the same thing too. And especially since he said, I'll catch you in the neighborhood. Well, the only Phil Beam in the white pages in our area lived 2 minutes from us. That's how he knew where I lived, because he's seen the truck. So I went, drove by his house, found his house. Know exactly where you live, Phil. Even know your kids' names because you have little signs out in front of your house because you're proud of your children for sports that they're in. But see, you came to my house and you've done this. You've threatened me and my family. You've said crazy things about my wife. So My wife is at the police station right now with my voice testimony because I'm here right now. I can't be with her. And we are going to see what we can do. Clearly file a restraining order as well. Now, if the police, as usual, do nothing and they don't protect and serve, then this guy just gave me a one-way permission slip to handle it as I see fit if I'm threatened. So we're making an official report, Eli, because we've had many death threats. The guy clearly has seen my wife because he referred to her as my B-wife, which she kind of is. So he wasn't wrong. No, I'm just kidding. But you don't want to mess with her. And now she is full on mama bear, Eli. She's at the police carrying, and she says, I would love for him to step foot on our property. Now, we have cameras all around our house because of last Christmas and stuff that happened. And she goes, because I want cameras to see me put a bullet between his eyes. That's what Sabrina said today.
I got kind of an inquiry. If this guy is such a badass in handling things, why is he leaving the scene in the back of an ambulance? And proud of it.
Yeah, there you go. Bro, you just said you're so awesome, but you've left the scene in the back of an ambulance before, which lets me know probably not all that. By the way, Eli, if you were all that, why did you stay inside of your truck calling me out and tell me to meet you at your park when we were already right there? You were already right there. Anyway, put out a little video this morning. Public stuff when you are a public figure of sorts, and especially when you do this, even though, you know, First Amendment freedom of expression, you're going to get crazy people who threaten to kill you. About a month and a half ago, I probably told you the story. I was trying to back out of my driveway, and there was a truck parked in the road in the cul-de-sac that I live in and was flipping me off and screaming obscenities at me because he was triggered by this truck. And as I kept trying to pull out, laughing at him, he asked me to, or screamed at me to meet him at the park, like we're 12, that he was going to fight and kill me. I just laughed it off. As he ended up scooting forward, I backed out and then left. As I pulled out, he was screaming, fight me, pussy, fight me, this, that, and the other. And I went and got my hair cut at a barber shop. Well, ladies and gentlemen, fast forward now to today. I got a message from this individual. Phil Beam is his name. Lives in my neighborhood. And threatened to knock all of my teeth out, beat me, kill me, have my wife videotape it, clearly knows where I live, tells me he's going to catch me in the neighborhood. Phil Beam, 3121, Greenfield. So at that moment, I had two choices. Handle it myself, as always, or tell the police. So we're going to go the other route. We're going to tell the police. But here's the messages right here. That he left me this morning. So now he's showing up at my home, harassing, threatening, and we've dealt with death threats before because of this. I don't know who this guy is other than his name and his address. I know exactly where his house is now. And I'm just going to have the police show up and take care of it. Now, if the police don't take care of it, that's another story. But this is the world we live in today. Can't even have freedom of speech. I don't even know who this guy is. And he's threatening me and my family. So, yeah, there he is. And here's his Instagram page. Got to document everything, I guess, these days. Crazy people everywhere. Either way, make America great again and MAGA like a mofo. Mm-hmm. Good. So, anyway, you know, being a public figure goes both ways. You know that, right, Phil? If you're watching, sweetie? Being a public figure goes both ways. Yes, I do paint a target on myself for cowards, weaklings like you, scumbags like you. But I also have a megaphone. Meaning that I have a very loud voice because of my public figure status. Meaning that the whole world will know who you are. And I do not want anybody that's listening or watching this to go to his house, call him, find him, or anything like that. I just wanted to pull a Trump, Eli, and say, here's a picture of your home. I know where you live too. And I will protect my family at all costs. Because like you, Phil, I've also left in ambulances, police cars, and spent many years behind bars. And you know what the greatest part about being behind bars is? Rest, sleep, free food, and a roof over your head. So I'm going to be just fine. Eli, anything you'd like to say to that before we move on?
I sincerely hope the police do their job, take care of the situation. It seems to me you've got enough on this scumbag where they should be able to do something. I don't know, take him, detain him for even a few days. Just give him a little reality check.
Yeah, absolutely. So, anyway, it is what it is. I'm not afraid for my life. You guys shouldn't be either. If something happens, something happens. You're born, you live, you die. All right? But we're going to let the police handle this one until they don't. Now, I know police are supposed to protect and serve. But, Eli, lately it seems like it's like an episode of Transformers where they punish and enslave and only go to places where they can, get the most bang for their buck. We'll see what they say.
Sounds more than likely to me that it was all talk. It's just all, lip service. Because if he was as serious as he wants you to think that he is, then he would have stepped foot onto your property. But he knows that's a big no-no.
Yeah. Well, especially when you have a wife who's trigger happy every day. Happy every day. Well, she's got an AK-47, and it makes her feel all right. She's got an Uzi by her pillow, helps her sleep a little better at night. And Eli, there's no feeling any greater than to
shoot first and ask questions later.
I mean, let's go, baby. That was a good one, Eli. I didn't know if you'd remember that.
Are you kidding me? Weird Al Yankovic, baby. Awesome.
So anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I would suggest, unless your life is in immediate danger, somebody sitting in the street calling your names is not immediate danger. But unless your life is in immediate danger, do what we're doing. Go the route we're doing. Don't handle it yourself at first. Try to get the right people involved. Document it. Chronicle all of it. Make sure you have all the screenshots. Make sure you have every piece of video that you possibly can. And he left that in video, or left that message on Instagram, folks. That's where he left that message, on Instagram. And then if you document everything and nobody does anything about it, well, then and I say if something happens, you can say, I tried to get you to take care of it. Trump derangement syndrome, folks. It's everywhere. Now, speaking of Trump derangement syndrome, Unimanager says, or UI manager says, what did you ever do to him? Exist, I guess. I don't know who he is. He lives in my neighborhood, clearly. But it just existing and having a truck that has Trump on it, I guess. Stouts out like this, Jeremy, and then it gets more dangerous. Yes, you're 100% right. We are very aware, as we've dealt with this now for years. All right. President Trump said how to get rid of TDS.
Well, they suffer from Trump derangement syndrome, to be honest. They don't even know what they're looking at. They can't even see straight. But I have a new way out. I'm going to propose something the opposite of what I want, and we will have massive amounts of legislation. No, just all I have to do is say, we will not build the wall. And they'll diabolically clever. No, I'm going to do it, Katie. We'll put it in.
I think you're
I'm going to go the opposite. Whatever is bad, I'm going to go for it, and they'll approve what's good, finally. No, they've got serious Trump derangement syndrome, which actually is a disease.
It is a disease. It is a disease. Family Low says, glad I signed back on for a minute praying for you. Well, thank you, family. Thank you for signing back on, and thank you for being here, and thank you for your prayers. I appreciate that. Do you park your truck in the garage, I hope? Some days I do, some days I don't, but we have cameras all over our house. So, you know, it is what it is. Matter of fact, when I was up at the house earlier this morning after Rise Up, Sabrina was checking all the cameras just to make sure they were all on, make sure they were all working and all that. Somebody said, you should park your truck outside of his house. Well, I actually went, so he lives in a little cul-de-sac too, of even less homes. And this morning I put his address in and went and found his house. I knew right where it was because our daughter plays up in that neighborhood. So I know exactly where that is. And now I have to worry about my daughter playing up in that neighborhood. And I said to my wife, I said, I should just drive up here for the rest of the day on and off when I have time. And she goes, no, don't do that, because she's smarter than me. She said, no, don't do that. Not until we speak to the cops. That's provocative. You're going to provoke him. And then you're not going to be able to get, you know, if there's any accountability to be had for somebody like this, we're not going to see it through the proper means of handling it. So she's right as always. Women are most generally right when it comes to this kind of situation. Men just want to, you know, take care of it physically, which I would love to do. I really would. I really would love to sit here and not talk about it here. But like I said, being a public figure goes both ways. So I'm going to use my best weapon, which is my voice and the truth. And we'll see what happens. Trump derangement syndrome is very, very real. And you know what? When I wrapped this truck, I knew this was going to happen. It's not like I'm like, how dare these people? I can't believe these people and doing what they're... I knew this would happen. But Eli, have you ever seen those videos of those guys that go out and record and they're doing First Amendment audits? So they record outside of police stations or they record outside of banks. And then the people come out and they're like, why are you recording? And he's like, because I have every right to record. They're not there for any specific reason, just to stress test people's knowledge of the First Amendment. Well, when I wrapped this truck, this was a stress test. And this stress test was to see how many people would A, mind their own business, or B, freak out and have a meltdown. And if they did, hopefully I would record it. Now, I'm not usually quick with my phone, believe it or not, when something happens to record. Like that lady up at the gas station, that was just, I said, you know what, I'm going to grab my phone. But maybe now I'll grab my phone every single time and just turn it on, no matter what. No matter what. Do you think his kids could be in Lily's class? No, they're actually I think they're in high school. Pretty sure they're in high school. Because our kid had the same sign out in front for sports he did. Annette says, plus you have it documented day it first happened. You talked about it in LFA, I think during Rise Up. I did talk about it during Rise Up. I knew I had said it somewhere. I'd have to go back and find that. Which should be pretty easy because all I have to do is go back through my phone records and look at the last 3 times I called the barber shop. And, you know, it would be in that week's one of those episodes. Keith says his kids are retarded too. Well, probably not. You know what I mean? But I got to tell you, every part of me wanted to take a picture of his house, zoom in on the picture of his kid, of her name, and send it to him and be like, this you, bro? But I figured just tagging him on Instagram would be better. So I did. Because again, my weapon is my voice and the truth. So anyway, we'll move on. I'm sorry I took so long talking about that. But guys, this is the world we're in. Charlie Kirk, President Trump. How many more? How many countless others are going to get hurt, die? How many families are going to get hurt, lose loved ones because of freedom of speech? Exactly why Charlie died. I wanted to do the Trump thing. Why do you send me pictures of my house? Well, just to let you know. You know? Since you know where I live and all, I'm going to know where you live. Kimberly said, never use children. Absolutely. That's why I'm glad that, Holy Spirit convicted me. All right. Moving on. Since we're talking about Trump derangement syndrome, I want to put up a picture for you, and you tell me, Does this look beautiful to you? Is this something that you would expect to see in our nation's capital, in the most powerful country on planet Earth? Isn't that beautiful? What's wrong with this? Can anybody tell me why we can send $200 billion to Ukraine to fight a real never-ending war, but we can't spend money to make our nation's capital look like this, when right now it looks like a rundown pile of trash? To me, that looks beautiful, right? Sean Maga said it looks beautiful. It's about time they cleaned it up. And do you know why he's doing this? Because a world leader came to the United States of America, was an honored guest at the White House under President Trump, and said to President Trump, why does the water in there look so dingy and gross and swampy? Now, I'm paraphrasing, but basically alluded to the fact that our nation's capital looks like shit. I think that's beautiful. Why would you want to stop that from being a thing? A preservation group filed a lawsuit to block President Trump from painting the reflective pool blue. Quote, the vivid blue coating will fundamentally alter the visual and experiential character of the pool and the broader Lincoln Memorial grounds landscape, the group said in the complaint. So you just want it to look like shit. You just want things to be dingy, dark, and depressing, swampy, and terrible. Is that what you're saying? We're supposed to be hosting the Olympics, and we're going to look like a third world Democrat-run Chicago? Are you out of your mind? Has anybody seen Chicago in the last 10 years? Hell, have you seen it in the last 2 years? It's horrible. It stinks. There's trash everywhere. You can't get to and fro Chicago without going through miles of construction. Everybody wants to kill you. Nobody's nice. It smells like actual shit and piss in the streets of Chicago, I'm telling you. I hate going there. I'll pay more to fly out of Moline than I will to drive to Chicago and pay half the cost. Quote, the new coloration will cause the pool to resemble a large swimming pool rather than a reflective civic landscape that it was designed to be. Well, oh man, these people are retarded. Distorting the experience of the site for millions of visitors who come to it each year. You mean you don't want them to come and see something better? Eli, imagine you invite somebody over to your house. You're having a get-together for Christmas, right? You are the host and you're honoring guests. The first thing you do is clean up your house. Make it look and smell inviting. You don't leave shit all over the kitchen. You don't have laundry piled up in the laundry room. You don't have, the bathroom not being cleaned. You clean up. Like they did in California when they invited Xi Jinping in there, rolled out the red carpet after they got rid of all the homeless. And then as soon as Xi Jinping left, they let the homeless back. Democrats are retarded people, folks. This is the same nonprofit group that sued to stop the construction of the privately funded ballroom. Same people. Same loudmouth pieces of trash people. The prodigal son loved to live with pigs for a while too, didn't he? Till he got his crap together and became a Republican. Last month, the president announced he's renovating the filthy reflective pool and said it will be colored American flag blue. Quote, you're going to end up with a beautiful, beautiful reflecting pool, the way it's supposed to be. President Trump said, much better than it ever was, actually. Trump's renovation cost an estimated $1.5 million compared to the $34 million that Obama spent on the reflecting pool. Here's President Trump arriving at the reflecting pool. You know, President Trump is a construction guy, so he has to approve everything. And this is him announcing the money that he saved in the beautiful reflecting pool.
Secretary of the Interior, Doug Burgum. Doug, great secretary. We're doing now the reflective pond, and we saved about $600 million or something. It's going to be beautiful. It'll open about 2 weeks, and it's going to be incredible. They've been trying to get it open for years. They had no idea what they were doing, but we know how to do it, Doug. And it took us 2 weeks versus the projected 4 years. People would not understand it. But the Secretary of the Interior...
Under budget and ahead of time. Isn't that President Trump's motto? Under budget and ahead of time. Folks, we have 3,600 plus people watching right now here on Rumble. I do want to give a big shout out to those watching over on YouTube, if I can. I also want to share with you the YouTube page. I'll show that to you guys right now for those that are watching over on YouTube. We finally got our YouTube page back after years. After years. And this is it right here, live from America with Jeremy Herrell at LFA TV US. So all you have to do is look up at LFA TV US. That is LFA TV US, live from America with Jeremy Herrell. There it is. If you see this and you see about 28,000 people following it, if you want to follow the YouTube page, if you want to share it, I'd like to give some shout outs to some people over there. Shinjin, how are you? Mary, good to see you. Another one, Bites McGrowan over there. That's a good one. Alan Smith, good to see you. Scott Rawlings, thank you very much for watching over there on YouTube. We appreciate it. Again, not really relying on YouTube for anything, but it's nice to have it back, and it's nice to know that some people, for whatever reason, that don't have Rumble or can't get Rumble to work, they can always simultaneously watch it over there. So big shout out to everybody over there. But under budget and ahead of time. That's President Trump's motto. That's what he does. They can have all the TDS they want, right? These people in my neighborhood and around the world that want to kill you and want you dead, they can have all the TDS they want, and they're not stopping what's coming. You know what I mean? I know that Q says that a lot. Nothing can stop what's coming, but I'm telling you right now, they will never stop him, and they will never stop us, and they will never stop MAGA. They will never stop the redistricting war that they wanted. They will never, ever, ever cheat us out of a major election again. They're done. You're done. Hang it up. Go back to having hobbies. Go bowling. Go to the gym. Ride a bike. Play sports. Do anything else besides bitch, moan, complain, and protest, because that's over. You're not ever going to make a difference again, and you're never going to stop us ever again. We are mentally dominating you. Phil, I am mentally dominating you. And I don't even know who you are. I want to thank HL Lugo. Says, I'm a retired NYPD lieutenant. I've seen things go bad fast. Absolutely, I appreciate it. I appreciate the advice. 100%. Carlos said you have to watch your verbiage on YouTube. Yeah, I don't. So with the hantavirus coming back up, we're pretty sure we'll lose that page real quick. Tina says, Jeremy, my mom and I never miss your show. She is staying with me for a few days so we get to listen together. Thanks, Jeremy and Eli, for all you do. Well, I want to thank you and your mom for all you do to make sure you're tuning in every day. You see, what gives us the inspiration and the encouragement to keep on moving is knowing that there's people that want to hear what we're saying. Knowing that there's people who identify and resonate with what we're saying. and appreciate the hard work we do to get the information from around the country and get it to you in a quick fashion, but truthful. So we appreciate you and all the donors as well. Thank you all so very much. Let's move on to speaking of elections and how they're never going to win anything ever again. Nothing of importance. You guys are done. Let's go to this. We also have a retired Philly police officer, Dilly 18. The real blue. The ones that wouldn't have sat there and listened to Mom Donnie. Former Attorney General of Virginia, my fault, blasts Democrats over the scheme to oust the state's Supreme Court judges. Now, I told you yesterday that's not going to happen. Okay? Sean Ferris told you that's not going to happen. Scott Jennings says that's not going to happen. Jason Miyares is a Republican former Attorney General of Virginia who served under Governor Glenn Youngkin, blasting Virginia Democrats over their unconstitutional scheme to try to oust the Supreme Court justices there by lowering the retirement age so that they're all gone, so they can stick in their cronies and do whatever they want. Sherry Z said, start a bail fund. Just joking. Love you, Jeremy. Well, Sherry, you might be actually right, because if the police do not protect and serve, then I will protect and serve. Jennifer Welch, God bless you. Thank you, Jennifer Dilly. Appreciate that. And Sherry, I might need that bail fund. I might need it after all, so thank you very much. Appreciate that. Miyares marveled at what a massive humiliation this ruling was for the Democrats, especially considering how much money they spent, upwards of, $70 million to try to make this happen. They lost that much money, and they lost. Phil has a Facebook page, too. Be extremely careful. If you could put his Facebook page in the lower comment section so I can go to it later, I'd appreciate it. He also suggested that the U.S. Supreme Court would laugh this case right out of court. Let's go to the former Attorney General in the state of Virginia, and let's hear it from him.
This was a utter, complete humiliation for Hakeem Jeffries and Virginia Democrats. They just burned $70 million, $10 million of taxpayer money, $70 million in campaign funds. And listen, if they had just paid attention to the Attorney General's opinion I issued last fall saying this is completely unconstitutional under the Virginia Constitution. And so, no, the Supreme Court, this is nothing but window dressing for them to try to save face with their donors. This is going to get laughed out by the Supreme Court. This is a last desperate gasp. But now what they're trying to do, as you reported, you have this scheme where they essentially want to unconstitutionally remove justices in Virginia. The Constitution of Virginia says you can only remove justices by impeachment in Virginia. In this case, by arbitrarily lowering the retirement age. It is an unconscionable scheme. It shows how little on the rule of law that they've been paying attention to just to pursue power. This was a utter, complete humiliation for Hakeem Jeffries and Virginia Democrats. They just burned $70 million, $10 million of taxpayer money, $70 million in campaign funds. And listen, if they had just paid attention to the Attorney General's opinion I issued last fall saying this is completely unconstitutional under the Virginia Constitution.
Absolutely. Big shout out to him. Nice to hear people talk with a level head. And he's exactly right. They're doing this for donor money. They're saying that they're going to take this all the way there, and they may do it, in order to raise back the money they lost. That's all they're doing it for. That's all they're doing it for. They want back the money they lost, so they're going to pretend that they are going to get rid of the Supreme Court in Virginia. It will never, ever happen. Ever. Let's go to Scott Jennings, who talked about this.
There's a better chance of me sprouting wings and flying out of that window over there than the United States Supreme Court dealing with this in any way, because this is a state Supreme Court ruling on a state constitution. The U.S. Supreme Court doesn't deal with these kinds of things, number one. Number two, the freak out in Virginia has been so extreme. You even have Democrats over there who are saying they want to effectively politically decapitate the entire Virginia Supreme Court by putting an age limit of 54 so they can get rid of every existing justice and install people who will promise to rule a certain way on a certain case. You know, they went from, oh, this is just a temporary map thing to let's burn down the entire Virginia Supreme Court in about 2 seconds over there in Virginia, which tells you all you need to know about just how power hungry and corrupt the Democrats are in Virginia. This is not going to work at the U.S. Supreme Court. And this whole project of maximum warfare by Hakeem Jeffries is completely blown up in their face.
I'm sorry, maximum warfare started by Donald Trump, who changed the rules in the middle of the game. We've got states right now that are canceling primaries that are already in play in order to try to fix the election's rules to help the Republican president because he asked them to. It's rich to hear that coming from you. It really is.
What is rich?
Rich is when people, say something that
I
seems
mean,
outrageous.
in Virginia, you had Democrats in Virginia who broke the law and broke the state constitution to try to move a 6-5 fairly constructed map to a 10-1 farce. They got struck down by Democrats on their own Supreme Court, and now they want to decapitate an entire branch of government over it. It's ridiculous.
Absolutely. That's rich coming from you. Why? Because I'm white? Want to give a big shout out to Berta64, everybody. Hi, Jeremy. Been a week since listening to your show. I just got out of the hospital here in Maine. Had a quadruple bypass. Wow. So I can be ready for the midterms. Love both you and Eli. We will never stop fighting. Fresh off a quadruple bypass, Eli, and in the live chat, still fighting. Fresh off major surgery. My grandmother had a triple and a quadruple bypass. So I know what you went through. Firsthand, I watched what my grandmother went through. And Eli, that person isn't apathetic. That person isn't giving up. Berta is in the live chat today, sharing, talking, and standing up for this country. It's a lot more than I can say for a lot of people who ran off after Trump got elected from every facet of this fight.
Damn, Skippy. That's what you'd call a true American badass.
Absolutely. Berta is a true American badass. Fresh off the fight, fresh off surgery, and back to the fight. So let's go ahead and give her the Smarty Award of the day, shall we? And well-deserved. Well-deserved. God bless you, Berta. Thank you very much for fighting for this country as hard as you are. Now, somebody that seems to be fighting for his own political life, you see, Eli, Donald Trump and those racist MAGA Republicans are living rent-free in my head. Hakeem Jeffries.
That's very true, Jeremy. You see, it's not easy being a Democrat who doesn't accomplish anything every day, all day. You see, I get up, I shine my head, and I think to myself, how am I going to be mean to the meanest man in the world today, who is the racist, misogynistic, bigoted son of a bitch? Of course, I'm talking about Trump, because he is a bad man.
Well, you ain't too far off, my friend.
You, in terms of your assessment of that decision, is so cynical, such aggressive, out of control overreach by the Supreme Court in striking down effectively, gutting the Voting Rights Act, the most important piece of civil rights legislation in American history that has historically had bipartisan support.
Remember that when you hear these phony guys like Hakeem are low IQ. I guess. I mean, he's a pretty low IQ individual.
Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader, has called you a wannabe king.
Why wouldn't him a low IQ?
But why wouldn't
he? Doesn't even know. And I watched him the other day interview. The guy doesn't even know what a tariff is.
The thing is extraordinary, which is why we constantly see distraction from them, personal attacks. I would say ad hominem attacks, but clearly Donald Trump has no understanding what that means. But we're not going to have a situation where Republicans in Texas and Florida, for instance, feel like they have a free hand to do whatever the hell they want to do to rig an election But Democrats are not going to respond in a place like New York. No, the Empire State will strike back.
The Empire State will strike back.
That's the plan. I agree with you in terms of your assessment of that decision.
Eli, the Empire State will strike back. And then their attempt to redistrict got struck down. So, historically, by the way, never heard that before. I guess that's what happens when you fall asleep in history class.
You see, Jeremy, I'm not entirely sure you caught what I was trying to do there. You see, there's a lot of people out there that vote for us. You see, they don't have jobs, and they sit on their ass on the couch all day, and they watch movies like Star Wars. So I thought to myself, the Empire State Strikes Back, that would resonate with these people as they sit there and think, yes, somehow we will have a chance to fight back too. You see, some people say I'm low IQ, but I'm no IQ. Donald Trump is a bad man.
So, that was 4 days ago that he said that. Fast forward 4 more days. Actually, that was 4 days ago. Fast forward 3 days to yesterday. And they're not even hiding it anymore. They're letting you know they're going to gut every state Supreme Court in red states every second they get, every chance they get, and blue states. They're going to fundamentally change the United States of America. We're going to do right by the people with no voice. And we're going to go right into communism.
And we do have these structural problems that need to be addressed. We've got to, for instance, make sure we pass the John Robert Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act so we can end the era of voter suppression in the United States of America once and for all. We have to end Citizens United, dramatically reform our campaign finance laws to stop the ability of these deep-pocketed special interests to intervene. And we are going to have to explore massive judicial reform, state by state and at the federal level, and everything should be on the table as far as I'm concerned. Of time, we do have these structural problems that need to.
So in this interview, I thought this was the longer version, but in this interview, he literally sits and says what their plan is. And their plan is to upend everything at a state level, at a federal level, change the entire process of the United States, how our legal system works, any way, shape they can to win, to lie, cheat, and to steal. Maybe this is the one I was looking for. Is it the... No, it's the same thing. Okay. I had a longer version of that. I apologize. I don't have that queued up for you. But he went on this whole rant about how they're going to do exactly what you heard about them trying to do in Virginia. They're going to do it in every state. Which brings me to this beautiful story right here. The Supreme Court clears the way for Alabama to throw out the current rigged congressional map. And Justice Sonia Sotomayor fumes. Of course she does. Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson doesn't know what the hell's going on. What's going on? I know. What's a woman? I know. Yesterday I told you that Clarence Thomas, who oversaw that district, fast-tracked that request by the state to the Supreme Court. I told you we would have a ruling by the end of yesterday. Seems we basically do. The United States Supreme Court yesterday cleared the way for Alabama to throw out their current rigged congressional map. Friday, Alabama filed an emergency appeal at the Supreme Court asking the High Court to allow it to throw out the current rigged congressional map. Alabama's request to toss out its racist gerrymandered map comes after the Supreme Court last month declared Louisiana's newly drawn congressional map an unconstitutional gerrymander. Alabama petitioned the Supreme Court on Friday right after that word came out, and conservative Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas ordered a response by Monday evening. The High Court on Monday issued the decision in a 6-3 vote, right down party lines. The 3 liberal justices, Sotomayor, Kagan, and Jackson, obviously dissented. Sotomayor fumed in her dissent, and I will read this for you in quotes. The Supreme Court today unceremoniously discards the district court's meticulously documented and supported discriminatory intent finding and careful remedial order. By the way, Sotomayor isn't this intelligent. Okay? She's kind of retarded. Just like, not as much, but almost as much as Ketanji Brown Jackson. So, if she's using words like unceremoniously and meticulously and discriminatory intent and remedial order, this isn't how she speaks. This isn't how she speaks professionally. I've heard her on audio from the bench. She's not a smart person. So this was clearly written up by her paralegals and her aides. As always, they do. None of this is their own opinion. They couldn't give a rat's ass about what they're actually in there to rule on. Somebody said Chat GPT much? Exactly. Exactly. Without any sound basis for doing so and without regard for the confusion that will surely ensue. Really? What confusion? I'm curious. What confusion could there be? You don't get a district based on the color of your skin. Is that really that hard? I'll continue here. As with all vacateurs, as with all vacateurs of this kind from this court, the district court remains free on remand to decide for itself whether Callius has any bearing on its 14th Amendment analysis, or if its prior reasoning is unaffected by that decision, she wrote. Well, now Sotomayor is unburdened by what might have been, because we took care of it. Angry Hillary DNC lawyer Mark Elias was stunned. Him and Hakeem Jeffries so mad that the Supreme Court ruled this way. How dare they upend the Voting Rights Act? Because it was illegal to begin with. And everybody got screwed. And everybody got screwed. The country got screwed. The districts in those states got screwed. And now we are unburdened by the screwing. That's all. We righted a wrong. That's all. I got to keep up with any conversation here coming from my wife. She asked me to send her any more messages this guy sent, so I just obliged. Sounds like the police are at least going to pay him a little visit. Police. Is this you? Being a little douchebag online? What are you, 12? Guess that guy is, he's either going to do one of two things. He's either going to lash out and do it more and hang himself, or he's going to shut his mouth, put his tail between his legs, and cry like a little bitch and run away like he should. Either way, we ought to have a lot of fun, aye?
You're damn skippy about that.
Eli, is that a real stogie that you just keep putting in your mouth? Or is that a fake one just to pretend to get you through to the day until you can have your stogie at the end of the day?
That's a real one that I will enjoy later. But, you know, if you were a stogie smoker, you got to know that you got to moisten them up. You got to moisten the ends up. So, you know, they smoke, they pull better.
Hey, Grizz, if you're not doing anything constructive, go in the den and get my stogies, will ya?
Ask Uncle Lewis, he'll tell ya.
Anything else I can get for you, Uncle Lewis?
Calm down. Maybe his last Christmas.
If he doesn't be careful, it will be his last Christmas. Name that movie. His love endures says, please don't aggravate the guy. No, don't do that. He's clearly already aggravated enough. You know what I mean? Ann MK says, I love that movie. Name it then. Jeremy, you need to be watching word from your wife because basically you're a bad man according to your neighbor. I'm a bad man. Ann MK says Christmas Vacation. Hazel Kitty's got it. Easy Money Man got it. Love it. You're not doing anything constructive. Go get my stogies. My favorite Christmas movie. Eli, that is my favorite Christmas movie of all time. I cannot get through a Christmas season without watching that at least 3 times.
Oh, hell yeah. It's a staple of the Christmas season, the holiday.
And you know, Clark Griswold had to have been a Republican, right? His neighbors were the liberals, remember? And how did the carpet get all wet? I don't know, Margot. Those were the liberals, and he was the conservative out there with the chainsaw, right? Where are you going to put a tree that size, Griswold? Bend over and I'll show you. He had to have been a Republican. He was a Reagan guy.
Make the Christmas season any hooter hotter than it is already.
I love that movie. Oh, it's the best. Well, guys, before we move on, President Trump did give his thoughts on what would be a dream team to take over when he's gone. Who do you think it was? If you had to guess who President Trump would say was the dream team to take over once he's gone, who would you say it is? Now, hopefully, President Trump is going to be here quite some time, and hopefully he takes Fatty 15 to do so. Now, if President Trump actually ordered Fatty 15 using promo code LFA, getting that discount on his 90-day supply, President Trump might be able to live into 120 and run again, and I'd vote for him again. How about you? How about you? Fatty15.com/LFA. Promo code LFA will do just that. It'll get you that discount. Here's the size of the jar right here. About a month's supply in each one. By the time that 3rd month is done, you're going to be like, why do I feel 25? Because your cells are going to start aging at a slower level. I mean, a slower pace at a cellular level. And the damage that's done to them, which causes fatigue and tiring out quickly and low energy and all of that, it comes from a cellular level. So reverse the way you age, change the way your life feels with Fatty 15. I'm going to put the promo code and everything at the bottom of the screen for you right now. I want to say thank you to them for being here for so long. They won't be here forever, ladies and gentlemen, so get your deals while you can. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. And Suzanne Vermontes, put the link in the chat for you guys, okay? Keith says Trump is going to live under the ballroom. That's right. Taking C15 from Fatty 15 for the rest of his life. He might just live under that ballroom. He might. I would bet you, Eli, that President Trump probably has a bunker under Mar-a-Lago as well. I mean, he's a 2-time president. He's the most... I would also argue that President Trump might be the president with the most assassination attempts. Now, I don't know if that's true, but we're going to look that up. I'll bet you he's got a bunker under Mar-a-Lago.
Probably goes down a few floors. Probably the most secure thing on the planet Earth. Yeah, absolutely.
Eli, can you do me a favor? I'm curious to see what these chat bots think. If you can go to like chat and Google and ask it, what president has the most assassination attempts on his life? I think I'd be hard pressed to say anybody but Trump. What do you got?
Sorry, hang on a second. That one went to Reddit. We don't want that.
Yeah, no, we don't want Reddit. When you got it, let me know. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Do you think any other president has had more assassination attempts on his life? Let's say that we know of 3 for sure that President Trump has. Okay? Now, you got to go back through like places like Abraham Lincoln. We're not talking death threats. We're talking assassination attempts. Right now, we know of for sure 3 that President Trump has. For sure 3. But maybe it was a president back in the... What do you got, Eli?
Well, this is ChatGPT, and I have a feeling it's trying to wane away from the whole Trump thing, because it's telling me Gerald Ford, but that's because there was only 2 in a very short span of time. 1975 alone, Ford received 2 assassination attempts within 17 days.
So that's all it gave? That's all chat said to you was Gerald Ford twice in 17 days, but it didn't say anything about Trump or anything about any other president?
It did say stuff about other presidents. Nothing about Trump, though. Lynette Squeaky Frome tried to shoot him, this is Gerald Ford, tried to shoot him. See, other presidents with multiple attempts are major threats. Bill Clinton reportedly faced dozens of threats and several disrupted plots. Barack Obama received a record number of threats, tens of thousands investigated.
Threats,
though
yeah.
most never became direct attempts. John F. Kennedy, assassinated in 1963, but there were also earlier plots uncovered before his death, and Harry Truman survived a dramatic 1950 assassination attempt at Blair House involving armed attackers.
Yeah, so these were all threats that were thwarted. Sounds to me like President Trump has the most attempts. So what do we have? We have Ryan Ruth, right? We have Thomas Matthew Crooks, and we have this dipshit Cole, whatever his name is from the other day. Didn't somebody else? Well, I guess you can't really call the deer hunting stand at the airport or in view of the airport. I guess you can't really call that an assassination attempt. But I thought that there was 2 at Mar-a-Lago. Didn't they disarm somebody else with a gun at Mar-a-Lago or something? Something seems to tell me that you could possibly say 4, but we know 3 for sure. But I think it's 4. I think there was another one I'm forgetting. And I think it was at Mar-a-Lago. I think they had to disarm somebody or something. I don't know. But I know for sure Ryan Ruth, Thomas Matthew Crooks, and then this Cole, whatever his name is.
Yeah, I do think there was a couple around Mar-a-Lago. Wasn't there one around his golf course down there that they had to tackle someone, and it's a whole debacle that Secret Service almost botched it?
Well, I think that was the Ryan Ruth thing. When they found him and they found his gun during the sweep. They didn't sweep before the president went on the golf course. They swept during. But maybe you're right. Maybe there was another one at Mar-a-Lago. Other people in the chat said more at Mar-a-Lago. A bomb at Mar-a-Lago. Okay. So, for sure it's Trump. I'm going to go on the record and I'm just going to say Trump has the most assassination attempts on his life. Okay, let's move to who do you think President Trump said would be the dynamic ticket to take over when he leaves, whenever that may be? Who do you think he said? Do you think he said Ron DeSantis? Do you think he said J.D. Vance? Do you think he said Marco Rubio? Do you think he said Pete Hegseth? Who do you think it is? Well, you don't have to wonder too much longer because here he is.
And he's running and he's in second place. So we got a lot of beauties out there, JD. I envy you and other people. I don't know. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be JD? Is it going to be somebody else? I don't know. Does anybody have? Okay, let's go. You ready? Who likes JD Vance? Who likes Marco Rubio? All right. Sounds like a good ticket. JD, that was a perfect ticket. By the way, I do believe that's a dream team, but these are minor details. That does not mean you have my endorsement under any circumstance. But, you know, there was a big and then a very nice. I think it sounds like presidential candidate and vice presidential candidate. President of the Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association.
So, here's what I would say would probably happen. Okay? And that's this. There's no way J.D. Vance is going to run as vice president again. If you're looking at this logically here, and you're looking at this in the form of secession and, probably a right to, everybody's got a right to run for president, but most likely you will probably see J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, and Marco Rubio will advance from Secretary of State to Vice President. J.D. Vance will go from Vice President to President, and then Marco Rubio would probably get his time after that. Now, I know Marco's older. I know Marco's more experienced in government. But if you're talking about position to position, looks like he's already saying who he wants to run. C3 says Rubio is a neocon. Well, I think he's proved that he's not. I think he's proved that he's not a neocon. And I think he's proved that being Secretary of State. Very, very handily. I think J.D. Vance has proved himself as well. And I think the both of them learning under learning under President Trump being their tutor, I think that they've got a good chance of winning. And I think that if they decide to run, I think Vance will probably be on the top of that ticket, Vance Rubio. And then after that, maybe Rubio runs. Wouldn't that be great to have all those years of Republicans? Now, if we were to pass the Save America Act, we would probably get those Republicans in succession in that order. Probably 100%. But that's if the Save America Act passes and John Thune is a rhino for real. Okay. Let's move to James Comey, John Brennan, the 2020 election, the coup against President Trump, draining the swamp. And in a minute, I'll bring up for you Kash Patel. But right now, let's get to the headline. Quote, making arrests soon. 2 U.S. officials hint at upcoming evidence supporting Trump's 2020 stolen election claims and promising arrests to come after that. Full stop real quick, as Hakeem Jeffries would say. Full stop. For the last 2 months, we have been ramping up this talk of the 2020 election. When I was at that grassroots District 1, Scott County, Eastern Iowa Republican event the other night, meeting Republicans like Brad Sherman, meeting Republicans like Charles Brockman, the chair, meeting Republicans like Jay Debates, who actually works for President Trump nationally, meeting Republicans like Nathan Ramker, meeting Republicans like Dan Rasmussen, and meeting business owners. Do you want to know what the top conversation was with these people other than Iowa politics? The 2020 election was number 1, and defeating rhinos was number 2. Those are the things we talked about the most. So obviously the 2020 elections are fresh in our minds, and it sounds like we're going to start hearing about it pretty soon. Monica Crowley, the U.S. government's chief of protocol, recently asserted that the administration will, quote, soon unveil evidence supporting claims that President Trump won the 2020 election. He did win in a landslide and will be able to give evidence about that, she said, speaking at an event hosted by Breitbart on May 6th. However, Crowley did not elaborate on the specifics of the forthcoming evidence, as reported by the Washington Times. In another recent parallel development, FBI Director Kash Patel expressed a similar urgency during a Fox News interview, stating, "We've got all the evidence. We've got all the information that we need." Patel continued, emphasizing the collaboration with prosecutors at the Department of Justice and their Attorney General Todd Blanche, declaring, quote, "We're going to make arrests, and it's coming. I promise you, it's coming soon." Okay. You don't really say those words if you don't plan on backing it up.
I lived through it, and the media came at me then, too. That just shows you that when you're over the target, you keep pummeling the target because the media's going to try and pummel you. We are not going to take this and have not taken this laying down. We did already indict former Director Comey, and that's going through the judicial process. But we also, at this FBI, even though we uncovered what we uncovered back in the House Intel days, I had to come in here and find rooms that they hid from the world. I had to come in here and find access on our computer systems in restricted and prohibited case files that they purposely put in places for no one to see and find. We have found all this information. We are working with our Department of Justice partners, and I am never going to let this go because they not only have personally attacked the presidency of the United States and President Trump, but they tried to thwart our elections and rig the entire system. And that is not something that is going to stop. That is not something I'm going to allow on my watch. But you just have to remember, they built this disease temple over 20 and 30 years. We've got all the evidence. I can announce on your show that we've got all the information we need. We're working with our prosecutors at the Department of Justice and Attorney General Todd Blanche, and we are going to be making arrests. And it's coming, and I promise you, it's coming soon.
Well, Cash, hold on, because when you started this interview, you said, Maria, you and I have been working together for a long time, and this is exactly what you were referring to. You were on my show repeatedly talking about the Russia collusion story, and our audience wants to know why there's never any accountability. But specifically, the question that I asked you was about election integrity and whether or not you have any information to verify what President Trump says all the time, which is the election was rigged.
So, my prediction to you all was that we're more than likely going to see all of this happen right before, during, or right after the midterms. So the midterms are in November. Ever since Pam, let me ask you this. How many Fox News interviews have you seen Todd Blanche do since he took over? I've seen one. I've seen one. How many Fox News interviews do you remember? What's her name doing? Pam Bondi. She at least did one a week. I've seen one from Todd Blanche. Maybe there's been more. I haven't seen it, but I don't watch Fox News. I usually get the sound bites by following their personal social media outlets. Dilly18 said birthright citizen case will kick off color revolution this summer. I absolutely agree. Bumblebee says proving 2020 was stolen proves that J6 was a setup. I absolutely agree. 100%. It all comes crumbling down with the 2020 proven as stolen. Well, here's the thing. You'll never prove it to the people who don't believe it. No matter what. You could literally have these people on camera saying they did it and they wouldn't still believe it. But all we got to do, like I said, our biggest weapon is our truth or our voices and the truth. And I have a feeling this is all going to come out right before the 2026 midterms. I have a feeling that you're going to start seeing those arrests this year. It's not going to go into next year. It's going to go into next year, but I think it's going to start this year. Terry says, so what happens when they prove it? Well, people go to jail. That's what I assume. People go to jail. Now, here's the thing. I wonder who has jurisdiction over the stolen 2020 election. Can you bring it in any state since every state was stolen? If you bring it would be brought federally, right? But can you bring a federal lawsuit or federal criminal allegations and charge people in states where you know they're going to actually get convicted? I would assume you can. And in a federal case like a 2020 election, because why? Because every state has standing, right? If you can prove that that's the case, then every state should have standing. I would think that you could bring that wherever you feel like it. The joy of the Lord says, I have an inkling there won't be any midterm elections. You know, I've heard that from other people, but I think there will be. Moss Maestro says, I hope it's before the midterms. Well, timing is everything, especially around elections, which is going to be our segue into this next thing. Thomas Massie. I'm going to play a video for you, and then I'm going to play an accusation coming Thomas Massey's way. And this is a perfect example of timing is everything. But let's first play this last week's push from Thomas Massey in his last week before his election to win his primary.
It always has been, and it always will be. It's where I grew up. It's where I met Rhonda. It's the place that taught us both the lessons that we need to head out into the world. Kentucky is the place that welcomed us back to raise our own family after we realized there's no place like it. There are little towns like this all over the district, and it's an honor to be the one you've entrusted to fight for and represent you in Washington. If you'd told me as a kid that I'd been the one that got to do it, I'd have never believed you. But now, I can't even imagine not being the one who got to do it. So thank you for the greatest honor imaginable. It's beyond humbling you've trusted me. Our nation and Kentucky have enormous challenges and problems. But after every visit back home to Kentucky, and talking with you and holding my grandchildren, I'm more renewed than ever to keep fighting. I'm Thomas Massey, and I approve this message. And if you'd let me, I'd be humbled to have your vote and trust again to keep fighting for Kentucky. This is home.
Is it me or does he feel really creepy? Like, would you hang out with this guy? Would you have a beer with this guy? Would you throw horseshoes with this guy? Would you throw darts with this guy? Would you play a game of pool with this guy? Would you have a backyard barbecue and hang out with this guy? I wouldn't. He seems creepy. Seems like he's pushing a little too hard to be something that he's not. Now, getting to this. Thomas Massey's wife of, 30 years passed away. Not long ago. A few years back. I think it was 2023 or 2024. And almost immediately, he was in the dating pool again. And I believe he's either married or about to be remarried again. Cynthia West is an ex-girlfriend of Thomas Massey's and apparently has come out with these accusations. Now, again, timing of it is always sus, right? You're like looking at it and you're like, come on, right? Like all this comes out right before they're ready to get elected, like Swalwell and stuff like that. But, and I say but here to say this, that doesn't mean that anything that she says isn't true. Okay? Because there's always I think there's always truth to where the rumors start, right? Cynthia West is his ex-girlfriend. Exposed him as a sexual deviant and bribed her with $5,000 cash to stay silent. Massey DM'd her on X in August of 2024. Not even 2 months after his wife of 31 years passed away. So, yes, she died in June of 2024. Massey ended up getting her a congressional staffer job in D.C. Massey pressured her to be involved in deviant sexual behavior with him. Cynthia rejected, feeling extremely pressured and uncomfortable. When she rejected, Thomas Massey had her fired, bribed her and threatened her not to file a complaint. A complaint was filed in 2025. The same time period when Thomas Massey remarried to a different staffer 20 years younger than himself. The man who claimed and screamed the loudest about transparency for Epstein and women victims, if what she's saying is true, turned out to be a scumbag himself. How much money are congressmen using to silence staffers over sexual allegations? Anna Paulina Luna blew the lid off that about a month and a half ago. But I think the biggest thing here is a complaint was filed a year ago. And now it sounds to me like his opponents are bringing out the big guns. Whether you believe it or not, it was all documented when it happened and a year afterwards as well. And you should be able to subpoena those records on X, right? I'm sure Elon Musk would love to oblige.
evidence or
Yeah.
identify witnesses?
Yeah,
Did you comply with all those requirements?
I did.
And in the course of filling out those documents, did you by any chance list Thomas Massey
I
as a
did.
potential witness?
I did, yes.
How did he react to that?
Well, out of courtesy, when I started the process, I called him up to let him know. And he was very angry. And he said, you're just one person, that you can't make a difference, that you need to just walk away. And then he had $5,000 that he said that he would give me if I could just walk away. I didn't take it, though.
Did he offer you a check?
No, he has cash, so it's part of his cow money, right? It's his non-traceable money.
No, wait a minute. You said it's part of his cow money?
Yeah, because he's got cows. He sells cows and gets cash, and he keeps it kind of.
Okay, stop. So this is the way this was recorded, Eli. It's only coming out of one of my headphones, so you may or may not hear this, folks. Okay, I know some people have issues when we have a video like that where it plays out of one, right? But she does say some pretty personal stuff. No, he wasn't going to pay me out of a check. He was going to pay me in cow money. Who says that making up this story? You could have just said, no, he offered me cash. Boom, done. But no, you said he wanted to pay me out of his cow money. And the guy said, wait a minute. Cow money, what's that? Yeah, he has cash from selling his cows, so it's not traceable because he sells cows. You don't say stuff like that unless you know this stuff personally. I'm not saying that makes the accusations true, but damn.
Oh.
So how did he react when you wouldn't take the money and walk away?
Well, he was very angry at that conversation.
All right. Have you pursued both the ethics complaint and the claim under the Employee Act despite his efforts?
I did. Yes, I did.
Are either or both of them still pending?
Yes.
Are the things you've told me about your complaints to both the Ethics Committee and for the retaliatory firing contained in those documents that you filed with the government?
Yes.
So that's all been filed as a complaint to the government.
Say that when Thomas Massey handed you or offered you $5,000 in cash that you were the main witness in a federal legal proceeding seeking a remedy for what you believe was an injustice?
Yes.
Wow.
Has there been any resolution of either one of those proceedings to date?
No.
Have they made any efforts to resolve this with you?
Yes. So I have an offer. It's at the House for approval, but settlement.
You have an offer of what?
Settlement for $60,000 to settle the case.
Okay, stop.
And for the retaliatory discharge and the.
Okay, stop. So she made an official complaint in 2025. It's documented. She talks about the money that he has, where it's come from, documented, easy to find. You have Elon Musk and X, who can easily, if this conversation was done over X, easily be able to get this conversation. And she said that she has it on record that there's a settlement for her to stay silent of $60,000 that the House is aware of. This is what Anna Paulina Luna was talking about.
With you.
Yes. So I have an offer. It's at the House for approval, but settlement.
You have an offer of what?
Settlement for $60,000 to settle the case and for the retaliatory discharge and the Congressional Accountability Act violation with the Office of Victoria Sparks. But if I do that, then I have to sign an NDA. And so I can't do that.
So she'd have to sign a non-disclosure agreement if she takes the $60,000 and she says, I can't do that. So just to recap here, Cynthia West was ex-girlfriend of Thomas Massey, who exposes him as a sexual deviant, bribed her with $5,000 cash to stay quiet about the sexual advances that he'd made on her, whatever they did. Massey DM'd her on X in August of 24, 2 months after his wife died. Okay? So if he'd messaged her 2 months after his wife died, I'm wondering how long they'd been talking or known each other before that. Massey ended up getting her a congressional staffer job in D.C., probably so he could keep her close. Massey pressured her to be involved in deviant sexual behaviors with him. Cynthia rejected, feeling extremely pressured and uncomfortable. When she rejected, Thomas Massey had her fired, bribed her, and threatened her not to make file a complaint. So this was in end of August 2024. The very next year, so you're talking, months later, a complaint was filed officially. And at the same time period, Thomas Massey had remarried a different staffer 20 years younger than he. That's where we are with this knowledge now that we have, whether it be true or not. I always thought it was weird that he didn't mourn his wife very long. You know what I mean? Like, you have this conversation, this hypothetical with your wife or your husband all the time, right? If I died, would you remarry? Well, I guess that depends on how old you are. I guess that depends on how long that you and your spouse were married. In some cases, I guess maybe not all cases. But I can tell you this, I wouldn't remarry 2 months later. I mean, I wouldn't even remarry the following year. Don't you think you'd have to be in a relationship for quite some time before you make a decision to get married again? Don't you think there's got to be a period of proposal, of engagement? All I'm saying is, he's creepy. He's weird. I've never liked the guy. I've been on his case far longer than anybody that I know. I figured this guy was a scumbag before anybody even thought about this guy being a scumbag. I knew this guy was a scumbag before I knew Dan Crenshaw was a scumbag. Because you can feel it. These people are disgusting. And they're weird. And they don't act like normal people like you and I. Jay Wall said, if you loved your wife or your spouse, there would be a mourning period. You would think. Now, I get it. Everyone mourns different. I'm not saying the guy should have mourned for 10 years. The joy of the Lord said, I know men who remarried right away. I just couldn't do that. How do you, first of all, how do you fall in love with somebody that fast after your wife of 31 years is dead? Either you've been cheating on her for a long time or you guys haven't really loved each other for a long time. One of those two things is possible, is the case. Wayne Davis says, sounds like a soap opera. Welcome to Washington, D.C. Tammy said, Jeremy convinced me more than that lady. Well, look, I don't want or not want it to be true. Like I said, the timing is a little sus, right? But it explains a lot. It absolutely explains a whole hell of a lot. Travel Bud said, the interesting thing is, it's normal for a long-time married person to remarry and not have a torrid secret affair. It is. Absolutely. Absolutely. They're distraught. They're hurt. They don't know what to do. They need to lean on somebody. They lean on somebody, happens to be a person of the opposite sex. That leaning on them turns into, I think I love you more than anything in the world. Let's get remarried. Yes, it's very possible. Very possible. I also have heard, and again, I'm not going to say it's true because I only heard it. And if the two words I heard were taken out of the dictionary, nobody would have anything to talk about. I get it. But I've also heard that his new wife is an extreme lefty. That would also track with what he's been doing since his wife died. So, some crazy stuff. Let's move on. Alabama Attorney General announces a civil investigation into the Southern Poverty Law Center, Nick Fuentes' employers, alleging deceptive fundraising practices under states' consumer protection statutes, and finally going after these scumbags at the SPLC. By the way, anybody seen Black Lives Matter really at all in the last couple of years? Other than a few stragglers wearing some t-shirts? Have a feeling they're going to come back after the birthright citizenship thing is done. Right? Have a feeling SPLC is going to be paying Nick Fuentes more money than ever. D. Clark said still waiting on the Fort Knox audit. Absolutely. Absolutely. My guess is they know that there's none in there. And if they were to announce that, then stocks and everything would fall through the floor. That's my guess. But I guess we'll see. In April, the Justice Department indicted the SPLC on 11 counts, including wire fraud, bank fraud, and money laundering. Wow, rack them right up. The SPLC was indicted for secretly funneling more than $3 million to members of white supremacist and extremist groups. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche said that the grand jury indicted the SPLC on 6 counts of wire fraud, 4 counts of bank fraud, and 1 count of conspiracy to commit money laundering. Now, Alabama Attorney General Steve Marshall has announced a civil investigation into the organization alleging deceptive fundraising practices under the state's consumer protection statutes. He says, "We've been fighting the SPLC for years. Thanks to the Justice Department's action, the state's efforts have received a shot in the arm. We look forward to learning about the inner workings of this organization, and we believed has been rotten from the start, but until recently has been impervious." Not anymore. Not anymore. A subpoena transmitted to the SPLC on Monday commands the SPLC to produce requested documents by Monday, June 1st. Alabama's investigations will lead to seek determination whether the SPLC activity within the state also ran afoul of the state's Deceptive Trade Practices Act or state laws related to charitable organizations, both of which are enforced by the Attorney General's office. I have a feeling they're going to get some state charges out of this too. And once the Alabama Attorney General charges them, other states will too. And this is how you tear down a dynasty. USAID, SPLC, Act Blue, the Department of Education, all of it. What is Lee Zeldin, the Department of EPA? They were all laundering and funneling money to these groups. And then these groups were taking that money and they were giving it to individuals on the streets to have Summer of Love protests and crap like that. Hey, Eli, we have a request in the live chat. I know you're getting ready to leave soon, but our star's birthday today. They're a longtime listener, and they have requested a birthday song from you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear our star. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
Get it? You're our star. Thank you for being our star and being here every single day. Happy birthday to you. And let's shut down the SPLC for your birthday. How about that? Here's another person expecting a subpoena. Actually has gotten some already and should expect some more. Now, the problem with subpoena and this woman is they might fall right through the front of her teeth. You don't know. Stacey Abrams subpoenas for all the crimes she committed. More subpoenas for Queen Kong. Let's get to it. The twice failed Democrat Georgia gubernatorial candidate created a nonprofit in 2013 to get out the black vote. Abrams has repeatedly claimed, without providing any evidence whatsoever, that the Georgia Republicans engage in black voter suppression. She blamed her previous crushing election loss to Brian Kemp on black voter suppression. Unfortunately for the world, they don't know that Brian Kemp and her are probably buddy-buddy and work together. I digress. The nonprofit's closure came after the Georgia Senate launched an investigation into both Stacey Abrams and the organization for illegal fundraising activity. The Senate committee announced that at the time that the investigation would focus on alleged campaign finance violations and possibly the recent New Georgia Project firing allegedly tied to efforts to unionize the voting rights organization. By the way, it's hard to whistle every time you say an S and the letter S. The New Georgia Project was slapped with a $300,000 ethics fine for illegal campaign fundraising in January of 2025. Now, if you do something illegal, I suggest you should probably get criminal charges rather than a fine, but whatever. And now, ladies and gentlemen, she is getting subpoenaed in the alleged campaign finance violations tied to voter outreach groups personally, and may even receive some criminal charges out of this. She posted a picture of these hearings and the requests and orders from these hearings, and she posted on X, my statement on Georgia's Senate Republicans' sham hearing. Yeah, that's a sham hearing, but the January 6th committee wasn't sham. The bringing Officer Fontaine and all these other failed cops in front of the January 6th committee, that wasn't a sham. The FISA court, Russia stuff, that wasn't a sham. But what's happening to you, Queen Kong? That's a sham, huh? Good news, as Stacey Abrams might get more subpoenas in the future. Now, John Brennan, James Clapper, James Comey, Lisa Page, Peter Strzok, all of them. I hit my microphone there. Southern District of Florida is coming for you. So what do you do when you're John Brennan, once the leader of a very, very powerful government organization, now nothing but a washed up, you know what he looks like? He looks like Voldemort's nutsack. That's what he looks like. He looks like Voldemort's nutsack from Harry Potter. That's what it looks like right there, folks. That's Voldemort's nutsack right there. What would you do if you were John Brennan and you were facing down the barrel of a legal gun that was about to put you in prison for the rest of your natural-born Muslim-loving life? Well, you might admit some things. Try to save face. John Brennan
says these people are dirty. Todd Blanche says we're lucky to have Trump involved in this. Kash Patel says I have a bat phone into the Oval Office. He has succeeded largely in turning DOJ and the FBI into political arms of his political operation. What still exists in the system to slow that down?
I think, as Liz mentioned, there's still a legion of professionals in the law enforcement environment, the Department of Justice, as well as the CIA and other places, the ones who are refusing to follow politically motivated prosecutions, those who are refusing to support any type of political activities on the part of the Trump administration that are inconsistent with the authorities, the responsibilities.
So Brennan admits there's a legion of operatives in the DOJ and the CIA resisting Trump. How about that? He admits it. And look who they got coming up next, down in the bottom right-hand corner. James Comey. Let's take this back. Listen to what he says. He admits that there's still good people in there resisting the President of the United States, resisting the leader of the FBI, resisting the leader of the DOJ.
Slow that down.
I think, as Liz mentioned, there's still a legion of professionals in the law enforcement environment, Department of Justice, as well as the CIA and other places, the ones who are refusing to follow politically motivated prosecutions, those who are refusing to support any type of political activities on the part of the Trump administration that are inconsistent with the authorities, the responsibilities of the intelligence community, law enforcement community, and Department of Justice. So we have to rely on these individuals to stand up to their professional responsibilities, and also to the courts, to the judges, to those judges who in fact took an oath of allegiance to the law, not to a political party, not to a person. And, I'd like to think that there are still some members of Congress. Certainly, I'm looking for the Republicans who at one point had spoken out against Donald Trump and had spoken in support of the law, but they seem to have just totally caved. And I think, as has been said, what has happened to our institutions is really going to have longstanding damage to these institutions, to our system of justice.
Yeah. Well, sir, you're the one who damaged those institutions. But he said there is a legion of people that are still in these agencies that are not going to be moved by this political hatred from the right towards John Brennan and James Comey and the rest. Now, somebody said, I thought James Comey was arrested. He was, but he's out on bail. He's out on bail. He's going to be out while he fights the case, unfortunately. So that's how deep the swamp is, folks. That's why it takes so long to drain it. Now, the DOJ has promised that they have evidence of James Comey that shows that he did mean to 8647. That his story of, I just came up upon some seashells by the seashore in this funny pattern that just spelled out 8647. And I thought it was interesting, so I took a picture and posted it on my Instagram. That's what his defense is. I told you there's no way that a grand jury would have handed down an indictment on James Comey for just that. I told you there has to be more to the story. There has to be more proof, more evidence of something. Phone calls, text messages, witnesses, whatever. For a grand jury to say, okay, we're going to hand down an indictment. On that same show, in studio, James Comey refused to talk about the other evidence,
which
the DOJ
is on
has.
Amazon right now for sale.
I hate to stiff arm you, but I'm going to do the same thing. It's very important that we respect and obey the rules of the federal court in North Carolina and everywhere, even if others don't. And so I'm not going to talk about that. Except to say, as I said earlier, I am not only not guilty, I am innocent, and we will pursue this fully.
The first time you were indicted, you released a video like that, and and I think you said it last time you were on the show, you talked about your faith in the independent judiciary. Do you think that is the only leg standing?
Yes, with the exception of something that John Brennan mentioned in your last segment, that there are good people holding the line.
So there you go. So there, John Brennan and James Comey on together, back to back, talking about good people holding the line inside of our government, meaning swamp rats. Eli?
Not only am I not guilty, but I'm innocent. Naturally, if you're not guilty, you're innocent, you dipshit.
Not only am I not guilty, but I'm innocent. That'd be like saying, not only am I not fat, but I'm skinny. Not only am I not weak, but I'm strong. Or in Will Johnson's case, not only am I not black, but I'm white.
I don't know if you remember it, but it reminded me of that movie Bulletproof with Adam Sandler and James Caan. His henchmen are like looking for him and they lose him and he calls his boss and he's like, "Sir, I've lost them and I don't know where they are." And he's like, "1 second. Effing idiot, son of a..." Naturally, if you lost them, you don't know where they are, you moron.
Yeah. Sir, I lost them. I don't know where they are. Eli, I got to go off on a weave here real quick, and then I'll come back to these losers. Do you know what you know what my biggest pet peeve is? Is when you're looking for something, and somebody goes, "Where's the last place you had it?"
Y'all got any more of them lost objects?
If I knew, come here. If I knew where the last place I had it was, I would know where to find it. And then they say this, Eli, after you find it, ready for this? After you find it, they say, figures it'd be the last place you looked. Really? Why would I keep looking for it if I found it? Chalk that under stupid things to not say, by the way.
Grimesic knew what we were talking about. Disneyland.
Disneyland.
I love that movie. I haven't seen that in years.
Figures it'd be the last place you looked. Really? I think I'm going to keep looking now. Those are just things that really get my goat, right? I think people say that, you know, another one that bothers me, I'm just going to say it since we're talking about it, Eli. Another thing that really bothers me is when you cough because you drank water and it kind of went down the wrong way. And as soon as you start, you okay? First of all, I'm coughing. I'm not going to stop coughing to answer you that I'm okay or I'm not okay. Now, if I continue to cough for like 45 seconds or I stop breathing, then you can do something about it. But don't ask me if I'm okay as soon as I start coughing. I'm going to, okay? Wait till I'm done and say, "You all right?" And yeah, I'm good. Don't ask me after the first cough. I can't stop. I can't answer you.
Or when the server comes to check on, see how your food is with a mouthful of food, it's because they don't want to be asked to go get you anything. They time that. I know. I used to be one.
Yep. You see them take a bite and you all walk up, "Everything good here? Can I get you anything?" Oh, really? That's what Monica Lewinsky said. Oh!
I just always wanted to go out and have a cigarette. That's when I smoked. I smoke stogies now, but I don't inhale those. But I used to chimney smoke cigarettes, and I'd be like, "Oh, you guys got your food. Just don't ask me for a side of anything." Oh.
Eli, I remember you used to go outside. When Eli and I worked at Applebee's years ago, 20-something years ago, right? Bartending and serving and all that kind of stuff. Having fun, right? Going out afterwards, singing karaoke, blowing all the money we made before kids and all that, right? And Eli, I used to hate it when people go outside and smoke and come back in smelling like cigarettes, and then they'd go to their tables or they'd go back to behind the bar, and I'd be like, "Dude, you smell like cigarette smoke so bad." And I would hate that if I was at that time I'd quit smoking. So I didn't smoke at that time anymore. So I hated it so much.
I hated an awful lot about that life. You remember, like, when I would first show up for my shift, I'd get my first table, and they're like, "Eli, we sat you." I'm like, "Oh!" And they're like, "You kind of need that to make money, don't you?"
Yeah, and here I'm going to blow up your spot, Eli. Ready for this? Black people would walk in. Remember that, Eli? I'm going to blow your spot up. Remember when black people would come in and you come up to me and be like, "Dude, can you take these people for me?" First of all, these people? Sure, dude. I got them for you. But it wasn't because he's racist. I will say that.
It's just that Jeremy had more charisma because he was, this is probably going to sound bad, but he was, in the rap industry and
in jail.
I don't rap.
In jail.
That helped. See, you had a little caveat. You had a little conversation starter. "Hey guys, I've been to jail too."
I take back the racist comment. Racist.
I kid. He's okay.
Except he doesn't really kid. Can you take these black people for me? I really can't. But it was like he wouldn't know. He would feel like he couldn't relate to conversation with them. That's all. Right? I mean, he grew up in Springfield, Vermont. I think there was one. Maybe a half of one, like Will. You know?
Not necessarily by choice, but we live in... I'm pretty sure it's a completely white community right here.
No darkness outside Eli's window at all, ladies and gentlemen. None whatsoever. Hey, before we move on to the next story, how do you segue into a sponsor after calling your producer kind of racist? How do you do that? Speaking of racism, folks.
All right, I guess it depends on the sponsor. What are you diving into?
Yeah, I guess if I was sponsoring Black Lives Matter, I could be like, well, speaking of racists.
Or maybe some black tea or something like that.
Excuse me, did you say it was hot outside? I said, no, it was white outside. Sorry, my bad. Golden Crest Metals. Where the metals don't care what color you are, just as long as your cash is green. Hey, there's a segue, Eli. I did it.
Masterful work. I'm out of here.
Dotsky says, how now is this relevant? Well, come on now. Stories are always relevant, aren't they? Aren't stories good? I finally purchased some more silver last week after saving for 9 months. The gestation period of a baby, while it's alive in the mother's womb. And it's a baby, not a clump of cells. Saved for 9 months, bought some more silver, and I'm so happy I did. Because 20 years ago, silver was worth 10 times less than it is right now. Silver was $80. It was $80 plus today. Was $8 20 years ago. In 20 more years, it's not going to be worth $800. It's going to be worth more. Because as technology advances, silver is needed more, not gold. Now, gold is rarer, so it's worth more, a lot more. But silver will always give you the biggest jump and the biggest profit, especially today. GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA. Request your free gold IRA kit today. Let me show you something real quick. I'm going to take my headphones off. I'm going to show you something. Here was my welcome packet for buying some more. Every time you buy some, you get another welcome packet. And Golden Crest Metals right there. And this is that 2026 gold guide. Now, what this does is it educates you on paper gold, physical gold, bullion, whether you want bars or coins, what coins are more sought after, so they'll be worth more at melting when you melt down. All of those things that we talk about every week on the Crest Report are right in there. So, ladies and gentlemen, goldencrestmetals.com/LFA or call 888-308-4202. That is our preserved line just for LFA TV. 888-308-4202. Call today. Okay? Vita Rose just donated a whopping $100 donation and said, I'm driving, cracking up. Well, be careful of what you're doing, okay? Jeremy, I put $1,500 on the reps holding the House Republicans, bought it at 19%, stand to win $7,500. See that? We only talk about for sure investments around here, ladies and gentlemen. Awesome, Bumblebee. Good job. Smart bet right there. All right, let's get back to James Comey real quick, and then we're going to go to New York City. After Zohran Mamdani's Muslims took over the city last night, attacking Jews and Christians everywhere. Who told you that was going to happen? I don't know, everybody in this chat. But here's James Comey real quick, again, talking about how great his daughter is, who was fired from the Southern District of New York, who was responsible for getting rid of, I don't know, tons and tons and tons of information, including Epstein files?
Her was a superstar prosecutor in the Southern District of New York and was
daughter.
fired only because she has my last name. That's stupid, that's immoral, that's illegal in my view, and painful. She'll be okay. I mean, she got a job at a law firm, and someday I hope she'll go back to the Department of Justice. My daughter was a superstar prosecutor in the Southern District of New York and was fired only because she has my last name.
Your stupid daughter wasn't a superstar, and she wasn't only fired because she has your stupid last name. Your stupid daughter, who's a stupid star, not a superstar, actually got fired because of her conduct, idiot. She got fired because of burn bags, idiot. She got fired because of Epstein files missing that she was supposed to preserve, idiot. She got fired because of malpractice and going outside of her job duties and using her power in a way she shouldn't, I should say. I wonder who she learned that from, idiot. Now, it's going to be hard to flush 2 turds down the toilet, but I think we can do it. I think we can flush 2 turds down this toilet. We bought a bigger toilet, so one more here for good measure. There we go. Your daughter got fired because she's an idiot and she's corrupt like daddy. I wonder where she learned it. I wonder where she learned how to be a corrupt loser like you. My daughter was a superstar. Does that look like a superstar to you? Does she look like a superstar to you? Unreal. Brooklyn, New York. Hundreds of pro-Hamas Muslims, led by Pal Owala, marched with their terror flags and masks to intimidate Jews and, yes, Christians. I have some on film. And the Young Israel Synagogue of Midwood in Midwood, Brooklyn, New York City, home to primarily Orthodox Jewish residential communities. Outside the synagogue and onto the residential streets, people were dragged, pepper sprayed, spit on, arrested, beaten from all sides. Cops couldn't even keep it under control because there was too many of them. Once they get their foothold into a region, they never let it go. I'm going to ask everybody in this chat right now, whose side are you on? As a Christian, the Muslims or the Jews? And if you say neither, you're on the fence, then you're a lukewarm Christian. Pick a side. Bible tells you to. Which side do you identify with more? Which side would you get involved to help? The Jews or the Muslims? Go ahead, take a stand. Let's see who you are. I'm going to pull up the live chat. And if I see anybody in there say, I wouldn't pick either, I'm a Christian, I focus only on this, that, or the other. Well, you live in the world, okay? Welcome to it. Time to stand up and act like it. Let's get this out of the way here. Let's see. I want to see how many people stand up with the Muslims. Lucianoro says neither. Okay. Well, figured we'd get 1 or 2. See, I'm speaking in a hypothetical here. It's a hypothetical. So to say neither isn't really saying anything. I'm not picking on you or anything. I'm not being mean. I'm just saying, if you, as a Christian who's not on the fence, who has to get involved and protect, do you side with the Muslims or do you side with the Jews? You can tell a lot from that answer, by the way. I side with everything on this earth against Islam. I don't care what the politics of it say. I don't care what the trend is. I don't care what era we are in. I ride against Islam with anyone. I would hang out with cannibals that never saw society the way it is today if they were fighting Islam. Death to that fake, deathly, satanic religion. Lucianero says, I get you, Jeremy, but Israel drags us into wars. Oh, no. Oh, no. Not like every other ally hasn't, too. You think Israel, you think Bibi Netanyahu, who just went on TV this weekend and said, we are no longer going to expect to live off the tit of the American taxpayer anymore. We're getting away from American funds coming our way. You think Bibi dragged Donald Trump into war? Really? That shows me where your opinion of Donald Trump is. Because knowing that man the way I do, nobody drags him into anything. He does what he wants when he wants. He makes informed decisions. And let me ask you, are people buying oil from Israel right now or the United States of America? Who's the largest net exporter of oil and gas and energy right now on planet Earth? Who is it? It's America. Luciano says, Bibi lies. I love Trump. Okay. What does that have to do with anything? Every world leader lies. Every world leader lies. Keir Starmer lies more than Bibi. Zelensky lies more than everyone. Chuck Schumer lies more than Zelensky. I'm against Islam no matter what. Wait and see about Bibi. Why is he bombing Lebanon? Who gives a shit? Who cares? Who cares why Bibi's bombing Lebanon? Kill them all. Every single one of them. Why? Because of this kind of stuff right here.
Get back! Joe! Get back! Stop hurting him! You're 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 hurting him! Stop hurting him! Stop hurting him! Stop hurting him! Stop hurting him! Watch out! Go back! Get free! You're hurting him! Let's get up! There's no need to hurt him! Calm down! Calm down! He's trying to get up! He can't get up! Calm down!
Police are completely outnumbered. Did you see the mayor of New York come out and condemn any of this? I didn't. I didn't see him calling help. I didn't see him calling National Guard. I didn't see him even make a freaking statement on this. Why? Because this is what he wants. This is always the goal. They are animals. They do nothing but destroy. They are the scum of the earth. They will never, ever stop. You know, Jews might be some interesting people. And while I don't love Israel as much as people think I do, they're not out there doing this stuff on our streets. Ever. Ever. Free Palestine. Funny, if Israel's so strong and they can bring everybody into war, why is it still there? Shouldn't they have been able to be easily wiped out so Israel doesn't have to deal with them anymore?
Leave me my own park anytime. Only y'all niggas can leave me my own park. Y'all know where our park is, right? 5, 6, 7, 8.
5, 6, 7, 8. Israel's a terror state. Look at this. Orthodox Jews in Brooklyn, surrounded by police, but only about 6 of them, it looks like. Nobody protecting the Palestinians. Why? Because they're the aggressors. They're the aggressors. And by the way, anybody in this chat or anybody who's listening later or watching, let me just say this. Every time you say, well, the Jews killed Jesus, that's a disrespect to Jesus. And that goes to show you don't know your Bible, you don't know Jesus, you have no relationship with him, and you're using that as a crutch, and Jesus will look at you and say, depart from me, you worker of iniquity, I never knew you. Nobody killed Jesus. Would you have rather they didn't? Would you rather not have your sins washed clean and have an opportunity to go home to your Father in heaven? What a disrespect it is to Jesus. Do you know your Bible? What did Jesus say? I have the power to lay my own life down. I command my spirit go to be with the Father. Isn't that what Jesus said? I have the power to lay my body down and raise it back up. Guess they don't know their Bibles. Nobody killed Jesus. Everybody played a part. Judas didn't betray Jesus. Judas played a part. A prophesied part. A prophecy from those Jews far before Jesus was born as a human being. Here's a viral video of rival gangs with machetes and long knives in Brooklyn taking an opportunity to Go at it themselves. Gangs on mopeds. Ooh, that's scary. Scum. This is Zohran Mamdani's New York City. Mermaid Mills, you probably got the best statement of the day. We all killed Jesus. He died for our sins. That's exactly right. Anybody who says the Jews killed Jesus, first of all, the Jews didn't. If you want to really get technical, somebody in the chat said it, the Romans did. But that's even a wrong answer. If you're looking at it from a world point of view, the Jews didn't kill Jesus. They conspired to force the Romans to make a decision, and the Romans actually killed him. The Jews were no part of killing him. They were just part of conspiring against him to say, if you don't kill him, then we will rise up and burn down the streets. I wonder who that sounds like. Who does that sound like today in our society? Who rises up, gathers together, and burns down the city and causes chaos if they don't get their way? Who does that sound like? Can't, for the life of me, put my finger on it.
What are we gonna do? Why do they come here, call for intifada, and then cry victim?
Why are you selling stolen land?
Where?
Sell stolen land.
What land is stolen?
The West Bank.
It's Judea, Samaria.
This is a Muslim land that we can take all the buildings.
So should we go back to the 67 borders?
We should go back to two-state solution.
But should we go to 67 borders?
Before June 1967, yes.
You know who controlled it then? Jordan, idiots.
Yeah.
Jordan controlled it. So you want to go back? So go to Jordan. Go to Jordan.
Go to Jordan? Go back to Poland and Germany. How about that?
Come on, tough guy. You dance like a girl. What are you doing, ballet? What are you doing, ballet?
Why don't you go back to Poland and Germany? You are weak.
Yeah.
Why don't you go back to Poland and Germany?
Sharmuta. Come on, let's go to my gym, tough guy, let's go. Come on, let's go to my gym.
Why don't you bring your people to the gym?
Come on, mutually agreed intifada, let's go, tough guy. Come on, right? Mutually agreed intifada, how about that?
What?
Don't cops, let's meet. Get your boys, I'll get mine, let's go. Let's go. Come on, let's go, anything you want. You name it, let's go. Pick the location, let's go. Pick the weapons, I don't care. Let's go. You guys all want intifada until we show up. You're a bunch of pussies. Bunch of pussies.
Look at these fucking garbage people right here.
What are we gonna do? Why do they?
First of all, you need to be denouncing Muhammad in front of him. You need to say, Muhammad rot in pieces. Pedophile scumbag, goat screwers, goat humpers, pedophile molesters, false religion, fake prophet. That's what they need to hear. I'm glad that people are standing up to them, but what they need to hear is that their prophet nonstop is a pedophile scumbag loser who's dead, and you can actually visit his tomb. Try to visit the tomb of Jesus. Let's see how that works out for you.
Come on! Allahu Akbar! I know this is scary, man. Very scary.
Screaming Allahu Akbar to these Jews. Whoa, hold on. Were the Jews in New York just screaming USA? Were those young Jewish men chanting USA, USA? You'll never see a Muslim do that. You'll never see a Muslim proud to live here. Even if they were born here, they hate this country. So I ask you, Jews or Muslims? Better yet, instead of asking me which side are you on, who would you rather coexist with in your country? Jews or Muslims? Maybe that's a better question to ask. Maybe that'll get a more honest answer from some of you.
You believe? Come here. Come here.
Allahu Akbar. I know this is
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. As soon as they're doing that, I'd like to spit right in the back of his throat. It's all happened. This is going on in New York City, folks. This is going on in New York City. Were Jews and Muslims all out fighting in the streets when Zoran wasn't in office? No, he is fostering this in that city, and he loves it. He didn't even come out and condemn it. At least Jews and Christians share the same God. Here's a pro-terror mob group going after this Christian. Christians were actually out there standing up for Jews, you know, kind of expected, right? We do share the same God, Yahweh.
Who the fuck are you, boy? Why you got your fist up?
Jesus was Palestinian.
Oh, what you want to do? What you want to do?
He's got an I Love Jesus hat on.
I'm staying right here.
Are you Hamas? I don't like Hamas.
Yes, I'm Hamas. Yes, I'm Hamas. What you gonna do if I'm Hamas? Do something. I'm Hamas. You're looking at Hamas in the eyes.
You're wrong.
Do something.
You're wrong.
Yeah. No. Bitch boy, hide behind the police, bitch boy. Hide behind the police, bitch boy. Hide behind the police, bitch boy. You want violence? Bring the violence. Bring it. Bring the violence. Bring it. Bring the violence. Bring it to me.
Every fascist state will fall.
Every fascist state will fall. Who the fuck are you, boy?
Clearly a Catholic. I Love Jesus hat on. Where do you think this is all going, guys? New York is fallen. You think they're going to stop with persecuting the Jews? These Muslims? Where next? When is everybody going to understand and realize that about these Muslim pigs? They are. They're disgusting dredges of society in every society that they live in. You don't have to love Jews to say, I'd rather coexist with them any day of the week than these douchebags in this sanctuary city of New York. Zohran Mamdani doesn't even come out and condemn it. By the way, this was Palestinian and Muslims going to Jewish synagogues to start trouble. The Jews in New York are done. So any of them that voted for Zohran, you shot yourself in the foot, idiots. Good job. Because don't think that I'm going to talk about that story without saying, hey, Jewish people in New York City, are you brain dead? Are you stupid? Did you really think that this wasn't going to happen, you retarded idiot individuals? We need more American Christian to stand up against Islam. Whatever that means.
There's no other reason you'd want significant public safety threats to walk the street in New York. I looked at a list just this morning, Brian, and I looked at a list of top 20. Here's the charges: homicide, sexual assault, rape, sexual assault, rape, sexual assault, homicide, sexual assault, homicide, rape, sexual assault, kidnapping, sexual assault, rape, homicide. I can go on and on and on. Top 20 we arrested off the streets of New York because her administration refused to work with us and honor our detainers. She is making New York less safe. President Trump has done more to protect the citizens of New York than she has.
So I wish President Trump would do more. I wish that we could outlaw Islam in this country. That would be a beautiful thing. If we could outlaw Islam in this country, that would be a beautiful thing. Islam and Democrats. Man, imagine have you guys seen those AI generated videos that people have been making, like, what would America be like without Democrats? And then they did the what would America be like without Republicans. Have you seen those AI generated videos? The ones that are what would the life be like without Republicans? The country is a mess. It goes full into socialism / communism. Millions and millions die to get there. Blue hair, everybody. Aborted babies everywhere. The birthing rate's so low. Population's dropping. And the ones that said, what would life be like without Democrats? Flourishing cities, flourishing communities, families intact, mother and father both in the house, 5 kids apiece. Life is good. Sunshine, rainbows, and puppies and kittens. And now they should do show what life would be like if there were no Muslims. Show what life would be like if there was no Islam. And then do the opposite. What would this country look like if there was no Christians in this country? Let's see if I can find this. Let's see if I can find this. I don't think I'm going to be able to find it like this. I probably should have saved it when I found it. Yeah, I can't find it right off the bat here. And producer Eli's already gone. He had to step out for an appointment, so can't have him get it for us. But anyway, look those up. You'll find them. It's incredible what AI came up with. Yes, Cadino. Yeah, we played a video about that this morning where he said that, talking about Trump derangement syndrome. Now, moving on to this. Did you guys see this guy opening fire in broad daylight? Did you see this? A guy that has been arrested multiple times in the Boston area. Wait to see this story. Let's go ahead and roll it.
Well, Lisa and David, we're learning his name, and his name is Tyler Brown. He's a 46-year-old man from Boston who I-Team sources say was shot by a state trooper, and he's no stranger to law enforcement. In fact, in 2020, he was charged with attempting to kill Boston police officers. This is a photo of Tyler Brown from an officer safety bulletin that went out this morning in Boston. At about 12:30, Boston police officers attempted to do a well-being check at his home in Dorchester after his parole officer reported that he made suicidal statements. He was also allegedly seen on FaceTime with an assault rifle and said he would use it. The bulletin also mentioned his phone was pinging in Cambridge. Shortly after the bulletin went out, these videos of Brown were taken on Memorial Drive. He's seen walking down in the middle of the street, terrorizing drivers, waving and shooting a long gun. Witnesses say he shot at cars and in the air before I-Team sources say a state trooper shot him and he was taken into custody. And we're working to learn more about Brown's condition. As for the attempted murder charge, in 2021, he was sentenced to 5 to 6 years in state prison, followed by probation, and was ordered to undergo mental health evaluations and treatment. David, Lisa?
Really valuable information. Cheryl.
So if you live in New England, you don't say Dorchester. Okay? Anybody that's watching right now from New England knows that you say Dorchester. Okay? You say stuff like, where you want to meet for lunch? I don't know, let's go up to the north end. Not north, north. That's just how you say it. Hey, you want to meet me in Dorchester? Let's go grab something from Dunks. I'll meet you at the Dorchester Dunks. Not the one on that block, the one on that block. Come on, let's get in the car. Let's go. Somebody in the chat said you should post a screenshot of that and say, this is why you don't give up your guns. Absolutely. Absolutely. See if we got I got a couple different angles and some different video of this. Let's see. How many shots? See that, Judge? You see that left wing scumbag judge who should have had this guy in prison for, I don't know, ever? Coming from a Southern girl, New Englanders talk funny. Yeah, they do. Coming from a New Englander, Southerners talk funny. And El Goldie says, I grew up in Massachusetts since I was 2 years old until 18 years old. So you either go on the north end or you go down to Southie. If you're in Boston area, there's Southie, there's the north end, there's Charlestown, there's Lowell, Revere. Yeah. I do love the Boston area. Don't get me wrong. I spent 30 years out there. I still say, like the other day here, I said wicked to somebody. And they were like, oh, it's hot out on us. Oh, wicked. And they're like, what? Sorry, it's a New England thing. Slam said, as long as judges aren't held accountable, nothing will change. I agree with you there. Judges should be held accountable for the people they let out if they kill somebody. Absolutely. Especially if the law says you should have put them in jail. But, you know, you're living in Massachusetts. What do you expect? Philly speaks another language. Yes, Philly speaks a whole other language. Absolutely. I couldn't understand a word Jeremy said. Guess I'll never visit New England. I wouldn't understand anything they say. Yeah, Boston is a funny place for talking, for sure. Yes, Boston. Boston. B-A-W. Oh, Boston. All right, here's another video. This is pretty crazy. This is really long, so we're not going to play all of this. But what you're about to see is a car prowler who pays a deadly price after deciding to start a gunfight with Minnesota police officers. We will bring you to the point where they arrive on the scene, and we will play it from there. The body camera was worn by Sergeant Mario Leon. So
255. I was checking on a vehicle, 7500 block of Oliver. Has an open door.
Okay.
Good. I have that male walking north on Oliver.
Every male's walking north on Oliver.
What do you have?
Okay.
Stop right there. He's running southbound, westbound through the lot, towards Penn. Yep, go around. Coming out to Penn. Orange shorts, white shoes, black male, backpack. South on Penn. Loop back around towards the parking lot. Coming out on 7-6. Police, you're under arrest! Stop right there! Stop! 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 Oh, fuck! Oh, fuck! I'm shot! I'm shot! I'm shot! I'm shot! Mario, get back, get back! Oh. Hey, hold him! I'm shot! Mario, get down! Tourniquet! Got you, Mario. Tourniquet! Got you. Hold him! Got him. I got him. Tourniquet!
Anything! Stay there! Just stay there!
2525, I'm shot.
I think I got bullets too. Where you hit? Arm?
Right arm.
Got you.
No! What do you want?
So there's going to be another body cam footage here showing you another portion of it. Before I play this, I just want to say one thing. If regular community people had to go after this guy, we would, but more than likely we would be like waiting for our opportunity to tackle him so we didn't get shot. Police don't do that. Police run right into the danger, not knowing what could be. They're trained to literally run into the belly of the beast for the most part. And that's why we back our blue, because they have a lot of courage. Let's play this other body cam from Sergeant Christian Schultz.
Stop!
Just arrived.
I'll go around, Mario.
So he just told Mario, who we were just watching, that he was going to go around to the other side.
Orange shorts, white suit, black male, backpack.
Yeah, it definitely looks like a projects area or something, but...
Move back around. Where the fuck not? Hurry back to left. Coming out on 7-6.
Stop! Police! Stop! Get down on the ground! Raise your hands!
He's only got a taser.
Stop! He's got a gun!
Yeah! Yeah, unload on that son of a bitch.
20 shots fired, officer down. Start medics. Where you hit, Mario? Get back. Hey, hold him.
Lay there and bleed out, you son
Mario,
of a
get
bitch.
down. I got you, Mario. I got you. Hold him.
I got him. Tourniquet.
Stay there!
Ladies and gentlemen, this kind of stuff is only going to get worse in this country. So you might ask yourself, why did you have Jake Lang on your show, Jeremy? Jake and you don't stand for the same thing. Well, we actually do. When you're talking about Islam and illegals and the crime in this country. I've said from day one, I don't have to agree with how Jake Lang does things. And I'm not his friend. He is somebody who's fighting against Islam in this country. And I always said, I will stand with anybody against Islam. Yes, that was in Minnesota, by the way. Here's what happened to Jake Lang recently. As he's trying to burn a Quran outside of an Islamic center. I believe this is Hamtramck, or is this Dearborn? Because he went to both of them again. Let's see. He's doing what needs to be done in this country because we are sick and tired of waiting for people to do it for us. Here's another, I think this might be the same camera view. We're just going to check this out. Yeah, same camera view. Okay. Then we find out this. He rented a U-Haul like he did the last time, but this time police say they found mushrooms, psychedelic mushrooms inside the rented U-Haul that he was traveling in. Now, I have a hard time believing that that's the case. Maybe it was a plant, I don't know. But then we found this out yesterday. So, we'll see where that goes. I have not reached out to him to find out exactly what happened, but I would like to have him back on to find out exactly what happened. Again, anybody who fights against Islam to push them out, I'm okay with. I'm okay with. I don't have to know you at a personal level. I just have to know that you're out there doing what our federal government refuses to do, and that's get rid of these scumbags out of our country. Kittenhead said, I don't believe it. I don't believe it either. I have talked to Jake on, I don't know, a few occasions, and I've never seen or known him to be a drug-taking kind of individual. And I'm not talking about, like, weed or anything like that. I'm talking about, like, hard stuff like cocaine, shrooms, things like that. And by the way, who brings shrooms to fight against Islam? Who does that? Don't you think you'd bring an 8-ball? Or something that charges you up? Like if you're a druggie, why would you bring shrooms? Oh, so you could psychedelically trip while you're fighting them. Get out of here. Get out of here. I don't believe it at all. All right, here's some good news. Yesterday was the last day that you could charge Tony Fauci for plagiarism. Or not plagiarism, lying under oath to Congress, which doesn't carry a very big criminal, charge. It's not like you're going to go to jail or prison for lying to Congress, right? The Department of Justice is reportedly considering a new criminal case against Tony Fauci. Major development as scrutiny surrounding Tony Fauci continues to escalate after their statute of limitations expired from lying to Congress under oath. New charges of misconduct during the pandemic. Trump officials told the New York Post they're not interested in the small fish of lying to Congress. They want the bigger case, which is, did you know or did you orchestrate or did you have any role in releasing COVID-19 to the public? They want him for genocide. So I know there's a lot of people out there freaking out saying yesterday was the last day for Tony Fauci to get, charged for lying to Congress. Lying for Congress is a misdemeanor. It's not even a felony. It's not even a felony. So they want him on something a lot bigger. Now, Netanyahu says Israel plans to wean themselves off U.S. military aid. Eric Dougherty posted it's official. Prime Minister Netanyahu announces he plans to end Israel's reliance on U.S. foreign aid. Why do you think that's happening? Why do you think that Bibi Netanyahu announced that? Can anybody answer that question? Great guy Gary says it doesn't matter. He was pardoned. Yeah, but Trump already signed an executive order that said those pardons aren't valid. So I guess we're going to stress test that. Trust me, they're going after him for something. Buckle Brush says Nuremberg doesn't care about your auto pen pardon. Absolutely. Does anybody want to take a guess on why Bibi Netanyahu said we're going to start weaning ourselves off American aid? 2146 Nat Spit. You got it correct. But I thought Trump was bought and paid for by Bibi. Trump said, the days of us taking care of you and anyone else are over. And they're coming to a head real quick. It isn't just, ladies and gentlemen, the fact that Bibi Netanyahu is wanted by an international court or anything like that. It's because, and it isn't just because it has anything to do with just Israel. Trump wants all U.S. foreign aid held back from all these countries. He says we can be allies without you raping our taxpayers. So, I got to play this for you real quick. Because talk about a reach by Megyn Kelly, and her comments prove it. Check this out.
So Netanyahu, in a rather chilling moment, actually reached over and picked up Major Garrett's iPhone in order to make his point.
Watch how stupid this is. Watch what a reach
social
this is.
media. Now, what's interesting about this exchange, I'm going to show it to you. This is the final exchange in the 70-minute sit down. Okay, but this is purportedly Netanyahu trying to tell us what's being done to Israel by propagandists out there. And I would submit to the jury that it is very much true of what Israel is doing to its critics now, too. Watch.
Again, you can say anything because it's this. This is yours, right?
Mm-hmm. Speaking of,
you're not immune either because you can penetrate this machine. You can penetrate this little instrument, and you can say about Major Garrett anything you want, and I can paint you as a monster. And if I say it often enough people will believe it. I am not bemoaning this. I'm stating this as a fact. Israel is besieged on the media front, on the propaganda front, and we've not done well on the propaganda war. We have to fight back against these lies, this propaganda, with the only weapon we have. It's the truth. I'm trying to do that now, and we'll try to do that in a much greater effort.
wow. I mean, that's pretty chilling.
Really?
Picked up Major's phone and said to a journalist, "You are not immune. If I want to, I can paint you as a monster," he says. "I can paint you as a monster, and people will believe it." Oh, we know. Trust me. We're aware. So Netanyahu.
I want to show you some of these comments. Here's me. Menopause is ugly on you, sweetie. Stella says, so America first? Lots of Israel propaganda in here, I see. America first. Chilling moment? What a freaking joke. Chilling? Please. His point is valid and made all of the time. He wasn't threatening or anything. Just pointing out the obvious. Get a grip, Megyn. Look at this. You lost your way, Kelly. He's making a point that you can say anything the algorithm picks up. It feeds you information. He was making a point, not a threat. What is wrong with you, Megyn? Love Bibi in Israel. Ha, what are you talking about? It's an example. You can't find anything else. By the way, that goes on and on and on and on. Just goes to show you, Jew hate is a real thing. And like I said, menopause looks ugly on you, sweetheart. There are right ways and there are wrong ways, folks. But there's only one Yahweh. So stand up tall, keep your shoulders back, keep your chest out, and keep your head up high. Because you are a child of God, and no weapon formed against you will ever prosper. Will Johnson, the great white hope, coming up next here on LFA TV. Keep your family and your friends and your pets close. Keep a smile on your face and whatever you do. Never stop spreading the gospel. Love you guys. God bless. Peace.
Long as I'm bleeding, I'ma never stop stop screaming that we first in America. Black, white, brown, all cities, all towns, the rebirth of America. As long as I'm living and breathing, I'm keeping.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Will Johnson, and this is The Culture War. What's up? What's up? Thank you so much for tuning in, everybody. We are live. We are live and direct. Yes, the Great White Hope. Is that what he said? He has one for me every day, right? Half and half. I like him too. I like him though. Because it triggers the liberals. I like him. Thank you so much, everybody. Hey, if you haven't already, please bless us by hitting that thumbs up. Share the video. Let's get it going. All right, so we're going to talk about what the Democrats are still pushing. They're still pushing this nonsense. And to be honest with you, before we get started in this, I have to tell you, I'm tired of it. I've been tired of it years ago. And I'm talking about the racism that the left is pushing. The reason why I'm talking about it, because if we don't address the cancer in the country, it's not going to go away. You have to burn it out. You have to destroy it. You cannot just let it sit there and fester. It will grow and it will spread. The virus in the country is liberalism. And we have to vaccinate the liberalism with the TDS vaccine. We have to, or it will just continue to grow. And then they will target our children. Oh, but they already have. They have already put our children on the chopping block. Why? Because they know that if they can indoctrinate the kids at an early age, when they become our age, then all of a sudden they will say, well, it's always been this way. And that's the objective of the left. That is their objective, to have everyone believe that this racism has been like this from the get-go for all of this time. And it's not the case, but the Democrats would love for us to believe so. Okay. Now, I have to talk about this. Remember yesterday when I was talking about how the Democrats live in the past, especially the black ones, and the white ones remind black liberals, black Democrats that they live in the past, that, hey, you're going to have to drink from separate water fountains again. We're going to take all your rights away. You as black people have no representation. Remember, I talked about it yesterday and last week and so on and so on. Well, listen to this, because this guy here, Bakari, the black dude, he's going to explain how he's living in the past. Now, he's not going to say, well, I'm living in the past and this is what happened to me. But he's going to talk like he experienced what happened to black people by white Democrats in the past. But of course, he's not going to say or make the association to white Democrats, because that's what they do. They never want to do that. They just want to make it a blanket statement like it's just all white people. And the reason why they do that, because they want white people that are liberals today to have this white guilt, right? Because it's just a blanket thing. It's just all white people. Well, I, as a black man, will straight up tell you, no, I'm not. Everybody's racist to some extent. No issues, right? It's just human nature. But the ones who wanted to keep slavery, the one who wanted to push racism, the one who's still pushing racism, is still the same racist white Democrats. And today, black Democrats, the same thing. This dude is one of them. Listen to what he's saying.
The problem with that sentiment is that you were born in 1954.
Yeah.
Okay.
You see this? The problem with that sentiment, you were born in 1954. Let's go back in time. Let's go back in time, because that's where we want to live as black people. We want to live in the past. We want to remain slavery. And let me show you the great thumbnail that Eli created for me. This is exactly what they want. whites, blacks, racist Democrats. This is exactly what they want. And if they can't get this, because this is what they have, except for, they don't bring them on boats any longer. They just open up the southern border, allow them to come across, and then they put them in slavery that way. But if they can't get this, they're willing to burn the entire country down.
You're 71.
Yeah. Right? In 1954,
By the way, I'm a vampire.
during your lifetime, we've actually had Brown v. Board of Education.
I remember.
Yeah, Brown v. Board of Education. I don't know how you remember it. I think you were like 2 months old. But
But
I'm not finished yet. Let me finish my thought.
Drill back to 54.
Yeah, because you're still alive, right? And so there's an entire generation of people. Brown v. Board, it overturned Plessy v. Ferguson of 1896. My point is that my mother was born in 1951. She desegregated schools. My father was shot in the civil rights movement. Those people. I'm going to finish because you're being utterly disrespectful.
Not at all.
So I'm going to finish this comment. So what I'm telling you is that there are people in this country who fought, died, and bled for the right to vote. Don't be a dick. Just understand.
Bakari,
just
please.
Whoa. Whoa. And see, that's what caught my attention, but this. He was not being disrespectful at all. See, this is the problem with these black liberals. Unless you get on board and just believe that they're victims, then you are, excuse my language, being a dick. This is what he's saying. And you hear Abby? Now, let me ask y'all a question. While I have your attention, if they got your attention. What if the roles were reversed on this? What if he said this about the black dude, Bakari? What if he said that to him? They would say, look, you can no longer come back on the show. Abby would never allow him to come back on there. She would kick and scream about him being there. But he, being the black victim, he gets a pass. Make that make sense.
I'm pointing something out to you. The Constitution is being upheld. Do you have a problem with that? Do you have a problem with the Constitution?
And listen, I'm going to take it back here because y'all need to hear this. No, I mean, Abby, she's trying to, we need to be respectful. He should have been removed immediately. Like, you can't come on here as doing that. He's being completely respectful to this black dude.
I'm going to finish because you're being utterly disrespectful.
Not at all.
So I'm going to finish this comment. So what I'm telling you is that there are people in this country who fought, died, and bled for the right to vote. Don't be a dick. Just understand.
Wow.
I'm not
understand.
a dick. I'm pointing something out to you. The Constitution is being upheld. Do you have a problem with that? Do you have a problem with the Constitution of the United States of America?
Bakari, I'm going to stop you because I just want everybody to reset with a modicum of respect at this table. Please stop.
I want you to understand that there is a price.
To you,
there is a price that was paid for this right. There is a price that we uphold, and whether or not you value that, whether or not you value that or not, there are people who bled, sweat, and died, and were imprisoned for access to the ballot box. And what we're seeing throughout the South is that their voice, their vote, their representation, and people who have lived experiences to represent them are not being sent to Congress or where they need to go.
Who doesn't have access to vote? Who has lost their right to vote? So because he is saying that they're taking the rights away from people to vote, he called him a male part. He wasn't calling him that because that's his name. That's not his name. He was calling him that, saying that he was being disrespectful, that he was being mean to him because he's not going along with the whole idea that he's black. He's losing his right to vote. That's why he's upset with him. Like, you're supposed to be on my side with this. You know why? Because he's a billionaire, for one. And most of these billionaires, they hate capitalism unless it's a billionaire that made money from capitalism, pouring money into the whole socialist agenda. But he's a billionaire. He's supposed to be on their side and supposed to be saying, hey, you're all victims. It's the most disgraceful thing ever. And of course, Abby, she's going to still side with the black dude. Come on, we all need to be respectful here. The only one that was being disrespectful was that black dude, Bakari. He was the only one. Every single time. This is a classic example of a black person doing something that if a white person did, they would immediately remove them. Talking about black privilege. That's a prime example of it. Is there anyone in disagreement? I mean, really, seriously. And again, as I mentioned when I first started, I'm sick of all of this. The only reason why the racism's still alive is because of the Democrats. That's the only reason why it's even in the country. Republicans want to move on. Republicans want everybody to be successful, regardless of your background. That is the major difference here. But they don't want to move forward. These black Democrats and white Democrats, all of them are racist. They don't want to move forward. They want to keep trying to tell everybody, hey, that we're still in bondage, that we're still experiencing slavery. And again, I've been asking this question all over social media. All over social media. I put this post on Threads. Y'all ever go on Threads? Oh my goodness. Threads has some of the most hateful, despicable people on planet Earth. I've never experienced anything like it. And they get to say whatever it is that they want to say. So me being who I am, I go in there and I trigger these liberals. I put a comment on there and I said that another day in Trump's America. And that's how I put it in there. Another day in Trump's America. And as a black man, I still have my rights. And I said, only the Democrats are upset about it. Only the Democrats are upset about it. And sure enough, if you are on Threads, you look at the comments. Oh my goodness, the comments left and right. They're all upset with me. They're all piping mad. They're all angry. They're all saying, well, you're, of course, the same typical things. You're a sellout. The same typical stories that they constantly say, same things that they always say. But some of them are just getting right down nasty. Then I ask the question again, please, by all means, tell me exactly what rights it is that I'm losing. Not a single one of them can tell me what rights I'm losing. And by all means, if I'm about to lose some rights, I want to know about it. I really do. I really do. By all means, enlighten me. Don't keep me in the dark. And not a single one of them come on there and say, well, you're about to lose this, X, Y, Z. No one ever does that. Not a single one of them. On the mainstream media, not a single one of them. Of course, they say voter suppression. Well, where is the voter suppression at? Because there's not a single black person say I wouldn't vote it. And they told me that I couldn't vote because of my color. Not a single person in the year 2026 has ever done that. No one. Now, when the Democrats pretty much controlled everything and preventing black people from doing it, of course, that's when it was happening then. But ever since the Republicans stopped the Democrats, that hasn't taken place, but they don't care. They don't care. Listen to this race baiter, Warnock, or Warlock, the way I like to refer to him. And he's one of the biggest race baiters out there.
Everyday people know that the system is stacked against them. They know it in their bones, and they don't always have the words, that we want to use.
They know it. Do they feel like they can change it?
They feel it. Yeah, I think that's that's the thing. Do people feel empowered to change it? And I do think that there are a lot of people who feel powerless, which is why they signed up for Donald Trump. You asked me that question earlier. Let me answer it more directly. I think that there are people, and I do think it's overstated. Donald Trump didn't have this whole huge slew of black men voting for them. I think part of that was a game they played during the election in 24. I think they were trying to create a permission structure, a bandwagon, so people would jump on it. But there were no overwhelming. It was one is too many, but there weren't any overwhelming numbers of black men voting for Donald Trump.
One is too many. One is too many. So here it is, Warlock essentially saying that black people can't vote Democrat. If you're black, you can't vote for President Trump because he's a white man who's a Republican. But if you're a white racist Democrat, then as a black person, you can vote for them. And he said one black person voting for President Trump is one too many. What does that even mean? Black people can't think for themselves, or black people, you cannot have an opinion of your own. You can't make up your own decision on who you want to vote for. He's saying that we're the Democrat Party, and we're here to tell you who you can and can't vote for if you're black. White people, you can select whoever you want to select. You can vote for whoever you want to vote for, support whoever you want to support. It doesn't matter. But if you support a Republican, they label you as racist. But if you support a Democrat, you love democracy. You're one of us. It reminds me of when Joe Biden was on the Breakfast Club with Charlemagne the Fraud, and he was sitting there telling Charlemagne, Joe Biden, saying, if you have to decide whether to vote for me or Trump, you ain't black. That's the same thing that Warnock is saying. If you have to decide whether to vote for the Democrat or the Republican, you ain't black. And there's a lot of black people supporting President Trump, voted for President Trump. President Trump can't win the election without white people. In today's world, can President Trump win the election without black people? Can he win it without Hispanic vote? Can he win it without the Asian vote? Which one of these that President Trump could just go without? And President Trump never came out and said, I don't need the black vote. I don't need you. I don't need the Hispanic. I don't need none of you. President Trump never said that. President Trump's objective is to make America great for everybody, even the people that disagree with him. But they can't help themselves. They go down this path of having to convince everybody that President Trump is racist, and if you're not supporting the Democrat Party, that you're the racist one yourself.
But I want to take a step back and look at this from a 50,000-foot view, to be completely honest. I think Ashley and I have to wrestle with the fact that we are going to be the first generation to actually leave this country worse than the one that we inherited. And I think for black millennials, the progress that our parents and grandparents gave us, that we're watching being ripped away from us, is something that our generation is going to have to really wrestle with in figuring out how we get out of this conundrum. If somebody fell asleep in 1896 and woke up today in 2026, they would simply say the only difference is now Negroes have a TV show and we wear nice suits. They swapped out Klan hoods for Brooks Brothers suits.
Oh, come on, everybody. Here we are again, proving my point. Living in the past. Living in the past. This ignorant black dude and ignorant black woman on the Communist News Network saying any despicable thing that they want to. He just called a white man. Is it okay if I say it again? He just called a white man a DICK. On national television, nothing happens to him. In the year 2026, he just called a white man a DICK and nothing happens. But he's saying that we're going backwards. So if that was the case, they would have came and got him and lynched him immediately. How dare you, boy? Immediately. So what is he talking about? See, this is the type of ignorance that I constantly talk about. They want to live in the past. They hate the future because the future looks great, not just for black people, but it looks great for white people. It looks great for Americans. And that's what they don't want. They want to continue to feel as if they have been the ones getting whipped by these racist white Democrats being slaves. And not a single one of them, they probably never even got a butt whipping when they were young. Spoiled, entitled brats. Probably never got a butt whooping. Probably need one, obviously.
And that is the problem. I mean, Plessy v. Ferguson was 7-1, and it gave birth to 50 years of Jim Crow. What we have with this court right now, what we're seeing is watching people who have fought and died and bled so that we would have access to the ballot box, so that we would have access to our voices being heard in Congress, being ripped away. And I think that there is a casual laughter from people we believe to be our friends on the right who are showing us true colors today, because the most sacred, or one of the most sacred acts you have in the United States of America is the ability to cast a ballot and elect someone and send them to Congress, the state house, or a mayoral seat that represents your interest. And now black folks throughout the South are being silenced. And I don't find that to be a laughing matter.
How are black people being silenced? How are black people being silenced throughout the South? And, you know, I put this comment up here, and it's 100% true. 100% true. These people are convinced that everyone, not their skin color, is racist. If they're not the same skin. And isn't that the same thing that racist white Democrats used to do back in the day? If you're not white, then you're the problem. Imagine how it must be to support an organization, a party that was the actual party that enslaved you, but you were not capable of even recognizing that. I can't wrap my mind around it. It's the same thing. And they have manipulated these people to believe that they're out there fighting for justice, fighting for everything that's right. And then they get upset with me if I show any kind of support for President Trump, especially with my hat. Y'all like my hat? Y'all like my hat? They see my hat with Trump on it. They come out of themselves. They lose themselves. How dare you? Like I can't make up my own mind. Like I can't support who I want to support. I should be able to support who I want to support without you telling me I can, I can't. I don't ever go to these black people on social media telling them who they can and can't support. I've never done that. But they have a need to come tell me who I can support. Listen to another one with this dude, Bakari. Here's a great example. He's right down there at the bottom. He's on with Sourpuss Lemon. So you got 5 black people, one white dude on here, sympathizer to their needs. You know, they have to get one to come on there and say, yes. You know, I'm sympathizing to your needs. Listen to what he says about Joe Biden. Joe Biden being a white man, and Joe Biden straight up a racist white man.
And you ain't black.
Remember that?
And you ain't black.
How dare you? People of color.
I may be a white boy, but I'm not stupid. I got hairy legs.
How dare you?
I forget which one it is.
Man.
China. Crooked Joe Biden.
Because you'd be in jail.
Kung flu.
Where's Hunter?
Russia.
And you ain't black.
Come on, man.
If you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, and you ain't black.
There it is. Sorry.
If you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, and you ain't black.
Remember when Joe Biden said it? 100% racist, saying if you're black, you have to vote for the Democrat.
You know, Joe Biden was somewhat of a bridge. He was supposed to be a bridge or a palate cleanser or somebody who morally and ethically was antithetical to who Donald Trump was. You know, Uncle Joe was the nice guy, older white guy, comes in and you want to eat ice cream with him, right? Well, I think what that episode in our country's history showed us is that we really need some fumigation, right? We need a exorcism, for lack of a better term. We need a more aggressive approach to go in and surgically remove the cancer that is the Donald Trump and MAGA movement.
You hear this? So he's saying that we need to remove President Trump, which is the cancer President Trump and the MAGA movement, while he's over there stroking Joe Biden's ego, he's calling you and I, MAGA Republicans, the cancer. I called the liberals, the cancer when I first started. Which one do you think is the cancer? Do you think the side that wants everybody, regardless of who they are, to be successful, to live their lives, make all the money that you can make, have children, be happy, go fishing, get a hobby? Or the side that wants to take your children and cut off their genitals and convince your children that they are not what they are the way God created them? Or the side that's advocating for violent criminals to remain in the United States of America and burn up cities? Which side do you think is the cancer in the country? Cancer destroys stuff. You understand? The cancer destroys kidneys, livers, lungs, the body. It destroys. The Democrat Party, prime example, they destroy. Republicans don't do that. They just want to be left alone, live their lives, leave something for their children. So you tell me, who do you think the cancer is? The only reason why he's calling President Trump and MAGA Republicans cancer is because their whole ideology is getting destroyed. And that's what they have a problem with. That's what they don't like. Because President Trump is eliminating all of the evil, wicked things that they've had in place for years. And it's not supposed to go away. And again, I have to say it again, I'm sick of it. And the SPLC spending money, giving money to white people to go out and purposely hate black people just so they can say that they have white nationalists and racist problem in the country. It's almost like being a fireman. No, it's not. It's the same thing as being a fireman, but hey, there's no fires. I know. Let's go start one so we'll have a fire to go put out. But these Democrats don't see what they're doing that way. They don't see it that way. They're just filled with so much anger and so much hate that they're willing to burn the entire country down to get what they want. We'll be right back.
Remember when you were younger and you used to hear stories, whether it be in Greek mythology or whatever, about the fountain of youth, people constantly looking for something out there that would help them live forever or live longer? Well, kind of got something like that with Fatty 15, and it's not mythological. No, Fatty 15, this is an empty jar right here, but that's your size that you get. That's a 1 month supply. You get a 3 month supply on this deal. Fatty 15 contains something called C15. If you don't know what that is, it's an essential fatty acid that is necessary for your body's cellular generation, meaning that if you have any damaged cells, it will repair them. It'll also change the way your cells age and you will live longer. C15 does exactly that. Again, if you don't know what C15 is, definitely do some research, but it's Fatty 15. And in each and every one of these capsules that you get in Fatty 15, you're going to elevate your cells, you're going to repair your cells, and you're going to live longer. That's what it does. It slows down your aging process for healthier hair, healthier skin, balanced metabolism, deeper sleep, and 3 times more cellular benefits than omega-3 fish oils. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Save 15% now. That's fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Thank you very much. Back to the program.
Well, my first reaction was, if you look at this evidence, let's just look at South Carolina and look at the congressional districts in South Carolina. Why is it okay to have a 75% white district, and that's not racial, if you have a 45% black district, that is racial? So what is this about? There's no way that the numbers bear this out. When you look at what the Supreme Court's reasons have been, you have to come to the conclusion that they're throwing everything out of the window, coming up with new theories, putting in their own prejudices in this, and they're being very partisan in their rulings.
How so? Isn't Thomas Clarence, right? Isn't he black on the Supreme Court? He actually ruled in favor for his vote to count the same as everybody else's. But of course, they don't want to look at it that way. They want to tell everybody that the Supreme Court is taking away black representation, black rights. They're going away. And I'm still asking the question, please tell me, is there anybody on here watching right now that can please tell Will Johnson, what rights as a black person am I about to lose? No, they've already passed it. So what rights did I lose? I still get to vote. I still get to say what I want to say. By all means, tell me what rights. I'm looking in the comments. Y'all let me know.
I never thought I would see the day that the United States Supreme Court would be so openly partisan with what it's been doing. And I really believe if you look at all of these decisions and you look at the history of the country, I think that Justice Roberts is going to take his place alongside some other infamous justices like Taney, who gave us the Dred Scott decision.
So again, I'm asking the question and I'm looking in the comments. Right there. Can y'all see that? How many does it say? How many does that say? Can y'all say that? It should be big enough. How many does it say? That's the amount of rights as a black man in this country that I'm about to lose. It's a lot, isn't it? I don't think Democrats can even count that high. I don't even think they can count that high. None. Absolutely none. Can you imagine? Put it this way. I can't imagine what it's like to be white. To be honest with you, I can't even imagine what it's like to be black. I know because I don't know what it feels like to be a color. I know how people treated me in the past because of my complexion, both white and black people, right? But I don't know personally how it feels to be a color. Okay, so because I've experienced from hate from both sides, from white people and black people and Asian people, mind you, and Hispanic, I received it from everybody, just like you. Just because you're white doesn't mean you're exempt from other white people hating on you. People hate on people. I just don't know why the color has to be so important to them. That I don't know, but they make the color really important. No one is losing their rights. If anything, we actually now live in a country where I can truly say, and I love saying this now, I can truly say that when I go vote, my vote as an American citizen is my vote. Not my vote as a black man, your vote as a white woman, a white man, Hispanic man, Asian man, women at the same time. Your vote, if you're an American citizen, guess what? Your vote means that you are an American citizen and you get to vote. Again, the Democrats are still fighting voter ID. They still don't want you to show voter ID. They still don't want you to show it. Like, voter ID is still a problem. Even with all of this is going on, they still don't want people to show any voter ID. Well, here we go with Hakeem Joffrey. Hakeem Joffrey.
Period of time, we do have these structural problems that need to be addressed. We've got to, for instance, make sure we pass the John Robert Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act so we can end the era of voter suppression in the.
Where is the voter suppression at? I was just talking about that earlier. When I go to these events and they're talking about voter suppression, there's probably the last time I went to one, there was one couple there that were black. And I straight up asked them, I said, were you able to vote? Yes or no? And they said, no, we were able to vote. So just out of curiosity, what are they talking about? Because I've yet to find a black person that could not vote because they were black. So what are they talking about? And they just kind of like looked at me. I'm being serious. They're telling us this, but shouldn't we see videos everywhere saying that this is happening? They go, but well, Johnson, the voter suppression happens in different ways. Well, give me an example. Because what's happening here is people like Hakeem Joffrey's just mouth breather saying stuff.
We can end the era of voter suppression in the United States of America once and for all. We have to end Citizens United, dramatically reform our campaign finance laws to stop the ability of these deep-pocketed special interests to intervene. And we are going to have to explore massive judicial reform, state by state and at the federal level, and everything should be on the table as far as I'm concerned.
Everything's on the table. He's against voter ID because that means illegals won't be able to vote. I think out of everybody in Congress, Hakeem Joffrey is the most despicable person there. I mean, Jasmine Crockett, she's gone, but he's the most despicable person. And he wants that gavel so bad, it is killing him. See, he's feeling entitled, like this is supposed to be mine. And they tried to cheat. What they did in Virginia, that is cheating because they didn't go based on the law in Virginia. They just said, let's just do this now. We'll spend $60 million. They got Hakeem Joffrey to show up down there. They had Barack Hussein Obama to show up down there. And when are they going to realize that no one's listening to Barack Hussein Obama? No one's listening to him. Everything that they've done with Barack Hussein Obama's failed. Let me share this with you. Talking about Hakeem Joffrey showing up. Have you heard or seen this video? Now, this young lady is getting an interview, and you can hear the guy that she's talking to. And they're talking about Hakeem Joffrey coming down from New York to Virginia. Now, he makes a statement in here, which, of course, you know who Jessica is on the 5? Y'all know who that is? I'm pretty sure you do. She has some words about what was said in this little audio clip from this radio interview. Now, I'm going to play the radio interview first, and then I want you to listen to it. And then I'm going to stop it. And then I'm going to show you what Jessica from the 5 had to say about this radio interview. Listen.
If Hakeem Jeffries wants to be involved in Virginia politics, then I suggest he does what a bunch of New Yorkers are doing. Leave New York, move down here to Virginia, run for office down here. You can represent us. If not, get your cotton picking hands off of Virginia.
That's right. Ditto. Yes.
So y'all heard that, right? Let me ask you a question. Did you hear anything racist in there? Did anybody say anything racist in there? Did anybody? Let me put the comments before I show you what Jessica from the 5 had to say about this audio clip. Was there anything said in there that was racist? Anybody? Was anything said? Because I said everything that was said in there before myself. Was anything said in there? White people pick cotton too. And yes, they do. And it's the year 2026. So what did Jessica on the 5 say? What does she have to say about all of this? Well, let me show you what she had to say. Here she is. She goes, I know folks recently excited to be able to say retard, right? Because she's one of those who want to fight censorship. But now people are able to say retard again. But would hope cotton picking hands about a black man is a bridge too far. And then she says, modern day GOP. Just like when Ron DeSantis was running for governor in the state of Florida, Ron DeSantis said we can't be monkeying around with our business. His opponent happened to be a black man that was gay and end up in a hotel room and drugs and all this other crap. He went away. They never said anything else about him. But just because Ron DeSantis said we can't be monkeying around, what did they do? They associate that he's being racist, talking about a black man. Just because they tell Hakeem Jeffries, get your cotton picking hands off of here, doesn't mean that they're associating to Hakeem Jeffries as a slave. It is an expression. It's been said for years. I've had my parents say that to me. I've had my grandparents say that to me. I've had teachers, don't put your cotton picking hands on there. I mean, it's an expression. It doesn't mean, hey, you're black, you pick cotton. I've heard white people say that to white kids. Does that mean the white kids pick cottons and they're slaves too? No, it's an expression. It's the year 2026, and Jessica from the 5, she should know better. All she did was the same thing that the SPLC would do. Take something, try to trigger black people. Oh my goodness, look, the GOP, they're racist. That's exactly what she's saying. And I hope she sees this. That is exactly what she was doing, trying to incite hatred where hatred is not. That expression has been used for years. I'm like, why would she say that? Why would she say that? Because what I told y'all, and that just proved my point again, they need black people to get into their emotions. They need black people to start rioting. They need it. Because what pathway do they have right now? I'm asking you right now. Tell me, what pathway do the Democrats have? Other than have black people go out and riot again, or, which I'm pretty sure they're going to try to attempt to do both, another assassination attempt against President Trump. What other pathway do they have? What do they have? Nothing. They failed at everything beautifully. They failed at everything. And what do they want to do now? They want to stack the courts. And if they can't stack the courts, they want to get rid of all of the Supreme Court justices, which I've heard about this in Virginia. They said want to get rid of all of them under the age of 54. Well, to my understanding, all of the Supreme Court justices in Virginia are older than 54. So they want a clean house. They want to get rid of every last one of them and bring in their own, what they want. And if they do it in Virginia, they'll do it in the rest of the country. You even have Hakeem Jeffries mentioning that, saying that where he's talking about we got to get rid of all of these judicial systems in the country that's not giving us what we want. Straight up said it. But they want to eliminate the Supreme Court unless they can stack it with radical lunatics. We'll be right back.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale, only $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
Okay, check this out. You see what his sign says up there? Okay, it shouldn't show it yet. This one's not working for me. But let me just listen to what he says.
It's been in the news a lot lately, especially thanks to last week's Voting Rights Act decision. If you haven't heard, it was a 6-3 decision in the case of white people versus everybody, and you'll never guess who they ruled in favour of.
So he's saying that everybody wanted the gerrymandering that the Democrats were doing, but they ruled in favor of white people. They actually ruled in favor of the law. See, if you're white, this is what he's saying. This is how I'm taking it. And you can tell me if you think I'm wrong. I'm okay with it. But the way I'm taking it is that he's saying that if you are white, then you abide by the law. So if you rule in favor of the law, you're ruling in favor of white people. But if you rule in favor against the law, you're ruling in favor of black people and everybody else. Is that how y'all see it too? Or am I just reading too much into it? Because essentially that's exactly what he's saying. Why is it, and this is not the first time that I've noticed that they've done this. Why is it every time when you rule in favor of the Constitution, you rule in favor of the law, what's on the law book, why is that a white thing? For example, I saw this story. It was a kind of a long story, but I'm going to give you a really short version of it from what I remember. There's this black dude that was committing crime over and over and over and over again. And they even had some of these, he actually committed a crime against this white female liberal. And she didn't want to press charges against him because he was black. So what ended up happening, that this black dude, that the white feminist liberal that was attacked and refused to press charges against him to put him in jail, the black dude ended up going and killing somebody. And now she goes, oh, I'm so, maybe I should have pressed charges. Maybe I should have done more. And then it wouldn't be a loss of life right now. They have it in their minds that black people get a pass for doing crimes because they're black. Another example, when I was living in California, there was this black dude went into this old white man's house. He's a white man. And they were trying to, it was a black dude and two more other black dudes. They're trying to rob the black dude, or the white dude. Well, the white old man in his own home pulls out a gun, pop, pop, pop. He didn't kill him, but he did put him in the hospital. The sister of one of the black boys was on the news saying he didn't have to shoot them. All they were doing was just trying to get some clothes. What? Giving it a pass because they're black. You can't tell me there's no such thing as black privilege if you can commit a crime and they give you a pass because of your complexion, as if you don't know any better. That's the reason why they do that. Because in their mind, they have this impression that you don't know any better. So we have to give black people leniency. That's why there's how many felony charges? 4, 5. Sometimes they get up to 12 arrest charges, and they still let them back out, and they go out and kill somebody because they're black. That's not right. That's not right. What about all the innocent people that they've harmed along the way? It is not right. But again, they don't care. They absolutely don't care. It's like they look for black people to do stuff. And that's the reason why you have Jessica, MSDNC, the Communist News Network, ABC, CBS, all of them constantly edging black people on. Little by little, I'm telling you right now, I see it clear as day because they have nothing else. It's like the Democrats are on their last leg. They need the violence. And I've told y'all so many times before, and they're not going to stop. Because black people are victims in this country, no matter what they do, no matter how successful they are, they're victims, no matter what. Like, listen to this. Listen to this.
Right now, it's all we got. And we got to band together, and we got to fight together, and we've got to demonstrate that we're not going back. We're not going back. There will be no second coming of Jim Crow. There will be no second coming of Reconstruction. There will be no second coming of taking away the rights that we fought for, that we died for. But that only happens when we are informed, prepared, mobilized, and we vote.
There it is again. We won't go back. Same thing Kamala Harris is saying. We won't go back. Go back to what? We're never going back to what the Democrats have done to this country. We're never going back. And President Trump is putting stuff in place to make sure that is prevented from ever happening again. And that's what they're fighting. If they didn't want to go back, then why do they keep advocating for this slave labor that they have with the illegals coming into the country if they don't want to go back? Who's going to pick our crops? Who's going to do our lawn? Who's going to do the jobs we don't want to do? Who says that? We constantly hear it. Here's another prime example. This is a nasty woman here. It's the same one that was on here with the Communist News Network with that black dude, Bakari, another nasty dude. Listen to her.
Like, y'all are cheating. Okay, just accept it. Yeah,
how's it cheating?
Let me just finish. You're cheating, and because you politically are not favorable right now. And so this is the only way you would actually win the House is by drawing maps. But let's say you were politically favored. The reality is these maps from the origin story of when Texas was being redrawn are hurting one group of voters, and that is black voters.
Explain, how is it hurting black voters? How? You know what? This is something I really struggle with because they constantly say it's hurting black voters. Well, when I go vote, I vote for the person that I want. Now, if I see somebody, if the whole lineup of the people on the ballot is not who I want to be on the ballot, then why don't I work on getting the person that I want on the ballot to be on the ballot? It has nothing to do with color. They've been voting in racist white Democrats for over 60 years. And they say that, oh, we don't have any issues with color. They've been voting in these white people. But when it's a Republican, it's a different story. Because these racist white Democrats go to black people every 2 to 4 years, tickle their ears and be like, oh, yeah, that sounds so good. It sounds so good. We're here for you. When they're the ones that created the problem.
Black voters were losing power in Texas. The Voting Rights Act was gutted. In less than a week, you all took black power away from black people in Tennessee,
what
in
power?
South Carolina, and Louisiana.
Black power. White power. Really? So if I say it's okay to say black power, that's not racist. That's politically correct. But if you say white power, that's racist. That's not politically correct. Dude, it's the year 2026. Are we still so petty? Are we? Listen to her. She's a despicable one. Her and Abby. And that, say nothing. And Scott Jennings sitting there, he started calling her out and she doesn't like it.
So perhaps, maybe this cheating might work out in your favor. But let me tell you, there is one group of voters that will not be silenced in this moment. There is one group of voters that always have realized what that Make America Great was. And you have really erupted the sleeping giant that has passively been looking and seeing what this administration is doing. Not even like what I say Trump administration always does a whack-a-mole. They have surgically attacked black voters since day one, from cutting DEI and now to the Voting Rights Act. And I want to see what they do in November.
So now she wants to see what they're going to do in November. Well, I'm going to continue to do my part. I'm going to continue to wake people up to the evilness of the Democrat Party. Let me remind everybody that haven't thought about this in the last 24 hours. During the State of the Union, President Trump gave the opportunity for the Democrats to stand for the American people. What did they do? They stayed in their seats. The Democrats don't stand for Americans. That should be enough. But you know what it is? They know a lot of people didn't watch the State of the Union simply because they know that people don't want to watch President Trump. So them sitting down, they didn't even bat an eye about it. When I went out to the last No Kings event, I was saying that the Democrats refuse to stand for the American people. You know what they said? That's not true. That's not true. These people are dumbed down. And they know they keep people that way. They keep them that way. It's like, as long as they can keep them that way, they'll be perfectly fine with it. Like they don't have to change anything. All right, I got one more. That hour's already gone again. How's the hour go by so fast? So fast. I want to talk about one other thing, just a different story. And this is about the gas. Gas prices are high. I don't like it. I understand why. And President Trump is working to bring the gas prices down. But you know what? The Democrats don't want the gas prices to come down. You know why? Because they want us to hurt so they can say it's the Republicans that did this to you. So if you want life to be better, vote for us. Listen to this prime example.
The president said today was about the gas tax, that he supports suspending the federal gas tax. That would require an act of Congress, of course, to carry that out. Would you, if that comes up for a vote, how are you going to vote on that?
Well, the quickest way to get gas prices down, Kaylin, is to end this war. And what the president seems to be preparing for is an endless war. So he wants to use any other mechanism available to him to try to allow him to keep the United States engaged in Iran forever. That is a disaster. So, no, I'm not willing to help the president spend billions of dollars of my taxpayers' money every single day on a war that is empowering Iran and bringing the entire world's economy to a standstill. Let's end the war. Let's put all of our energy into ending the war rather than trying to use tax policy to allow the war to continue indefinitely.
She's going to ask him again.
Okay, so you'd vote no on that.
I want to end the war. I mean, I think Congress should be debating an end to the war.
He doesn't want the gas to go down because they want the American people to hurt. So he's never going to do it. All right, everybody, that's it for me. God bless you. I'll see you tomorrow in the Culture Wars. Kevin's right here next on LFA TV.
Good afternoon, everybody. What is going on, everybody? Tuesday, May 12th, 2026. My name is Kevin Smith. Thank you so much for tuning into Loud Majority Live. We got a jam-packed show for you guys today. Right now, Kash Patel is testifying in the Senate. He had some fun with Senator Van Hollen, the Maryland man, who decided to go down and have margaritas with gang members. We'll bring you guys any of the updates on that as it happens, if they get any good senators testifying. Right now, Chris Coons is questioning him. So we'll bring you that, guys. We'll bring you that live, guys, if anything spicy comes about from it. But you see the headline of the show today: another Chinese spy in California. It turns out Chinese spies in California are making their way up the chain of command. They went from just banging members of Congress to now being elected officials themselves, with the mayor of a small town in California has pled guilty to being a spy for the Chinese Communist Party. We're going to break down exactly why this matters. Small town, who cares, right? A lot of small towns in California. No, it's a huge deal. It's an absolutely gigantic deal. And moreover, we used to handle this in some kind of way. We used to handle spies infiltrating our government in support of our enemies in a certain kind of way. And it used to involve a rope. But I guess we don't do that anymore. But we'll break down that whole story. Also, we're going to make fun of the media today because I'm really getting tired of people who have never achieved anything in life going after people who have achieved things. And Dana White sat down for an interview, and he really took the media to task. He's talking about, when we get to the clip, he's talking about the UFC media and the media that covers the UFC, but I really think it goes deeper than that. I think it goes deeper than that when it comes to the media landscape in and of itself. So we'll talk about all of that good stuff. Also, I didn't get a chance to show you guys yesterday my favorite clip from the Kevin Hart roast. I know none of you care, but I really, really hate Chelsea Handler. So we're going to make fun of her because she sucks. And Shane Gillis had a good time taking her to task. But before we get started, guys, do me a favor and hit that thumbs up button. Share the video out all over the place. I can see you guys watching. Make sure you guys are following the page, or let's pop the live chat up onto the screen right now. Where are we at? There we go. Here's my live chat. Shout out, guys. Let me know you're watching. Hello. How is everybody doing today? How's everybody doing today? Very good. A wild story. This Chinese spy thing is actually, to me, it really indicates a deeper problem that we have here. Whether it's what we spoke about the other day, that, quite frankly, I don't think anyone in this country should hold elected office in any place if they have dual citizenship with any other nation. Or the fact that you can run for elected office without being born in America. I find that incredibly odd. That doesn't make me a bad person. It doesn't make you a bad person for feeling that way. But, it's going to lead to some problems, and we're seeing it nationwide. Naturally, it's in California. Also, wild story out of the Sunshine State, where it seems as though Karen Bass and the other person, whose name I still don't know, is quite literally running away from Spencer Pratt. Quite literally running away from Spencer Pratt like a blonde girl on the hills. They are avoiding him like grim death, and they should, because he's surging in the polls. We'll get to that in 1 second. Before we do that, guys, do me a favor and head on over to loudmajorityusa.com. That's loudmajorityusa.com. Sign up for the newsletter. Check out our shop. That is the best way to support this show and everything we've got going on over here. You guys can use promo code SPLC to get free shipping, guys. Get all your summer stuff before it sells out. Go head on over to loudmajorityusa.com. You can pick up your I voted for this t-shirt. That way you can annoy your arrogant cousin at your summer barbecue this year. So, guys, head on over to LoudMajorityUSA.com. That's LoudMajorityUSA.com. So let's dive right on in to the story. Here's Fox News breaking it last night.
Legal agent of China. Eileen Wang has agreed to plead guilty, according to officials. Matt Finn has more. He's live in L.A. Matt?
Sandra, the feds say that mayor here in California operated a bogus website that pretended to be a news source for the Chinese American community, but instead promoted propaganda on behalf of China. The federal plea agreement says Eileen Wang took directives from the People's Republic of China on what to post on the fake website between 2000 and 2022 before she became a council member and ultimately mayor of Arcadia. For example, in 2021, Wang reposted a pro-Chinese essay that read, "There is no genocide in Xinjiang. There is no such thing as forced labor in any production activity, including cotton production. Spreading such rumor is to defame China." Well, right after the article was shared on her fake website, a Chinese official messaged Wang and others in a group chat saying, "So fast. Thank you, everyone." Federal prosecutors say Chinese officials had such fine control of the website that they would even message Wang and others about specific paragraphs or edits they wanted in articles, all to make the PRC look good.
And she worked in the United States for another government, for its officials. She executed directives. She did what they told her to do. They'll give her praise for how well she's doing, and she'll say, "Thank you, leader."
Now, as part of the plea agreement, Wang resigned as mayor of Arcadia, California, and pled guilty to the felony offense of acting as an illegal agent. Now, Wang faces up to 10 years in prison and a $250,000 fine. The feds say Mayor Wang also worked alongside her fiance, Mike's son, who also previously pled guilty to espionage charges. Sandra?
Hey, Matt Finn, live out of L.A. with that story for us. Matt, thank you. Bill?
So let's just be clear here. Her husband pled guilty to espionage charges, and then she got elected mayor of a small town in Southern California. Wow. Now, I don't use this word lightly, and I feel like it gets thrown around an awful lot. And when you throw around words that have serious meaning and serious repercussions to them, they tend to lose their meaning. This woman is a traitor to this country and should be hanged. I don't know why we don't do that anymore. If you need any more evidence, maybe go Google the Rosenbergs. Let me know how they're doing. Oh, that's right. You can't, because we killed them. You know, people throw around the word traitor, spy, all the time. And, you know, I don't think it's, I think if you're going to use language like that, it ought to be something worth it. But, why does this matter? Small town in California, no big deal, right? Arcadia, I don't even know where the hell that is. Couldn't point it out on a damn map. Why does it matter? Well, I'm going to tell you why. And it's because I'm involved in small town governance. Everyone knows everybody. Everybody knows everybody. Everybody talks to everybody. Everybody bullshits with everybody. They go to the same parties. They go to the same golf outings. Yada, 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 yada. They all have access to whoever the governor may be at any given time. And the fact that this woman was literally putting out Chinese propaganda from the mayor's office of a small town, a town that probably has the email of everyone in town, definitely has the phone number of everyone in town, is able to distribute this material at a large-scale basis, that is treason, and she should be hanged. I'm sorry, 10 years in prison is not enough time. It just isn't. But it's good to know that the Chinese are beginning to make their way up the ranks in California. They initially started with banging retarded congressmen like Eric Swalwell, and now they're making their way up to elected office. How long before they find their way into Congress? Like elected members of Congress, or into the Senate, or into the governor's mansion. This should not be a partisan issue. spies of a foreign nation, regardless of the foreign nation, should be removed from the living. I don't know if you've ever seen, a Bond film. You can watch an Austin Powers movie. Spies get removed. Adios. That's why remember what happened to Sean Bean? I don't think I'm speaking out of turn here. I'm sorry, 10 years in jail. Why? So she can return to China afterwards as a hero? No. You don't get to do that. And this is one of those things that I feel like if we lived in a different political time would be treated like so much differently. But because the news cycle moves so quickly, it wasn't even the top story today on Fox. It wasn't the top story on any channel. Of course, the top story on Fox News today was 14 people on a cruise ship got sick. I don't know if you've ever been on a cruise, but everyone on a cruise gets sick because cruises are disgusting. They're petri dishes, and everyone gets sick when they go on a cruise. Everybody knows that. That's like a common knowledge thing. But Fox is really doing its best to gin up the Hunta virus. I got news for you. Somebody with the Hunta virus could cough in my mouth. I'm still not going through that COVID crap like I went through 6 years ago. Ain't gonna happen. Not gonna happen whatsoever. But the media continues to go out there and try to pretend like this is something. I don't really know why. Meanwhile, Chinese spies are infiltrating our elected positions of government, and we're worried that some people may have gotten the sniffles yet again. It's almost like midterms are coming. Very odd. Kind of odd how that keeps happening, isn't it? Here was Fox speaking a little more to it.
For the Chinese government. DOJ says from 2020 through 2022, Eileen and her then fiance ran a website called U.S. News Center that branded itself as a news source for Chinese Americans. Wang resigning after the charge, quote, "The decision is personal in nature and does not reflect my love and commitment to Arcadia, which will always remain strong. But when confronted by our affiliate to give her residents an answer, Eileen refused."
Excuse me, Ms. Wong. Can we speak with you about these allegations? Is there anything you want to say to constituents?
As she drives away in her Porsche.
Political strategist, lawyer, and someone who lived in China for years, Katie Zachariah, joins me now. Katie, U.S. Attorney Bill Asaley said it should, quote, terrify Americans that she was able to rise to the highest levels of local office. So, Katie, how the heck did that happen?
Well, if you go out to Arcadia, which I visited a number of times, it's basically become Little China. And I don't mean the cute San Francisco Chinatown that we all were familiar with. This actually feels like a version of Beijing. And what do I mean by that? They don't speak English. They eat completely like local Chinese food that they source right from China. And honestly, you'd be hard pressed to find any English speaking people in the whole vicinity of the San Gabriel Valley, which has essentially been taken over by the Chinese. And I don't actually mean that hyperbolically, Todd. I mean that because I've lived in China. I go to Arcadia to get local Chinese food and maybe refresh my Mandarin, but it doesn't feel like the United States. So it's no surprise to me that we had someone who was acting on behalf of Beijing as a foreign agent running Arcadia because the place feels like China.
You lived in China. You know how the CCP operates. Katie, is this just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to Americans being tricked into allowing, quite frankly, for lack of a better phrase, Chinese spies to infiltrate our government at the local, state, and federal level?
Yes, Todd, and with these sanctuary jurisdictions similar to California, there needs to be a wholesale review of not just legal permanent residents, but people who are here from adversarial countries. We just had, for instance, an Iranian arms dealer living just down the road from me, whose green card needs to be reevaluated by USCIS under the Department of Homeland Security. There has to be a complete takedown of these green card holders, and they need to be sent back home. This woman, Eileen Wong, she's only getting 10 years. That's actually kind of offensive as a United States citizen. This person was acting as a foreign agent on behalf of the CCP, Todd. There should be no grace. They literally should be sent back to the People's Republic of China.
So concerning. And you have
Katie Zachariah, her prescription for the disease is a little bit softer than I would say. I don't think we give people the opportunity to just go back to China after they've decided to work for the CCP here in America. I'd say there's a good way to stop spying in America, and that would be to, I don't know, maybe public hangings. Bring those back. Hey, we're bringing back firing squads, so why the hell not? Why the hell not? But look, hey, we keep having Republicans. We keep having elected Republicans talk about how great it is to bring in so many students from all these adversarial and third world countries with their H-1B visas. We keep having them. We're all talking about it. Bring them on in. Yeah, bring them on in. They'll go to Caltech or they'll go to Berkeley and they'll get a great degree and they'll be able to buy a Porsche like this lady while living in the state of California with 17% state income taxes. They'll be able to do all of those things and they'll be able to write Chinese propaganda. And then we'll give them 10 years in jail. No. We should go on her Amazon account and purchase a rope and a stool. But some people who don't live on the coasts are actually considering this to be a very big deal. Here's Marsha Blackburn.
Look, what you're talking about is an enemy from within. And absolutely. Getting into just the minutia of the way that we live and run our government and the democracy, the republic that we are. You're putting people in powerful positions. And look, Arcadia doesn't have millions of people, but you know what it has? Veins to the system, to a large state, to our country. It's really actually very dangerous. President Trump is bringing a business and tech delegation with him to Beijing, China, including Tesla and SpaceX's Elon Musk, Apple's Tim Cook. We'll scroll it for you here. Larry Fink, BlackRock, so on and so forth. I want to ask you, Senator, the timing of this trip and what we've just learned, along with the war that's going on. I just want your top-line thoughts on all of it.
And on this, we should be aware that China is part of the axis of evil. Russia, China, Iran, North Korea. China serves as the bank for a lot of what is going on right now in the Middle East, what is happening to Ukraine. They are a part of this. Their goal, go read Sun Tzu and The Art of War. Their goal is to overtake us.
That's not who wrote The Art of War, but not really the point. Sun Tzu. That's not who wrote The Art of War, whatever. Like I said, right now I'm watching Senator Murray from Washington question Kash Patel on whether or not he had a drink after the men's Team USA won the gold medal. Almost no one is going to ask why there are so many Chinese spies beset here in America. But it shouldn't come as a shock to you guys that these things are happening in the state of California. It shouldn't come as a shock to you at all. We all remember how Gavin Newsom quite literally moved the homeless people to roll out the red carpet for Xi Jinping when he came here. And this is what ends up happening when you have ethnic enclaves all over the country. And you've routinely heard me talk about them on this show, whether it's Somalian communities in Minnesota and Michigan, whether it is Asian communities, the Chinese community in Los Angeles. This is what is going to happen. communities that only look out for themselves, that don't care about the broader community. They elect people who sound like them and look like them and have absolutely no allegiance whatsoever to the United States. None at all. Why would this come as a shock to almost anybody? Why would it? It shouldn't. It shouldn't. Hopefully something will change in the not too distant future when it comes to Los Angeles. Because look, I mean, we blew our chance here in New York with Kami Mamdani. We blew our chance. But Spencer Pratt is doing an absolutely phenomenal job. So much so that Karen Bass and her other opponent, I still don't know what the woman's name is. I got to tell you, I don't care really enough to learn it. I don't care enough to learn it at all. So much so that the two of them have quite literally run away from him. We'll get to that in 1 second. Before we do that, guys, do me a favor and hit that thumbs up button. Share the video out all over the place. Make sure you guys leave a comment down below, wherever it is you're watching. Leave a comment down below on what you think should happen to people found guilty of committing espionage for foreign countries in America. I would really be curious to hear what your take is, because, you know, I got a feeling it's probably going to be somewhere along the lines of mine. But, you know, we are governed by cowards, so we shall see what happens with that. Once again, guys, do me a favor, hit the thumbs up button, share the video out all over the place. So, wild stuff coming out of California with Karen Bass and Councilwoman Rahman, I'm not even going to try her first name, pulled out of another debate with Spencer Pratt, which is wild to me. Now, if you looked at the polls of the people who actually watched the LA mayor's debate the other day, 80% of the people who watched it thought Spencer Pratt won. 80%. Now, Spencer Pratt, they're attempting to label him as some kind of a MAGA extremist, which he isn't. He's a pragmatist who is speaking common sense, left, right, and center. He's authentic. He's being himself. And because of that, he's beginning to gain a little bit of traction. Now, I'm not going to say that maybe elected Republicans here in America should maybe consider possibly giving that a try, because who the hell would listen to me? Instead, let's make sure we put out the same campaign ads we've been putting out since 1982 and see if that works again. But Spencer Pratt he is gaining traction with many people. As I said in the New York mayor's debate, which no one listened to me on, which led to the Republican candidate getting 9% of the vote, there is no Republican running in Los Angeles. Spencer Pratt is an independent. Now, for all intents and purposes, what this is going to do, it is going to solidify the Republican vote on an independent line and give people the opportunity to vote for somebody other than Karen Bass, who allowed their home to burn down, or some crazy communist who would never tick the box for a Republican anyway. And because of that, because Spencer Pratt is using social media so well, because he's getting his message out there, Karen Bass and the communists running alongside her have pulled out of the next mayor's debate. This from the Post-Millennial, a forum featuring Los Angeles mayoral candidates set to take place on Wednesday will no longer be moving forward after Karen Bass and Nithya Raman pulled out. The Pat Brown Institute organizers said on Monday that Wednesday's event would no longer be moving forward in the wake of the two candidates pulling out of the debate. On Monday, Nithya Raman said she would not be coming after Karen Bass pulling out a week before. The two candidates have decided not to show up because both of them, Spencer Pratt was never going anyway due to a scheduling conflict. But they did so bad on that debate stage that they're not even going to enter the public sphere again. Karen Bass is going to pull the Biden move, try to campaign from her basement, let the far left vote for Nithya Raman, and then try to win with just that sort of neoliberal center vote. while Spencer Pratt is doing everything he can to pick up independents and Republicans. And if Spencer Pratt continues to put out campaign ads like the ones he's putting out right now, well, I think he's going to gain a lot of traction.
I'm Karen Bass, and I'm running on my accomplishments.
Los Angeles on fire. Mayor nowhere to be found.
We were so prepared for wildfires. I didn't even have to be in the country when the town burned. I've addressed the homeless problem. Now, most of them won't stab you as long as you don't make eye contact. Our climate change policy is so strong, we've brought down energy use in the Palisades by 99%. Almost none of the needles in children's playgrounds have AIDS on them. If you like the last 4 years, you're going to love the next 4. Vote Bass.
Now, of course, Spencer Pratt decided to use the AIDS reference because Magic Johnson has come out and endorsed Karen Bass for mayor. Magic Johnson, who used to be a really good basketball player, is now more famous for showing everyone that it turns out the cure for AIDS is having $1 billion. Turns out having a shitload of money will keep you alive with AIDS for a very, very, very long time. Magic Johnson, of course, the wokiest of the woke, trans kid, go figure, living in Los Angeles. I guess I can't really say kid anymore because he, is it a he or is it a she? Whatever, is like 9 feet tall because he, she, they, whatever the hell it is Magic Johnson's kid, so you got to assume they're going to be gigantic. The wokiest of the woke. Magic Johnson doesn't really care. Because Magic Johnson owns the LA Dodgers. So he wants to make sure that he's going to get every single thing he wants out of the candidate that he believes is going to win. Way to go, Magic. Fight the power, brother. Fight the power. But none of the media is picking up on any of this. They seem to just be focused on redistricting. That's all they are talking about. All they're talking about is how mean and nasty and racist Republicans are. Up, down, left, ways, etc. Bakari Sellers, on none of you have heard of him. He writes books nobody reads. Bakari Sellers over on CNN decided that, I don't know, I guess he was becoming the least relevant stupid person on CNN. So he decided to go full out of his bird, full out of his mind. And we're going to break this down after the clip. But, nobody seems to care or notice or wonder even. Democrats will continue to say that Republicans are redistricting out black candidates. Now, this whole fight is happening because of Tennessee and their one district that is being moved around a little bit. The reason why is because they want Justin Pearson to run for Congress. You know Justin Pearson. He's the guy who used to talk one way until he found out that his race could make him unbelievably powerful, unbelievably rich, and unbelievably famous, and then suddenly turned into Timu Malcolm X. They'd rather him run for the seat, but he's not going to win. Steve Cohen, an old Jewish guy, is about to be redistricted out and replaced with a black woman. But they're not telling you any of these things. All they're going to do is make ridiculous claims like this one.
If somebody fell asleep in 1896 and woke up today in 2026, they would simply say the only difference is now Negroes have a TV show and we wear nice suits. They swapped out Klan hoods for Brooks Brothers suits. And that is the problem. I mean, Plessy v. Ferguson was 7-1. And it gave birth to 50 years of Jim Crow. What we have with this court right now, what we're seeing is watching people who have fought and died and bled so that we would have access to the ballot box, so that we would have access to our voices being heard in Congress, being ripped away. And I think that there is a casual laughter from people we believe to be our friends on the right who are showing us true colors today, because the most sacred, or one of the most sacred acts you have in the United States of America is the ability to cast a ballot and elect someone and send them to Congress, the State House, or a mayoral seat that represents your interest. And now black folks throughout the South are being silenced. And I don't find that to be a laughing matter.
No, you aren't. Nothing you just suggested is happening. In fact, your voice, your ability, your whatever the hell you want to call it, is being represented even more. Rather than Steve Cohen. Is it Steve Cohen or Andy? It's either Steve Cohen or Andy Cohen. I think it's Steve Cohen. Andy Cohen's the guy on Bravo. On Bravo. Steve Cohen's the owner of the Mets. But one of those two is also a member of Congress. He's making it seem as if black people in the South just aren't able to vote anymore. No, actually, they can still vote for whoever they want. They can still nominate whoever they want. They can still send whoever they want. Also, redistricting has nothing to do with local or mayor or state races. You dumbass. It has to do with one election. Just your congressman. Doesn't change your Senate, doesn't change your president, doesn't change any of that. But they nod along. And it makes me think, it makes me remember a clip that Dana White mentioned the other day. We have like this outsized view of people in the media. Like, we see it in a newspaper. Like deep in the back of our brains. It's like, oh, newspaper, real, okay. We see it on TV, big ass head on our television sets. There's something about that like we give more credence to for no particular reason whatsoever. And Dana White points that out here. If you've never seen a Dana White interview, just be aware there will be some language. The guy owns the UFC. There's going to be some F-bombs. But he's talking about the media that runs the UFC. But it really works for the media in general.
My biggest problem with the media, who the fuck are you and what the fuck have you ever done? Nothing. You're nobody and you've never done anything ever. Nobody's ever depended on you for a paycheck. Who are you to criticize anybody? I was just saying at the press conference in Winnipeg on Saturday, you have all these people on the internet talking about what we should be doing with our business. I said, holy shit, you guys are fucking brilliant. PFL, Bellator, ONE FC, many, many other failing companies. Why don't they just fucking hire you guys? You guys have the answers for everything, right? It's just, I can't even read this shit because it's so dumb. And I realize these guys know nothing about this business, yet these are the people that are covering it. It's fascinating to me that anybody listens to any of these people.
He's not wrong. Who is Bakari Sellers? A former South Carolina local representative who's written like 6 books that nobody reads, but the most trusted name in news puts him on there to claim that Republicans have replaced their Klan hoods with Brooks Brothers suits, despite the fact Republicans never wore Klan hoods. Those were Democrats. Dumbass. He also claimed that black people are having their vote taken away from them in local elections, which has nothing to do with redistricting. But Bakari Sellers didn't stop there. No. He decided that he was going to tell Kevin O'Leary, Mr. Wonderful, not to be a dick. Now, I want to be clear. Kevin O'Leary could probably be a dick every now and again, but he's also an employer. He's built hundreds of businesses. He employs thousands of people. It's people like him that keep the economy running, not people like Bakari Sellers, who writes books nobody reads.
Is that there are people in this country who fought, died, and bled for the right to vote. Don't be a dick. Just understand.
Okay. Bakari,
just
please.
I'm not
understand.
A dick.
I'm pointing something out to you. The Constitution is being upheld. Do you have a problem with that? Do you have a problem with the Constitution of the United States of America? Bakari,
you see, if you disagree with Bakari Sellers, you're a dick. A guy with no life accomplishments. Because to be clear, I want you to know this, and I mean this genuinely. The only thing that separates anyone from being on that show, or any show for that matter, is whether or not you know who books for the show. That's it. It's not talent. It's not some kind of wisdom. It's not specialty in a particular field. It's just whether or not the booker on the show likes you. And if you are a cable news booker, you are one of the most powerful people in America. I promise you that. I absolutely, the only reason why, well, there's some people who show, I'll never get on Chris Cuomo's show because I repeatedly call him a dick on Twitter all the time because he is one. But that's the only difference. But there's an outsized view of the media. Like, where does Bakari Sellers, in the context of the Dana White clip, where does he get the audacity to explain anything to Kevin O'Leary? Kevin O'Leary has accomplishments. He's done things. Thousands of people depend on Kevin O'Leary and his businesses to keep their families fed. But Bakari Sellers has the audacity to call him a dick on television, despite having, no discernible skills whatsoever. There's an arrogance to it. And look, I can understand it. I'm one of the most arrogant people most people have ever met. But you wouldn't listen to somebody who played JV football while Tom Brady is speaking, would you? I wouldn't. Why? I said it on another show the other day, is that with the sort of decentralization of the media, you have a lot of people commentating on politics who, I got to tell you, don't have the slightest idea what they're talking about. About 10, 15, 20 years ago, before Donald Trump really came on the scene, I was really big into sports talk radio. I didn't grow up listening to Rush or Imus or any of the WABC. Those I never listened to politics on the radio. I listened to sports talk radio. And now that I'm a little bit older, I started to realize things. That sports talk radio is just political commentary before now, where you had people who can't hit a curveball telling Derek Jeter what he should be doing. Now you've got people out there who don't understand the economy, don't understand job creation, have never employed a single human being on planet Earth, who have the audacity to go on television and call Kevin O'Leary a dick. There's no difference in that than me calling into sports talk radio with my modest high school football career, telling the quarterback of the Giants the way he should be throwing the ball. You'd think that people who actually understand sports listen to sports talk radio? No. And I think that's what frustrates me so much, because I'm actually doing it. Running campaigns on the ground. I can't tell you how many times people tell me, oh, well, you should be doing this, you should be doing that. You know what the hell you're talking about. Never done it before. But there's an arrogance to it. And it's frustrating. And that's why I preach to everyone who watches this show, to get involved, join a campaign. Get on the ground, do some activism, so you can see what it actually entails. Because maybe if some people who had the strongest opinions actually went outside every now and again, they would see that their opinions are wrong. But Bakari Sellers doesn't do that. No. He leaves the studio and he goes to the parties with the rest of the people who were on CNN. And that's why he has the confidence to go on CNN and lie to the viewers about the nature of voting in America, whether or not Republicans are currently wearing Klan hoods, even though Republicans have never worn Klan hoods. Those have always been Democrats. Historical fact, if you come in my comments and say the party switched, that's just a long way of saying you stopped reading in 4th grade. They didn't switch. What about Nixon's Southern strategy? You mean the strategy that failed? Historical fact. You'd be amazed at the amount of information they keep hidden in places like books, Bakari sellers. You would think, for somebody who writes so many books that nobody reads, you might actually read a book that people do enjoy. But no. Because the only thing it takes to be a Democrat today is just the right amount, just the right combination of stupidity and arrogance. And we're going to get to one of those stupid, arrogant people in just a second. Before we do that, here's Jeremy.
Hey, everybody, if you're not familiar with, then let me introduce to you Armor Colostrum. Now, I didn't know what colostrum was up until a few years ago. I'd never even really heard of it. And then my wife turned me on to Armor Colostrum. And what colostrum does is it helps regrow your hair. Not going to lie, that's the reason that I started looking into it. But then I started noticing some other things that I could benefit from. I used to get acid reflux very badly. I used to bloat very badly. It felt like I was 10 or 15 pounds heavier than I was until I made Armor Colostrum a part of my everyday schedule. And now things have changed so very much. Let me introduce to you what Armor Colostrum actually does and what it looks like. In a study measuring immune cell response to toxin, Armor Colostrum performed 32% stronger and faster than other colostrum companies. 400 plus bionutrients activated in your life, in your body, to help regrow hair, strengthen your gut health, regrow your nails, toenails, and fingernails healthy, get rid of fungus, stop bloating, and more. And now you can get yours right now for up to $18 off each and every purchase at tryarmra.com. Promo code LFATV. Click the apply button once you've entered the code and watch your discount fall off. That is tryarmra.com/LFATV. Order now.
Guys, head on over to tryarmra.com and use promo code LFATV. That is tryarmra.com and use promo code LFATV. So let's talk about stupidity and arrogance at the same time. Do you guys remember a few weeks ago when there was a spate of congressional resignations? It started with that rapist Eric Swalwell, and then it went on to that really odd sexual being Tony Gonzalez, who slept with a staffer who went on to set herself on fire. That's out of the news and almost instantly. Well, there was a Democrat from Florida who decided to resign as well. Her name is Sheila McCormick, and she resigned before a scheduled House Ethics Committee hearing regarding her potential expulsion for funneling $5 million worth of COVID disaster relief funds into her congressional campaign. Literally taking government taxpayer dollars, funneling them into her congressional campaign funds because she wasn't able to fundraise enough. Well, you're never going to guess what she's doing now. You're never going to guess what she's doing now. She's been out of Congress for about 3 weeks. She's been out of Congress for about 3 weeks, and it turns out, you're not going to believe it, she's running again.
And Juan, South Florida Democrats are battling new redistricting maps that could reshape political power here in Florida, including District 20, where a seat is open following the resignation of former Congresswoman Sheila Sherfless McCormick. NBC6's Lena Salzbank was at the latest West Broward Democratic Club meeting and has the very latest. Good evening, Lena.
Good evening. Well, despite her legal battles and her criminal trial on the horizon, former Congresswoman Sheila Sherfless McCormick tells reporters today that she plans on running for re-election here in District 20.
Like I said, I never shied away from a fight. I'm still fighting. And my team has always said, we're ready. We're ready for this fight. We're ready to fight and win.
The announcement coming weeks after former Congresswoman Sheila Sherfless McCormick resigned moments before a hearing was about to take place after a House Ethics Committee found she had committed numerous campaign finance and reporting violations, including stealing millions in federal funds and funneling some of that into her campaign. Despite the allegations, do you think residents will continue to vote for you?
They're exactly that, allegations. And everybody has a right to due process, and my constituents have been reaching out to me, asking me to continue representing them.
The former Congresswoman was among other Democrats at the West Broward Democratic Club trying to fight the redistricting map now passed by the state legislature and signed by the governor. The new maps have put the Democrats at a disadvantage, including Debbie Wasserman Schultz, who has said she is running for re-election, but in what district, that's still up in the air.
I am not focused on doing anything other than making sure that I can effectively represent our community. And the most important thing.
When asked when she will choose a district and if she has her eyes set on District 20, she said,
I'm not on anyone's timetable. I will have the conversations that I need to, and I'll reach a decision in short order.
A move by Wasserman Schultz into District 20 could potentially end 34 years of black representation in Congress for that district. And Sheriff McCormick had this to say.
To support, I guess, Debbie, if she decided to run in District 20, is that something you'd throw your support behind?
Absolutely not, because I'm running in District 20. And like I said, this is not the moment for forum shopping. This is not the moment.
So let's get this straight. Okay, let's take the show full circle, shall we? Democrats are very concerned that Republicans are redistricting out black representation in Congress. So, in Florida, they're going to run a black woman who resigned from Congress before being expelled from Congress over the fact that she funneled $5 million to her own campaign, and she's being challenged by a woman who is not black, who was ousted as the DNC chair for funneling questions to Hillary Clinton during the 2016 campaign. Yeah, you got that right. Debbie Wasserman Schultz resigned as the DNC chair January of 2016 following a WikiLeaks email scandal that revealed that party officials were actively favoring and helping Hillary Clinton beat Bernie Sanders in the primary rigged election. The leaked emails showed the staff plotting to undermine Bernie Sanders, forcing her out to prevent further division on the eve of the Democratic National Conference. Right. You remember yesterday on the show when I said that Democrats don't care about race, that race is just a vehicle in which to achieve power? TPH in the chat says, don't you think the ethics committee will still go after her? Not if Democrats retake the House. And that's what she's betting on. So just to recap, Republicans are bad because they are removing black representation in Congress. So they are about to nominate a black woman in Florida who just resigned from Congress over allegations that she stole money from her constituents, and she's being challenged by a white lady who had to leave the DNC for favoring Hillary Clinton over Bernie Sanders, who had overwhelming black support in the Democratic primary in 2016. In the words of Dana White, who the are you people? I don't know. Kind of odd to me. Little bit odd to me. Guys, we'll be back in 1 second because I do have a couple more little nuggets that I want to make sure that I get to. One from the Kevin Hart roast, which aside from, the aggressive need to be political for no reason whatsoever, was actually pretty funny. It was actually pretty funny. Pete Davidson, I hope he gets into a car accident, but that's a personal thing. This one I thought was pretty funny. Before we get to that, guys, Mike Lindell.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Guys, head on over to MyPillow.com and use promo code LOUD. That's MyPillow.com, promo code LOUD for up to 80% off everything on the website. That's MyPillow.com, promo code LOUD. Before we get to the actual comedy, let's talk about non-comedy. And, of course, that would be the late night hosts, Jimmy, and Steven. Very soon, we are going to be wishing a fond farewell to Stephen Colbert. Very soon will be Stephen Colbert will be off CBS, destroying the legacy that David Letterman built over the course of years. Well, in solidarity with Stephen Colbert being fired for sucking, Jimmy Fallon and Jimmy Kimmel have decided that they're going to stand up for what's right. And by that I mean they didn't air a show last night. That's right, last night was Stephen Colbert's final broadcast on CBS. And because of that, the shows on ABC and NBC decided that they just weren't going to air their programs in order to stand in solidarity with a guy who sucks. Several late-night hosts are stepping away from new programming on May 21st, as Stephen Colbert airs his final episode of The Late Show with Stephen Colbert. Both Jimmy Fallon and Jimmy Kimmel will not air new episodes, so they're standing in solidarity with Stephen Colbert by taking the day off. How brave of them. How brave. Their shows will instead go dark in solidarity with Colbert's final broadcast. But look, guys, I'm going to tell you, and we like to make fun of all of them on this show. I am so happy Stephen Colbert is going off the air. I'm so happy. Do you know why I'm so happy? Not because of his aggressive hatred for Donald Trump. Not because he hasn't been funny in about a decade. But because now that he's off CBS, he is no longer contractually obligated to do or not do anything, which means very soon he'll be hosting a podcast. And because he'll host a podcast, he is going to be able to say things that are like 10 times more unhinged than he said on CBS. Like that time he decided to shake his man boobs surrounded by inflatable vaccines. You know, batshit crazy stuff like that. He's going to be so insane. It is going to be content gold. And I cannot wait to watch those videos, download those videos, clip those videos, and then just put them out to the world for the rest of us to watch. So I want to thank Stephen Colbert for leaving CBS. I also want to thank Jimmy and Jimmy for standing in solidarity with him by taking the day off. But you know what? Instead of talking about people who aren't funny, let's talk about people who are funny. And that one funny guy would be Shane Gillis, who was at the Kevin Hart roast, which I thought was pretty funny. There was some low blows at Trump, and Pete Davidson made a Charlie Kirk joke. Yeah. You remember when you dated Kim Kardashian and she slept with everyone else while you were dating her, Pete Davidson, and then you had to go on a mental health break because Ariana Grande broke up with you because you're a big baby bitch boy. Well, someone else who was at the roast of Kevin Hart was Chelsea Handler. Now, for those of you watching the show who don't know who Chelsea Handler is, she's a whore who used to be on Comedy Central. She hasn't been on Comedy Central in about 15 years, but she used to be on Comedy Central. And, well, since then, she's gone the Rosie O'Donnell route of just yelling about Donald Trump all day. I'm not sure what she's going to do once Trump leaves office, but until then, we can always remember her with this joke. Anyway, just something to think about. Just something to think about. I don't like Chelsea Handler, so you know what? I don't really care. I don't care at all. Also, I'm going to leave you guys with something fun. You know, because I get asked a lot by people. Kevin, what the hell are you still doing in New York? Why do you still talk about sports on a political podcast? And I'm going to explain to you why. You guys don't. If you guys don't watch the NBA, you might not have known this, but over the last couple of days, the New York Knicks, my New York Knicks, decided to sweep the Philadelphia 76ers. And I want to be clear about something. People want to know why I don't leave New York, and it's because we are just different here. I'm going to show you guys something that happened inside of the Philadelphia 76ers arena. This was not at Madison Square Garden. This was in Philadelphia. Why don't I leave New York? Because we're just different here.
Action News reporter Cheyenne Corinne live inside Xfinity Mobile Arena tonight. Cheyenne, this game was brutal.
Walter, you would think that I'm in New York right now instead of Philadelphia. This is absolutely not the way that fans were hoping to end the Sixers season. You can see that I am surrounded by Knicks fans right now. Take a listen to what some of the Sixers fans I found had to say.
We're just different in New York. We're just different. Guys, it's 4 p.m. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Make sure you tune in every day live at 3 p.m. across all the platforms. I'll catch you guys back live tomorrow. Until then, everybody, stay loud.
I have a very special broadcast for you today. My dear friends, David and Stacey Whited are joining me from Flyover Conservative. About to bring you right on. It's going to be a powerful conversation about where they come from, what God's doing in America, and so much more. This is something you're not going to want to miss. And just before I bring them on, I want to say thank you to every one of you that is a partner in this ministry and helping us advance in the call God has us doing right now. And we're so thankful to you. Thank you for helping us retire debt. We're working on that right now. We are getting it down. You've been really sowing and been so gracious. Thank you. And if you want to be a part of that, you go to josephz.com. Or if you want to become a partner today, you go to josephz.com. And we're so grateful for you. One of the things we'll do when you partner is we will call you back regularly simply to pray with you. I hope you do it today. You go to josephz.com to do that. And I'll tell you, we have a great conversation in store here today for you. So I don't want to take any more time. I want to go ahead and bring on David and Stacey Whited of Flyover Conservatives. I think you're going to really like this. So let's welcome them. Well, I am so pleased to have my friends David and Stacey Whited with me today, and we're going to be talking about a number of great things. But for those of you who don't know, and most people should know, they have a program called Flyover Conservatives, and I'm so grateful to have both of you here today. And I'm looking forward to just talking and seeing what the Lord is saying, especially in the present time we're walking through. So welcome, David, Stacey, welcome.
Thank you. It's truly an honor to be on with you. You know, we had you on our show. Our audience absolutely loved you. They want more, so we're definitely going to have you back. We look forward to that.
Got little reels and cuts coming from that. I think if somebody just followed you around all day and just tweeted every third sentence you said, it would be an incredible feed. So you tell you've spent a lot of time in private to be able to do what you do in public, and that shows so well. We've been watching you, for a long time, and we appreciate what you bring to the body of Christ, you mean to believers and the way you strengthen them. So we've benefited from it so much.
Thank you both. I mean, it's wonderful. Your show is outstanding, and to be a part of it, the privilege of it was just a huge honor, because you bring such prophetic data and real-time, what I call prophetic journalism, to the culture. And so just so everybody knows, I mean, you guys have been going for a number of years. You've been really after it. You stood against what I call the wicked lizard overlords. You've stood up and really brought light into darkness. And I just want to ask you a question, just getting going. What was the specific moment? And it was 2020 that really began to, I guess, birth what is happening. Now, and I'll just say to everybody too, Flyover Conservatives has millions upon millions of listeners and followers, especially in the podcast space. And I want to encourage everybody to be a part of this. They have a great platform and program. But what got it going? 2020, we were all in that moment. What was the spark, the beginning?
It was interesting. David and I were actually on a walk in August of 2020. We love to walk together. That's when these ideas come to fruition. Sometimes we don't tell anyone. Sometimes we're like, okay, the world needs to know this. But we were actually on a walk. And during the walk, God said, you need to wake up, speak up, and show up. And he said that the reason that the country is where it was, because think back to August of 2020. I mean, what a crazy time. A lot of us were waking up during that time. He said the reason that the country is where it is today is because conservative Christians didn't say anything. They allowed the plumb line of Jesus to be taken out of those 7 spheres of influence. I mean, you look at it, religion, government, media, education, family. As you start to go down, plumb line of Jesus taken out of this, and he said, you have got to, first of all, wake up, and then you have to have the courage to speak up and show up in your own family and your own community to make a difference. And so that was actually the tagline. That was what he gave us. We came home and actually did a Facebook Live, and I can't even remember, thousands and thousands and thousands of views. And we're like, okay, this has hit a nerve. It wasn't just us. God's been talking to other people as well.
We'd always had kind of a voice more in the business space, and we're speaking there strictly there. And we'd always kind of woven Proverbs and God's word into business in a way that was kind of like strategic, kind of guerrilla warfare, in that way. And people are like, that's really wise. Where did that come from? I'm like, Proverbs.
The Bible.
And so
the Bible.
And so kind of a lot of people they respected what we said in that space, but we never really spoken about anything, politically and kind of gone, that direction. But the whole world kind of turned into a foxhole, during that period of time, and really realized if people were waking up, but if you just getting information, realizing there's an intruder in your home, realizing there's, somebody with a machete outside your house, like the awareness in itself doesn't really do anything. If you don't, then begin, okay, what do I do? What is God saying at this time? What I have a plan. Then you just become angry, or you go to bed and pull the covers over your head and, disengage any version of this. And, we realized, okay, we needed, truth, more than ever. So our oldest son actually came to us and he's like, hey, this is going really good on the Facebook Lives and stuff. We should start a website and do a podcast. And we're like, that sounds great. But we'd never met someone who'd been a guest on a podcast, And so it was like, he's like, okay, I'll take care of the technology. And then, you guys have done interviews and business forever. So ask great questions. And at the time we knew of doctors that had over 10,000 patients with 0 deaths. Some of the patients were in their 90s, and we were, we were researching. We'd always been involved in health. And when I heard there was like a virus coming along that people get sick from, my first thought was, well, you want to get as healthy as possible.
Exactly.
Increase our vitamin C, increase our vitamin D, and then you turn on the TV and it's like, no, Uber Eats, drink more alcohol,
exercise.
More Big Macs, don't get in the sun.
No.
Like if I knew some bodybuilder was going to come and punch me in the gut sometime today, like I would put a cutting board under my shirt for sure. If I didn't know when it was going to happen, if for sure that everyone in the whole world is going to get punched in the stomach by a bodybuilder today, I'd be like, well, everybody should put a piece of cast iron under their shirt. That made sense. I thought there'd be some really smart, like football coaches, like Bill Belichick or somebody would expose their whole team to this, like in March or something of that year, so they wouldn't be getting it in the fall. Those were my initial thoughts.
Up their vitamin C, vitamin D, take some zinc, bada boom, bada bing, we're good.
But then when you see on the news, it was just a death ticker, and fear. I'm like, man, this is something we need to counteract. What do you do to prepare for something you think is coming? So, right out of the gate, we kind of realized our mindset, was different than what mainstream media had. Mm-hmm. And so we simply just wondered, why don't these people interview these people? This seems to make the most sense. The biggest baffling thing to me is, why were we even needed?
Wow,
there shouldn't have been a vacuum for us to fill. There should be no need for us to be doing what we're doing. It should be just more sand on the beach. That's what we should be. And instead we became more like diamonds on the beach, because it became rare. Diamonds are valuable because they're rare, not because, if they were as common as sand, they'd be just like sand. But diamonds are rare. So what we were saying kind of became valuable because we were willing to interview people that had answers in a window where only one solution was possible, and you weren't able to talk about health and solutions.
Man, I first met you guys in a podcast gathering. It was so great. And just the honor and the way that people viewed what you were doing. And I was able to, gather some data and see what you're doing. I mean, the impact is massive. I want to ask you a couple quick things. Number one, flyover conservatives. What does that mean?
It's kind of actually tongue-in-cheek. So when people are on the East Coast and they're flying to the West Coast, or on the West Coast they're flying to the East Coast, they fly over these middle states and they don't think much about us. And so it's kind of like whether somebody lives in these middle states or they feel like somebody that's a flyover person, that people are like, they just kind of discount them or they don't really think that much about them. It was kind of for those kind of people. And then also when you really start to look at elections, these middle states, they are important. Or you look at, food production, these middle states, they are important.
Yes.
And so that was kind of, for us, that's where flyover really
People
started.
out here know like chocolate milk doesn't come from brown cows, stuff like that.
Common sense.
Is that true,
they've
David?
they've grown tomatoes, they kind of know, some of the time seed harvest kind of actually makes sense to them.
Oh, that's awesome. So
we kind of just embrace it, like if you're going to call us that, then we'll just own it.
Let's own it.
And we take a lot of honor in that, actually.
Oh, that's so great.
Somebody said one time, somebody called me a redneck once. We were in D.C.
Yep.
at an event. Somebody walked past and said rednecks. I'm like, well, I thought, I think I told Stacey, I think she meant that as an insult, but I want to almost go back and clarify. I think what she intended was probably white trash, and but that's
rednecks.
That's
actually
a different thing completely.
Yes,
white trash might have cars with their blocks in the yard and they're lazy and maybe on assistance. A redneck's the kind of person that might have like there's a video I saw one time of a kid that had a jet ski with a grill, built in it, American flag on the back. I'm like, that's a redneck right there.
Real
Somebody
man
with like
of genius, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's like maybe misappropriation of resources, but it's something behind your house that looks like a file cabinet with pipes coming out of the back that you use for smoking ribs. Like you had your cousin help you build, but it's also a sign of excellence. It's like incredible excellence. Like, wow, like you can't buy that at the store. Like
can't get that at Walmart.
God never intended that. You did that. You created that. Like
that's redneck.
That's redneck.
That's redneck.
We really think that's
innovators.
It's innovators. It's a sign of excellence.
Yeah,
Problem
that's
solvers.
One of the things that I was so pleased to discover about you guys, and it was a very pleasant discovery, is you spent years in ministry. You did missions work. You did all that. Can you just give us a little bit of background before we really jump into some of the stuff today?
Yeah. So, we kind of have this background of we were when we were 23, we started our own business, network marketing. It went really well, which allowed us to have a lot of freedoms in life, be able to kind of choose some things we wanted to do. When we were 30, we started a record label. I had a music career. We toured as a family.
Wow.
Just a really cool opportunity. Lived in Nashville, Tennessee, actually Franklin, Tennessee. And our kids, so Franklin, Tennessee is in Williamson County. Williamson County at the time, this is like 2010, it was the third wealthiest county in the United States. And our kids went to a private Christian school in that county. So in Williamson County, you're kind of in a bubble. And then our kids being in a private school in Williamson County was kind of another bubble.
America's already kind of a bubble.
And America's kind of a bubble in itself,
Touche.
It's not normal. It's not normal.
And so, our son was 16 and some of his friends, they were getting like brand new Hummers for their birthday and, a Lexus and all these kind of things.
Wow.
And so we just thought, and there was also something in David and I where we were just wanting to serve. There was, this desire. They had Compassion International. It was kind of based out of that area. So we had sponsored a bunch of kids. And in fact, it ended up filling our refrigerator. Our daughter at the time was like 13 and she sponsored a kid. And so we had another one on our refrigerator. And so there was just this real desire to serve. And so one day David came to me and he said, what if we went somewhere as a family for 1 year and we just served? We just help people. They can't do anything for us. He said, I think it'd be really great for our family. And I was like, let's do it. Where are we going? And he was like, wait a second here. He had this whole notebook of the sheet of all of these reasons why we should do it.
I thought it'd be harder to sell.
Wow.
And I was like, let's do it. Where are we going?
Come on.
And I think it was like in the spring of 2010. By August of 2010, we as a family moved to Mexico. And we were working with an organization that worked with all these different orphanages and squatter villages in the community. And we told the kids, we're just going to go for 1 year. It was a stint program, 1 year, and then we'll go back. Our son was a junior in high school. We said, you can have your normal senior year, prom, and, a graduation and all of that. And we ended up falling in love with it. It was an amazing, amazing time. We all were growing immensely. Our son went back for Christmas just to see friends, and he came back, and he'd been in the orphanages tutoring the kids. And when a kid's in an orphanage, they've all been abandoned, and a large portion of them have been abused as well. And so his perspective on life had really changed. And so when he came back after Christmas, he just said, I know you guys said we're going to go back after this year, but he said, I just want you to know I'm okay if we don't go back after this year. He said, they're kind of talking about the same things that they were talking about before. And he goes, I really like it here. So I don't care to have a normal senior year, a prom or a graduation. I don't care about that. I'm willing to stay. And so we started really praying about it, and God opened some doors to actually make that happen. And we didn't just work with orphanages; we ended up moving into an orphanage where we had
guys, that's awesome.
45 kids and on a 4-acre property, and it was truly an amazing experience.
We always said, like in business, one of our philosophies was service to many leads to greatness. Like if you want to make more money, solve more problems. If you want to, become valuable in the marketplace, find a way to serve large numbers of people. Steve Jobs or anybody, they've solved a lot of problems. That's why you carry their product around. It's better than the alternative. And we had a lot of philosophy as the kids were growing up. Like when they hit middle school, you had to be involved in anything involving poop. Like we cleaned the house, so like you had to pick up the dog poop in the yard, you had to clean the toilets, because middle school you kind of get this thing like you're smart enough, you can do a lot, but you don't really have any real experience, so you kind of you become you don't have the neck to support all the data, and so and so in 7th, 8th grade you're kind of in charge of anything involving poop, and when you see disengaged teenagers that they don't really love their home. They're not involved because they're probably not serving it. Anything you work for and serve, you love. You take a teenager who washes his car and details it. He loves that car because he serves that car. And anything you
their shoes, tennis shoes.
Anything you serve, your love increases for.
Boy,
and so, we're really called. We're called to love people.
Yes.
But that's not natural because I naturally don't even like most people.
That's the case with most podcasters.
I like people that think like me. They're nice to me and stuff. Not everybody's nice to me. It's hard to love people, but it's easier to love people if you serve people. Yeah. When you serve someone, your love for them increases. And we're called by God, to do this, but I don't know that you can really love without serving. So finding, pockets of people to serve, increases your capacity, to love. And so when our son went back at Christmas, we started talking to kids, and not that there's anything wrong with them, they're still doing the same thing, but he just got through, tutoring a kid that was covered in cigarette burns he got from some stepdad, and it's like, like your mindset changes completely of what you're doing and the value, that it has. When you serve, everything else kind of feels like, water compared to soda or water compared to coffee, it becomes like a bland version of what you've been experiencing. And so
that's powerful.
The service to many changes your palate for everything in the world.
It changed us forever. It changed our family. We thought we were going to go there to serve others that couldn't do anything for us. And what we actually learned was we were the ones that were changed. We were the ones that were forever changed, and we have been. Our conversations are not the same today as they were before 2010.
We've benefited much more than those receiving the service, for sure.
Well, and look at where God has taken you and this program and what you've done. I love that because the Lord loves to promote those that really are advancing His kingdom and doing these things. And you guys really display that. You've had a lot of high-profile guests on your program, including Eric Trump, General Flynn. You've had Dr. Peter McCullough. You've had a number of people that have been on that have really impacted the culture. And I guess I want to ask this: what has surprised you most about the growth and impact of the podcast?
It's a great question. As you're putting out a show, because we, we're just in our studio looking at a camera. There's nobody else here. But as it starts to go out, and as we've been at a lot of live events, we had the opportunity to, do a lot of live events over the last 4 years and meet listeners of the Flyover Conservative Show. We, will host a meet and greet where they can meet different speakers at events, and then we have the opportunity to meet them as well. And I think that the biggest thing for us has actually been that people are waking up, they're speaking up and showing up. Not just waking up, speaking up and showing up maybe with their school board or in their community, but waking up, speaking up and showing up in their relationship with Christ. There has been a hunger for the Lord. And we have seen in these conversations people that we'll talk to that are like, I've never been in church before, and now I started attending church. Or, I've been in church for years, but I've never read my Bible at home. I would just kind of see the different scriptures on the screen, but never read my Bible. I'm now reading my Bible at home. Just a real hunger. I got baptized, just a real hunger for the Lord. And that's been something that has been really exciting to see, even though we've had pretty amazing people on our podcast and interviewed some pretty incredible leaders. I think the biggest impact that it's had on me is actually meeting individuals that listen to our show and the things that have happened in their life, which is really powerful.
Yeah, that's amazing. We have a saying that high touch beats high tech, and better than content being king, connection is king. And you guys display that so very well. Stacey, you host a weekly prophetic report, and it's fun, everybody. Wednesdays, 11:11 a.m. Central Time. I like that prophetic number, 11:11. My friend Troy Brewer, he says 111 really mathematically means Jesus. So that run of ones.
Don't mention Troy Brewer around Stacey, because
I love numbers. I love Troy Brewer. I pull out his book, Numbers That Preach, almost every single day.
Bro, she has like the Troy Brewer action figures, the lunch pail, the sheets, the whole like.
I love Troy. We're a big part of what he does. We help rescue kids through his ministry. It's just profound, and he's so great. But when I listen to him, and he's so brilliant and so anointed, when I listen to him, I also have to have a calculator because I'm not a numbers prophet. So you guys host this, and you see this. It includes prophetic words, declarations, encouragement, all of it. What is the prophetic theme you guys are seeing right now? Because you interview so many people, not just me, many voices. What is the Lord saying? Is there a theme you're seeing right now in this season, something you would talk about?
Okay, so this has been interesting. When I started the prophetic report, what was happening was, David and I, again, being business people, we never watched the news. In fact, we would encourage everyone we come across, don't watch the news, it's too depressing. And then, we start this podcast and all we do is watch the news and interview people.
We should tell people like, would you let somebody walk in your living room and dump a bucket of trash in your living room? Then why would you ever put that garbage in your mind?
I know.
God's sense of humor.
Exactly. So we started the podcast in January of 2021. And then by March of 2021, I was like, okay, what is God saying? Because, we're hearing this in the news and we're seeing what's going on in the natural, but what is God actually saying about what's going on? Because when God looks up, there's nothing above him. And I found out he's not chewing his nails. He hasn't fallen off the throne. He's not Googling, what do I do next? I mean, he is speaking very loudly about what he's doing. And I love the prophetic report because, every single week I have contributors to the prophetic report. I sit down at 4:00 in the morning with the Lord on the day of the show. We put it together and then we release it. And so it's really cool because you can see how these prophetic words line up. I like puzzles. You can see how they line up. Like, you hear in part, you see in part. So Joseph Z might be, sharing a prophetic word that he's getting from the Lord. And over here you got Hank Kuhneman from
love Pastor Hank.
Omaha. Exactly. You got Amanda Grace over here. All these different voices. And every Wednesday I get to come and I get to sit down with the Lord and we put all of these pieces together to see sometimes a really clear picture. And sometimes there's things, Joseph, that you may say that Timothy Sheets says almost identical.
Really?
And so it's just so fun to see how they line up.
Stacey's uniquely wired for that. Like, if I was paid $1 million an episode, I couldn't. If you told me, okay, David, July of 27, you could do one prophetic report show and you could start now preparing, I couldn't do it. Wow. She's uniquely wired to do puzzles and to see these connection points where they overlap, and when I see it, I'm like, oh, I get it. It's unbelievable. But she's uniquely wired. She's always been that way. She just didn't have anywhere to release it.
My family's very thankful that I have now the prophetic report to do that. Because I'd be like, do you understand?
Do you know what's
It's
happening?
like the perfect connection. She find a way to get paid for what you're made for, and this is it.
And so you were asking about how things lined up. Well, again, I started in March of 2021. And I will tell you this, there's been 4 things that were consistent and have been consistent this whole time that we are seeing come to fruition. First thing is that that we were born for such a time as this, that this is the best time to be alive. That has been consistent even in 2021 when we were like, it doesn't look like this is the best time to be alive. It doesn't feel like I was born for such a time as this. That is very accurate. Second thing that was consistent is that Trump would be back. And, it was like, wow. I mean,
Yeah.
consistently, even when it looked hopeless, there's no way, all these things were coming against him, consistent through that whole time. The third thing is that there's a 1 billion soul harvest. A billion people are going to come to know Jesus Christ as their personal Lord and Savior. And it is across the board. I mean, it is every single week we are hearing that. And then the fourth thing, there's a transference of wealth that's coming from the wicked to the righteous. And truly, we are just praying, God, let us be vessels that this money flows through. We've already seen what it looks like when it's in the hands of the enemy. Now imagine when we're partnering with God, the creator of the universe, what we're going to be able to do with these finances. And so this transference of wealth, I really do believe we're on the verge of it. So those are the four things that have been extremely consistent over the last 4.5, 5 years.
Man, that's exciting. I got to watch you guys more just to find out what the prophets are actually saying, and
it's cool.
It is so cool. I mean, it's just great. And, you guys, one of the things you do is you complement each other so well. And I just want to say this to everybody. It's not often you see a married couple come together and really bring a congruency, like just a co-labor anointing that really is a great demonstration for the body of Christ. I think churches, leaders, should all learn this type of model, and you guys display it so well, and I think it's just amazing. So here's a question too, because the space we're all in, you can have all kinds of fun things. Sometimes you get wonderful feedback, sometimes not so wonderful. You just work through it. But how's your faith helped you navigate criticism, spiritual warfare, the pressures of being public voices in today's, we'll call it, polarizing climate?
I'd say it's a lesson we learned kind of early in our 20s, and we started our first company when we were 23, and at that point I'd already been like donating plasma. We had a second pregnancy that caused Stacy to be on home health care. She had a permanent PICC line that went up her arm through the majority of it. She was allergic to the hormone the baby released, and so it was during that window we lost her income. I was going to a Bible college at the time, quit that, started working extra jobs.
Yep.
And so you kind of look around and you're like, okay, it's us and God, and you're going to kind of plot out a path. What's the next right thing to do? And there's consistent points where we would get advice from even mentors. Even during that point, we started business and kind of making a little bit of money, but not even enough to really get ahead. And two different mentors, we were talking about this at Easter lunch with our kids yesterday about the importance of tithing. Two mentors advised us to not tithe. You're not in a financial position to tithe. And I'm like, I'm in the best financial position to tithe.
You said we cannot not tithe.
I talked about my grandkids running around because they had all these little Cadbury eggs and stuff. I said, if they wouldn't be willing to share one of those with their dad, like how crazy is that? He could go, he could buy every Cadbury egg in Kansas City. Like for them to withhold from him if he asked for one would be ludicrous.
Yes.
If their dad, my son, there's my grandkids. I said, if he's like, hey, can I have one of your pieces of chocolate? They're like, no. These are mine. Like everything they have comes from him.
So good.
And that's a microcosm of what comes from God. Like God has, again, his asphalt is gold. So like we don't,
his asphalt is gold.
It's silly.
That is good.
That's
to
good
withhold
preaching,
anything from God. And so like even like in that moment, like, okay, what are people saying, but what's God saying, and lean into that. And so we developed this idea early that if you can begin to separate your decisions in life from needing popular approval from your peer group and do what's right, no matter what, you can have a whole different kind of life. And everybody knows, if you look around, what are the 95% doing? What are they watching? How are they spending their time? How are they eating? What are they doing? Like, if you do the opposite of what the 95% are doing, most of the time you're going to come out ahead, most of the time. If you're almost like, what should I be doing with my money? What should I be buying? Like, most people are buying what they're told to buy from the TV, And so we were able to go to Mexico and do missions because we were making money, but always lived in a neighborhood and drove cars that were like several brackets below our income level. And so it gives you the ability then when God calls you to do something, you're like, okay, I'm not strapped. I don't have like 4 jet ski payments, or, I'm not buying things to impress people that don't really care either way.
Right.
And so I kind of, to answer your question.
Yes. Thank you.
The comments, of what people will say, oh, you guys are this, you're a Christian nationalist, or you're this or that. I had to look that up. Somebody called us, Rolling Stones did a hit piece on Stacy once after an event.
Congratulations,
and I'm like,
Stacey.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm like a Christian nationalist. I'm like, well, I'm not an atheist globalist, so I guess that's true.
Right.
And again, I think it's like the redneck white trash thing. I think you meant that as an insult, but it didn't land. It's not landing as an insult. You know, I love God with all my heart, mind, and soul, and I'm an American, and I want, America first. So I guess guilty. And so in life, I don't know that a lot of people get this. Our school system doesn't really breed this. And a lot of homes don't breed this idea that you really need to look up. When they said when God looks up, he sees nothing. When we look up, we see God, and his opinion matters first and foremost above all else. And it's okay to be all in on God, and that'll manifest in your marriage. It'll manifest in the way you spend your money. It'll manifest in what hurts your feelings or doesn't hurt your feelings. And so a lot of people they play small and they don't do what God's called them to do because they're more impressed by the opinions of their peers than by the opinions of heaven. They want the applause of their neighbors, not the applause of heaven in what they're doing. And I would rather fail and fall on my face trying to please God and stand before him and have everyone call me a fool than to impress everybody and God look at me and say, man, I had so much more for you. We always want to lean as much as we can, even if it feels like it's just a couple of fish and just a little piece of bread. We're going to bring it and say, God, this is what we got. What can you do with it? And try to impress him with our willingness and availability than other people impressed with our ability.
Man, that is. I hope everybody's listening to this. I mean, that's wise truth bombs you're dropping there, David. Thank you. And we need to be fearing God more than man, and we need to really do what he asks us to do. So here's the big question I want to ask you guys. We got people watching us every day. We do the broadcast. You guys have such a wonderful audience. And again, I want to say to everybody, if you're not a part of Flyover Conservatives, you really want to plug into this. They just have great data, health, finance, everything, prophetic insight. I'm just really pleased with what God's doing through you. But, there's a time in society we're living in right now. We got the Iran war. We got things going on with our economy. We've got all kinds of pressures. We've got the midterms coming up. When you look at all of it, and you interview so many people, so you have a different type of insight than many, what is the current trend or event that concerns you most for everyday Americans and the flyover country, we'll call it, maybe as we're going forward in this season? We're going into quarter 2 here. What is the one thing that maybe just somewhere in that space that is probably the thing you'd want to talk to everybody about the most?
I think the biggest thing for me is that deception is so big right now because there's a major concern with, let's say AI, and it's coming out and you can't even tell any longer what's real or what's not real. We receive from listeners or from, contributors information, hey, you should include this in the show. Something that looks so real and you would say, yeah, that is definitely real. And then you find out it's fake. And even, so Flyover Conservatives, it's 4 of us. It's our daughter, our son, David, and I. We all came together to form
that is awesome.
Flyover Conservatives. It is really cool. It's so
awesome.
much fun together. And they are, in their 30s. Our daughter's getting ready to turn 30. Our son is 32. And that's what they do all the time. They search through information to see, is this false? Is this real information? And they sometimes have a hard time. So I would say as Christians, our big thing that we really need to be praying for from God is discernment. What is real and what is not real? And the only way that you're going to really have that is by spending time with the Lord and having the Holy Spirit to show you and to be able to discern the times, what's real, what's not real, and that discernment is a critical part of it. So I would say just the deception that's going on in the world for me, and I know you probably have something as well, but the deception for me is a big thing and being aware of that.
David?
I'd say what's concerning, we use this expression a lot. A lot of people became passive and they let like an Uber driver have the wheel and they get in the back seat.
Yeah.
And I think people learned like, okay, if you thought the safest 8 hours for your kids every day was when they're at school, and then maybe you need to protect them some other time, you need to get behind the wheel and grab the wheel of your kids' education. You need to grab the wheel of your finances. You need to grab the wheel of your own health. You're like, well, my doctor said take this. And like, well, what's in it? Are you deficient in that thing? Are you deficient in whatever, even ibuprofen? Or like do you need all these medicines, in your body? Is there a safer way to, like, you need to hold the wheel, yourself, be in the driver's seat and say, okay, God, guide and direct me, but I need to take personal responsibility and ownership for my kids' education, for my finances, for my own faith. Like, well, my pastor says this and this. Well, maybe your pastor, you don't watch a YouTube video of a guy working out once a week and think him fit. It's like your pastor should play a role in your life, but he's not your spiritual source. He's not the Holy Spirit. He's not the Word of God. He's not, God's guidance job. He is in a good thing, and coming together in community is critical. But your pastor shouldn't be in the driver's seat of your spiritual life. Like, we got to hold the wheel of our kids' education, our health, our spirituality, all of these things, our self, and be willing to become radical in these areas. When a Bible believing Christian begins to take the Bible seriously, it's not unbelievers he makes uncomfortable. It's lukewarm Christians he makes uncomfortable. Ooh. When you begin to take your health seriously, you're like, I'm not going to have seed oils. It's lukewarm kind of health nuts. Like, you make them uncomfortable.
That's right.
When you begin to take the Word of God seriously, it's lukewarm Christians that you make uncomfortable. And you have to be okay with that, because that's what's going to nudge them, inspire them to go further, to go further ahead. But you have to be in the driver's seat of these most important areas of your life. If we do, it's most concerning that so many haven't, but it is very encouraging that so many are. Yes. And I have more hope for the middle section of Christians that are sitting in the pews than I even do the pastors in America. A lot of pastors are like, man, I got to keep the numbers up. How's tithing? How's this? How's our streaming? Yep. I think the mid section of just regular believers are like, I need something more than this. I need to take this seriously. Either God's real. They watch these things with Jeremiah Johnson about the shroud, and they're like, he's a real guy. There's 101 different scientific practices that studied this thing, and there's a 1 in 200 billion chance that wasn't really Jesus of Nazareth that rose from the dead. They're like,
amazing.
If that's real, I need to negotiate that into every area of my life, and I need to up God's role in every area of my life. I'm encouraged by so many of the parishioners doing that, and I think that'll demand more from their leadership, the same way more conservatives being involved in the school board and their local city council is going to demand more from the higher level politicians, but it's from the bottom up. I'm encouraged by that. And the more people that are in the driver's seat, the better our country is going to be, the better the families will be, which will lead to a better country.
Man, there's so much darkness, right? And I just love listening to you guys. You have such a voice of hope and practicality, prophetic, all of it. And, I'm thinking about this too. It seems like it's getting darker and darker in some ways. But just like you said, Stacy, with so many of the people that have prophesied things, and you put them together like a son of Issachar, daughter of Issachar, you guys put this together and you begin to see the tapestry of the whole scenario. And out of the abundance of many voices that are hearing the Holy Spirit, I love the way you guys weave this stuff together. I believe this, and I'd love to get your comments on it, is that I believe it's going to get darker and darker, more difficult. But in that darkness, there's that silver lining that the Lord has for us. Those that have eyes to see, ears to hear. You think about the 10 plagues in Egypt, ending with that time of darkness, and yet there was light in Goshen. It was dark in Egypt, light in Goshen. What do you have to say to that type of thought with our viewers, everybody listening today? Is there hope in where we're headed?
No doubt about it. In fact, it's really interesting. We started our show. God said you have to have truth in every episode, but at the same time, you have to have hope. He said, if you ever feel hopeless, it's rooted in a lie, because God has been taken out of the equation. And so if this person that's listening to this, if you feel hopeless, you got to say, where is God? Because God is always there. And when God is there, nothing is ever hopeless. And I do believe from the prophetic we are hearing, definitely it's going to get darker and darker. But at the same time, that's why it's really important for us to sanctify ourselves, set ourselves apart, be spending time with the Lord, because for those people, it wasn't dark. There was light. And when they left Egypt, what did they leave with? They left with the gold and silver. They left with the finances, this transference of wealth that we are seeing and that we are hearing about. And so I think it's just truly sanctify yourself, set yourself apart, if you feel hopeless, ask where is God in the equation, because when God is there, it's never hopeless.
Yes.
And then also realizing that, yes, there's going to be maybe a storm that is coming, but on the other side of that storm is great, great, great wealth that God has for us as we are bringing his kingdom to earth. It truly is this transference of wealth to bring his kingdom to earth. What does the finances look like when it's in the hands of the righteous, partnering with the creator of all things? It's really
That
exciting.
is so, it's so powerful. Everybody's watching, I love these guys. You guys are just wonderful people. And here's what I'd like to do if we could. I'd like it, Stacy, if you could pray, and then I'd like David to pray, if it's okay. If you could look right at the audience, just pray any way the Lord leads you about things we're talking about. And then David, please, if you would follow her.
It's absolutely, it's free, and we could use the practice. So
That's true.
I always say yes to prayer. There's no reason not to.
And it's impossible to pray and for something not to happen. So
Come on.
we are honored to do that. Thank
Let's
you for
go.
asking us.
Thank you, man.
All right. Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for Joseph. God, thank you for this program. Thank you for each one of his listeners. God, we just pray favor over them. We just pray, God, just an increase of you in their life, an increase of hunger for all of us.
Yes, Lord.
God, make us more hungry for you, God. Just a hunger to spend more time with you, to know you better, to hear your voice. God, to be obedient. Let us be obedient in the things that you're calling us to do. Let us be brave and courageous, that as we are stepping into times that it's like maybe we don't understand and maybe it does seem dark, but God, that every step that we take, that you are there, in every way, that you are above us, behind us, below us, you around us in every way, God, that you are there. I just pray blessings over the time that people are listening to this, that God, that truly they're able to hear these things, that God, that they know you better as their personal Lord and Savior. God, as this billion soul harvest is coming, let us be people that we are willing to lay hands on the sick and let you work through us and to see these people healed, to share our testimony with others, the testimony of Jesus Christ, of knowing you as our personal Lord and Savior, that we're not setting back thinking somebody else will do it, but we're saying, God, use me. No, I'm not qualified, but you're going to qualify me. God, just use me, being obedient and being willing, God. Let us be willing vessels that you are working through. And God, we just love you and we worship you.
And God, we just need to stand right now and just like embrace you. God, we turn our face towards you like a child that just like grabs his father's leg and just say, God, these are the concerns that we have. God, we know that nothing that comes on the news, nothing going on in the world surprises you, scares you, causes fear. There's no fear in heaven. But God, we know you're never chewing your nails. You've never fallen off the throne. You've never gotten distracted. So God, we just literally turn our back towards every enemy of yours, every low G God that has been established on this earth to try to distract us, to create idols for us, to create things that pull us from you. God, we turn our backs to them and God, we face you. We embrace you. We embrace your law, God. We say your law, your covenants, God. Your rules, God. They're your rod and your staff. They comfort us, God. We want to marinate in your laws. We know that they bring joy, they bring life, not restriction. So, God, we just lean towards you. We ask you to burn off anything that's impure, anything that's not true, anything that's not of you, God. That's in our lives. Anything that's not godly, it's not of you, that's in our homes, that we allow in front of our eyes, that we allow in our ears, that we allow in our hearts. God, we release any unforgiveness and bitterness towards others. And God, just ask for you to give us your love for those around us. Yes. God, we recognize you as being the God that created light before you created the sun, you created air, you created dirt. God, you created all that there is. So God, we just give you all that we have. You're the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. You're the God of Moses. You're the God of Noah. You're the God of Methuselah. You're the God of Enoch. You're the God of Adam. You're the God of Eve. God, you are before all things and you're after all things. So God, we just recognize you for being who you are. We recognize the instigator of all of our fears and who that comes from. And God, there's no comparison. So God, we turn to you. We run towards you. And we wrap literally ourselves in you, and we release anything that's not of you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. You know, you guys have been so gracious to me and the way that you carry your program and all that. I'm so thankful. And please, you know, we got to get a book from you guys so we can really promote that, because people will just really be blessed by what you bring out. So I hope you do that soon. But how do people get a hold of you? How do they follow you? Tell us everything. Social media, podcast. Connect us.
Absolutely. Well, pretty much if you just put in Flyover Conservatives, you're going to find us. You're going to find us on wherever you consume your content, whether it be, podcasts or Rumble or BitChute, you name it. Or if you go to social media, it's Flyover Conservatives on social media as well. Flyoverconservatives.com is the name of our web address.
We did speak out, not anything that was wrong, but we spoke the truth a little too early for YouTube. And so we're on the naughty list, there. I think in perpetuity, we've had 9 YouTube channels. Some with 100,000 subscribers is gone.
Wow.
And so that just kind of is what it is. So we've created our own app, the Flyover app. People can get, things there. There's ways, to get the information out. We've, the things that don't kill you, make you stronger. We've learned a lot of bobs and weaves and workarounds and turn it over to God to kind of get that out. So Rumble, like Stacey said, about everywhere. Spotify, Apple, Google, anywhere you consume podcast, it is available, as well as in the Flyover app.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Flyover Conservatives is a force. You need to go follow them, get them on your podcast list, listen to them. And you guys, you're frequent. You're like daily, right? The stuff's daily.
Yes, we do. Every day.
Yeah, so everybody please follow them. These are my friends. I'm so grateful for you. Thank you for taking time today. I know you have a very full schedule and you are in great demand. So you taking time just to be with me today is such a privilege. I'm very honored. I would love to do it again. Thank you so much, David and Stacey Whited. Thank you very much.
You heard the music. You know what time it is. It's time for an economic update with Dr. Kirk Elliott. Welcome back.
Crowd roars.
It's so good to be with you.
Thank you.
Because you get clapped for here, and I don't think you get that everywhere. So.
I know, you don't get that everywhere. It's like, how could you not have a smile on your face when the audience loves you?
Yeah.
They do.
You're
Flyover family loves you.
It's like a home game.
Yeah, it is.
And not at an away stadium. So everybody's talking about the economy and the different things that are happening. And it was interesting when I look at the rage. It's like everybody's freaking out over oil. Well, why? Because you can't print it. When I look at one thing that's not really stopped a lot during this current economy is we've still printed a lot of money. Over the last year. I don't know that that's necessarily changing. You look at the kind of stuff they were talking about bailing out. Spirit Airlines, it's kind of a crappy deal if you're one of their customers, but they want like $2.4 billion, from us to save them. Well, they don't have $2.4 billion sitting around in pallets. They just would have printed another $2.4 billion to save them. Everything is done that way. So oil, it's like, there's only so much coming up. They're talking about, Iran's problem is where do I put it? So they can't get it out. And so they have nowhere to put it. So they have to stop the wells, which causes all these problems. And every time I hear these stories, it makes me think of silver. Because what makes silver valuable is it's a thing, and there's only so many places you can get out of the ground. It's no different than what's happening with oil. And, just like oil is used every single day, anything with an on and off switch is using oil. So I kind of look at it through that very practical lens of everything that's causing the freak out with oil. I'm like, that's the same freak out with silver because every day there's less of it. And they can only get so much out of the ground. They're using it, and they can only get so much out of the ground. There's a kind of built-in distribution in there.
Yeah, I mean, this is where we know that this conflict in Iran is going to end, because if it doesn't, oil goes through the ceiling, and everybody on the planet needs oil. It's the number one commodity on Earth, and silver is the number 2 commodity on Earth, in my opinion, because of demand and the makeup of the economy, right? So. But what's interesting is there's a lot of new things. There's a lot of new technology, right? But there's I don't know if it's a saying or if I've just heard it before in the past, right? What's old is new, right? Things change. There's patterns. There's cycles, right? It's like, I can't believe a few years ago when bell bottoms came back into style. It's like, what? It's like, I thought those things were dead forever in the late 70s, and they came back, right?
They couldn't kill them, man. They just keep coming back.
They're like the Jason Voorhees of fashion.
They should have killed him, but that's just me, right? But I wear dad jeans. What do I know? So anyways, Ray Dalio, he's basically talking about what was once the way that things were economically, we drifted from that, and it's coming back to it, right? So let's watch this 1 minute video because I'm not going to compare it to bell bottoms. I'm not going to use that horrible analogy again, right? But let's watch it because I think it's very appropriate for the times that we're living in.
On August 15th, 1971, President Nixon, on a Sunday night, made the announcement that the United States was going to default on its obligation to pay gold, give gold for money. And so I thought it was going to be a big crisis. I went on the floor of the stock exchange, and I thought it would go down a lot, and I couldn't have been more wrong. It went up a lot, and that was because I didn't ever go through a devaluation before. So I studied history and found out that in March 1933, Roosevelt made the same exact announcement on the radio and did the exact same thing of severing gold and so on. And then I started to understand the mechanics of it. And as a result of that, I got in the habit, because I have to bet on these things, I got in the habit of studying important things that happened before my lifetime. And I found that the same pattern happened over and over again for the same reason. So what I'm watching now is like watching the movie that I've seen many times before.
Okay.
One of the benefits of being older.
Yep.
Yeah. Keep what he said in the back of your mind, and then let's watch what Warren Buffett said. And I'm going to put these two puzzle pieces together.
Okay.
Because I think it paints a very good picture of where we are right now and what a lot of the globalists think about where America is in this whole big picture.
You know, I've compared the markets to a church with a casino attached, and people can move between the church and casino, and I would say there are more people in the church and more people in the casino, but the casino's gotten very attractive to people. You know, if you're buying one-day options or selling them, I mean, that is. That's not investing, it's not speculating, it's gambling, you know, just totally. There's nobody that can explain why they're buying an option for one day. So we've never had people in a more gambling mood than now, but that doesn't mean that investing is terrible. It does mean that prices for an awful lot of things will look very silly. We have lots more regulation and everything now, but people spend their time figuring out how to get around the rules rather than follow the rules. That's just a challenge.
We can tell what he thinks of the stock market when he's sitting on, what, 380 billion in cash, and he's not participating in the craziness of the casino right now.
Billion, 380 billion. That's just what he has sitting on the sideline. That's his savings account, right? So people might love or hate Warren Buffett's politics, right? It doesn't matter. He's a brilliant investor, right? Mm-hmm. But what is Warren Buffett going to do? What's best for Warren Buffett is what Warren Buffett's going to do, right? So, So what is he doing? He has been dumping the U.S. dollar as of late and actually investing in the Japanese yuan. Is he anti-American? No, he's not anti-American. He's pro-Warren Buffett. That's what he is, right? So, but yeah, he is a globalist in nature. World Economic Forum guy, right? So Ray Dalio, he's basically saying the reason why Warren Buffett is doing what Warren Buffett is doing. So Ray Dalio, another billionaire hedge fund manager. In the 70s, he thought, oh, wow, Nixon took us off the gold standard. The markets are going to collapse. And he made a bet that they would, and they didn't. And he had to pay a hard lesson. So why didn't they? Right? When you take away stability of the financial system, you would think that the markets would collapse. No, what you did is you took away the discretion of printing of money. When the government can print money willy-nilly like drunken sailors, what are they going to do with it? They're going to stimulate the economy. They used it to prop up the stock market. So this was like the first episode in this horrible, series where Dalio thought, oh, they're going to take away the gold standard. The stock market's going to collapse, right? But it didn't, because money went into it. right? So here's where gold and silver go up when you devalue the currency, which is what inflation does when you print money willy-nilly. And the stock market went up too. So it's like, which one is better? Stimulus could end at any given moment because of political reasons, right? Because Congress doesn't vote to extend the debt ceiling or whatever, right? So that could end. So therefore, gold and silver do better in times of currency devaluation than would the stock market, because that can end. That's phony baloney. That's fake. Gold and silver are real. What is Warren Buffett saying? He's saying, I think the same thing. I think that during times of all this global inflation that we're seeing, this devaluation of the currency, I don't think the stock market's actually going to continue on for very long, because at some point the stimulus money dries up. That's basically what I think he's saying without him saying it. So what is he doing? He's sitting on $380 billion of cash. Why? Is he going to stay in cash forever? No. When you understand the philosophy of who he is as an investor, he buys things on a dip. He's a value investor. He likes to buy things at a huge discount that provide utility. So he's waiting until the markets collapse. This tells us where he thinks it's going. And he is a globalist, right? It's like, is CBDC going to fix things? No. Is the World Economic Forum going to fix things? No. He is one of them, right? But he doesn't believe that it's going to be fixed. He thinks it's going to collapse, and he's going to buy on the dip. So what he also bought, though, a couple months ago was about 33%, 1/3 of a Canadian gold mining company. It's like, wait, he only buys things that are actually a huge value, that provide utility. Has gold ever provided utility ever? No, it hasn't. It doesn't have utility. It's a financial metal. But what utility could it provide? Utility meaning he likes to buy newspapers and anything that has a subscription, and insurance companies where there's continuous cash flow, right? So maybe gold, the utility is it could be the backing of a currency. Why would he want it? And when gold was at an all-time high, literally a few months ago, why was he buying it? Because he only buys things at a discount because he thought it was going to go higher. Right? So here's where Dalio and Buffett are both saying, we think that the stock market, it may do okay. Dalio saying it may do okay in times of deflation because of stimulus money.
Right.
Warren Buffett saying, I don't think it is going to. I think it's going to end. The gravy train is going to end. But what do both of them say? You should invest into gold and silver. Dalio actually did with his allocation. He's saying it. He's saying you shouldn't have just 5 or 10% of it. You should have way more than that. And Buffett, who's been anti-gold his whole life, actually bought 1/3 of one of the largest Canadian gold mining companies in Canada.
Wow.
Right? So
Telling.
both these guys are saying tangible assets are really good for times like this.
That is very telling.
It's kind of the old parenting thing about, hey, don't look what I do, don't listen to what I say, look what I do.
Yeah.
Kind of idea. What they are doing is very telling.
That is definitely accurate.
Yeah. Actions speak louder than words, always.
All right, family. Well, we can do what these guys are doing by following their example. Obviously, they understand the markets. They have, made a lot of money. And so it's like, this is a great opportunity for this transfer of wealth that is coming that we keep hearing about. And the way to find out more about how to invest in silver and gold is go to flyovergold.com. There's a place that you can fill out your information for a free consultation. That means get all of your questions answered, find out what's right for you and your family, and then make great decisions for you and your future. Again, you can go to flyovergold.com, fill out your information. While you're there, pick up Dr. Kirk's book, Thriving in the Economic Tsunami. It's absolutely free. It'll be sent directly to your email. Again, go to flyovergold.com. Dr. Kirk, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it.
Everyone is talking about this.
The one thing that's very important part of my portfolio all these years is gold.
Has gold hit all-time highs already this year?
And get a free info kit on gold today.
It's called silver.
Gold coin.
And though we are thrilled that everyone is talking about investing in precious metals, a lot of these 1-800 numbers will make you feel like just another transaction. That's why it's crucial to work with a person, not a faceless institution, when it comes to your finances. You deserve to be treated like family, not just another number. Dr. Kirk Elliott, whom we've known for over 25 years, he doesn't just sell gold and silver. He offers trust, care, and a personal touch that an impersonal institution could never match. So when it comes to securing your financial future, don't just call a company, call a person. Call Dr. Kirk Elliott at 720-605-3900 or visit flyovergold.com to learn more.
Do your feet ache and throb in pain with every step you take every day of your life? Kiss those days goodbye with slippers from MyPillow.com. How about that flimsy, flat little excuse for a pillow that's nothing but 8 hours of disappointment, causing you pain in your neck every single night? You can wake up with nothing but butterflies and rainbows around your head with a MyPillow pillow. Those hardwood floors hurting your old bones? No more with a MyPillow dog bed. Are your towels worn thin, flimsy, more patchy than Joe Biden's memory? There's nothing better than absorbent towels from MyPillow.com. For all of these products and more, go to MyPillow.com and use promo code FLYOVER for up to 66% off.
I'm Linda Bamber Olson, the inventor of the Wave Watch, the world's first frequency therapy watch. It features over 1,100 targeted frequencies. These sounds are acoustical and they move through your body. You don't necessarily have to hear it. So that's why we have so many testimonies for ADD and ADHD, emotions, headaches, joints, and so many more.
We hope you've enjoyed this episode of the Flyover Conservatives podcast with David and Stacy Whited. Please subscribe, hit the notification bell, and leave us a comment below. Lastly, if you enjoyed today's podcast, share with those who came to mind. Be blessed and make it a great day.
Welcome to the show, everybody. Thanks so much for being with us. We've got a great show for you. We're going to ask the question we've asked on the show many times. Is the United States government infiltrated with communists? I think the answer is yes. John Brennan, going on MS Now, saying the quiet part out loud, that there is a legion of essentially deep state actors, he calls them professionals, who are refusing to do what President Trump wants or what certain elements in the Department of Justice want when it comes to prosecutions of the deep states. Shocker, the people that they're loyal to, they don't want to prosecute. The insiders don't want to prosecute the people that they think are, essentially Boy Scouts like James Comey. And interestingly enough, we also have a James O'Keefe story that is gone viral across the internet that has to do with undercover video where White House staffers, one of them the head of domestic policy, essentially bashing President Trump and once again, really confirming what John Brennan is saying, undermining the President of the United States and his domestic agenda because they disagree with him. So we're going to talk about that. Also, in the redistricting update, we have Alabama moving forward with a map, but instead of 7-0, it may end up being 6-1. People are very upset about this. Republicans wondering why Republicans aren't going to use hard power. It's not enough to just get one extra Republican seat, according to some. We want 2. We want a 7-0 map in the red state of Alabama, but it looks like some Republicans want to try to be nice and give the Democrats Birmingham. We're going to talk about this and much, much more. Also, South Carolina redistricting news as well. We've got Republicans there getting cold feet. The show starts right now.
The Paul Herrell Program.
I'm assuming that's what it is. I'm assuming they want Birmingham. I'm pretty sure that's where that is on the map. That literally this carve out. We're going to get to that here in a minute. It makes absolutely no sense. And honestly, you could even maybe make the argument that what they're proposing in Alabama may still, in fact, be a racial gerrymander, which is now unconstitutional. But I'm here with co-host Rob Spencer is back with us. Rob, how are you doing, sir?
Man, I'm glad to be here. As always, spent a lot of days, a lot of my day today on the mower, and that's my happy place. Although I enjoy this.
It's like shower thoughts.
Yeah.
We've talked about that before.
Yeah, we have. So I'm wearing my shirt. I'm wearing my big shirt. So nobody said anything about my shirt yesterday. So it said handy-ish.
That's right.
Okay. And that's what it was. Right? Good. Yeah. I mean, what it is like I'm handy-ish. You know, I can do some things.
What about this one?
This one's overtaxed.
Oh, okay. Overtaxed.
Overtaxed.
Apparently, I can't read.
Yes.
What does this one say?
I know
Rob?
words. I know words. Listen, so it's overtaxed. Is anybody? Hey, listen, folks.
You see
anybody?
English. I see a Rorschach test. Apparently, I can't read.
Anybody watching or listening? Feel this phrase?
Yes.
Okay. Listen, if you're a conservative at any level or form whatsoever, you feel overtaxed. And when you think about the stuff that we've been talking about recently with all the fraud that's going on, and we were group texting about that a little bit today. It's just monumental to think about the Democrats' position that they want to just tax us more because that'll solve it. That'll solve the problem. Okay? No, thank you. I'm overtaxed as it is.
We also have Eric Haynes in seat number 3. Eric.
Great to be part of the conversation today, fellas.
I understand you've received 11 spam text messages from Democrats today.
James Tallarico sent me a text message today.
You don't even live in Texas.
Gretchen Whitmer sent me a text message today. It's all so nice of them to do.
What's that piece of trash?
I really appreciate it when my phone gets blown up like
hey,
that.
Why are,
I'm in the middle of surgery, I get messages saying, hey, we need $5 really bad. We got to keep these Republicans at bay. Help us out.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
One actually said, hey, we heard you may have switched parties after Trump won. Any truth to that? Can you send us $5 to let us know for sure?
Did you send $5, Eric?
I stopped reading them after a while, so now they're just sitting at the top of my thread as unread text messages.
Lord
so
have mercy.
Maybe we need to get into those later today.
I'm going to stop. I love what you said in the front of the program about the Alabama Republicans being nice and like, hey, here's a gimme seat. I wish they would have done that in Connecticut and Massachusetts
Wouldn't that
and
be nice?
Maine and New Mexico and all the other states on the list that they have no intention of being nice to Republicans, even though a fairly sizable percentage of their electorate votes Republican.
Mm-hmm.
But do you see those states offering up a seat or two as a throw us a bone? Negative.
Negatory on that one. And I'll tell you this. I just want to know how many times you gave $5 today. How many different people? Did Gretchen, James Tallarico, who else would be asking for some $5?
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
She texted
She's always
me a couple of weeks ago.
She's always down for a $5 bill.
Hot.
Yeah.
You know,
she needed her $5 bill.
It
know
reminds
what
me-
sucks about that too is
You know what the horse meme? I'm sorry.
Well, the Key
Yeah.
and Peele
Sorry, I shouldn't
sketch
say
with
that.
the NFL names, and one
Oh,
guy's
yeah.
name is just Donkey Teeth.
Well, I just stopped deleting them because when you delete them, it'll say, "Do you also want to report this as spam?" I feel like I'm getting the reverse psychology side thing to where I do that and then I end up getting more. I'm sure there's an algorithm to it, but
Well, they're
whatever.
sure to say, like when you engage with it, they say if you engage with it, that it proves that it's a valid phone number
Yeah,
and stuff. So
that's
I don't know, man, but I can tell you that they're barking up the wrong tree if they're asking Eric Haynes for $5 for some Democratic causes here, especially while he's trying to do his job.
Sweet
And
Gretchen Whitmer was really convincing today, though. Bless her heart.
Bless
she
her
She
heart.
really tried. She pulled on my heartstrings a little bit there.
Yeah,
Can't
you know,
send Michigan any cash though. No.
When I think of Gretchen Whitmer, I can't think of anything other than her blocking off parts of the supermarket that, you know, the grocery store that you know, that had the cucumbers and the tomatoes, like the seeds or, you know, whatever, like so that you could plant your own stuff.
Can't grow your own garden.
Yeah, you can't grow your own garden, and that part was blocked off, but you could still go down the liquor aisle.
Yeah.
You know, because she was getting some money from the alcohol folks there.
The taxes.
Yeah, the taxes from all that. So we can't do that, and we can't have people being self-sufficient, can we? Because that's the Democrat position.
Yeah.
Democrat position is reliance on the government. You need us.
Yep.
Come aboard here.
And one of the reasons is because so many of their voters live in big cities, and that's what happens.
Yeah.
When you go to a big city, the government's huge, and the amenities, you know, you're expected to get all these amenities and free stuff.
I just want to say to Mom Donnie and all his stupid ass supporters there in New York, like, did it ever occur to you to just spend less money? You need to tax this billionaire. You need to tax this person. Michael Knowles, who's a great follow on social media, you know, over at the Daily Wire, he talked about recently. Does he not know we're on the air?
He probably is going to figure that out.
Yeah, Jeremy Herrell, we're on the air. Jeremy's trying to call us right now. Jeremy Herrell is trying to call us. But I don't even know what I was talking about. What was I talking about?
Mom Donnie.
Mom Donnie, yeah.
And the audacity of people in New York.
And so Michael Knowles was just recently talking about the amount of fraud. You know, of course, we all believe that it's close to, in my opinion, I think if you looked at it objectively, when you're talking about all, and we're going to talk about that, I know, over the course of the next 2 hours, when you look at it, the amount of fraud is probably $1 trillion per year.
Yeah.
I think it's got a T.
Hit the T word.
I think it's hitting $1 trillion per year. And I mentioned it on the show several weeks ago from a local person who was committing, like she was charging for, say, occupational therapy. Now she's been arrested for something else or whatever, but she was committing whatever that is, Medicaid fraud, Medicare fraud, whatever kind of fraud it is, where you're charging for the government for this occupational therapy that you're not really giving out. You're just charging it out. And I'm like, that's just one podunk person in the state of Arkansas. So I know that it's closer to $1 trillion, but Michael Knowles was talking about take that versus the tax breaks that are given to billionaires, right? All the Jeff Bezoses and the Elon Musks of the world. And you're like, okay, yeah, but they're giving them all these tax breaks. We want them to pay their fair share. Pay their fair share. And you're just like, okay. What are they doing with those tax breaks? They're just padding their pockets, right? No, they're expanding their businesses. They're expanding their companies. If you want to sit here and say
they're paying people
that trickle-down economics does not exist, you're effing naive, okay? I want to say it bluntly. You are naive if you don't believe that an executive, now maybe they're getting a larger bonus, okay? Maybe they're getting a larger bonus that year, but if you don't think that an executive at some of these corporate CEOs, corporate CEOs of these companies that are saying, hey, we've got record increased profits, what are the first thing that they're doing? Expanding, because if you're not growing, you're dying. What are they doing if they're expanding? They're adding jobs. They're adding infrastructure. All of these things that are like you're building a new factory. You're doing all of those things. Tell me what we're gaining from the fraud. plane loads of cash going back to Somalia.
And again, I've got this pulled, but they've got people that are literally being paid to hang out with their families. Literally, like that's the new Medicaid fraud system that's going on.
It's just ridiculous.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous, and you have liberal lunatics that are just going to sit here and just continue to sign up for it. And they're like, yeah, but the Democrats, at least we care about people. And you're just like, wait a minute. California is trying to pass the Stop Nick Shirley Act because you don't want fraud exposed. Never mind going after the fraudsters. Don't go after the fraudsters. No, go after the people who are exposing the fraud because they're walking around outside of a daycare with a camera. Okay, it might come across as a little bit creepy, but if there ain't no damn kids in there in the first place, then what the hell are we talking about?
And this is par for the course with California because you had the guy recently that finally was, it was like, what, a 10-year ordeal, Delayden, when he exposed that they were selling baby body parts.
Oh, yeah.
Aborted, right?
Whatever happened with that?
Yeah, well, he was finally acquitted. It was just like 4 weeks ago. He just now, is basically, it's all said and, it's all over with now. I can't remember the specifics of the story. We covered it here briefly. But this is California's MO. When you expose a crime, they go after the people that exposed it. And speaking of crimes, let's go here. We told you earlier that essentially the CIA director under Barack Obama, John Brennan, he goes on MS Now.
That guy's garbage.
And this is what he said. And again, the fact that this guy's still walking around free is maddening to me.
How the hell is he even getting TV time? Oh, it's MS Now.
Yeah, MS Now.
Yeah.
So, but this is what he said.
Because I haven't seen him on CNN
People
anymore.
are dirty. Todd Blanche says we're lucky to have Trump involved in this. Kash Patel says I have a bat phone into the Oval Office. He has succeeded largely in turning DOJ and the FBI into political arms of his political operation. What still exists in the system to slow that down?
Well, I think, as Liz mentioned, there's still a legion of professionals in the law enforcement environment, the Department of Justice, as well as the CIA and other places, the ones who are refusing to follow politically motivated prosecutions, those who are refusing to support any type of political activities on the part of the Trump administration that are inconsistent with the authorities, the responsibilities of the intelligence community, law enforcement community, and Department of Justice. So we have to rely on these individuals to stand up to their professional responsibilities and also to the courts, to the judges, to those judges who in fact took an oath of allegiance to the law, not to a political party, not to a person. And, I'd like to think that there are still some members of Congress. Certainly, I'm looking for the Republicans who at one point had spoken out against Donald Trump.
Look at these.
Spoken in
I know
support of
what
the law,
to say.
but they seem to have just totally caved. And I think, as has been said, what has happened to our
It's like those women come on screen, I can feel the testosterone getting sucked out of my body.
Every one of them drinks a $10 coffee every morning.
Yeah.
That's just that's who they are
for sure. So yeah, he's just openly saying, look, there are lifetimers. The deep state is real. There are these lifetimers. I'm going to go ahead and call them communists because that's what I think they are. And it's really frustrating because, yes, it's a huge hypocrisy to sit here and say that somehow they are neutral. Somehow Brennan and his ilk are above, politicizing everything or weaponizing government. We obviously know that they've done that, but it's maddening to think that there's still so many people that need to be fired within the government that haven't been fired. And so, in a lot of ways, we can get outraged by it, but then at the same time, it comes down to the same point that we're going to talk about later with the state of Alabama getting cold feet or the state of South Carolina getting cold feet over redistricting. You have the power to do this. You have the power to essentially clean house. I mean, it may get messy. The sabotage may increase on the way out the door. But at some point, we can only care. We really at this point we can't care more than the administration. Does that make sense?
But we do. And that's the unfortunate thing about it. I agree with you. Like, we shouldn't, and it should be the people who are elected. Hey, I sent you to Washington to deal with this issue. You know what? So fix it, right? Don't go in there and make the problem worse or whatever. I look at it through the lens of what are we expecting out of these left-wing hacks? Okay.
Good question.
Do any of them have any sort of semblance of patriotism, any sort of semblance to righteousness for what this country was built on? I don't think that there's a bone in their body that would ever admit to the fact that, things were pretty good. Things were, we don't have the greatest history. Slavery's a black eye in our nation's history and all of that stuff, but we were one of the shortest reigns of slavery. We don't have a perfect history, but Marco Rubio says it best. He's like, yeah, we're not perfect, but we're a lot better than the rest of the world, right? We are the light on the hill, at least in terms of the global economies and all of that stuff. We are that thing. And I look at it through this ultimate sort of deciding factor on should you or shouldn't you. Would the Democrats? They are itching. They are doing everything they can to get back in power. Override that state constitution. To hell with it. We don't care. We're going to indict a major candidate for the presidency because he slept with a hooker, or a porn star, whatever. And he
same thing.
And he paid it off.
Yeah.
It's kind of the same thing.
Words out of my mouth.
Like, now is the time for synonyms on the show, kids.
so it's
Her
like
name was Stormy.
Stormy.
And the letter of the day is S.
Yes. S. Anyway. So, but it's like the gloves come off when they're in power. The gloves have come off. We already saw what they're going to do. They allowed the country to be flooded for 4 years. We saw what they were also doing in terms of their indictments for the what was trying to be the leading candidate for the presidency. And then when that didn't work, they tried to kill him. And I want to say they. Because, Thomas Crooks, whatever the heck his name was, he didn't act alone and all that stuff. That's another story for another day. But my whole point of it is, why the hell are we playing nice with people who will never play nice with us?
Yeah.
Ever.
Yeah. You're trying to play nice. John Brennan should already be in handcuffs. I think that much is clear. Eric, you got anything?
No.
Okay. Well, so on the same story,
Everything was perfectly said.
No, I agree. But on the same thread.
Plus, no offense, but I don't like to talk about John Brennan anymore because I don't want to give that guy. I think what we just said is good, but I don't want to give that guy too much of what little I have going on up here, or where I have space, because I just don't see him as relevant anymore.
Yeah.
He can't do anything to anybody. He's had his security clearance ripped. Yeah. He's completely
disgraced.
irrelevant. He's doing this for a paycheck from MSNBC. I mean, I don't know what
he knows.
I don't know what he's taking for his little appearances there, money wise, but he has nothing else to offer.
Well, he knows the assignment too. He's not going to go on there and say anything positive about this administration whatsoever. He's on MSN. He's on
go
MS
do this
now.
and then go talk to some lib book club somewhere.
Yeah,
and
but basically,
do a little
he's saying
appearance.
it's
Nobody
okay.
cares.
What's stopping them? The question was, what's stopping them from making it worse? And he says, well, basically, we've got our people still on the inside, sabotaging, grinding the gears, making sure this doesn't happen.
Which is sounds a lot like treason to me.
I was gonna say. That's my thing. I was like, go ahead and go down that road.
We're getting a little treasonous in there.
So James O'Keefe,
pretty soon, John Brennan will be looking at seashells on the seashore.
That's right.
And giving
look what
messages
I found.
to his minions.
Look what I found.
Wow, somebody wrote "Kill Trump" in the sand. I wonder what that could mean.
8647. I just thought it was
what a tool.
I thought it was about his stupid answer that his wife gave.
In the restaurant business.
Yeah, it was
My
a
wife
restaurant.
Was in the restaurant business.
86 that order.
Oh, yeah.
It means kill it. It means kill it. Kill that order.
All right, so James O'Keefe, 2 high-level White House insiders have been caught on undercover camera discussing internal subversion against President Donald Trump. We're going to listen to a little bit of this report that was released today. 2 individuals. One of them is Maxim Lott, and we'll get to the other guy here in just a second.
Like the decision-making processes are a little bit chaotic.
A White House policy advisor opens up about the internal decision-making processes throughout the White House.
I think it's just the overall tone and like the government right now is a little bit unusual, like trying to fix itself.
Maxim Lott even acknowledges that officials below Trump will often make decisions for the president, presuming what his stance would be.
In theory, everything should sort of come from the president. Yeah. But it might come from the level below him where they're like, I think I know the president well enough to say what he would say on this. It's like, yeah, we would want to do that. That would be popular. And then at my level, like, I don't know, 5 levels below or whatever, still there's a lot of discretion to be like, this is clearly like what we would want to do.
And this is apparently done with no financial analysis or concern. It is just based on assumptions or on what, quote, feels like a good idea.
There's no like, oh, well, this will cost $10 million, but like save people $20 million. There's like nothing like that. It's just like, this feels like a good idea, or like the base supports this or this.
That's funny.
Yeah, you're good. I like the questions. Yeah.
She's good.
Oh, you're so clever. You're so clever.
No, it's not funny.
Girls. It's like, oh, you're so show this to your daughters to let them know just how stupid a man can be, just how powerful a woman can be.
Listen, I mean,
this guy's beta anyway. Look at him.
Listen,
He's so beta, he's on fire.
Oh,
we're 3 dudes on the show here, but we gotta
all picked up on it.
We gotta.
You can barely hear her. We're just like,
you're so funny. Listen, we gotta kind of rip on our gender a little bit here, because these undercover with Project Veritas and with O'Keefe Media and all of this stuff, it seems like it's either a straight dude who's thirsty or it's a gay dude who's thirsty,
or a guy who maybe is in denial.
Maybe
yeah,
he's what's the word? Curious. He's curious about it. I don't know.
Oh, it's just ridiculous.
He's just beta.
It's just so ridiculous. Okay, you know what? There's really nothing to be said.
Sorry,
there.
I had to sneeze at all that ridiculousness. But my whole point that I was just trying to make there is that
the Tinder profile reference
is that where are the undercover videos of the girls spilling the beans?
Yeah,
because I kind of have to give the gals a little bit of credit here, because I just hadn't seen it. It's always the dudes.
It's O'Keefe knows who to recruit.
Oh yeah, he knows. He
knows. He's like, look, this guy hadn't been laid in 3 months. I can tell you.
So it's like
he's the guy. This is our Huckleberry.
But at the same time, earlier, he was like, yeah. So I basically say, yeah, I think Donald Trump. This is what Donald Trump would want. And
that was good. That was good.
Yeah.
Guy,
okay, young Abe Lincoln, whatever.
Young Abe Lincoln, is that a burn
Wilson.
from the chat? They're calling this guy Young Abe Lincoln.
No, I am just looking at him.
Okay. All right, so real quick, just a few more seconds of this.
This is apparently done with no financial analysis or concern.
Well, cost $10 million, but like save people $20 million. There's like nothing like that. It's just like, this feels like a good idea. The base supports this or this.
It's like, let me take another drink.
I like the questions you ask.
Oh, thank you.
Be a journalist.
Meanwhile, another White House official, who according to Maxim Lott could be entrusted to make budget decisions on the Trump administration's behalf, openly declares, quote, "We've got to get rid of Trump."
We have to get rid of Trump. Seriously. He's a mess. He's fucking it up for everybody. We gotta get rid of him.
Yeah.
Benjamin Elliston claims that Trump is a dangerous madman and insists that no one can know that he feels this way.
He's a madman. Literally. He's invincible. Nothing can stop him. And that's dangerous.
Do people know that how you feel about the president?
No, they can't.
No.
Oh, but they will.
And they do.
Oh, but they will.
That dude just got fired yesterday.
Mr. Benjamin, was he fired?
We can actually
he's got to be fired.
Say that I got something on that. Daily Caller reporter is reporting that Benjamin Elliston, who you just saw there, from the White House, has been placed on administrative leave and is under investigation.
See ya.
So
sorry about that, buddy. Listen, if you get a little thirsty, right? And you're trying to
from a standpoint of, and I'm just going to say this from a standpoint of the demographic of women that you have to date in the Washington D.C. area. A conservative man, if you are just out for a hookup, you're going to know that most of the women you're going to be around are going to be leftists.
Listen,
and so you're
to have one that's like laughing along. With
hey, you're so great.
Exactly.
You're so great. And he's like,
I work in the Trump administration. Why do you like me?
His brain is telling him, I haven't had sex in 3 years, and this girl thinks I'm everything, right? Like the signals aren't going off.
I love your MAGA shirt.
It's so great.
Don't tread on me tattoo.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, man.
You're so original.
Yeah. Listen, man, I don't listen, I get it. Like if you're a beta and you're got this opportunity, I don't know, but it's embarrassing, and it's always the dudes that are falling prey,
and it always will be.
Totally.
To it.
It always will be.
We'll spill the beans.
President
Wave
Trump,
it at us and we'll spill.
It's just insane. All right. So in other news, actually, what time is it? Well, let's reset here. Let's take a break. I want to get to this other story here in just a minute, which is quite fascinating. About we've got a story where this black guy is on a train, and he's like posted this viral video where he's upset that no one wants to sit next to him. And we're going to juxtapose that with this
Does he
headline.
do a selfie? I haven't seen it.
Yeah, we're going to juxtapose it with this headline. New York City woman declined to press charges against Subway shover because she didn't want to put another black man in jail. Weeks later, he killed a retired teacher, 76 years old.
Yeah, pushed him down the stairs.
Yeah,
just killed him.
Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break and be back here in just a moment. This is the Paul Herrell Program. Thanks for watching.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red Vibe.
Why is Red Vibe different? What sets it apart? What sets us apart from the standard red light panels? This is a medical grade device, and what that means is the red light bulbs, the near infrared bulbs, have very specific wavelengths. If you think about the wavelength as the medicine, the 635, the 670, the 810, the 850, those were specifically chosen because those are the most powerful effectors of the cells. So those specific wavelengths, when they get into our body, when they affect our tissue, they spike energy production, they help with nerve pain control, they increase stem cell counts. There's very specific mechanisms that those specific wavelengths work at, and that's the medicine. So if you think of, say, medicine as an Advil or a specific steroid or a blood pressure medication, the wavelength is the medication. The other part of that, whenever you take a medication, is dose, right? So you have the medication. So if you take 1 milligram of Advil, and the average dose of an Advil is 200 milligrams to 800 milligrams, it's not going to work. That doesn't mean the medicine's bad. It just means you didn't take enough. And so even if you have the right wavelengths, first you have to have the right medicine, and then you have to have the right dose. And to have the right dose, in light therapy, you have to have enough energy. So you have to have a powerful bulb. The LED bulbs, or light emitting diodes, have a specific wavelength, and that wavelength is the medicine. And the wavelengths that have been studied and published on that are the most powerful in affecting healing and the changes that we want to see with our bodies and our health are the 635 wavelength, the 670, 810 nanometer wavelength, and 850 nanometer wavelength. Those are all going to affect the mitochondria, the cytochrome C oxidase, and affect those powerful long-term changes and affect that downstream pathways. And that's what you get with Red Vibe devices. The highest efficacy, the best wavelengths, concentrated to help your health.
Behind every precious life, there was a choice. Behind every family moment, behind every special memory, there was a choice. A life of joy. A life that is beautifully and wonderfully made. At 7 Weeks Coffee, we are funding the pro-life movement, one cup at a time. Will you let your coffee serve a greater purpose?
The Paul Herrell Program.
All right, welcome back, folks. Thanks so much for being with us, broadcasting from the state of Arkansas. And you've got Rob and Eric in studio at the same time. It's been way too long. I feel like it has. Between Rob's vacation and
why you gotta say that?
I don't know.
Like,
I'm glad that you went on vacation. Apparently, everybody's roasting. Not everybody. But in the comments, people don't like the color of the shirt because they think it looks like a prison jumpsuit. I'm sorry. I'm going to retire it. This is now the second time I've worn it. It's in the summer rotation, but apparently I just need to go get a new wardrobe. So you'll have to forgive me about that.
There you go.
Everybody, ladies and gentlemen. In other news, I want you to look at this. Somebody...
I'm looking at it on the screen. It looks more prison-y on the screen than it does live here in person.
Yeah, I mean, come on. I don't understand.
No, I'm saying I understand why they're thinking it.
Well, me too, I guess. I'm looking at myself.
You're good.
All right.
You're good.
Maybe, I don't know. So the National Identity Awareness, I've never even heard of this group, but they posted something. 2 white girls refused to sit next to a black guy on the bus. And then so this guy makes a video about it.
By the way, don't drop the soap in the shower later tonight, Paul.
Okay. Okay. All right. Here we go.
Listen, I can tell you how to make a shank.
Here it is.
Oh, it's
you
a
got
ship.
Some of your cigarettes you can trade in for some snacks later, some Twinkies.
How many packs of smokes you got for trade?
You got some cigarettes you can trade in for
We're not letting it go.
protection
We're
later.
not letting it go. We're not even letting it go.
You got to see.
Come on, audience, pile on. Here we go.
You don't sell packs. You sell singles.
Singles.
All right.
Yeah.
Singles. All right. Okay. So here it is. So this black guy is recording a video on the subway where he's observing that
he's a race baiter.
These white girls don't want to sit next to him. And this is all it is. And he keeps looking at the seat, looking at the camera. And I think at one point some of these girls are like, they're noticing that he's filmed. They're also noticing that they're being filmed, which is also weird. Can you believe it? They don't want to sit next to me. So this tweet basically says, blacks, one of us will cut you open while the other 8 just sit there and watch you bleed out alone. Irina Zaruska. Also, blacks, you're racist for not wanting to sit next to me, the most delusional people on the planet.
Well,
zero self-awareness is what this tweet says. Now, that we juxtapose that with this story, which is really interesting. New York City woman declined to press charges against subway shover because she didn't want to put another black man in jail. Weeks later, this guy went out allegedly and killed a teacher 76 at a station.
Oh my gosh.
So what actually is going on here culturally? When we've talked about liberal white women being, obviously a huge part of the problem. But in terms of if you look at this in the brainwashing, the religious dogma that you're willing to essentially suicide your civilization. I'm not going to punish this guy for harming me on the subway because he's black. I'm going to show this person mercy, and by not showing the person justice, some innocent woman gets killed. And she seems upset. It says a young woman in New York City said she declined pressing charges against violent suspect because she didn't want to put another black male in jail. Weeks before he allegedly kills, the 23-year-old woman anonymously detailed how she and a friend narrowly escaped Ramel Burke, 32, after he allegedly attacked them while riding the subway. The strap hanger told the New York Post she now completely regrets her decision not to work with prosecutors after Burke was charged with the murder on Friday for allegedly shoving 76-year-old Ross Falzone down a flight of stairs to his death at a subway station. Maybe a part of me was just like, I don't want to put another black man in jail, but at some point, if you're a criminal, you're a criminal, and he was scary. He was a scary guy, the unidentified woman told the outlet. So what's going on is this is the man who was shoved down the stairs.
Unidentified woman, it's too late now.
Dude worked all of his life teaching kids in New York, and he's just trying to live out the rest of his life, and he's going to get on the subway, and this loon, pushes him down. And unfortunately, we'd like to say that as a man, just falling down the stairs is not going to do damage, but we all understand what Father Time does to our body, right? And so he just wasn't able to sustain life after those injuries, and it's just everybody's just got all these regrets. They have these regrets, and they stand back and they say, I wish I would have done something different, but damn it, you had the chance to do something different. You had the chance to of course, in the city of New York, who knows? Like, even if she would have pressed charges, who could guarantee that this guy wouldn't have been out there a couple of weeks later?
That's a good point. You really don't know.
But at least he would have had a chance when you didn't even press charges against him after he attacked you on the subway, and then a couple of weeks later,
here he is, ladies and gentlemen. By the way, this is what he looks like. That's the alleged murderer.
Yeah. Yeah, and so and they're saying that he's got mental illness and all that stuff, and I just think, how many black mentally ill men are going to continue to kill people on subways and public transportation before we just look at it and say, I don't give a damn that you've got mental illness. Get your ass in the jail cell and rot, because if you're going to kill people, you shouldn't have the ability to have freedom at the end of it. Yes. Because you're going to go to this hospital, right. You're going to start taking your medicine, you're going to be fine, and you're going to get released. But guess who is not going to be released? At least not from where they are, the people that you put in a casket.
Mm-hmm. Right. That man right there.
Okay? This man who didn't do a damn thing wrong, he's just walking down the stairs to get on the subway, and he gets murdered.
I don't want to put another black man in jail.
Kiss my.
So, and she didn't know that was going to result in somebody's death, but it just goes to show you how absolutely insane. I don't know how you recover from this. Again, the only way you do it is with law and order, in which we are a lawless country, right? And so that's one of the ways you do it is enforcing the law. And you have a government that punishes the wicked and rewards good. And this is a complete reversal of that, where you're literally, you're just doing the opposite. You're essentially punishing the innocent by showing mercy to those who should be behind bars.
Paul, I don't want to victim shame here. I've not been a victim of a serious crime. So I can't say that I've ever been like truly assaulted or, what it feels like for as a woman for a man to invade her, her body and all of that with sexual assault. I can't say how a person is supposed to react, but I can say this: not saying anything is not going to make it go away. And I know I used a couple of double negatives there, but by refusing to, report this crime, say if it's a sexual assault or something like that, and then this person goes out and sexually assaults someone else and kills another person and all of that, and you could have stopped it years ago.
Yeah.
but you didn't want to do it. And I'm like, tell me that's not worse than going through the hell that would have been reporting it and it being public and all of that stuff. I also think that there's a certain level of culpability that somebody has. Again, I'm not victim shaming. I'm not trying to say that. But if you experience this and then weeks later someone else experiences the exact same thing, but unfortunately in this scenario, the second person lost their life, how can you ever sleep at night? How can you ever? Because even if the city of New York didn't do anything, if she would have reported it weeks ago, and the city of New York didn't do anything, hell, I can't control that. Right. I did my job.
Yeah, that's all you can do.
But
she refused. And it's kind of, I think the Democrat Party, I mean, we know this, they're just obsessed with race for all the wrong reasons. Look at where they're coming down on the gerrymandering thing, right? They've been racially gerrymandered, and now they're saying, oh, this is all racist because the South is actually going to use the power that they have, that the people have given them. And you juxtapose that with this, that they're now willing, white girls in New York are willing to essentially, in the name of political correctness, in the name of this, this religion, basically take an L because I'm going to virtue signal. I don't want to see another black man in prison. It's really insane. Give them their own districts. Yes, they have to have their own districts. Also, don't punish them for crimes because we can't. Because it's wrong to put another one in jail. It's just crazy.
Yeah, well, you're refusing to admit what we all know, and that is that these people, for them to be in prison, for the most part, there are people who are wrongfully convicted, but for the most part, for them to be in prison, and you want to say, I don't want to send another black man to prison. Well, guess who commits the most crimes? Yep. Statistically speaking, black men. Black men commit 50% of all of the violent crime in the United States. Now, does that mean that all black men
you don't
are
have
bad?
To qualify it.
No.
Don't qualify it.
I'm just trying to say that that's what statistics are.
Right.
Statistics will tell you
Yep.
that I am more at danger around a black male than I am around a white male. That's just the way that it is. Is it racist to say that? An entire half of the country would say that, yes, that's racist.
They do believe that. They believe pointing that out statistically.
Facts,
what you just said is
facts aren't racist.
Well, what they're the statistics are bearing out are just a reflection of reality. And again, the court system. That's why they let that guy out. That's why Irina Zaruska's dead, because the court system didn't want to put another black man in prison because they don't care what the statistics say. They don't want the reality to be what it is. They want to will it to be something else by just ignoring the problem and doing the opposite of punishing the wicked and rewarding good. I do want to do a follow-up from our AI segment. So yesterday on the program we started with AI. Did you want to add something to that? Yesterday we did a segment on AI and what's going on in Georgia and the 30 million gallons of water that were stolen from the people of Georgia during a drought. We also highlighted a young lady whose childhood home is about to be destroyed via eminent domain to run power lines to a new data center.
In the state of Georgia,
which is a
red state.
And this is happening all over the country. But she's back with another video. The video that we played for you yesterday of her showing her childhood home, saying they're coming and getting it. She claims that TikTok has removed that video for a violation of community standards, which is ridiculous because all it was just her telling her story. And matter of fact, when I saw this, I actually didn't want to test it, but most of our short clips that we highlight were from the AI data center. Guess what? I didn't put on TikTok based on that, just because we're actually trying to grow that platform. But it just kind of goes to show that big tech, in this case specifically TikTok, doesn't want anybody to talk about AI data centers and the growing dissent that's going on. Let's play the video and then get you guys' reaction on the other side.
Hello, my name is Ansley. I live in Coweta County, Georgia. We are Noonan, Sharpsburg, Grantville, Moreland, little bit all together there in Coweta County. I wanted to come on here today and talk about something that happened with my TikTok account. So I made 2 videos. talking about how Georgia Power is taking families' homes and properties against their will. One of those being my own family. I have a personal connection to this story, which is why it's so important to me personally. Although nobody in this town wants a damn data center, our commissioners still approved it. So therefore, Georgia Power is using easement rights to force homeowners, longtime homeowners, old homeowners, into selling their family properties and their family homes so they can be torn down and power lines be extended to support these data centers. This is wrong on so many levels, but when I made these videos to speak out against it, TikTok banned my videos. They said that they're a violation of community guidelines. I never violated any community guidelines. I only came on here to tell the truth about what's happening in Coweta County, Georgia. This is happening to at least 30 people. Some of them are elderly, cannot handle this on their own. Some of these people have families. Some of these properties have been passed down by generation to generation. This is not an option for Coweta County homeowners. This is something they are being forced to do, even though there are many petitions and other things in place trying to make this stop. Our commissioners still approve these projects. It's wrong. And I feel like people should know that in America, you do not have the right to your land. You do not have the right to your property. They can come and take that from you, and there will be nobody there to help you. And when you speak out against it online, they'll ban your videos. They'll block you. They'll threaten to take away your whole entire account. There is no freedom of speech. There is no protection of property. It doesn't make any sense. And people should know about this.
Sounds familiar, doesn't it?
Yeah.
About banning accounts if you say something that goes against the grain.
So we've kind of figured out the latest target. This is the next level of censorship, which is, the AI data centers. While we're in the midst of this arms race, and they're going to say, well, we can do this now because this is national security. And that very well may be the case when it comes to all these other countries, as we talked about yesterday, that are also racing the AI. Who's going to get there first? At the same time, though, like she said, I mean, it really, in America, you really don't own your land. Yeah. If it's in an inconvenient spot where progress is encroaching, you don't have rights.
It's going to be interesting to see what happens with the elimination of property tax in the state of Florida, and how much that enhances, a person's home ownership. Because right now, you can pay off your property all you want to, but have an unpaid $1,000, you could live on a $600,000 property and have an unpaid tax bill of $1,000, $2,000, whatever. And they can take it. They can take it from you. And so
it kind of makes you wonder, here in Arkansas, they've been trying for years now to get the income tax rate down to 0, and they keep trying, and they just did a special session where they knocked a few more points down. The argument is Tennessee has no income tax, Texas has no income tax, but you really think about it in terms of just, it would have been nice if it just might have been better tax from a principle standpoint of, no, actually you own the land, it is yours, we can't take it from you once you pay it off. I think some people might actually take that deal. You still have an income tax, but you own your land outright. There's nothing once you get it paid for, there is nothing the government can do to take it from you.
Yeah,
I think people would have been on board with that 100%.
I think the biggest fair sort of usage of taxes would be sales tax, and get rid of income tax. Like, hey, and it's like, all right, so if Eric buys his house and he buys it with money that was already taxed, and then he comes in and he hires me to sell his house. I'm a real estate agent, and he hires me to sell his house. And that income that I am getting, even though Eric was already taxed when he got it, when he earned it, that income is now going to me, so it is going to be taxed again, right? And then I'm going to use that money for various things that are going to be taxed to no end. And where does it stop? And I look at it through this lens, like the only fair tax system, in my opinion, is a sales tax.
Yeah, consumption-based.
Consumption-based, because then every person, from a person living on welfare to a person who is a multi-time billionaire who buys a new jet, everybody pays taxes. There are no loopholes. There are no write-offs. None of this stuff. All of it, you pay a tax. And I'm sure that that's maybe a naive way to look at it, because there's some things that I'm not thinking about and all of that stuff. And I will concede that. But dang it, man, if I pay off my house and I don't truly earn it, what's the incentive to ever pay that house off? What is the incentive to be a homeowner if they can just take it from me? And that's what this young lady's talking about, is she grew up in this house. And because of, eminent domain, and because the utility companies needed this extra land, they're going to take it. And tell me how, we as Americans and freedom and all of that stuff, like the founding fathers, would come in and in horror. It would be, if you played the list of taxes and how our country is run to a founding father, they would sit there and they would just put me back in the box. Put me back in the box. I can't take any more horror, because of what our country was built on versus what it is now.
It's a far cry.
It's a far cry.
It is. Far cry from that. So the Supreme Court, we're going to get moving to the redistricting phase of the show now. Supreme Court halts order for Alabama to use U.S. House map with 2 largely black districts. U.S. Supreme Court on Monday set the stage for Alabama to eliminate one of 2 largely black congressional districts before this year's midterm elections, creating an opening for Republicans to gain an additional U.S. House seat in a partisan battle for control of the closely divided chamber. The decision follows a Supreme Court ruling in April that struck down majority black districts. So what's it going to look like now? Well, this is, look at the map there. This is the current map. As you see the 2 blue districts there on the screen. And they say that the new map is not going to be a 7-0, it's going to be a 6-1. They're going to still keep a majority black district there. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but that little blue, what would you call that there? That little...
appendage?
Protuberance. This little
phallus.
Little protuberance.
That's an interesting word.
This little brown, circular protuberance. Name that Seinfeld episode. Name that Seinfeld episode. Anybody? No? So this is Birmingham, right? Is this about where Birmingham is?
It's a little bit more south than that.
Well, so what is this? Why are they keeping this little blue area? Maybe that's not a blue area. Anyway, the point is, people are upset about this. But we just read you the AP piece where they're saying that...
No, it is Birmingham. Okay. Sorry, yeah.
So they're trying to capture Birmingham here in this new proposed map. So people are pretty upset about this. If you're Republicans, why are you not going to use the power that you have?
Sure.
Now, I guess that maybe this because the Supreme Court is only saying one of the House districts is racially gerrymandered, and that would be this one here that you see in the lower one.
That's Montgomery, Alabama. That's getting close down to in the South Alabama there with Mobile, Alabama, which is on the coast there. So,
well, a few of the fallout here. So here's Governor Kay Ivey. I have called a special primary election for the 1st, 2nd, 6th, and 7th congressional districts. Alabama knows our state, our people, and our districts best. SCOTUS's decision is plain common sense and enables our values to be best represented in Congress. Ryan James Gerdusky says, for absolutely no reason, Governor Kay Ivey is giving Democrats a free seat in Alabama.
Yeah.
The seat is racially gerrymandered, which is against the law, drawing in black voters from across the state into one district. And that's exactly what that's designed to do. I mean, how is that not unconstitutional when it's clearly just to get the black vote.
Birmingham is one of the largest cities in Alabama. It may be the largest.
I think it's the biggest one. Yes,
definitely. Yeah. So it's the biggest city, and so you're pulling in these people. And I'm looking at the Alabama map here. You're pulling in all of these people in, southwest Alabama. And as we get closer to the Gulf and the Panhandle and all of that stuff, we're getting way more conservative.
Very red.
Yes.
Yeah. And so,
thankfully,
and so you're pulling in those people in South Alabama with Birmingham, which Birmingham is number one. It's extremely dangerous. I mean, there was it was on First 48 for a while. You know that show where there were about murders, and it's a hub. Because you can go into Birmingham and it just spawns off and goes up to Atlanta and all that stuff or whatever, but it's a huge area, and it is extremely Democrat area, but it's kind of an anomaly in the state of Alabama overall, because Alabama is more conservative than the state of Arkansas. Alabama votes. What is it, 70-30? I think it's closer to 70-30.
I think
the
I actually
state
have
of Alabama.
a tweet here with what those numbers are. 65-35.
Okay. Well, I mean, and we are, I guess we're close to that, or we're more of a 60-40 state here. I don't know here in the state of Arkansas. It just depends on the year and who's on the ballot.
But Caroline Wren, Alabama, which voted 65-35% for President Trump, has decided to go with a 6-1 map instead of a 7-0 map. For comparison, Massachusetts, which voted 61-36 for Kamala, has a 9-0 map. Alabama gifted the Democrats a congressional seat for no good reason.
Doesn't make any sense. I agree.
It makes no sense that they did this, that they have left this little protuberance intact.
Yeah, and it's catching Tuscaloosa, which is where the University of Alabama is. It is, if you're not familiar, it is in Tuscaloosa.
Yep.
And college towns are notoriously left.
That's exactly right. Now, moving on to Louisiana, we got people upset about this one, too. Now, I don't think we have a decided map yet. This was posted today. This is just ridiculous. It's a Trump plus 22 state 6-0 or bust. There are 4 different maps that they're proposing here. This is the first one, which would still leave a Democrat district intact.
In New Orleans, but it looks like is it cutting? Yeah, it's catching. That's pretty much all in New Orleans.
Yeah, it's got New Orleans. Here's the second proposed map, which would, I guess, it still get New Orleans that way. That looks even more.
That's weird.
Weirdly gerrymandered. Number 3 map would be this. You get Baton Rouge.
Is that getting Baton Rouge? That's where LSU is.
Yeah.
Louisiana State.
And then the 4th proposed is something like that, which would still give them their 2 districts.
So the District 5 being a swing.
Yeah, it looks like it's light blue, but
yeah.
I don't know what they're going to do. I gotta imagine Jeff Landry is going to at least get 1. But we've got Alabama here and Louisiana that could pick up 2, and according to these maps, that's not going to happen.
What's the current? Are any of those 4 images the current in Louisiana?
No, that's not the current. The current one is it's got this long strip that goes from New Orleans, or it's actually got 2 districts, like a blue district here and a blue district. I can pull up the current one. Actually,
well, I'm just curious because were there any? What's the seat pickup here with those 4 maps?
Well, right now there's 2 Democrat districts in Louisiana.
Okay. So, okay. So the best case scenario of those 4 maps is just to cut it down to 1. So just pick up 1 seat.
Yeah. Right now, it looks
what
like.
What the hell is that?
This
what
is
is that
current
monstrosity in?
Current map is 2 and 6 are Democrats. So District 6 goes from Baton Rouge all the way up to Shreveport.
Tell me that District 6 is not gerrymandered.
Yeah. So they're going to get rid of that one. That's obviously got to go.
I don't think any objective person, if you had an independent person looking at that map, like any objective person would look at that and say that's ridiculous. That looks worse than Illinois.
Yeah. Can you?
To me.
Yeah. Can you just try your best to, get right angles and perpendicular lines? Can you just try? Like, all states should at least try to get something that makes sense. And or with, like, obvious geographic boundaries, topography, I guess. I don't know. Then we have South Carolina. So we've gone from Alabama, Louisiana, now over to South Carolina. This is a quote from the Senate Majority Leader in South Carolina. Quote, "South Carolina is stronger when we have a vibrant Democrat Party." This is absolutely nuts to me. A vibrant Democrat Party that I believe is at this point is a threat, like to our very existence. In some instances, we've been reading Blue Sky comments. They want us dead, folks. Like, and so this is
fine, vibrant.
Yeah,
Yes.
A vibrant Democrat Party, a well-armed Democrat Party. I just think this is absolutely insane, and this is exactly what we've been talking about. There are some Republicans that just don't care if their own people have to live under Democrat rule. And they don't understand what the stakes are if we have to live under Democrat rule again. And shame on them. They're literally selling us out, selling families out.
I can only hope that the Senate Majority Leader there in the state of South Carolina had just signed his death note. Not literally.
Yeah, politically
speaking. I hope that is the thing that gets played over and over and over again in opposition to him when they go to replace him or her.
Well, it was a bloodbath in Indiana. The Indiana primaries last week, it was a bloodbath. Because Indiana didn't redistrict, and so Trump backed primary challengers in the state Senate there, and they got totally shellacked and punished by the voters.
I'm going to say this. Maybe I'm crazy. Who knows?
Anytime anybody starts a sentence with, "Hey, maybe I'm crazy."
Yeah, maybe I'm crazy here. But I think that the only way, I truly believe that the only way that this country gets back on the right track, at least toward sanity, toward fixing all of the issues that we have, to smaller government, to low taxation, all of that stuff, is when the damn Republicans realize that we are the strongest party in the United States, but we keep playing nice. Why is John Thune playing nice with Charles Chuck Schumer? Because that man is holding on by a thread. His time has passed, and he is holding on by a thread. And if the Senate Republicans with a 53-47 majority cannot get basic legislation passed, when Mike Johnson with a razor-thin majority in the House is able to do more than weak-ass John Thune can do, if that cannot happen, why should we keep sending Republicans to Capitol Hill here? Like, why are we doing this?
Because Democrats are crazy.
They're worse. We all know that. And until the Republicans stop playing nice, this problem will not get solved. All of the problems will not get solved.
Yeah.
And they were given a mandate on November 5th or 6th, whenever that election was, 2024. And they are sucking it up.
Yeah.
Big time.
Yeah. Spot on.
In other news, we have, let me see what's next on the list.
Another brown circular protuberance to talk about.
Yeah, yes.
That's from the Christmas card, by the way. You said that earlier. I was like,
yes.
Pretty sure.
Okay, so you figured it out.
Elaine's Christmas card.
Yeah, people at work are calling me Nip.
Nip. I think that's a nipple. I think I see a nipple.
Oh, man. You want a Christmas card? You want a Christmas card? Here.
She sent a Christmas card to her Nana.
Yeah. My Nana. She sent one to her nephew, too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He hid the card from his parents.
He was having a private moment.
All right, so Adam Morgan. So South Carolina, this is his take on South Carolina. He's a state representative there, from what I can tell. Chair of the South Carolina Freedom Caucus. He says South Carolina redistricting is not dead, even if Massey and cronies. Massey, I believe, is the Senate majority leader. He says even if Massey and cronies win this vote.
Different Massey.
Right. Yeah. So it says, here's the next play. If the Senate blocks redistricting resolution, it goes back to the South Carolina House. The House can simply non-concur to Senate changes and refuse to pass a sine die resolution, the resolution that calls them back for a special session. This would allow the governor to call a special session. At that special session, redistricting can pass by a simple majority instead of a two-thirds vote. You may say, but the governor said he won't call one. True, but likely his tune will change. And even if Henry McMaster doesn't, the governor, the state budget still hasn't been passed. Hypothetically, if the House doesn't pass a final version of the budget by 5 p.m. Thursday, adjournment/end of session, then the governor must call them back for a special session. The best part, the governor can't limit what the legislature takes up at a special session. Redistricting will be on the table. The question is, do House Republicans have the fortitude to play hardball? Will they defend the Constitution? So there is a path for South Carolina Republicans to use hard political power and do their best to keep the House of Representatives from flipping to Hakeem Jeffries, where the American people, including South Carolina and everybody in between, from once again living under Democrat rule, or at least, 1/3 or, 1/2 of 1/3 of our government.
It's so funny that this has to be called hardball, because it's not hardball. It's basic offense. It's only hardball to weak and feckless people who are used to playing sissyfoot defense all the time and taking the high road and throwing bones to try to go along to get along. Like, it's not hard. It's not hardball. It's just offense, right?
Well, yeah, let me throw this out at you. Can you think of anything more horrific than, say, well, of course, President Kamala Harris, President Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, like we get all of that stuff, but realistic. Can you think of anything more horrific than Speaker of the House, Hakeem Jeffries? Okay? Dime store Obama here. Can you imagine what that lunatic will do? At least Chuck Schumer has some semblance of centrism. Is that a word?
I don't know. I mean, he's definitely not a centrist.
No, he's
not.
not.
Be able
but
to
he
pretend to be one.
I
better
get it.
than Hakeem, but
when the chips are on the table, like, at least you got a somewhat better chance with Chuck Schumer than you ever will with Hakeem Jeffries. Hakeem Jeffries is so far left. In my opinion, he is standing next to AOC at these communist socialist things. He endorsed Mamdani.
What are you laughing at over there?
You played the DeSantis
Yes.
impersonation
I'll pull
at
it up.
some
Go
point.
ahead, Rob.
Because Rob wasn't here
Rob
that
was
day,
not
and
here.
you
I
and
didn't
I
see it.
laughed. I thought I was going to have a hernia.
I didn't see it.
From laughing so hard.
Yeah.
Go ahead, finish your point.
So this is Ron DeSantis' impression of Hakeem Jeffries.
Okay, all I'm trying to say is I would give President Trump a better chance of getting something done with Chuck Schumer than he will ever get done with Hakeem Jeffries. Hakeem Jeffries will be an obstructionist. There is no chance for any sort of bipartisanship at all with Hakeem Jeffries. Right. And to me, that's pretty dang scary, considering that is, as it stands just very recently, that is the likely outcome. Now we'll see what happens with all this redistricting.
What I'll just say about that is, I mean, I get what the point you're trying to make is, but what I'll say is, there's just no daylight between Democrat and Democrat. They don't have these divisions. If they do, they certainly have them behind closed doors.
Well, they rally.
They just, there's no dissent.
Yeah. There's been a coup. There's been an attempted coup against Chuck Schumer for a while now because he's not far enough left for them. He's farther left than he was 10 years ago.
Yeah.
But
I'll concede that. All right, here it is. I don't know if you saw this.
You concede it.
But I know at the end of the day, we'll be upheld. I think that it was a good job that was done, and it was appropriate, not only because you did have an unconstitutional district and there did need to be redraw, but this is a different state than it was 5 or 6 years ago. I mean, we've netted 2 million people since the census. That has caused issues in terms of how these districts were organized before. You'd have one district would vote this much, one to this. So I think the new map really addresses the constitutional deficiency, but then also just recognizes that the state has changed a lot in a very short period of time. And look, you know, some people tell me, Governor, stop bringing all these people here. There's too many. I'm not bringing anybody. Understand, it's a free country. If you want to move from Miami to Portland, I don't know why you would, but if you did, you have a right to do it. Portland can't stop you. Oregon can't stop you. If people want to come here,
no, actually,
they
I think this is not the
He
one.
was outside. It was
all right.
outside.
Let's see. No, that's not it either. It was hilarious.
Oh,
Except
yeah.
one who regretted threatening Ron DeSantis.
Here, there it is. Go lower. That's the one right there.
Yeah, this is the one. Okay,
There it
so
is.
this is the impression. Forgive me.
Okay.
Folks.
All right, get ready, Rob.
We gonna do maximum warfare against Republicans. Florida Republicans, you F around, you gonna find out all this stuff. And you know what I said was, listen,
Maximum
and he's like,
warfare.
oh, if you do the redistricting, we're gonna take out all your members, we're gonna do all this stuff. And what I said was, go ahead, make my day.
We made the point last week.
Maximum warfare.
Yeah, I'm going to do maximum. He was real close. I'm going to do maximum warfare. It was real close to that.
Timu Obama.
Yeah.
But we did say what a great country it is compared to what it used to be 10 years ago. If Ron DeSantis or any Republican had impersonated like that, his political career
He'd been
would be over.
racist. He's racist.
But now you can just say things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't that great?
Ask Kamala. Yeah.
You can say retard again.
Apparently you can.
Well, they want to try to say it's bad and all that stuff.
Well, you can say it. You have the freedom to say it, but then you made some Indiana senator who's now a former senator mad, and then you didn't get it.
Now listen,
didn't get
if you're talking about someone with mental, handicaps or whatever, then yeah, that's pretty damn bad. But when you're just talking about like, look, you're being a retard. On all this stuff. Like, that's retarded. What are you doing here? That's retarded. Now, listen, this is not in my daily vocabulary. I'm just saying.
Whatever, guys.
Retard.
He calls me a retard every day. Help me, somebody. No, I mean, it's just.
I'm just saying, like, quit being so damn sensitive, man.
I know. This is America. Lighten up. It's a new day. You can say the R word again.
I hope my
You don't
wife's
have to
not
say
watching.
the
She
R
doesn't
word.
like me when I say stuff like. She doesn't like when I say stuff like that.
You just can't say. You just can't say the R word with a hard R. Then it's really bad.
What?
I'm just joking.
Retard.
Okay, so here is.
Is that right? Is that what you're talking about? What's the hard word?
Hard R.
I don't make the rules.
N-word,
I get it.
The N-word.
I get it.
Okay,
It
all
doesn't
right.
work with retard.
I don't make the rules.
All right, so ICE has just announced a jaw-dropping fraud bust, saying 10,000 foreign students are involved in the federal government's operational practice training. Empty buildings where hundreds of students should be working as part of their ability to be in America, run by foreign-linked groups that send money out of the country. Listen to this.
Information provided to DHS. Under the Biden administration, the fraud escalated even further. Today, we are announcing that we have identified over 10,000 foreign students who claim to be working for highly suspect employers. And that's just among the top 25 OPT employers. This is only the tip of the iceberg. Over the past year, we've dramatically expanded our oversight of OPT and can report that we've found fraud nationwide. HSI agents have visited problematic OPT employer work sites in Virginia, Texas, Georgia, Illinois, New York, New Jersey, North Carolina, and Florida. Many of these employers include NGOs engaged in suspicious activity. We've discovered empty buildings and locked doors at addresses where hundreds of foreign students are allegedly employed. In many cases, multiple OPT employers claim to operate from the same address, but none actually lease the facility. We found small residential addresses listed as work sites for hundreds of foreign students, yet no employees were present. When someone does answer the door, their statements are inconsistent, or they claim no knowledge of the business.
So, as I'm sitting here watching this, the first thought that comes into my mind is that if the Democrats take back power, every one of the men up on that stage is going to be charged with something.
Yeah, they're
I
gone.
mean, seriously. And they're going to be charged with something unless you get rid of the communists in the DOJ and everywhere else and in the intel oligarchy, and you start making not just these people, these people in the midst of visa fraud or H-1B fraud, all that stuff's got to be taken care of. But the people at the top that did this in the first place have to go to jail, or people like this, they're going to jail.
Yeah.
This is where we're at now.
Can you play just 10 more seconds of him?
We're also seeing financial red flags. Many alleged employers display clear fraud indicators, including tax liens, civil lawsuits, collections, and breaches of contract.
Okay.
And we are seeing
two things. Number one, can you imagine if you were driving and that guy was reading the audio book that you were listening to? It would be challenging. It would be challenging to stay awake. Okay. But,
yes, it would.
But on the positive side, this guy is spitting facts. He is spitting all of this stuff that is based off of his investigation and his department's investigation.
Would you rather have Pam Bondi up there giving that speech?
We will not. This would never happen. This would never happen. B-word, you hadn't had a single solitary arrest. You can shut up with all your bravado.
But I'll also add,
glad you're gone.
To your comparison, I wouldn't want her reading my books on tape either.
So. No, I wouldn't want it. She's emphasizing random words here, But anyway.
Welcome to my true crime podcast. So they found him dead in the snow. Was he hit by a car? Well, we'll never know.
I wouldn't have prosecuted him. That's what she'd be thinking, not saying. Here's the thing, but about this guy though, Paul, you're spot on with this because his entire team is gone. They are just completely destroyed. Their livelihood, all of these things will be completely destroyed for doing their job.
Yep.
For doing their job because they Nick Shirley'd. Let's use that as a term. You've been Nick Shirley'd here because the grift was found out, and the grift is you'll never siphon out all the fraud, but my God, man, like when you look at what Doge was on the cusp of doing here. It just breaks my heart that Trump and Elon couldn't get along for longer than what they did. But
we have an update on that.
Oh, we do. Okay, great.
Let me throw out this story right here. Now, again, this is just a little bit of movement on that. The divorce may be off, or maybe there's going to be some sort of reconciliation. I think there's clearly some reconciliation. Fox News
already already sort of reconciled.
Elon Musk will be joining President Trump on his trip to Beijing this week, signaling a notable shift after the pair's well-documented falling out in 2025. The Tesla CEO will be traveling alongside other corporate heavyweights like Apple's Tim Cook and BlackRock's Larry Fink as part of the U.S. delegation, as more than a dozen business leaders from Wall Street and Silicon Valley joined the trip. So it's not just Elon, but he is going on the trip. And it is my contention, and I've said this on the show, the first 5 months of the Trump administration were rolling. Mm-hmm. And when they kicked Musk out, when Musk actually wanted to not just expose the fraud, but then act on it and make sure it never happens again, they kicked him out of Washington, D.C.
Yeah, he said the big beautiful bill was an abomination.
He did.
Say that 10 times fast.
He did say that. And that was the beginning of everything that started to kind of, the division that started. Because you can say what you want about Elon Musk. Maybe, you've got a billionaire and a billionaire. You've got type A personalities. It's just naturally that they're not going to get along. There's going to be friction. But the things that Elon Musk was exposing, it made for great TV. You had the whole big balls thing, but it needed to be, we needed permanent fixes to this. You needed to literally not just expose the magic money machines, but take them away, gut it, and prosecute the people that were doing this. That's the other thing.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I think if you would have actually gone after what Doge exposed, people talk about, well, if you go after the Epstein clients, Washington, D.C. will fall. I think that's true. But I also think if you went after the people that were involved in all of the Doge fraud, D.C. would fall as well. I think it would lead back to politicians on both sides of the aisle en masse. And that's why he got ran out. He got ran out of Washington, D.C. because of it. In my opinion, I could be wrong, but I just...
Well, he was trying to steal Grandma's Social Security check, which we all know that was the case.
That's right. I remember that. Yeah,
because these stupid ass liberals were saying that stuff. Like you think about that. You're like, okay, wait a minute. This guy's the richest man in the world. There's no one richer in the world. The guy that makes, I don't know, $1 million a minute.
Yeah.
You know,
everybody's like, that dog's not gonna hunt.
Yeah, but he's taking Grandma's Social Security because that's why he's in there. He's just trying to get even more money.
Maxine Waters was the one. She was the one pushing that one.
Good.
He doesn't need our access to this.
And Vice President Musk.
Remember
like they were saying all that
crap. They showed up at that place where.
Well, they were
wrong with him.
Well, that was a strategy there too, with calling him the president or the vice president, trying to get Trump to,
President Musk.
Saul has slain his thousands and David his 10,000s. The media was trying to use.
Yeah.
That's how much of a threat Musk was, and I know there are people that disagree with me on that. But it's really not a question of. And then the left was obviously like, well, he's a billionaire, and then they pulled out this word oligarchy. But honestly, it's not a question of whether or not you have oligarchies calling the shots. It's which ones are going to be calling the shots. And
don't ever try to tell me you cannot give me an example of Donald Trump slaying someone just because they were a bigger fish. He's not going to just chop you. He respected Elon Musk because of what Elon Musk had done. He's not sitting there trying to throw stones at him. Who does Donald Trump throw stones at? People who are disloyal.
That's right.
And with very few exceptions, does Donald Trump, when you are disloyal to him, he is going to go at you extremely hard. He didn't go after Elon Musk extremely hard.
Yeah, I mean, there was the back and forth. There was the government. I think some few things about government.
He just said he's lost his way. He's lost his way about it or whatever. Versus he's terrible, he's awful, he's trash. And all this stuff. Right? He didn't go into all that stuff. He threw a few jabs in there, but it just wasn't as bad. And what I want to try to say is that's because I think it hurt Donald Trump what Elon Musk did. But to Elon Musk's credit, I think it hurt him of what Donald Trump was signing up for with the big, beautiful bill.
Yeah.
And ultimately, both of them had the best interest of the country at heart. Donald Trump was looking at it through a politician's eyes and saying, I still have to govern. I have to do certain things. We can trim some stuff here, but I can't just get rid of all of this fraud in one fell swoop. I can't do it. And if not, because the people who are initiating that fraud are the ones that I have to go to and ask for their vote.
That's exactly right.
Right?
You're exactly right.
And so how
the one's benefiting from it as well.
Donald Trump may have been more receptive to Elon Musk's approach in the first term. In the second term, he's trying to govern. He's trying to accomplish all of these things. And in my opinion, I don't even know in the first term that he would have been more receptive to it because he was trying to get reelected, right? So there's a caveat there. But suffice it to say that I think they both hurt each other. They were both trying to do the right thing, and it was a business owner saying, cut the fat, cut the loss, cut off the dead portion of this. And a politician, let's just be honest, Donald Trump's a politician now, a politician saying, I still have to govern.
Yeah.
I can do as much as I can do, but I can't do it all.
I thought it was great when Musk was like, hey, let's just quit paying these people. And if they call and they ask where their money's at, then we'll have a conversation and maybe pay them. But if it's fraud, if it's fraud and you're committing a crime, how many people, if your check doesn't show up, is going to be like, hey, where's my check? I thought that was genius. Let's just quit paying our debts.
Let's just quit paying them.
See who calls about it.
Yeah.
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 That'd be fantastic.
Yeah, it reminds me of Office Space when it's
Yeah.
like, through this error, he was continuing to get paid. So, we fixed that error. So Milton's gone. No. We just stopped paying him. We fixed the glitch. We fixed the glitch here.
The glitch.
Yeah.
I did not receive a paycheck this week.
Excuse me. I believe you have my
Milton, we're gonna need to
stapler.
move your desk.
Fantastic.
Looking for that
I could
stapler.
For my stapler.
Excuse me. I believe you have my stapler.
Excuse me.
I believe you have my stapler.
All right, you sent me this, Eric. This is related to the fraud.
The safe.
Well, so this is Michael Knowles' show, and he interviewed a guy about. The reason we're playing this is because you said in your line of work you're hearing that some of this stuff is actually happening, right?
Yeah, part of what everyone needs to understand about the Medicare fraud is, in addition to basically stealing Medicare numbers from senior citizens and then using that for fake hospice care, they've also used states that have waivers, and this will explain this a little bit better.
Well, let's play it first.
Let's play that video, and you'll understand exactly what we're talking
Listen
about.
to
here
this.
as far
What
as
specifically
waivers are.
have you uncovered? Who is perpetrating it, and what is the scale?
What I want to focus on with this story is Medicaid waivers, and that was really at the root of why we keep seeing Minnesota in the news. Is they got these special waivers to do stuff that Medicaid was never intended to do. DOJ deserves a lot of credit for releasing this database that actually shows what Medicaid is spent on. And what they released is the corporations that are getting paid by Medicaid. And basically what happens is you get paid to hang out with your own family members, and sitting in the middle is this company that will bill Medicaid and then pay you as an employee. So what we're talking about is Ohio has Medicaid waivers, just like Minnesota does, and they spend $1 billion a year paying people, almost all of which are foreigners, it seems to me, to hang out with their own family and provide what they call companionship and conversation. But this is what, basically immigrants from Somalia have figured.
Companionship and conversation.
Just remember,
what
when
the
you're
heck is that?
Just remember, everyone, when you're at a doctor's office, when you're in a hospital, everything that's being documented is being documented based on codes. CPT codes, DRG codes, codes associated with different types of care, and each of those codes are negotiated with the insurance companies and with Medicare and with Medicaid for a certain amount of reimbursement. So every time that doctor is sitting across from you with your file, they're circling things, and all they're basically circling is codes. Because I did this, I checked your heart. Because I did this, I checked your lungs. I did this. They're circling codes. Companionship, in this instance, is literally a code that these fraudsters are using to bill Medicare and Medicaid for companionship and care for these senior citizens that they're taking care of. When really all it boils down to is just sitting in a room with their own dadgum family members. There is no big care facility with all types of activities and things like you would see at a nursing care facility or a hospice situation. It's not. It's just literally foreigners that have figured out a way to get around the system and bill codes. And I think that there's more to it, to where it's not just that they've rigged the system, but that they've paid off people to look the other way.
Wow. I will just say the companionship code sounds really gay.
Yeah.
I'm just the, like, what are we coding this? Well, companionship.
Companionship.
Like we need to,
Yeah.
But can you flesh out for me a little bit, like, what is the code ideally? I know it's not what it's being used for, but ideally, is it literally there's a code to pay somebody to go be a friend to somebody is it like a hospital, like, hey, or like a chaplain? Like, what's the code exactly supposed to be there for if there wasn't the fraud?
The best way to describe it is that these CPT codes or DRG codes can be either very, very specific, or they can be very, very generalized and generic. And so what you typically find is that, in surgical care, for instance, those codes can be extremely specific. I used these instruments to do this, and I took out this. That's one code. But on a bigger scale, on a more generic scale, you have these companionship codes or other types of generalized care related codes. So that's what it all boils down to, and they're finding these loopholes, and they're just completely frauding the system.
Good.
It's all about the billable hours, right? Like it's all, and I'm. Let me just say this: Did anybody just notice the shift of Eric Haynes when he went into?
Yes, I did.
Like
dude. Just like spitting.
He's
facts.
like, boom, here it is, boom, boom. It'd be like me talking about real estate or something, right? It'd be like, boom, here it is, boom, boom. Good job, Eric. But I've always wondered, like, how can that fraud be so easy to do? And it's because of these generalized codes, right? You've got these. I hit this point. I boom, 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 and it's one visit, and it's the same crap that we saw with Planned Parenthood, right? And so they would say, well, the majority of services that are provided by this Planned Parenthood is, all of this care, and it's because one pregnant girl goes into the clinic in the Planned Parenthood, and she receives 15 services.
And those are each codes. So
yes,
going to be codes.
Each one of these codes. Da, 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 da. And the 15th is we killed a baby. Okay? We sucked it out, right? And this is one of those things. But, you got this, you got this, you got this, you got this. And so you just say, well, it's such a minority. Mm-hmm. But all of it, her purpose for walking in that day
is murder. Yeah.
was to end this pregnancy in her body, right? And so fraudsters think, okay, cool. If I can provide this stuff, and these, especially in these blue states, and these Democrat politicians get their pockets greased, they're not going to allow a spotlight to be put on me. Here we go. Let's just charge all of this stuff, and that's why you have these 67 IQ Somalians coming in, but they got enough IQ that they can read, and they realize,
Well, and that's the thing, though.
Companionship, I can provide that.
But this is obviously, they're not actually doing that, I don't think.
No, they're never provided, but how are you going to disprove it, Paul?
What I'm saying is they're not actually reading it. These are just like when we had Jacob Holloway in, and he was talking about these headhunting organizations with H-1Bs. There are companies, and that's what he even said. There are companies. So basically, you just go and recruit, and who knows if the person that's providing the companionship is even getting all of that money. They're not. It's getting siphoned, it's getting sucked out, or it's getting just doled out to that person. This is now part of a giant RICO scam where you go and recruit immigrants, and they literally do think this is the greatest country in the world because they're able to come here and get all the money they need to do nothing.
It's the land of milk and honey.
And this is what I've talked about. This is generational wealth. Generational wealth to pay people to stay at home, have babies, and hang out with their families all day. We were just talking about the birthing crisis.
Yeah.
One of the reasons why, native-born Americans are having a birthing crisis is because, newsflash, the less that you're at home, the less time you're going to have opportunity to make a baby. Well, and if you're paying people to stay at home with their wives, guess what? There's going to be more babies of these third worlders.
School districts had to expand in 2024, 2025 there. I'm sorry. So there were COVID babies, right? That we all saw that, right? And so that would have been so COVID was 2020. So it would have been 2024. It would have been 2025. And all these they had a boom, and all the kindergartners, like, we don't have enough kindergarten space for all these kindergartners. And we here locally, I remember this when I was a school teacher, we had an ice storm in 2009.
Yeah.
You guys remember that?
Yeah, dude, yeah.
Okay.
No power.
Right. And so we went back to the dark ages, folks, in 2009, where there were some places that were without power for almost 2 months. I mean, it was bad. Okay. Do you know what happened about 4.5 years later? There was a surge of kindergartners in these schools, right? Because what are you doing if you're sitting around in an ice storm? You can't drive down the street. You don't have any power. You're sitting around and it's just candlelight.
old school entertainment.
There you go.
You're going to entertain.
You're like, well, hoping we got some wine bottles over here, but not needed because I don't have anything else to do. And so that's what's happening. We saw all of that took place, but the fraud is too damn easy.
That makes me so mad.
It's too damn easy because think about this, Paul, Eric. You got a dude that's worked all of his life, a bricklayer, right? And he's a bricker, and he's bricking this house, and he's just worked all of his life. He's paid his taxes. He's got Social Security and all this stuff. He's doing all of the stuff that he's supposed to do. One day, he falls off. He falls off the ladder, breaks his back, can't work again, can barely walk again. He has to wait 2 years before he can. And 2 years is probably a minimum, before he could possibly get approved for disability. And I'm like, this guy paid in all of his life. And we are giving fraudulent money to this Somalian who's been in the country for 3 years, right? Because they've come in and they've figured this out, and now they're a millionaire, and a bricklayer who's worked his tail off every single day gets injured. He can't work again, and he's having to fight just to get $1,000 a month.
Revolutions have been fought over way less.
Yeah.
And it just blows my mind. It blows my mind because we're sitting here saying, and Brandon Gill is a freaking superstar in the Republican Party, member of the House from Florida. He's 32. I did the math. He will not be 35 by the 28 election. So I thought, man, that'd be a great vice presidential candidate if I was wanted, but he's too valuable in the House. But he's sitting there saying, like, what value does this Somalian community or this Ugandan community, like, if they're coming in and 81% of you are on welfare, what value are you providing to the United States taxpayer? All three gentlemen sitting at this table pay taxes. My shirt tells you how I feel about that. And we have all of these people that are coming into the country and are taking. And then we have people who are in this country, and I've said this on the program, and this is where I'm closer to the center. We have people who are coming into this country. They're here illegally, but they are contributing to the country, and they are being lumped in with these Somalians. They're being lumped in with all of these people. Like I would have a conversation about those individuals if we will first get rid of all the fraudsters. If we will first get rid of all the leeches. Okay? A roofer that came from Honduras who is working every day, not on food stamps, not on government housing. Dude's working his tail off every day. I'm willing to have a conversation about that guy having some sort of path, but don't have a conversation with me at all about people who are coming in leeching off of the American taxpayer.
You know, the thing is, they set up these waivers too as a way of saying, wouldn't it be nice if we could just provide care, in-home related care with these folks' families, instead of them feeling like they have to send them to a nursing home to die, and we'll reimburse them for a lot of the care that they're giving in-home. So think about that. Like, that idea in and of itself sounds right. And so Minnesota and Ohio said, yeah, we would rather at least give a little bit of an incentive and some money to families to take care of their elderly, chronic conditioned relatives in their homes. Well,
yeah.
Then
there we go.
Then somebody says, well, hey, Somali community or whoever, because like I said, most of this fraud is being done by
immigrant communities, at the very least.
Hey, here's a way to make a bunch of free money off of the saps in the U.S. economy who are paying taxes. This wouldn't fly in our country, but you can get away with it here, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, I mean, so the United Nations, they tried to have this migration, meeting or whatever, and our government said we're not going to do it because we think, they even used the word replacement migration. It hurts the West, hurts our country. I guess, I just connected those dots live on the air about the making babies thing. And I'm just infuriated by it because that is the point.
Yeah.
The point isn't just to pay them. The point is to allow them the best chances to replace Native Americans.
Yeah.
And that's the real strategy here. Like
they're replacing themselves in a lot of cases too.
But it's just absolutely maddening because we say we're paying them. This guy says on Michael No's show we're paying them just to hang out with their families, but you're actually paying them to just totally reproduce and have a million kids. And I'm struck by that. I'm kind of speechless on how angry that makes me.
From the same perspective, these white liberals who are saying that, diversity is our strength, and it's like, no, it's not. It's really not. What makes us strong is, as Arkansans, is that we're all Arkansans, right? Or that we're Arkansas Razorback fans, or whatever it makes us. It is that we're all the same.
What we have in common,
correct,
is our greatest strength.
Versus people who are going to come here and just not assimilate to our country, and you're just like, well, then why are we allowing you here? Why are you allowed to come to this country if you're not going to try to be an American? Why do you want to come here? To mooch off the services? To build a better life for yourself because you were living in a damn tent, wherever you just came from? Okay, I can get behind that. But as long as you are here, are you waving the country that you just left?
They absolutely are.
Why are you waving that flag? Why are you waving that flag? Mm-hmm. You just came here for a better life. You got out of a tent. You actually have food in your belly, and you're waving a Mexican flag. What the hell is wrong with you? Wave an American flag. Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you, America.
It's a sanctioned invasion, but we can't. If it was some sort of movement by Mexico or some sort of confederation of Central and South American countries that passed a resolution to say we're going to go invade, and they actually had their flags, we would amass an army and we would defeat them, right? So they get around that by just coming here as refugees. But it is the exact same practical thing of an invading army. They just and we've allowed it to happen, and more importantly, our feckless politicians have allowed it to happen.
Yes, they have.
I want to give a little bit of an update on Tulsi Gabbard, who is a bright spot in the Trump administration. New York Post writing yesterday, headline: Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard probes U.S. funding to more than 120 biolabs abroad. Did you guys ever follow the biolab story at the beginning of the Russia-Ukraine invasion by any chance?
No, the only thing I ever thought about with the biolabs was the Fauci.
So there was that. Okay. Well, so there's a guy named Clandestine over on X who was cutting edge over this. And he posited a theory when Putin invaded that one of the reasons Putin invaded, aside from, the natural one that NATO provoked him by not, honoring the previous agreements, is that there were U.S.-funded biolabs in Ukraine similar to the ones that were in Wuhan. There was even a conspiracy floated that they wanted to do another pandemic, but they wanted to blame it on Russia this time. First time, blame it on China. This next time, blame it on Russia. And with the bioweapons labs in Ukraine, Vladimir Putin was kind of hit, the idea was Vladimir Putin knew this was a possibility and was trying to stop it. Now, of course, that had to be shut down immediately because that would somehow make Vladimir Putin's intentions not as black and white, not as evil. It would be more gray. So it was immediately shut down and claimed as a conspiracy theory. As a matter of fact, this was clandestine. He got banned. So what he did was all he did was publish a map saying these are U.S.-funded biolabs in Ukraine. This is where Russia is. I think this is what's going on. Clandestine celebrating Tulsi Gabbard investigating this, saying, after I got banned in 2022 for biolabs in Ukraine story, I reached out to my congressmen, media outlets, prominent politicians, etc., looking for help. Only one person responded to me, that person, Tulsi Gabbard, who coincidentally is now the head of all U.S. intelligence and the most vocal individual about the U.S.-funded biolabs in Ukraine. Tulsi helped me get in contact with a specific lawyer that you would all recognize and also now works for the Trump administration. I told the legal team my story, looking for options to sue the media companies who defamed me for writing about accurate information. Ultimately, I was informed that no one would be willing to take my case pro bono due to the volatility of the situation and the controversy surrounding the story, despite the fact that the media were just blatantly lying about incontrovertible facts. Now, 4+ years later, as the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi is formally investigating the U.S.-funded biolabs in Ukraine. You know, the biolabs in Ukraine that the media said didn't exist.
This was gain-of-function testing ones?
Oh, it was all, it was gain of function, but it was, I mean, that's what New York Post says. Listen to the New York Post. They say, Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, is investigating more than 120 biological laboratories abroad that were funded by U.S. taxpayers for decades as part of an effort to end potentially risky experiments with viruses pursuant to President Trump's executive order on so-called gain-of-function research.
So-called.
Even the New York Post can't help themselves. So-called gain-of-function research. It's like the media is happy to admit, you know, the U.S. may not be smell like roses on all these other issues, but why on this issue is the media like, no, we can't admit that the U.S. You know why you can't admit it? Because it would directly hurt Big Pharma and the military-industrial complex or DARPA or whoever is responsible for all of this. And you'd also have to kind of admit to yourself, like, we're the one. I mean, if you look at how the rest of the world, if it is true that, yes, it came from China, but we're the ones that funded it, or we started the gain-of-function research here illegally and then exported it, what does that make the United States? When it comes to COVID, what does that make the United States to the rest of the world?
Guilty.
It makes us the bad guys. It makes us historic bad guys. We are now up there with, you know, we're now up there with Nazi Germany or Mao or Stalin. That's what that means.
Right.
And so I'm perfectly comfortable saying it because the truth is the truth. Like, we're responsible for COVID. Our own government is responsible for what happened. And so, to kind of go down this rabbit hole real quick, I want to refresh your memory. So, after Clandestine came out and exposed the story and got shut down, got banned, and everything else, weirdly enough, Senator Marco Rubio questioned Victoria Nuland. Victoria Nuland is responsible for the Maidan Revolution, responsible for the coup in 2014, where we ousted the Ukrainian president that was elected and friendly to Russia and put in our own guy. Like, she is the Ukraine czar who got us into the situation where Vladimir Putin felt like he had to invade. So Marco Rubio here, in my opinion, was trying to debunk this idea of bioweapons labs in Ukraine, and for whatever reason, Victoria Nuland answered honestly. And by the way, they still banned this guy, even though this came out in committee. Clandestine was still banned for posting this.
Well, I only have a minute left. Let me ask you.
I know.
Does Ukraine have chemical or biological weapons?
Ukraine has biological research facilities, which, in fact, we are now quite concerned Russian forces may be seeking to gain control of. So we are working with the Ukrainians on how they can prevent any of those research materials from falling into the hands of Russian forces should they approach.
So, and that clip goes on, but this happened, again, back in 2022, and, Clandestine was like, I mean, what do you do with that? Literally, all he did was report something that was factual.
Sure.
Got banned from it. Then they admitted in a committee room that it is true, still gets banned. I don't think it was until, I don't know when he got unbanned, but certainly when Musk took over from Dorsey. But it just goes to show you that, kind of like what we're talking about with the data centers too, when you are over the target, they censor when they don't want the information to get out. And for whatever reason, they did not want it to be advertised that there were U.S.-funded bioweapons labs similar to the ones in Wuhan, China, in Ukraine, and that maybe that was one of the reasons Putin was trying to invade.
Well,
pretty crazy, right?
It's hard to get inside the mind of any world leader, for the, I don't know. Donald Trump's pretty much an open book. Like, he's going to tell you what he's thinking. But Vladimir Putin, to me, what was his primary motivation? And I just think that, this might have been a secondary thing.
I'm so sorry. I'm so glad you guys are here to witness this. This happened. You guys may not be able to hear it. I have no idea. But the office above us, apparently somebody's either in an office chair or maybe on roller. Maybe it is actual roller skates.
Has to be.
It's just going around
It sounds
and
like
around
roller
and
skates.
around. And it happened to me the other week, last week, when nobody was here. It was just me doing a solo show, and I thought I was going to go crazy. I'm just grateful that you guys are having to witness this.
Well, we were
up there here in a minute.
Yeah, we were cutting those eyes. I have no I feel like the
you gotta
person.
stop. Like,
I feel
knock
like
it off.
I feel like the person above us is the liberal, and they're hearing what we're saying, and they're just like,
I considered
oh, these little bastards.
I considered that last week, but now I'm thinking it's just a kid because it doesn't happen all the time. It only happens.
Yeah. Where's the broom handle when you need?
Yeah, you need a broom handle. Like, listen, I don't know if it's coming through our microphones, but it's really tough.
And we got headphones on, and it's like.
It's tough, but anyway, I don't know what the motivation for.
It feels like you're in Top Gun right now, and you're getting the flybys.
Yeah,
I
don't know what the motivation was ultimately for Putin, but I can tell you that the NATO, him not wanting someone right on his doorstep made a lot of sense, and it was looking like Ukraine was trending toward NATO membership. And we told them we would go no further in the 90s, right? The early 90s.
I don't hear about Ukraine all that much in detail anymore. It's
Tucker just interviewed the former press secretary for Volodymyr Zelensky.
Are there still thousands of soldiers dying every week in battles and
there's still people dead. There's still people dying.
But for a while there, Trump was coming out every day, saying there is 5,000 people dying every week. Beautiful people. Remember?
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Well, no, he's right.
Beautiful young people, which is true, but it's just are there?
Well, like I said, the former press secretary of Volodymyr Zelensky was just interviewed by Tucker, and I watched some of it, and it was shocking. I mean, basically, she said, obviously, I'm doing this interview. I can never go back home to Ukraine ever again because they're probably going to kill her.
Yeah.
But she basically said that Volodymyr Zelensky is a psychopath, and she says, and I'm not saying this to be for Russia. I think what Russia did's wrong, but Volodymyr Zelensky is a dictator, psychopath, has stolen all this money, and the population of Ukraine is missing 24 million people. Or something. It was a crazy number. I may be misremembering, but
I mean, this has been going on for years now.
Now a lot of those people have died, but a lot of those people just left the country.
Yeah.
But
so
they're in Poland now.
Yeah,
and they're in.
Yeah. So you're telling me they could not have elections? They can't have elections because they're at war.
Yeah, I mean, Zelensky's in power forever now, right?
Yep.
Young dude, and nobody's going to oust him.
At a certain point.
Unless Putin kills him.
I mean, the whole thing, I mean, there still needs to be peace there, but there, again, as we said, we talked about this forever, there's no way after Russia has lost as many people as they have and secured the eastern sections of the Donbass, eastern Ukraine, the war's not going to ever end with them getting that. Ukraine's not getting that land back. That land is going to be a part of Russia. Just it is what it is. There's no other way.
You got to cut your losses here.
Yeah, but he doesn't want the war to end because if the war ends, his career is over. He's no longer useful at all. So he doesn't really even care about eastern Ukraine. He only cares about himself.
And the money faucet turns off.
Yep.
If the war ends, the money faucet turns off. And it's the same reason that we saw today Lindsey Graham going after, Pete Hegseth
over Pakistan, right?
Yeah. Well, no, over Iran, and saying you this is a failure. You have allowed Iran to do this and that. I mean, if you have not seen that, I was watching it was pissing me off. But Lindsey Graham going after Pete Hegseth, saying that he's a failure. That literally happened, and so I'm like, what are we doing here? At what point does Trump say, you know what, I'm backing Pete Pete Hegseth, and I'm going.
Lindsey is just doing that, and Lindsey's very worried about Mark Lynch in this primary coming up on June the 9th.
Well, he wants war.
Well, and he does want war, but he also wants the war to be successful. And if it's looking not successful, it hurts him back home in South Carolina. And unfortunately, and I made this comparison, but the Strait of Hormuz is ironically being used the way Leonidas used the hot gates at Thermopylae.
Mm-hmm.
And it's ironic because it's the Persians, it's the descendants of the Persians that are now adopting a Western strategy with the Strait of Hormuz. It was not as easy as what was sold to us, and we'll see what happens when President Trump goes to China. Maybe they'll be able to ask China to put pressure on Iran and figure out a way out of this. But
sure.
But to that point, I haven't seen that, but if he's attacking Hegseth, it's
hard.
It's because because the war and the high gas prices.
Yeah.
I mean, look, say what you want to, the high gas prices can hurt Republicans in the midterms, but they'll for sure hurt Lindsey Graham in South Carolina on June 9th.
Oh yeah,
100% they will.
Oh yeah.
And so Lindsey knows this, and so he's having a little hissy fit. And hoping to get his little aerial, wand to get a fairy godmother. There ain't no fairy godmother coming for you, Lindsey.
To me, let me ask you this. Let me say this.
On Hannity clip.
Let me say this, Paul. If you didn't hate Lindsey Graham, and if you like Pete Hegseth, and you didn't hate Lindsey Graham prior to him grilling him, you will.
Oh, okay. Wow.
You need to look at it.
Well, we're out of time, or otherwise I would.
Yeah.
Graham watch tomorrow.
Graham watch tomorrow. Lady G.
What are y'all schedules like? What are they looking like? Do we know yet?
I'll be here.
All right, you're planning on it?
I can be here.
All right, we're planning on it. Okay, we'll do a Graham watch of...
Young Lady G.
Yeah.
You know what? Lindsey Graham is a grifter. He is a warmonger, and he can shove off at this point. Like, just go get pounded by whatever dude and just just leave.
Well, it's gonna be a lot closer than I.
Sorry,
think
that was the end of the
Graham
show
was.
filter.
That's all the time that we have. Want to give a shout out to our sponsors: Red Vive Health, New Horizon Real Estate, Gateway Sight and Sound, Pet Club 24/7, Sherrod Chiropractic. We're going to see you guys tomorrow. God bless. Be safe.
The Paul Herrell Program.
This is Secret America.
Welcome, everybody. I am Jack Danger along with Jay Gatling, and we learned some interesting stuff today, Jay. I'm talking people that are backstabbing Trump inside his own staff. And it's funny because we talked about this many times, that he's got to have, there's deep state actors everywhere. So you've got to know, you've got to know that he's got some in his staff. You've got to know he's probably got some in his cabinet. He's got some everywhere. But before we get going, I want to just mention our sponsor real quick, and that is maxassociates.etsy.com. They are the best place to find USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. I actually want to show you some of the new stuff that they've got in. It's really cool stuff, Jay. Check this out. So you got We the People, 1776 to 2026. It says 250 years and counting. That is an awesome shirt right there, man. That is a cool shirt. Let's see. We got the mug here, proud veteran, once a warrior, always a warrior. That's awesome. I gotta say, I really like that one as well. Let's see here. Unapologetically patriotic. That's pretty cool. That is nice. I like that one. What else do we got here? Freedom over fear. That's a good one. Freedom over fear. And then we've got a couple of hats. We've got the We the People, 1776 to 2026. That's awesome. That is an awesome hat. And then we've also got America First. America First. My favorite one, though, is this one right here, because it is the 250th anniversary of the United States. I mean, it's coming up very soon, shortly, in less than 2 months. Now is the time. If you want to purchase something patriotic, don't go to another place, because here you're going to get a great deal. You're not going to get a great deal elsewhere. Here you can get not only a great deal, but you can get excellent products, stuff that's not just generic BS. They are the best place to get USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. Tell them about the deal, Jay.
The deal is this. It's 20% off anything over $20 and free shipping throughout the United States. You have the 250th anniversary of our country coming up, July 4th, less than 2 months away, as Jack said. And even before that, Father's Day. I mean, right now is the time. You go on maxassociates.etsy.com, get yourself some great stuff, get your father some great stuff. For everybody, get the whole family great stuff, because what better to wear than this stuff during the celebration of 250 years of the United States? It doesn't get any better than this. The deal is fantastic. Jack just showed you so many cool things. It speaks to who you are. It's top quality. It's made in America. Can't go wrong.
That's the best part. You know, it ships anywhere. If you live in America, you can't get better than that, because it is the 250th anniversary and it ships anywhere in America. It ships to you for free. All right, guys. We talked about before we did that, we talked about how Donald Trump has staffers inside his White House and inside his cabinet and everywhere that are deep state actors. So I want to show you our thumbnail that we had Eli make today. This is awesome, okay? It's me. I'm Fred. Jay is Shaggy, okay? On the left side, that is Benjamin Elstein. He is the guy that is the deep state operative right now that is in Trump's staff. Now, when we pull off the mask, though, it turns out it's Gavin Newsom underneath that mask, Jay. And he says, I would have gotten away with it if it weren't for Secret America. They all think they're going to get away with it until Secret America comes knocking, Jay.
They're going to learn the hard way, apparently.
Oh, absolutely. That was awesome. But so let me show everybody this real quick, because this right here is what's going on here. Okay. What happened was James O'Keefe actually caught Benjamin Elstein Elliston, however you want to say it, in a hidden camera situation where he was actually saying, we got to get rid of Trump. He says, we have to get rid of Trump. He's invincible. Nothing can stop him. And that's dangerous. Trump is a mess, a fucking madman who's fucking it up for everybody. And then he asks, are there other staffers that can know about this? He jokingly says, oh, no, they can't know. Ha ha. The funny thing is, he did not know he was on hidden camera, and now it's out there for everybody to see. So I'm going to play that video real quick, Jay, before we talk about it. I want people to hear this, because you got to hear this to believe it. I mean, this is a guy. And before we get going, actually, I want to tell you what he does. All right. This is a guy who was on. Actually, let me pull. You know what I want to pull up? I want to pull up my post about it, because it tells you exactly what he was on this thing. I mean, I think he was part of the Office of Management and Budget. And he is okay, here we go. Benjamin Elliston is the senior budget analyst / funding manager at the White House. He is from the Office of Management and Budget, and he is the senior budget analyst and funding manager. That means he helps oversee the entire budget, I would assume, for the United States government. You know, he helps oversee that as the senior funding analyst and budget coordinator or whatever the hell it said he was. Let's check this out real quick, Jay. I want everybody to take a listen to this because I can promise you it's not something you've ever heard before.
I have to get rid of Trump. Seriously, he's a mess. He's fucking it up for everybody. Yeah. You gotta get rid of him.
Yeah. Benjamin Elliston claims that Trump is a dangerous madman and insists that no one can know that he feels this way.
He's a madman. And literally, he's invincible. Nothing can stop him. And that's dangerous.
Do people know that how you feel about the president? No.
No, they can't know, Jay. They can't know how he feels because how he feels is insane. Apparently he's a Biden holdover from he started in 2024 as a budget analyst and funding operative for the Office of Management and Budget. Now he is a White House staffer, a senior White House staffer. And like I said, he started with the Biden administration in 2024.
It's impossible to get rid of all these people at once. It's impossible.
You don't know who they are. That's the problem.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got a hidden camera situation to reveal this guy.
Even if you vet him in the beginning, he's not going to tell you the truth. If he knows, he's not going to say the truth. He's going to lie. He wants to keep his job. And at the same time, keep his job. He wants to try to undermine the administration and try to kneecap it any way he can. So of course not. It is impossible. But yeah, I'm amazed at how many people just say this stuff, though. Well, Jack, let me ask you a question. If, say that was you, and somebody started coming up to you in the street or wherever you are, asking you questions about who you work for. Even if you felt that way, are you going to be dumb enough to say that to anyone?
No, that's what I don't understand. These are not people that they've catfished for months. These are people that just come up to them randomly and say, hey, do you like Trump? Yada, yada, yada. You got to think, first of all, if it's someone random, you don't want to say anything stupid. Second of all, if they're coming up and they're asking you specific questions about your job and the person you work for, you don't want to say anything stupid. You got to know cameras are everywhere. And odds are, with your particular position, you should know you are a White House staffer. You should know that there are going to be people that try to get you saying this or that. I mean, the guy must be a moron. But it's not just him. This happens to all these people, CEOs of companies, cabinet members. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. It's like these people are dying to say this stuff.
Yeah, like when I was working, unless it was somebody I knew and I trusted, I wasn't bad-mouthing my department. Like, I just wasn't doing it. If it was obviously, if it was somebody you knew, yeah, you say whatever you want, but, in person. But if it was some rando who came up to me in a bar or in a restaurant and said, hey, what is going on? What do you do? Oh, I do. Oh, what do you think about? Yeah, I'm not going out and I'm not bashing anybody that I work with or work for. Especially,
I'll tell you why he does it though.
I don't get it.
Because it's usually just like with the gay men you see, just like with the straight men. It's usually a beautiful gay man or a beautiful woman that you think you have a shot with. If a man thinks he's going to get sex from someone, he will say whatever that he thinks she wants to hear. He will tell the truth about his whole life if he thinks he's going to hit it.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Look, people get honeypotted all the time. That's true.
That's exactly what this is.
But in this case, what Raina, you said, what you said is true. If they worked with Obama and Biden, chances are they'll like him. That's true. The problem is it's impossible to root them all out. You won't have a functioning government if you root all these people out. You just can't. You would have to do it over time. You can't just get rid of everybody all at once. It's just impossible. And you're going to have this problem, especially when it comes to President Trump, where people are they hate him more than they either like or love our country. If they even like the country at all, they hate him that much that they will try to absolutely sink the country if it means sinking him. That's what we have going on here. It's pretty scary, but how many more like him? That's only one. And there's only, James O'Keefe can't be everywhere all the time exposing these people. So it's an ongoing problem. And when people complain, oh, this isn't getting done. This isn't getting done. Why is it taking so long for this? There's your answer. That's part of your answer right there. We know part of it is Congress. We know part of it's John Thune, and it's a big part of it. But when it comes to certain things like working its way through the gears of a bureaucraul, people like that, they can gum it up real good.
Well, believe it or not, those people, the mid-level bureaucrats, the forever employees, the ones that you cannot fire, and there are employees that even the president cannot fire, those mid-level bureaucrats are the ones that run the country. They're the ones that shape the policy. They're the ones that allow things to even get to committees. They are the ones that run everything, if you want the God's honest truth. And the reason they run everything is because they have all the power, knowing they can't be fired. They cannot be fired. You can look that up. I forget the name of it, the overall name of it, but they cannot be fired. You can look that up. And that is why they're in this situation, is because there's got to be a way to change that. See, I understand they made that because they wanted people to have job security. They didn't want them to think, oh, every 4 years a new president comes in, I could be fired. But now those people are so entrenched. They're like Supreme Court justices. They cannot be fired for any reason. And it doesn't make any sense, Jay. But I'll tell you one thing. The reason that there's so much deep state actors is because of that. I want you to see something here. All right, this right here is another post that I made. I'm going to pull this up in just a second, but look at this. It's a bombshell confession caught on camera. The ex-CIA director John Brennan bragged that the deep state is still alive and well. He says, and by the way, he says there's still a legion. And by the way, his use of the word legion was really, really interesting here. He said there's still a legion of professionals in law enforcement community, in law enforcement environment, Department of Justice, as well as the CIA and other places, the ones who are refusing to follow politically motivated prosecutions, refusing to support any type of political activities on the part of the Trump administration that are inconsistent with authorities and responsibilities. Basically, what he's saying is the deep state is alive and well. He used the word legion. Jay, use the word legion. I want everybody real quick.
That means a lot.
Oh, yeah. He used the word legion. I want everybody real quick. I'm going to play this for you because I want everybody to hear this. This is very interesting right here. Let me pull this off. All right, take a listen.
And the FBI into political arms of his political operation. What still exists in the system to slow that down?
I think, as Liz mentioned, there's still a legion of professionals in the law.
Real quick, I want to go back. Listen to what she says. She says the president, the president is a political position, and she says who exists in there, or what exists in the community that can stop his political agendas, which is something we voted for and everything that we're supposed to do. Who can stop his political agenda that's still in his administration?
He has succeeded largely in turning DOJ and the FBI into political arms of his political operation. What still exists in the system to slow that down?
I think, as Liz mentioned, there's still a legion of professionals in the law enforcement environment, Department of Justice, as well as the CIA and other places, the ones who are refusing to follow politically motivated prosecutions, those who are refusing to support any type of political activities on the part of the Trump administration that are inconsistent with the authorities, the responsibilities of the intelligence community, law enforcement community, and Department of Justice.
That right there, he literally said on live television that there is a legion of people. The deep state is what he's saying, and that's what it is. It's the deep state. There is a cabal of deep state actors that are in Trump's administration, holdovers from previous administrations, that are going to do whatever they can to stop him. See Peter Strzok.
Absolutely, we remember him. With the faces he was making, him, Lisa Page, and
and then the text, it's insurance. Yeah. We're gonna stop Trump no matter what. I got insurance on him.
Yeah, and they got paid over $1 million a piece, I think, by the Biden administration because somehow they were wronged. I mean, are you kidding me? What John Brennan is saying, John Brennan's a communist. John Brennan is an admitted communist. I can read you something in a minute about him. Basically, it makes you laugh. Again, the Democrats are the party of deflection, projection, hypocrisy, and double standards. Right there, the projection is just incredible. You're talking about the political arm of the FBI? Wait a minute. During what administration was the FBI a political arm? The biggest political arm we've ever seen? That was under Biden when they basically arrested anybody who stepped onto Capitol grounds during January 6th. Okay. People were sent to gulags because they walked up to a protest. Or
American citizens were sent to gulags.
American citizens and walked into the Capitol being escorted by the Capitol Police. Political arm, the FBI. Are you out of your mind? And then politically motivated prosecutions. Jack, these people arrested President Trump. They literally arrested him when he was the front runner to take on Joe Biden. It is mind-boggling. Nicole Wallace, she's a disgusting individual. That's who was interviewing John Brennan. Jack, can I read you just something real quick about John Brennan so everybody understands who he is? John Brennan.
Go ahead.
In 2016, he admitted, all right, during a 1980 CIA polygraph, okay, to voting for Gus Hall, a Communist Party USA candidate in the 1976 presidential election as a college student. He called it an indiscretion and a protest against the two-party system and the Watergate-era partisanship. I don't care what he called it. Anybody who ever voted for a communist should never be allowed to serve in the government of the United States, ever. I don't care if they're the janitor. They should not be allowed
man. The CIA director. That is incredible. And Jay, I wanted to say, damn, you know what's funny? Never mind. It's just he was the CIA director that they knew voted for a communist back then, and he still became the CIA director. And now he's telling you that the deep state is all around you, and Trump. The bad part is you don't know who they are until they show themselves, like this guy did on camera. But see, the thing is, Jay, they don't. The difference between Trump and the Biden era and the Obama era, the left no longer has any shame or cares what anybody says, doesn't worry about the pressure, doesn't worry about the voters, anything. Trump, and I've said this many times, now that it's Trump's last term, he should be that way. Go ahead and arrest these people. Who cares if they say you're prosecuting your political opponent? Arrest them anyway. In fact, you know what? Arrest your political opponent. Go out there and arrest Tim Walz. Go out there, arrest Ilhan Omar. Take the DOJ, have them arrest these people. Perp walk them. Get Kathy Hochul. Get Zohran Mamdani. Get Karen Bass and Gavin Newsom. Arrest every single one of these people, have them handcuffed, put in the back of the police car, taken to the police station, brought in, handcuffs behind their back, and mug shots, the whole nine. Even if it's dismissed, who cares? They didn't care about you. They knew it wasn't going to sit on Trump. They knew that wasn't going to happen, but they wanted what they got, the mug shot. And that's all we want, the perp walk. We know most of this stuff's not going to stick. Arrest them anyway. You don't have to worry about re-election. You don't have to worry about poll numbers. Be like the left. Don't care. Shame, Jay. Shame used to have people resign like a Richard Nixon. Shame used to have people resign from their positions. Now they will stay until they are found guilty and kicked out like a Bob Mendez. The left no longer has any shame. So you cannot shame them into doing something anymore. So that's the way, since Trump no longer has any more political aspirations, now is the time to not care about anything, have no shame, arrest every single one. I would like for him to walk into the House, walk into the Congress, have every single congressman arrested that was part of January 6th, every single congressman arrested that was part of any of these operations. I mean, I don't care if you arrest half the House and half the Senate.
Well, the two fake impeachments, we know a lot of stuff went on there that was way under that. It was not above board. We know this. And here's the thing. Everybody you mentioned, I'm sure. And again, we didn't make these rules. They did. It was find me the man. I'll find, show me the man. I'll find you the crime. That's what it was with President Trump. Hey, show me the woman or show me the man and let's find the crimes. Because I guarantee you can dig into these people's lives and find something, no matter how stupid or trivial it might be, that they did wrong, that you could put them through hell for, like they did for him when they had to actually take misdemeanors that that I think the statute of limitations ran out on and turn them into felonies somehow to get a 34 felony count where the jury didn't even know what the hell they were adjudicating over. That basically would happen. So now they get to call President Trump a felon. They did the same thing in Georgia when they got their mugshot. Hey, the process is the punishment. Put them through the process at the very least, because I guarantee you could find something on every one of these people that they did wrong and throw in Jamie Pritzker.
I can tell you exactly what they did wrong. Why is nobody being arrested for treason, Jay? Obama spied on his campaign. Hillary Clinton actually paid for a fake dossier, actual fake intelligence to abuse the FISA courts to be able to spy on him. Why are they not arrested for treason? Why are the people that set up, like a Nancy Pelosi that set up January 6th? Why are the people in the 2 impeachments that were clearly fake? Why are none of these people arrested for treason? That is exactly why they will continue to do it. And Jay, that's also why they don't mind saying it anymore. They don't care if they say, hey, we have deep state operatives, because if they're not going to be held accountable, it doesn't matter. There's no point in hiding. And if Trump, this is our only chance. People don't realize Trump has a finite amount of time left, 2.5 years left maximum, and he's already going to be 80 years old. So who knows if he even makes it the 2.5 years. That's why, guys, we have got to get shit done now. If you want to win the midterms, you have to start arresting people now.
Listen, but we said John Brennan is comfortable going on there and saying that because nothing's happened.
Exactly.
He's still on TV. He's not behind bars.
Nope.
All right. He's not even on bail. He's just free. He's a free man, free as a bird, right?
Exactly.
Now, when you talk about treason, right, they'll say that's a war thing. Now, sedition. And now that sedition's interesting because I'm looking at overthrow, put down, or destroy the U.S. government by force, or oppose the government authority by force, or use force to block or delay any U.S. law. Interesting. Or force to seize U.S. property. Now, Jack, I'm going to play their game. What's the definition of force? Now, to me, this is force. They're using the force of the bureaucracy to stall President Trump's agenda, the agenda that 77 million people voted for, the agenda that he won the Electoral College, and and by the way, the popular vote this time, which every swing state voted for. So that, to me, is force. They're using people like the one that O'Keefe just exposed, the one that Brennan says, the legion of people. That's force. They're using the force that they have within a bureaucracy to stall the U.S. government, to stall the agenda of the willfully elected president of the United States. So sedition, hey, I absolutely say go for that one. Treason, they're always going to come back with you and say, no, it has to be during wartime, or treason is a little tougher of a definition to get past.
No, it's not tough as a definition at all, because treason is the crime of betraying one's country, typically by attempting to overthrow its government, just like they did with Trump with the fake impeachments, the dossier, and the spying on his campaign, levying war against it, or aiding its enemies, which is actually, if you want to, that's exactly what they're doing. When they're trying to remove Trump, it aids their enemies. It aids America's enemies. But the main key ingredient there is a crime. It's a crime where you betray your country by attempting to overthrow its government. That is exactly what they are doing, right? I mean, it requires 2 witnesses to the same overt act, and treason is the only crime that's actually defined, by the Constitution. And the lady that was just arrested for spilling out propaganda, the mayor of Arcadia, California, who was just arrested for spilling out propaganda for the CCP, she was actually arrested by taking orders from the CCP. The charge she pled to, which was, aiding the Chinese for whatever. She maximum imprisonment 10 years. She's probably going to get probation for literally being a spy for the Chinese.
No, that she should be treated accordingly, and we know what that is. We know what the penalty is, but it'll never happen. And you're seeing it all the time with what's going on in Iran, and whether people agree with it or disagree with it. We have literally our media and people in Congress, politicians, spewing Iranian propaganda, literally spewing Iranian propaganda to undermine what we're doing. And you don't have to agree with it, but you can't take the side of Iran. That is treason.
But
that's
there's
treason.
nothing going. I mean, these people committed actual treason by trying to overthrow the government. They actually impeached him on fake charges. They arrested him on charges they knew wouldn't stick. And they even, the most egregious thing was they actually used a fake Russian dossier, which means they aided the enemy by using a fake Russian dossier, and they used it to overthrow Trump's campaign to not make him president. That's overthrowing the government and aiding the enemy. Obama and Hillary Clinton, at the very least, should be in prison for treason, which is a death penalty case. But Jay, this is never going to stop. See, what people don't understand, as soon as Trump leaves, this is going to go right back to the way it was. Right back to, I mean, if J.D. Vance or whoever doesn't get in, it's going to go right back to all Trump supporters being persecuted. Actually, Jay, that brings me up to a new thing I wanted to talk about. Actually, I actually put out a post a couple of days ago that talks about the threats that everybody was, all the left anyway, the politicians were doing against Trump supporters. It's over the last few years, just doing it, saying when they get back in power, and I want to try to find that because there's an accountability agenda. There's a whole bunch of things. It's really crazy. Okay, here it is. Actually, I'm gonna read it to you. Okay.
Good.
It says, warning, they will make you an enemy of the state. For years, Americans were called crazy for warning that political elites wanted to punish, blacklist, silence, investigate, and financially destroy Trump supporters and anyone associated with the America First movement. Now, many of them are saying it out loud. Why? Because they know nothing will happen to them. They know they can say it out loud and then follow through with it and do it, and nothing will happen to them. One politician warns Trump supporters to walk lightly or we will make you pay. That was Cynthia Johnson. Another talks about targeting, investigating, and possibly jailing private citizens connected to Trump. That was Eric Swalwell. Others openly discuss accountability agendas. That was Robert Reich. Subpoenas, blacklists, archiving political opponents. That was AOC. And the Truth and Reconciliation commissions. That was Susan Rice. It says, not foreign enemies, not terrorists, not violent criminals, American citizens. Half the country is being portrayed as people who deserve punishment, surveillance, blacklist, investigations, financial retaliation, public humiliation, or permanent political retribution. And the most dangerous part, too many people think it's just rhetoric. It's like they've completely memory hold and forgotten what happened from 2020 to 2024. History has shown over and over that when political movements start labeling fellow citizens as enemies to be punished instead of Americans to debate with, freedom disappears fast. Believe people when they tell you who they are. Because if these people regain full power after the midterms, they are openly signaling that revenge, investigations, and political punishment may become the agenda for millions of ordinary Americans who simply disagree with them politically. That should terrify every citizen, Republican, Democrat, Independent, or otherwise, Jay.
Yeah. And what did Charlie Kirk always say? When you stop debating, that's when violence happens, right? When you stop talking, they have no interest in talking.
No.
Obviously, look what they did to him. They have no interest in talking. Yeah. No, they don't. They want to have violence.
They want to remove their opponents without having to go through the election process.
Well, we talked about it, right? It was a few shows ago. We said, yeah, they don't even want you. They want you to be scared to even run. They don't even want you to run. And if you run, they're going to try to eliminate you. So that's where we are. They don't even want you putting your hat in the ring. They want to run unopposed. That's basically what it comes down to. And they're using intimidation. They're using violence. And that's what their goal is. And eventually they want to have enough political capital, which means every vote, they want to have such an insurmountable voting block that it's one party rule.
Well,
and
do
nobody
you know
will,
why?
Nobody will bother.
Do you know how they're using the violence and everything? Representative Timberchet told us last night exactly how it's happening. For everybody that doesn't know, I'm going to pull this up real quick, Jay. For everybody that doesn't know, okay, the MK Ultra hearing has been postponed indefinitely because witnesses and congressmen may be being threatened by the deep state, the CIA, the FBI, whatever, to drop the MK Ultra investigation. Only one out of the 4 witnesses have been confirmed to want to show up. The other 3 are citing safety concerns. And then Anna Paulina Luna postpones the MK Ultra hearing. But luckily, Jay, before she did that, we were able to get a talking point from Tim Burchett last night. I want everybody to take a listen. This is exactly what the U.S. government, or the deep state anyway, is doing. MK Ultra never ended. It just ended up being on a mass scale. And Jay, this is why the violence is going on. Everybody take a listen.
I think these 4 lunatics that tried to kill our president what do they all share in common? I mean, it's like Oswald, but now these guys have no internet presence. All they have, some of them have international bank accounts, and they live at home, and they were conservative Christians, and all of a sudden they buy a gun and travel across the country and try to kill Donald J. Trump. Now, here's the deal on the MK Ultra. Back then, they grab individuals, give them acid, brainwash them, do whatever they needed to do. Today, what they do is they send this stuff out in mass, and then they know that a certain, I forget the terminology, but a certain group of people or certain class pick up on certain words and certain emotions. Mm-hmm. And they know within reason that a few of them might react. And I think they do this in mass, so that way they can wash their hands of it. They don't know when or where it's going to happen. They just can predict that it will happen.
Exactly. They don't know when or where it's going to happen, but they can predict, Jay, that it will happen. And that's what people don't realize is what they do is they do studies, all right, like at universities. They use like Stanford and Harvard and all these other to do studies. I'm talking about the deep state, the CIA, Black Ops, things like that. They do studies on people to see what can trigger people that are susceptible to violence and easily manipulate. And what they do is they have the media. Let me tell you, Operation Mockingbird, where the CIA controls the media, feeds it propaganda to give to the masses. Operation Mockingbird and MK Ultra have been merged. They are together. Okay. What they do is they find these buzzwords and other things that these people are susceptible to, and they feed the propaganda stories to the mass media, who then distributes it en masse to everybody. And that is exactly how they know the violence is going to happen, because they've done the studies. They know who's susceptible. They know who to target, and they know what words to use. So they know it will happen. They wash their hands of it. Why it can't ever be brought back on them, at least not the violence, because they don't know when it's going to happen. They used to grab individuals, like you said, like Oswald, Sirhan, and then they would spend time with that individual to manipulate, to hypnotize, and to brainwash this person into doing their bidding. They no longer have to do that. Now, like I said, the MK Ultra and Mockingbird have been merged. What they do is they find these keywords, these buzzwords, these sentences, give it to the mass media. The mass media use that propaganda in their stories, and then they know, and they put the name in there of the person that they want attacked. And they know that that person is eventually going to be attacked. And since you got to think, though, Jay, if they were still doing this individually, Trump would have probably already been assassinated by now. They're doing it in mass. That's why they're not helping these individuals prepare. That's why they're being caught very easily. But I can tell you right now, if they were still doing individually, then Trump might have been assassinated by now by these people preparing them and showing them how to do it. Instead, they're doing it in mass and just hoping that one of them will do it. It's not just hoping. They know, based on algorithms, based on, public behavior, that some of the people that are susceptible to violence and easily manipulated will pick up on these terms, pick up on Trump's name, and then go and try to kill him. That is exactly what they're doing with Trump, and it's exactly what they will do with others, Jay.
It makes perfect sense. It does. That's not crazy tinfoil hat crap. It makes sense. First of all, the production on that video was outstanding. Whoever did it, number one.
It was really good. It was really good.
No, well, listen, you need a great clip in order to do good production. We got the great clip because of the congressman. But
absolutely.
But that was why you're saying that. I'm thinking now they have AI that could help with this.
Oh yeah.
So now they have AI which could help them even refine this even further. And I was watching, your favorite show. I've been watching The Blacklist, and I was just watching the episode where the girl was triggered by a song. Where
Yes.
And she was she had a twin sister, and she'd murdered the twin sister because for whatever, but then she was acting as both of them. And the song,
that personality became the twin sister when that song came on, because that song was playing when she killed her sister. So it was a trigger. Same thing they do with these people. Yeah.
Yeah, so exactly. So right. I mean, it's a TV show, but exactly that is real stuff that can happen.
Yeah.
It makes absolutely perfect sense what he said, and it is interesting. Like, yeah, we can totally wash our hands with it because we didn't talk to anybody specifically. We weren't teaching we weren't teaching Sirhan. We weren't teaching or in contact with Lee Harvey Oswald. No one in the government ever actually spoke to that person. Like Lee Harvey Oswald, we know was involved with the CIA before. Sirhan, we know about that, right? But in this case, Thomas Crooks, for all we know, maybe nobody ever did actually speak to Thomas Crooks. Maybe
they don't have to anymore. That's why that's why none of them actually killed Trump, because they're not being prepared by the CIA. They're just being triggered by the CIA.
But I mean, at the same time, when it comes to Thomas Crooks, what throws me off with Thomas Crooks is how the Secret Service was not good at all during Cole Allen. We know that. We saw the video of him running through and everything else that went on.
I think it was all done on purpose, just like with Thomas Crooks.
Okay, but here's the thing. If then we have to say then, yes, even though this is the operation that it's done in mass.
Mm-hmm.
How then do they know when, or are they just that lax all the time now, hoping that somebody's going to see the open window and use it?
Well, I can tell you, anybody that's on their payroll, they act that lax every time. Anybody that's on the CIA payroll, that's in the deep state and the black ops, they act that way during every single thing, hoping that someone will run up and do it. And then once somebody runs up and they see a good agent catch them or kill them, then they have to go help too. But until that point, they allow anything to happen that's going to happen. They allow that to go on every single time because they're on the payroll. They don't know when it's going to happen. So the best thing to do is to just be lax in everything you do, when it comes to that particular person, which is exactly what they do. If they have so the CIA and the black ops, they can pay you money. They can influence politically and help you out, or they can threaten your family. Imagine, Jay, if you're a Secret Service agent, you're the one that is responsible for Trump's life. What do? When you're gone from your house, they rearrange shit. First of all, the first thing they do is rearrange shit in your house when you're gone. You come home, things look different. They've been rearranged. It just shows you that they can get into your house. The second thing they do, if you still don't listen to them, the second thing they do when you're gone, they follow your wife. They follow your wife and your kids, just enough to scare her, not to actually do anything, but just to show you that they can get to her. If you still don't listen, then what they do then is they have somebody come up and talk to her. Whether it's at their house, the grocery store, whatever. They have somebody come up and say, tell your husband if he knows what's good for him, he'll do what we tell him to do. That is what usually gets them. But if that still doesn't get them, then eventually they break into the house in the middle of the night and put a gun to their heads and say, look, right now I can kill you and your whole family, or you can do what I say. If you don't do what I say, I'm not going to kill you. I'm just going to kill your kids and family.
How about this? When they're hiring all these DEI and they're trying, they were they were trying to make all of these agencies filled with incompetent people. And listen, those jobs aren't for everybody. But they were
saw the Secret Service woman that couldn't get her gun.
That's what I'm saying.
On Butler, she couldn't get her gun out of the holster.
That gives them even more of a plausible deniability.
Exactly.
Say, no, we have people. But you're hiring people who don't belong in those jobs. They can't do the job.
If you want the truth, Jay, that is why the entire DEI program, the entire push for DEI was for that particular purpose. It gives the Secret Service cover. It gives the mayor of LA cover for the Pacific Palisade fires. It gives the Secret Service cover if something happens to Trump. Everything that goes on now, they can commit any crime they want, and then the DEI will be blamed for it, not them. That was the reason for the entire DEI push. If anybody wants to know the reason that there was propaganda pushed towards DEI, they don't actually think DEI is going to make better, for better pilots or better Secret Service agents.
They know it's not.
They do it because they know that when something bad happens, they have plausible deniability.
Exactly. So that's it. They could blame DEI, or it's like a double. It's like a double. DEI will allow it to happen because the people just aren't competent to get the job done. And then they could say, oh, it's blame DEI. Go ahead. You guys can blame DEI. It's not our fault. Listen, blame that. We'll take that hit. All right. DEI is the problem, but they don't really care.
No, and it makes it easier, Jay, because let's say there's 10 Secret Service agents watching Trump, right? 5 of them are on the CIA payroll to be lax. The other 5 are DEI hires. That makes it pretty damn easy to get to Trump, even though he has 10 Secret Service agents.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that the whole thing with the people on the payroll, yeah, that you don't want that many of them, because that's harder to hide. That could always come back and bite you. Somebody could always talk. They could slip through the cracks. Something could happen.
Trust me, once you get those threats, you ain't talking, man.
Well,
you got to
you could
see
always
how
get
these people are actually threatened.
You could always get a rogue whistleblower. We know that, right? Okay. But the more DEI you could get in, to me, the less risk you have with what I just said.
Oh, yeah.
You don't have to have as many people on the payroll, because if the whole thing, if you have DEI everywhere, it's going to be incompetent everywhere. And we've seen it. We've seen flat out incompetence. It's on video. We've seen it.
That woman had the lock on her holster still on. She couldn't get the gun out because the holster lock was still on.
We saw that. Nobody on the roof because it was slanted. What idiot is making that decision? What moron is making that decision? What moron doesn't have that roof covered with at least a line of sight? Anything.
And Jay, it was the one roof that he just happened to choose, by the way.
Exactly. But I'm saying, right. I mean, that's what we're talking about. This is not, this isn't like crazy crackpot stuff. This is trying to put pieces together and understand how this is happening. People say, how did that happen? How did that guy run through a magnetometer? How was he in that hotel? How was he allowed to be in that hotel? How did he get into that hotel with weapons the day before the president of the United States was scheduled to be there? His whole cabinet was scheduled. How? Well, it could be a combination of both things of what we're talking about right now. DEI and quite possibly people on the payroll.
Absolutely. That's exactly what it is. It makes it easier for them. Like you said, it makes it easier for them to do things like that. In fact, let me show you a DEI hire that is, and when you have DEI hires, Jay, they cause significant damage to public trust and the criminal justice system in general. The criminal justice system is the worst place to have a DEI hire. But let me show you this. There is a woman. She is a Florida state attorney. She was backed by Soros because, he wants her in there. She's a Florida state attorney, Monique Worrell, and she has a history of giving sweetheart plea deals to murderers. Why, Jay? Because the more crime that is out there, the more criminals that are out there, the higher the crime rate. And the higher the crime rate, the more likely people are to be willing to accept communism if communism can stop the crime rate. That is the whole thing. If crime is so bad where 1 out of 5 people are being shot or murdered in your state, they're going to say, all right, look, capitalism is not working for us. It's obvious. That's why the crime rate is so high. So I'm a new governor. I am going to be a communist governor, but what I can promise you is with communism, I can get the crime rate down. So they vote him in. He gets the crime rate down. Before you know it, other governors show that they're communists. And before you know it, the entire country has a communist ideation. No longer capitalism. But I'm going to show you that's one of the reasons they do this. The other one is DEI incompetence. It makes it easier for them to get around things. But I want to show you this woman. She even gave a 4-year sentence to a man who was eligible for the death penalty. A 4-year sentence. Okay, so I'm going to show you her. I want you guys to take a listen to this.
This is Monique Worrell, a state attorney for the 9th Judicial Circuit of Florida. Under her tenure, dangerous and violent criminals have been given slaps on the wrist for their horrific offenses time and time again. For example, Marcus Anderson, who was indicted on first-degree murder and was eligible for the death sentence, had his charges downgraded by Worrell. Instead, he was only given 4 years in prison. Then there was Yaciel LeBron Flores, who stole a car and killed an
By the way, his name is LeBron. That's funny as shit.
innocent man in a crash that he caused. He took a plea deal from Worrell and will only serve less than 6 years in prison. Next is Julian Vincent, who is charged with 25 counts of possessing child sex abuse material.
25 counts of possessing child sexual abuse material.
Instead of 20 plus years in prison, he won't serve a single day thanks to Worrell.
He got no prison time for 25 counts of possession of child pornography and sexual abuse material.
Yeah, lastly, ticking time bomb. Savian Lambert, who carried out an armed carjacking and was given probation.
An armed carjacking and given probation. He was one person trying to grab his arm away from shooting him in the head.
While on probation, he went out again and allegedly killed a man.
You hear that? While
See,
he was
right,
on
hold
probation,
on. Yeah, stop right there.
Yeah.
That judge for that right there should be held criminally liable.
Well, it was actually the state attorney that recommended his sentence. You know, the judge usually goes with whatever the state attorney needs.
Then the state attorney criminally liable.
Well, that's what we're talking about. Monique Worrell, she is a Soros-backed state attorney, and that's why they do this, so they will go out and commit more crimes. Take a listen.
Worrell's office is now trying to obtain a plea deal, which would result in a lesser sentence.
Now, did you hear what he just said? He said that, first of all, the guy was involved in an armed carjacking, and Worrell gave him a very low, if no sentence at all, I think. And then he went out and allegedly killed a man, and she's trying to get him a plea deal to get him a lesser sentence again.
Florida Attorney General James Uthmeyer has called out this woke state attorney, demanding for her to be held accountable and for her disregard for justice to end.
Monique Worrell's misjudgments are far too numerous, and her conduct is not beyond oversight by the state or the public.
He is a U.S. attorney that is actually calling out a Florida state attorney, which never happens. And that is something that needs to happen more often. But there's got to be accountability. See, Jay, remember when we talked on another episode about civilians being able to file criminal lawsuits?
Yeah.
There has to be something like that, because the authorities are not going to do anything to this woman. The not only are the authorities not going to do anything, but the process to get her out is impossible, and it can't be started by civilians. It has to be started by other people that are already either unelected bureaucrats or elected. So civilians cannot remove this woman. Even in the failure of her duties, none of the people that are elected or whatever are going to remove this woman, and she's not going to get criminal charges. So what happens? She stays there to continue to terrorize the community. Citizens have to have some recourse. There has to be an amendment to the Constitution or something where monetary lawsuits are not the only thing, because when you sue that Florida state attorney, it's not coming out of her pocket. That is just your tax money coming back to you. It's a waste of time. You need a civilian criminal lawsuit, so that way I can sue her. Let's say I believe she was negligent, right? Her allowing him probation for an armed carjacking was negligent homicide when he killed that man. That was negligent homicide. I am going to sue her for negligent homicide. And then what we do is we go in front of a judge, and the judge says, all right, you either did or you did not prove probable cause. And if he says, all right, you did prove probable cause, bailiff, take her away. Bail is set at whatever. She can pay the bail. And then, then the courts handle it from there, going on with the criminal charges. If you didn't prove probable cause, all right, you know what? Case dismissed. That's why you would have to pay some sort of a fee, because you can't just have, first of all, these kind of cases clogging up courts, and you can't have just, any crackpot taking out, criminal lawsuits on people. But that remedy has to be available to civilians, because otherwise nothing will ever change.
And these people are the same ones that want to take qualified immunity away from police officers. Think about that. Now, police officers,
not judges, though. Not judges.
I'm just saying in general, that side of the aisle.
No. I'm saying they don't want to take the qualified immunity away from judges.
No, yes, correct, exactly. So, police officers have to make split-second decisions on the street, where sometimes things go wrong or they make a mistake, because it's a split-second decision. Yep. These people get months, weeks and months to make these decisions.
Absolutely.
And they still get them wrong, and they still make the wrong ones, and their decisions are causing innocent people to lose their lives. That is the difference here. Anyone should be losing any protection. It's these people. It's judges, it's attorney, it's prosecutors. That's who. Because go ahead.
I was going to say, even if they lose the protections, all that's going to do is allow us to sue them civilly and get our tax money back. We've got to have a civilian criminal lawsuit.
Yeah, there has to be some kind of criminal. There has to be some kind of criminal remedy here, whether it's yours.
For civilians.
Yes, whether it's yours or whether there are laws passed that say if you do this, you could be held criminally liable. If somebody you release under, there has to be, let's say there's a threshold. Like the guy that did the carjacking. He was charged with obviously some kind of a serious felony for carjacking with a weapon, right?
Yeah.
If you release that person who committed a crime above a certain threshold and they go out and do something equal or worse, you are going to be held criminally responsible. So you better think carefully before you do
CJ,
it.
that's why we civilians have to have a remedy, because right there, even if they could be, there's going to be discretion, and they're never going to be held responsible by the authorities or by anyone that has power over them. Civilians like us have, if we have the evidence, we have to, if we have the money to pay the fee, because we're using up court time and judge time and whatever, there has to be a civilian criminal lawsuit remedy. Civilians have to have a way to be able to bring criminal actions again. I guarantee you, Jay, if the country implemented a countrywide civilian criminal lawsuit, do you imagine overnight how much better this country will be? There'll probably be no more extortion from politicians. There'll probably be no more bribery from politicians, no more judges releasing criminals out into the world to go kill more people, no more prosecutors giving sweetheart deals. The criminal justice system would actually begin to function the way it should if civilians have a remedy to get these people charged with crimes that we know the authorities and anybody with power over them will not charge them with.
Why don't they just fill out a police report, Jack?
Because that does nothing. That does absolutely a police report. Wipe my ass with a police report. It does nothing. Okay, first of all, you fill out a police report, 9 times out of 10, they're not going to look into it. They're going to, because it's somebody of power. A district attorney. Oh yeah, we get these all the time. We're not going to look into that shit. Or they look into it and nothing will ever come out of it. You're not going to. A police officer is not going to charge a district attorney, a judge, based on one civilian say so. And they're not going to let you present evidence to go charge them. That's why you have to have the civilian criminal lawsuit. You have to. You can present evidence to show probable cause for this judge to charge this person.
Yeah, no, I said that because that's one of the pushback you got on your.
They said, well, why don't you just do a police report and take out a warrant? Well, first of all, you can't take out a warrant on these people. Second of all, if we allow that kind of thing, every crackpot, every jilted girlfriend, every ex that's angry at their ex is going to start taking out warrants and having people arrested. That's why it has to be a criminal civilian lawsuit where you have to present evidence before they're arrested and charged.
Yeah. Well, is it ever going to happen? Probably not.
No,
but it's definitely something that maybe once, maybe sometime soon, a politician could run on a platform that includes that. I don't know.
That would be, I would scream. If a politician did that, I can promise to God, we would put up his shit on this show every single day until the election. We'd talk about him every single day. We would make sure that everybody we talked to heard about it, because that would be massive.
Yeah, you just have to think. It's definitely something to think about. You would have to think of the unintended consequences, because everything has unintended consequences. No matter how good of an idea it is. No, that's what I'm thinking about. I'm saying no matter how good an idea is, there's always unintended consequences. Now, are they ones that are tolerable? That's
why I said you have to have you can't just pick out the lawsuit for criminal. You have to have a fee. You have to be able to pay a fee, because obviously you can't just take out a criminal lawsuit against anybody, because you're wasting the court's time and money. You have to have a fee, and then it's just a probable cause for arrest and charge. But in terms of, the only thing I could foresee is it being abused by rich people that have a lot of money and can pay the fee a lot. But even then, you're not going to be arrested and charged if they don't have the evidence. Okay, they still have to go to court and show evidence that there's probable cause to charge you with this.
What if you have to defend yourself?
What do you mean?
Like, okay, the people then. But I'm saying, if you have a rich person that can just do this at will because they have unlimited money, what about the people that have to defend themselves against the charges?
Well, you would get first of all, you would get a public offender if you need one, or you can pay for your own lawyer. But the main thing is, there are no charges at this point. You don't actually even need to really defend yourself, because they would have to have show actual evidence of it would be like a probable cause hearing. You would have to show actual evidence there is probable cause that a reasonable person could believe they committed this crime.
It's definitely something to think about, because something has to change, because it's just look at Irina Zarutska in North Carolina. I mean, talk about a prime example.
I would have sued the judge criminally.
That right there. That magistrate judge should be sued criminally. Absolutely. Absolutely. You allowed this person who just by their record is a danger to society, does not belong roaming the streets. And this happened to this girl.
14 times she released him.
You should be charged.
I would sue her criminally for negligent homicide.
Absolutely. 100%. That's the remedy. I don't know.
I hope we can get a politician. I'm going to bring that up to Tim Burchett next time he's on the show, because it would be great if we had a politician get behind this, or even Trump, sign an executive order. That would be absolutely awesome. But Jay, real quick, I want to talk about our sponsor, maxassociates.etsy.com. You can scan the QR code in the top right. They are the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. The 250th anniversary of the United States is a month and a half away. You do not want to be left out in the cold. You do not want to be one of the few people that does not have patriotic apparel and gifts to have and to show off to everybody. maxassociates.etsy.com is the place to go. They're always getting in new stuff, like this awesome shirt, We the People, and it shows the 250th anniversary, or Proud Veteran, once a warrior, always a warrior, unapologetically patriotic. I love that. Freedom over fear. Even the hat, We the People, and then America First. These are the kinds of things that you need, and Max Associates is the best place to get it. Tell them why, Jay.
It's the best place to get it because it's 20% off everything over $20, free shipping throughout the United States. You got Father's Day coming up, America's 250th anniversary. It is the time to go on maxassociates.etsy.com and start picking up some of the greatest stuff. Look at it. Shirts, bags, mugs, cell phone covers, flags, whatever you want. And Jack just showed you so many great examples of patriotic apparel that speaks specifically to who you are.
Absolutely. All right, guys, make sure you follow us on X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and Instagram. We are at Secret America TV. It's the same screen name for every single one of those. Jay is on TikTok. We are not, because TikTok banned us for telling the truth. Jay is on TikTok at Apenions Varies. That's Apenions with an A. But you can get us on any other social media at Secret America TV. We are live every weekday, Monday through Friday, at 7 p.m. Eastern till 8 p.m. Eastern. Sometimes we have special episodes where they might be 2 hours long because, we got a great guest or whatever it is. Jay, you got anything you want to say real quick before we go?
Real quick, keep your eyes on John Thune. He came out again today, and apparently John Thune just can't get it done, Jack. He doesn't have the votes for the Save America Act. He can't get rid of the filibuster. Well, I say we need to get somebody in that position who can.
Absolutely. And that's why we were talking about John Thune stabbing him in the back. Real quick, before we go, though, I want to say there is something out there, Jay. It's called the Fountain of Youth. Believe it or not, it just reset aging in mice and has been cleared for human trials. It actually reversed age-related vision loss in mice. It actually reduced wrinkles and other age-related anomalies of the face, and it did all these things in animals. And now it is going for human trials. It is the actual Fountain of Youth, where they have found how they can actually make cells that have aged and were dying actually reverse their aging and go back to the beginning of the process, which can, and again, it made those mice no longer have the vision problems. It actually reduced wrinkles and everything. It made them younger. And as we go on and this becomes more refined, it's going to be spectacular to see what it does, Jay. It's going to be amazing. That's why I love showing people this kind of stuff. But for Jay Gatling, I am Jack Danger. Thank you for watching Secret America.
You've been listening to Secret America.